Gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of action here for the Elite League group stages. 5 best of 2s to be able to determine what teams are going to move through. What are you smiling at already?
I'm smiling at my dog howling at me. I hope you don't, you can't hear him. That's all. But yeah, good morning, man. How you doing, Aries? On the other side of the world, I guess it's not really the morning for you. What's the time in Australia right now?
6 p.m. now. We just actually just changed. We went 1 hour back, so the games are starting a little bit early for me, which means I'm not going to be ending as late, which is, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. It feels good. So yeah, no, you had the day, gone gym, hung out a little bit, spoke to the fam, and ready to go, ready to have some really good games. We got some interesting games yesterday. Yeah, we had. I'm trying to remember what we covered now. We had some weird stuff between Heroic PSG Quest. The Falcons Spirit series was very entertaining, and then we saw like Azure coming out with a lot of unique strategies versus PSG Quest in that first series too.
Yeah, probably had the best series yesterday with Spirit and Falcon battling it out, taking it 1-1. That's probably one of the best series that you can expect for when you're looking at grand finals, and if you're making your predictions on how the brackets are going to end up. I do think that a lot of people would put Team Spirit and Team Falcons in the grand finals even. Maybe not Team Spirit at the moment, but Team Falcons definitely. But Team Spirit in any... If no one... you know, there's a lot of these guys, like my friends, that watch Dota only at TI and that's it. Or only like the finals of big tournaments. And they're yesterday, my real life friend, like from Sarajevo, from Bosnia, he was like, "Oh yeah, I saw you casting Spirit. Cool." I'm like, "You never watch anything, bro. You didn't even know what." He doesn't even know I'm a caster, you know. And I've he's like my best friend, but yeah. Anyway, he did watch Team Spirit, and I believe that most people that are like that, and there's a lot of them right now, a lot of the people that are too busy to watch everything, they would put Team Spirit up front. But for those of us that know a little bit better, that have been watching the game for, well, through the recent tournaments, we know that Entity are looking really damn strong as well. We know that G2IG just won a couple of tournaments. Well, they didn't win a couple of tournaments. They won a qualifier to a tournament, which isn't as amazing, but considering how tough a Chinese qualifier is, they're looking like they're in a really good shape. And Heroic that surprised us yesterday with the games against Team Spirit and the games against what else did they play? Who else did they play? They had two really good series, and then a pretty bad one, I should say, like the one versus PSG Quest.
PSG Quest. Yeah.
That series, I expected, after seeing how Heroic performed and how they played earlier, I expected them to take it very easy. But they said if they're in the right mood, in the right analog, in the interview said if he's in the right place, they can win versus anyone. They probably weren't in the right place versus PSG Quest, or PSG Quest just over prepared for them, because it looked not easy. I shouldn't say easy, because one of the games was 70 minutes, but it looked really good for PSG Quest.
Yeah, it did indeed. So, I mean, we got to take a look at the standings just before as well, and for these two teams in particular, PSG Quest 2-4, and then Falcons are 3-1. So we'll see how they're going to be able to go on the third day of Groups. Falcons have two series today. Heroic, this is their only series, unfortunately for them. They've got the early one, so we already saw some big yawns from Divai Lama, but let's see. Like you said, we were very impressed with Heroic versus Team Spirit, but I don't know what to make of that now, because Team Spirit are 1-5. They just got 2-0 by Entity, which we were expecting probably with how good Entity were looking that would be the case, but so it's like I don't really know what to make of Heroic beating Spirit now.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually a very good point. I was pubbing last night, so I didn't even check the results. Now I see. Yeah, mentality must be rough, but I mean, it must be rough for Team Spirit when it comes to Falcons. I feel like they're in a pretty good spot regardless. Like, yeah, you dropped one game to like. Can we go back to Spirit just for a moment? I just want to ask this: do you think that this is a team that right now only plays well versus really good teams, or teams that are considered to be the best?
Well, let's see who they.
And they played versus Falcons, and they won against them. And game one as well, they were winning.
Yeah, and not even winning in game one. Like, they made good movements as well in game one. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, Spirit's a question mark for me at the moment. So, and the reason why we're speaking a lot about Spirit is because we have a high benchmark for this team, and the fact that Heroic 2-0'd them thought was a really good showing for them, and that they would be able to continue with those victories into their other games, which they've struggled. And now you have to go up against Falcons, who are the top dog. They are the team that everyone is looking at, everyone is researching, trying to find strategies and trying to copy them. So let's see. Heroic, very unique kind of ideas about how to play Dota, and we'll see how they're going to be able to clash with Falcons in our first series.
Yeah, it's easy to, how to put it, why are we talking about that team? We're talking about them because Heroic and Team Falcons played against them, and like you said, they're the benchmark. Like, you see how the two teams fared against one team, property of transition, some math, how they're gonna maybe end up facing each other. Of course, there is a little bit of that team-to-team composition and how different drafts suit different teams, and I believe that's maybe even more prominent right now than before, because before, I can say that in this tournament at least, the meta is pretty flexible. Like you can see a lot of different teams playing their own strategies and even having some pocket strats. It's no longer you have to pick Lina or you're losing. You have to pick Faceless Void or you're losing. It's not really like that. I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on supports as well, and that does switch things around as well for cores, which is one of the reasons maybe why Falcons didn't look as great versus Team Spirit, but Heroic looked amazing against them. So yeah, well, let's see. The next game that we are covering, the Heroic versus Falcons, in any case, is going to be a great one. I want to see the Heroic that won versus big teams, not the one that we saw yesterday versus PSG Quest, though. That looked a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, that they did indeed. So it seems like I was just taking a look at the stats and the heroes picked. Really, at the moment, a lot of the heroes that are getting picked is like a bunch of supports. Like Rubik is on top, Crystal Maiden just behind them, Batrider in third place, and then you got Morphling Dragonite, and under that's Disruptor. So there is like those supports were often getting like picked first pick or even very early in the second phase. And then besides that, there's a lot of unique other heroes that is quite team specific. So that's always something we need to look out for. But this one in particular, because we have covered a little bit of Falcons and Heroic. Again, the Coddle needs to be mentioned for Heroic. That is when they looked their best versus Team Spirit with Analog on that. They played very well with the Coddle, just like there was a Grimstroke and a Primal Beast, I think, on Divine Llama, speaking the Beasts band. And then for Falcons, of course, we need to kind of look at a Mars hero and also Melrine. So Timber, Razor, really always the big ones, of course.
Yeah, they're actually the ones that ban out Primal Beast as well. They played it a bit yesterday, I believe, and it didn't look that great. Falcons, I feel like the game that they did lose, when it comes to their matchups, like the game that they did lose, they were a little bit disconnected from what they're supposed to be doing completely as a team, and sometimes you could see them take a little bit more on position 2 to farm up to get everything that he needs. Like they took a couple of pretty big fights on the bottom lane while he was still mid. I still vividly remember the games, so let's see if something changes here. I'd like to maybe see Malrine or on a bit of a more I couldn't even say active hero, right? Because they had the Bat and they had a Primal Beast. Like the Batrider is Omega active. It's just like they won with the Bat, but I don't think they won with the Bat because of the Bat.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, and the second game with the Primal Beast, like that one was just rough. I wouldn't put it on the mid laner at all. I just want to see him activated a little bit more, to give him something that's in the meta and that's strong at the moment, and that's considered strong. But they're gonna have to play into this, like instant pickup.
And let's see, we've seen some teams respond. I think it was China, right? Maybe that went for the
Luna.
instant Luna. Yeah, so that was a very cool adaptation. Shadow Demon is always something you consider, but that's banned. Crystal Maiden as well as like a lot of support damage, but that's gone too. So a little bit more priority on snaking along with Crypt. But yeah, let's see. I mean, because Falcons have two of the best Timber players, they without a doubt is going to know how to address it. And they got the DK route, which... So this is interesting, right? I feel like we've recently seen the Dragonite actually be able to play pretty well versus Timber in the mid lane, where he actually even got a solo kill pre-level 6. And again, when that game was going on, we were mentioning that there was a stream that Quinn was in. I believe he was speaking with Koifa, and he was saying that DK matchup is perfectly fine versus the Timber mid. You even have kill threat level 6 with rotations from support.
Are you a Quinner? Are you a Quinner? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Are you? Are you in that... Do they have? Are you in that? Are there some community Quinners?
No, I'm not in that
like
community.
that.
Whatever it is.
You're not in the community. You're not. Come on.
I guess I'm not that much of a Quinner.
It's a safe space here. You can say it. Come on.
I'm really not. I'm like, well, I don't know what community you're speaking about. Is this some? I don't know. I'll have to get invited.
It's Quinn Enjoyers community. Come on.
5 seconds remaining.
No.
I don't know. Apparently, I'm not. I don't know about this. I didn't know this was a thing. I'm a big Quinn enjoyer. But I did not know there was a community for it, so I guess I'll have to
You'll have to
join.
join. You really have to join. Like you're talking a lot about his streams and his thoughts. I think I'm kidding. I'm just guessing this is the only time Ares has mentioned it. Don't. Uh, I just woke up on the wrong foot, messing with him.
Sorry, I'll let it slide.
But you are completely right. By the way, we have seen this matchup, and Dragonite got a good lane in all of the games. No matter who was playing the Dragonite, no matter who was playing the Timbersaw. Like the first time I saw it as well, maybe, I don't know, when Timber started being picked again mid very often, and Dragonite, I thought Dragonite is just gonna get bodied. Like just my one brain cell brain. Strength hero into Timber, okay, Timber deals a lot of damage, takes your stats, versus strength, that means less HP, that means he'll dive you. But Dragon's Blood works even better percentage wise if if you have less HP, so it's even better. And then add on a little tango and you're healing up like you're next to a fountain. And then on top of that, your Breed Fire denies a lot of CS from the Timber, so he has to use his spells. He's always constantly low mana when you look at this matchup. But it can turn, it can turn as well. I think we've seen one game in which Timbersaw had a bad lane, but then still later on in the game he's is very problematic. By the way, I know that a lot of teams are picking Rubik. Rubik as well into Timber isn't that bad. Like you get this instant disable, you have an instant nuke, and on top of that, anything that you steal from him is actually pretty solid. Like even having some ruling death, getting close to him can be a problem for Timber. Enchantress. I do like some pure damage into DK. I do like a hero that can take illusions as well, enchant them away. I do like Enchantress into Rubik overall, just a hero that you really don't care about, like in the lanes. When I see a Rubik that's playing against me, if I'm Enchantress, I'm happy. When I'm a Rubik playing into Enchantress, I'm not happy, so... Just, you can't really steal... You can still enchant, you can still heal from her. It's not bad, it's just like... You'd rather not,
Yeah, it already feels like you've secured your lanes. Like, Enchantress is a very strong laning support. Timbers will do fine regardless. But the important thing about what we're saying with DK Timber is the fact that DK does fine in that matchup as well. So you're probably going to trade farm mid, and you're going to have 18th pick as well to potentially get like a counter pick for one of your cores. So far, Heroic have some pretty good setup in the lanes, and I imagine they're going to reveal the Schofield, sorry, the Theolocor hero. Wait.
Schofield, you mean?
Yeah.
Right?
He baited me.
You got baited. Yeah, it should be. It should be him, right? Like they had a lot of good performances on position 4. I think that it changed completely how they performed in a couple of their games, and I think that's something that you get very often from SA, like Schofield and a couple of others, a couple of other position 4s. They just, however, every time I don't imagine them like, okay, I'm starting to praise them, and then I see this Hoodwink. Like Hoodwink is good here. Hoodwink overall is great, like in the meta, like good versus Dragonite, good versus Rubik. Like Sharpshooter is amazing. You get a break, you get a lot of burst damage as well. I don't know how I feel about Hoodwink and Timber. Like this lane for me, sometimes you have these giga brain players that make it work. Sometimes Hoodwink has no trees to hide into and has no has no partner to combo with, because you use your bushwhack and he cuts your trees, and it's terrible. And sometimes you use that acorn shot, he timbers in, he uses that acorn shot as a tool, and it's absolutely amazing. So let's see how they perform. And I really think it's one of those omega hard things to combo well. Quickly into the next picks, because they're way more important than Hoodwink. Like you have Weaver Disruptor, This is extremely strong into everything on Radiant side, besides the Bloodseeker, of course. Like, your Hoodwink hates playing into Disruptor. The Glimpse, the Thunderstrike gives you vision. Just the amount of damage can zone her out as well. Thunderstrike level. I would even level it here. I won't leave it level 1. Then you have Weaver with bugs following you around, which is even worse. Those bugs will just eat you alive. You have to deal with them so you can't run away. And there's always vision on top of you, which is another problem. But you kind of solved one of the problems with Bloodseeker. You have a Bloodseeker into Weaver. The Rupture here. Yesterday, like for the last few qualifiers, I've been calling for Bloodseeker. We've been casting together. When it's a good Bloodseeker game, I still think the hero is viable, especially right now as he's been buffed. Yesterday, Team Spirit did lose with him, but overall, all you have to do is Rupture the Weaver, but make sure that the Rupture isn't stolen by Rubik, because that kind of ruins Bloodseeker. That Rupture being casted on him, he's not really a hero that can be standing in a spot.
It is a little unfortunate. Bloodseeker lost that percent damage talent. Oh, sorry, the Ag Shard. Now it's just like a flat pure damage. So he's not as good as what he used to be versus these tanky heroes, but it is still going to be pure damage nonetheless, which is, you know, we'll see potentially when K1 will opt to go for the Ag Shard. But who's got the next pick? Heroic do. So are we looking at a mid laner or an off laner?
For who? For Heroic? Yeah. I'm not sure, because these two can lane anywhere. This Bloodseeker can be your offlane or safe lane. Timber can be offlane or mid. And Falcons, they are expecting a mid laner, and I kind of feel Bloodseeker will be played by Hector. I don't know, it just fits the bill. Yesterday we went through on Reddit, we were going through types of carries, and Hector for me definitely fits the animal type. Aggressive in the lane, out of position all the time, but still wins the lane because he's too damn aggressive. So K1, I do think that he should do fine with the Bloodseeker, if the Bloodseeker is safe lane, but they can still switch it up a little bit. Let's see what they go for. They are expecting a mid laner from Falcons, either Sniper or Viper. Okay, so they're expecting a Dragonite offlane actually from Falcons. Both of these teams actually have the same course when it comes to what lanes they usually go to. Mid offlane or carry offlane. I guess Weaver is always carry now or support, but they get to... Oh, we have a little bit of a Bloodseeker Zeus going on, huh?
Okay. Well, we saw the analog Zeus yesterday as well, right? And have a lot of success, and you are really lacking ways to get on top of the Zeus.
Did they win the Zeus game?
No, that's right. Never mind. Not a lot of success. They did lose that game. That was the long game versus PSG Quest, but we did kind of see the impact.
Yeah, he still had a lot of impact. Yeah, he lost, but the Zeus was still a problem. And I would argue that was a better Zeus game than this one. Like, you have these three heroes on Heroic that just want to run and hide. That's Zeus, Hoodwink, and Enchantress. They just want to hide. Look at Sneaky. We're gonna go at them, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna go straight at them. Disruptor is gonna glimpse them. Don't tell me what.
Some commanding stuff going on.
I'm a TI winner. Look at the poster behind me. I know. I love snaking. I do think that their draft, for me at the moment, there is one problem. This Zeus is bringing a ton of burst damage, and you can play around that very nicely. Take over Doom, okay. Not really a hero we see very often. We see him only in some off games. He's usually either banned if there's a Morphling picked up or something like a Faceless Void. Not really often do you see him. Okay, so it will be the DK mid. I don't know, why wouldn't you put DK versus Zeus? It's still good. Like, you put your Doom offlane, Weaver safe lane. You have the Doom for the Timbersaw. That's probably the only target you have to be dooming. Dooming the Bloodseeker as well can be problematic for him. But, okay. Do they have any real catch for Zeus? I guess you have Weaver to run him down and Dragonite maybe with a Blink Stun.
The big thing is disruptor though, and like
Disruptor,
Zeus is,
yeah.
because so your positioning, like if you are ever slightly caught out, and we've seen a lot of disruptors lately go down the blink route, so you can just blink, glimpse him back. With that being said, the lightning hands build, we are getting a lot more like BKB Zeus's, so you will have this to protect you. So that is going to be a response to the glimpse, whereas previously if you were going for like the magic damage build, you wouldn't really go down the BKB route. So that is still something that could be a bit frustrating for Analog. It gives it's not easy, but if he does misstep, he will be caught.
By the way, Skitter, probably someone in the chat spammed posture for him because he has this perfect posture. Like that's not gamer posture. That's like absolutely amazing. That's a TI winner right there, setting the standards. I don't know why he has like the TikTok camera, you know, like not the wide,
the vertical one,
the vertical one. But I kind of like it. Shows off the keyboard as well. Very shiny keyboard. Like you said, yeah, for Zeus, even the Manta build is good, right? Even getting Manta, because usually on a Disruptor these days you do get a shard early on. So getting that Manta is nice. But just to get rid of the Thunderstrike, because that Thunderstrike is omega annoying, too big of a range. It's not about the damage, it's really just the range and the vision that it keeps on the Zeus. So yeah, I feel like Falcons, if they are off on a good start, they can roll this game, because this Disruptor always plays the game well when he's winning. But if the Zeus gets a lot of farm, like, we've seen what he can do to a Weaver. Until super late game, you're basically blowing him up. You have Rupture as well, and you can't hide in Sukuchi. But then again, it's one of the best Skitter heroes, right? Like, he's super comfortable with the Weaver, and it's very hard to go against his Weaver. Why did I turn full slab Weaver against this Weaver? And this Amar Doom is also very, very strong.
Very, very strong. Okay, let's see. Let's
30 seconds.
Let's see how strong they're going to be. These 30-second smokes that we're getting, it's happening much more frequently in a lot of the games we've been covering. I have to imagine a lot of games that on the other stream as well, and the other talent are getting.
You know what? Like, I have to admit, the pubs and the pro games are more correlated to me than ever. Like, when it comes to how quickly people pick up the carries that are played in pro games. Even these off carries that aren't really picked very often, or maybe it get picked once and then suddenly you see it straight up in pubs. I didn't feel that way before. Even when I had much higher MMR, like when I was top 50, the games didn't resemble the pro scene that tightly. And same can be said. I brought it up because of the smokes. Like, even the smokes, people are starting to use them. It's 30-minute mark. There's a lot of tryhards out there right now.
Gotta be, if you want to win MMR, brother. You gotta put the all in. You have the sweat dripping down the seat. You get up after a long session of gaming, smelling like shit. Yeah, that's when you know you had a good session.
That's a true gamer experience right there.
True gamer.
One gamer I'm worried for is Schofield on top lane. But let's see, maybe he can play around this and make things work. But I just hate to be a hoodwink in this lane. That's how that's in this lane at least. Like, for the game, maybe Weaver. Woo! Never mind. If you play it like that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dropping really damn low, and K1 because of that getting some nice thirst down bottom.
Are you a Doom believer still as well? I know, like, it is definitely one of Amar's better heroes, and Falcons are still putting a decent amount of priority on it, and we are even seeing, like, against some people are banning it in the first phase, but do you still feel like this hero is pretty strong?
And you're gonna have a lot of armor versus Bloodseeker, who doesn't really hit that hard but hits fast. It's solid. Like, you're gonna buy Shivas maybe as well. It's really good versus Timber. You can just cast the Doom on him. Like, of course, if you manage to do it on Zeus or Bloodseeker as well, it's not bad. Bloodseeker cannot heal. Am I a huge believer in the Doom? I'm not. It gives you a better lane into Enchantress, like you can use Devour against her. Of course, something that I completely didn't think about. So, you know, you're getting some nice things from him. I'm not a big believer overall. I think there are better offlaners right now, to answer your question.
Okay. It does seem like regardless, so they're going to have a decent amount of kill threat down bottom. Amar is rushing at least the helm of the Veil, so that's going to be quite nice with that bonus armor like you were saying. But really, have to keep our attention on like how fast Analog is going to get the level 6 on the Zeus, because even top lane as well, with the two squishy heroes that can have a lot of kill threat onto Skittle, who also might get Schofield though.
And this is what I told you, yeah.
It doesn't seem worth it at all.
That's literally the problem you have with Hoodwink in this lane. That's why I hate playing Hoodwink into these two heroes. It's just unplayable. You can't scurry away, you can't hide in the trees. There's literally like not a lot that you can do. You're very squishy. 4 armor, 600 HP, they can run you down very easily. By the way, while he was dying top lane, bot lane, they didn't block the Enchantress small camp. And I was like, man, this is so bad, right? And she's gonna have a blast. But then, what happens is, the moment she took a creep, top lane again, Schofield, once more. This time around, though.
And Skid is a little bit too low to be able to continue to chase the bugs, actually. And I think
Bugs
the creep get the kill, so... Yeah, Schofield, no teleport for 50 seconds, so have to run back to the lane.
Yeah, like, you really... Yeah. Bot lane, K1.
Has been killed.
No mana for
Jesus.
the nuke, and now he does.
Radiant's
He's just
bottom
hiding in the
tower is
trees to
under
not get
attack.
zapped. And chances might kill crit, by the way, before he even... Yeah. Nicely done by KJ. Very, very nicely done. A bloodbath, really. What you tend to expect when a Bloodseeker is in the game. They did well adapting to Enchantress, using Lift on the creeps into Doom so he can devour. But you can't do that into Hellbear because the Doom can't eat it yet. It's too big of a level. Doom needs higher level of Devour, which would put him in an awkward stage in which he doesn't really threaten the lane. Crit once again. Take a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay, so that's how you play versus... That's how you should play versus Ench's Doom then. Just block the hard camp. Leave the small camp and eat the creep. If you can control the creep or have boots or something. Cool.
K1 is still having a very good time though, nonetheless. 28 and 13. KJ is going to be able to get the pull, top lane, divide llama. A lot of damage expended between the two. Snaking with his second point in Thunderstrike, and the blood grenade feels like he's going to be able to bring divide llama down. He needs the help of Skeeter. Though Llama's kind of baiting at the moment though. Thought the extra regen for the one was going to be enough, but Skeeter
is going to get him.
Back up. Dude, this lane for the Weaver is incredible. 4-0 start for the carry on Falcons.
It's really not that they're that better laners, you know. They're amazing players. It's just that this Weaver plus Disruptor matchup versus Timber Hoodwink, it's just so difficult to play. Mid lane, there's Enchantress, Rubik as well, and now Schofield too.
Thunder God's going to be enough to get the kill into Crypt, but it looks like Analog still will go down though, so a worthwhile sacrifice. Snaking has the glimpse, but Orin doesn't want to continue with that attempt.
They just want to keep the rune. However, Glimpse now with Malrine, maybe, stun.
Yeah, they've got the abilities back up, it looks like, from the Dragon Knight, so with them off cooldown, Falcons doing very good job. 6 kills early on. The Claws are loving life at the moment, and now K1 being soloed down bottom means that Amar and Crit are going to be able to zone him out.
It's probably one of harder heroes to zone out easily, but nice Glyph. He's super speedy on the Bloodseeker, 600 movement speed. He's healing up though. Crit might be... No, he should be fine, right? There's no Rupture yet. Can't really catch him. Skeeter steals the Wisdom Rune and
my
maybe kills
God.
Schofield as well.
Oh my god.
This is, yeah.
He's
yeah,
cooking.
yeah. This is one of those games where, okay, at least he's completely countered by Rupture, right? Like, it's not easy to play into that. You need to maybe even consider Lincoln's. When I say completely countered, it's a strong counter. It doesn't make your hero trash, but it makes it harder for him to dominate in the mid game, and it gives K1 an outplay potential. If you can maybe activate this Bloodseeker, he's hitting 6 right now. Maybe with it he can make some rotation, because this Weaver really needs to be shut down as soon as possible.
Alright, well, let's see if they're going to be able to do that. I mean, it would be a gigantic kill for them to find. You have the burst on Zeus as the game goes on as well. Melrain be able to take the regen. Unfortunately, purged off straight away, though.
Exactly.
Snake King might be in some danger too. Analog going to have a bunch more mana to use now. Actually, not enough for the ultimate. Looks like they won't need it, though. Analog, a jump over the top.
KJ, he's still diving, but they didn't follow. They didn't follow. Only now do they go. They still get him, though.
Right.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, well done. Some really big kills for Heroic.
Enchantress almost level 6.
Bottom lane, K1.
Dire's middle tower
It looks like they're going to be able to get the trade-off into the Bloodseeker kill. Skeeter's even going to rotate as well. Haven't been
really
able to get
fast.
him just yet. Now Crit's going to end up being killed off. And now with the bonus Thirst movement speed, K1, he's slippery. Divine Llama's even going to rotate with the level 6. So this extra damage from the Chakram, they might be able to get at least K1 with the Scorcher. Now Divine
And the
Llama,
Doom.
they got the 6. That kill gives Amar his ultimate. And now Snake King's going to be here to offer any control they need, and Divine Llama goes down. He TP'd to bottom as well, so a rotation from the Timber that does not pay off, and now his game, it's going to be much more difficult to play.
I feel like Bloodseeker lives if he doesn't cut down all those trees. Because he was playing with a lot of movement speed. He could just juke them around the trees. It's really hard for Weaver at this point. Like, he has no Gleipnir, nothing, no control. It's hard for him. Yeah, he has a lot of movement speed, but it's not that easy to catch a Bloodseeker moving, zooming around. And then Timber just cuts down all the trees, and Weaver is like, okay, I'll just hit you. I don't have to chase you around. Whoa. So K1 dies. Yeah, kinda rough. They do get at least that kill on Rubik. That's one upside for Heroic. This Zeus also has a phylactery. So biggest winners of the laning stage, Zeus on one side, 5-1, the score for him, and of course Weaver on the other side, 6-0-1. Skeeter living life. This is probably the D-Lands Gleipnir build, maybe an earlier Lincoln's, but you need some farming item after the D-Lands. This is what he usually goes for, Bracer and Falcon Blade. What I've noticed at least recently.
Well, Falcons, let's see how they're going to be able to defend this T1 tower top, though. Analog will rotate with the double damage rune and phylactery. Even K1 finally is going to leave that bottom side of the map as well. Looks like tower's probably going to go down without any contest. Falcons are currently set up bottom onto Divine Llama. Snake King's got the 6th already.
They have no kinetic field, though. They just have Thunderstrike level 3. Which is something we talked about this game. It's really strong, but no kinetic field prevents you from killing the Timber at that situation. Melrain.
Good lane, Melrain. Looks like they should be able to get this kill. They got a glimpse back one, but it's not really the biggest issue with the damage. Now Skeeter's going to be cautious as well. Thundergords is going to be out and they blow him up before the time lapse. Now Snake King as well is in a lot of danger. Long range chain Heroic finds some much needed kills inside the middle lane, and now this tower as well is probably going to go down.
Yeah, Analog. This man is cooking. Another one, crit. They're gonna get him. Yeah, wicked sick Analog, 8-1-1. This man had some carbs this morning, get some bugs for protein. Weaver dies, 6-1-1 now on him. Of course you want to go in, right? Like, you have so much farm on the Weaver. You want to zip in, use all your spells on the Zeus, maybe time lapse out. But sometimes just these mini stuns, a little bit of disable and you overcommit, you're gone. Did he not commit the D-lands, by the way? He didn't, right? Like, he didn't complete it. He only has
Is this
blade.
the Weaver, sorry?
Yeah. He only has a blade. Is his career dead? Maybe no, right?
Yeah, it is. Maybe it died on the courier.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, there's a blink though. Speaking of items, there's a blink on DK. So this is your smoke action happening from Falcons. Crit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Never mind. Snaking is actually caught.
Schofield as well. I'm going Bushwhack's going to be able to assist in the kill onto Snaking. KJ should be
here.
there. Hurricane's
he's
already
got
been
drums.
used, unfortunately.
He's got
It's not
drums.
gonna matter.
He got him. Yeah. Maybe not actually.
Mm.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. Only level 2 impetus, so he can't continuously hit, and he has drums but no boots. That's what I noticed as well. So. Oh damn. Okay. By the way, one difference.
This?
KJ going Aghanims.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
I absolutely love it. Like I'm telling you, this item for me maybe even activates some crazy offlane enchantress possibilities. Like I'm a spammer of this hero. I don't know how many games I got, but she was never really that great of a core since TI penalty 9. But at the moment, this Aghanims is actually really good. K1.
Is he going to be able to get away? K1? They're trying to use the Thunder God to give him a little bit of bonus movement speed. It's not enough. And now Falcon's great position of the kinetic field. Snaking might actually be able to get away as well.
Yeah, the Schofield needs to be careful here.
Crit? Ice Kitty just runs in, steals a haste. Take a bushwhack to the face though.
Okay, they do get something out of it. They get the Ruby God. This is super nice. Once again, for Falcons. They kill off the Bloodseeker. Weaver again steals the Wisdom Rune, has a haste. Living life. Once he gets this Maelstrom, he can continue fighting or maybe chill a bit. As that boosts his farm up. They do get snaking at the end. The Vailama with the blink of his own is just... he's suffered through the lane, but now he's 4-2-3. Fully recovered on the Timber. You know what I really like about this new Timber style in which you're not taking reactive armor? What I like about it is you're a hero regardless what happens to the lane. I think maybe that's the best thing about it, because in the old patches, when you would max out reactive armor in the lane, if the lane goes poorly, like, you're doing nothing afterwards. You're just a creep. But here, if you have Chakra, I'm willing that. Let's see.
Speaking of the Timber, yeah.
There's
Is able to get a chain away. Schofield at least gets a stun, and even the sharpshooter as well, so...
Oh, smoke.
Oh, okay.
Nice smoke, nice smoke, nice smoke. There is vision on him, by the way, because of thirst. I mean, you can't use God's Wrath, but you see this, like, you have vision of the area where he's walking. It's kind of weird.
It's back up now with level 2. It's about to be too much health, though.
Yeah, can't kill.
Bottom lane.
Bot lane.
Been able to find Divine Llama. Amara as well is going to drop the Doom. So just the extra spell required, they feel like, to be able to get the kill onto the Timber Saw. Meanwhile, KJ trying to fight crit.
Nice ult.
There's going to be Thunder Gods. The rest of the team is starting to come. K1 as well, sprinting to the middle of the fight. Is he going to be able to have the damage? Amar just escaped. Not enough Maelstrom procs, unfortunately, for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, this is one difficulty that I see very often with Bloodseeker, and something that I really see with this team. They have no stuns. Like, you have Bushwhack to work with, and you have maybe this mini stun from Lightning Bolt, and that's it. They need some Gleipnirs, and they need them now. Like Schofield itemizing into Atos. You can see Bloodseeker as well as Manta Gleipnir. They need these items. Like, they will lose a lot of kills if they don't get them fast enough. One of the reasons why I really liked Enchantress's Axe, he did move away from it. He's buying Orchid. I really would have liked the Axe more. Even against the Weaver is just so amazing. It's expensive though, that needs to be said, of course.
Are scanning.
Yeah, maybe the Orchid gives you some scaling as well. Like you can go Bloodthorn and be that rat clicker. That was
Yeah,
the thing you
good.
brought up in the draft against the Dragon Knight as well.
Yeah, yeah. It's all right. Like Orchid is good on her. Even just the Orchid. Like usually you go if you want to be a right clicker, you're going for some Dragonlance, Pike. That's all you need. Like a Pike is already good. But yeah, with Orchid, we'll see what he can do. Even if you just force out one defensive spell, one defensive item like a Manta or Lotus. By the way,
Tower has fallen.
Yasha and Kaya on Zeus.
This is you can
Does he
go this and then
disassemble it?
disassemble.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what they used to go
Is under attack.
at the very start of the Lightning Heads build.
Amar
Was
bot.
Amar bottom.
Oh, he missed the pushback.
Ooh, wow. And he kind of got lucky with that because they just tried to go for him previously, where that they had a high ground ward that scouted him out. So he repositioned away, dodged the first attempt, and then went back into farming.
Yeah, he
Almost
has
got
Doom
caught
now
there.
as well, so a fight could happen.
Radiant's middle tower has
It's like
fallen.
one set of spells and Weaver is forced to ulti. One set of spells from Zeus, that is.
We are going to see this Zeus do a lot of damage. Well, Scout Analog looking to reclaim their own triangle, so Falcons will be able to disengage at ease. Bottom and Mum? Okay. I was going to say he's running a Divine Llama, but nice blink from the Timber.
They could maybe move Dragonite through the Twin Gate as well. He doesn't really have a lot of mana. That's maybe the biggest problem that I see right now. For him to join, that is. How's our boy Bloodseeker doing? Actually completed Gleipnir before. Nice.
He's got a top lane.
Skeeter.
So Kuchi's going to be able to dodge at least the ATOS, but yeah, it's not going to matter. Long silence duration. 6 seconds.
And that's basically it when it comes to Weaver Bloodseeker and why we were praising the Bloodseeker pick. Mid lane crit might get jumped as well. They don't have
Bottom
Thunder
lane is
Gods, so.
still they're trying to go. This time it's just onto the Enchantress though. So, I mean snaking almost, maybe with the Clat fell in range of the Thunder Gods. I guess it was actually no one used prior. Analog's running down. Divine Llama's running down as well. He's going to be able to give Melroom some breathing so he can TP out. And it looks like also Amar escapes too.
Yeah, Thunder Gods, sorry, the Thunderbolt, Lightning Bolt got used, so he could TP out afterwards. And the Static Storm used on Enchantress, I don't think you're super happy about that. Atos and Bushwhack. They just need some extra damage, but they don't have it. Yeah, it's a scary game for Skitter. Like, he had such a good game, but he itemized very offensively. Which isn't bad, right? Like, you want to be offensive on this hero. You want to be killing heroes. But you are playing into a lot of magic damage. You are playing into a hero that can stop you from running around and actually getting kills. So, let's see how they set up these fights. Let's see if they can outplay.
You have Radiant maybe thinking about a play through the portal. Melrine, they do scan the portals, but he... Okay, I was going to say if he stuck around for a little bit too long, they might still get him.
Doesn't have Blink. His Blink is 10 seconds on cooldown if they continue chasing. But yeah,
Ran a Bushwhack. Ooh.
he's out. Now, when you see Zeus stop, you know 100% what's going on, so you can continue pushing bottom. Like, you can see how freely they smoke up and just take the map control, the Radiant side at least. Also, 21 minutes, this is
Radiant's bottom tower
not
is
a
under
bad
attack.
rush timing for both teams. So securing Radiant jungle is even better. That's where Analog and Bloodseeker and everyone actually, they go back. But this is now good vision, good control from Snaking. Zeus is jumped.
Inside the lane. They're not going to be able to cleanly jump the Zeus, but still Amar gets the Doom onto K1. Bloodseeker's going to try and step over the right side, but the glimpse will send him back into the middle. He's just going to stand and get as much damage up before the death. So the trade is there. Meanwhile, Analog's still fighting onto Skeeter. Skeeter's going to be able to react with the time lapse.
The Bailama.
Bailama also solo kills Melreen on the opposite side of this team fight. And in
3
the end,
for 1.
Heroic, yeah, not bad. I mean, Bloodseeker got jumped early on, but we saw still K1 was able to right-click even through the Doom and had a decent amount of impact, but the Zeus went untouched as well.
Yeah, they both got kind of clipped in the static storm, but Zeus wasn't caught with kinetic field. Bloodseeker glimpsed back into it. They jumped them, like they had decent vision, really decent understanding where they were, but they still couldn't just solo jump the Zeus with Dragonite, stun him, and then follow up with Weaver immediately. Instead, they Doom the Bloodseeker. I still think that's probably the best Doom target. So I still think it's pretty good. With chasing Snake, he's dead.
Jesus.
So basically, I'm thinking how these fights should go. If you jump anyone else and Doom anyone else, Bloodseeker will rupture the Weaver. And that matchup is probably lost, like you're losing the Weaver for sure. If you Doom the Bloodseeker, however, then the Weaver is free to reign. Like he can pretty much do whatever he wants to, as long as Zeus doesn't blow him up. So that was the plan probably. 1 for 3, not really a great outcome for Falcons.
Outside, and now they're playing with a 5,000 deficit on Dire, so see what Falcon's going to be able to do to come back this minor disadvantage. We have Roche down bottom for the next minute. Does look like Falcons are continuing to occupy this side of the map. Try and force it, so...
But the bugs... The bugs make it very easy. Instant rat. Does this scare them off?
Oh,
they
no,
didn't tank the bugs as well, so the bugs died. The minus armor is gone now. You don't have the damage. Yeah, they're running away. One thing that I really hate is when... okay, in this situation you couldn't. They smoke up instead. Let's see.
Okay, one's not with the boys at the moment. Starting to TP in.
No dragon form, by the way. Look at
3
KJ,
seconds.
just like... He's like, take me! I am here! Go, kill me if you can. Classic Enchantress gameplay, level 2 untouchable. Did he
gonna go
sell
to the
the
portal.
drums? He sold the drums.
Yeah, he did, I guess.
He
well,
used
through the
all of
portal they
drums
go.
and then he sold them. Damn, that's not something I've seen recently, at least.
Ma. And they're going to give it up by the looks of it. Not
Yeah.
instantly try and TP into the outpost. They feel like now that Heroic have this area under lockdown, there's not a fight that they are willing to take. So let's see if they give the Aegis to Analog or K1. It will be K1 that gets it. And they go
And
back to the
straight
portal.
back.
And no one's scouting it.
Yeah, straight back through the...
I think they pinged it though. I believe Skeeter did ping it. And look at how he's hitting this tower as well. They've got a pretty good read that they're going to be coming from the right side.
Well, they see them. They just clear the wave, right? They just kill the full creep wave. They're in full vision. Doom's still around, so they're maybe thinking about catching any stragglers, but let's see. Mark... Oh, the courier did it scout him? He didn't.
I don't think so.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Is this crazy? Still be here?
He's in a really good position if he wants to, but this is so dangerous.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He
attack.
can creep skip, I guess. Shiva's Scorched Earth and TP out. That's also something he can do. Like, this is Omega Greed, but at the same time, it's ultra efficient.
Yeah.
Like, you get some farm on the map that's shrinking, that you can't play because they have an Aegis. You just TP'd away from them, so... And you just continue farming their side. This is why he goes 0-5 on Razor yesterday and still has top net worth in the game.
That was also like, you had a Naga, right? That's something you brought up yesterday too. That Naga was taking all the aggressive farm and...
Yeah, of course, but I have a narrative, man. You have to say, yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Naga definitely did help, of course. I agree.
Dire's bottom
Alright,
tower
T2
is
tower.
under attack.
Yeah, being traded.
Radiant's
Top
tower
and
is
bot.
under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, they're actually afraid of completing it on top lane. They're TPing away. Look at Skeeter, actually. Is he hunting or... Yeah, he just wants to farm this. Never mind.
Am I still here? No way. Actually, he might finally be rewarded.
Who, K1 on, or Amar?
Yeah, Ma, I thought was almost about to run into the Bloodseeker. I guess
He can't kill him though.
Lincoln's...
Yeah, he can't do anything to him. There's Lincolns, there's Aegis. Like, he needs either an item or a creep to get rid of the Lincolns now. So... It's really hard for Amar to get the right Doom target off. The Zeus is always too far. Bloodseeker is in your face. Gleipnir, a lot of control. You need some BKB on this Doom. That's basically it.
Game is slowed down a little bit after the Aegis have been claimed.
Radiant's bottom
T2
tower
towers,
is under attack.
this got him from Heroic. We do see Falcons going to be able to trade bottom. See what the call is going to be for them. Mate, you've got, I believe, Manta getting delivered now for Melrin, so he has his extra item to continue to stall this game out.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower
And stalling the game is something that Falcons are amazing at. Like,
Radiant structures
just
are
even
Dire's top
if you
tower
can look at
has fallen.
Tundra being the new Falcons at least a little bit, like in spirit that team still lives on. And that's the way they're playing. They're really good at taking map control. Look at bot. Like Skidder,
One.
he did the
Rupture
same thing
stolen.
yesterday. Not
Oh,
bad. They
unfortunately,
got
won't be able to
crit.
use it. They will also be able to get the Aegis, though. Can they kill him a second time? Amar starting to TP back. And they're going to be able to pop the Lincolns as well. Can they hold him into place? Glimpse snaking. Nicely done from Falcons. I mean, K1 just too overzealous with that attempt inside the base. And now Melrin's going to be able to get a +1. They'll catch KJ, although Heroic looking to try and make the play to protect the support. Dalai Lama will assassinate the backline, but here
Weaver's
comes
here.
Skeeter. The backstab from bottom to top. He's going to be able to get involved and also shut down Schofield. So very good defense from Falcons. His bottom tower as well, the tier 3 tower, took a lot of damage from Skeeter's Weaver.
Yeah, he was ratting. I think, it's not only about the tower damage. It's about the mental damage that a rat usually does to you. That's the problem. Like he rats you. You have to decide: do we go back? Do we push? Then someone commits. Someone goes back. It's always a mess. Like ever since Alliance made this damned strategy, people still can't adapt properly to it. Bot lane, at least what happened though, this could have been a much bigger disaster.
Weaver?
Mid lane, Weaver, he's got
We're going to try and
BKB,
force
he's fine.
BKB.
Yeah. Let's see if they can get
Come here, boy.
He's got Timber Chain. Yeah. Mine is longer. It is a Rubik after all.
Okay, one
Skeeter?
on Skeeter.
Yeah, there's a stun from Dragonite.
Alrine's going to be here as well. Rupture's out. He's just going to try and tip it.
Bushwhack.
The bushwhack, they got it.
Got him.
And he's got no mana for BKB. Just has enough now, but yeah, it's not going to matter. We'll get time lapse,
maybe.
delaying the inevitable. But
mana.
Sakuchi the last. No way. No way. He doesn't make it out.
He doesn't. There's thirst. There's thirst on him. It was really close. Like he just got enough mana to use, even without the stick, without anything. And Analog, he's on point as well to dish out that extra damage. In that high ground push, he was down bottom. He TP'd and he also broke the TP from Weaver. That's why they didn't have him. So he's he's keeping tabs on Skeeter. Like he knows what his job is. So he's bursting him, dishing out all the damage on him. Is a pretty big boy on this Zeus as well. Has Lincoln's now completed. Orchid next for him, so possibly Bloodthorn build from the Zeus himself as well.
I didn't even notice he got the Grow Bow again, which is what we saw yesterday. So very lucky for the Zeus.
Yeah, bot lane. Look at this though. They have Doom, and they do have a way to break Lincolns. There we go.
They're gonna start to TP KJ in, but it's not gonna matter in the end. Amar
dead
can
by the
always
time they
BKB
get there.
TP out.
Top lane, though.
Meanwhile, top lane, there is also another fight going on. So Heroic, it's a trade across the map. K1 goes down, but they get the kill onto Melrine.
Dire's top
Yeah, the good thing is this KJ TP down bottom prevents them from actually doing anything. They cannot kill this Enchantress. Even with the Doom, they cannot kill her. So KJ just TPs back to defend the barracks, to defend the tower. And the trade is in the end 1-for-1, but I think it's still a trade that Falcons are happy with. You lose the Dragonite, you get the Bloodseeker. Not sure. Yeah, it's kind of even. They did commit Doom, right? So that's the downside for Falcons.
And how do we feel about this Doom hero though, like as we get to the late game? Because he does have Refresher queued up. In fact, he's almost got Octarine as well. So like double Doom, do we feel like that is just a like GG team fight is won? So if you just get Amar to that stage, then Falcon should be comfortable?
If he can use it comfortably, yeah. I do think that it's a game-breaking hero. There is one problem though for him. Radiant heroes are extremely mobile. They have a couple of Lotus Orbs as well, a couple of Lincoln Spheres, a lot of items that provide them mobility. They will have a BKB now on Bloodseeker as well, so Dooms could basically be traded in these fights and traded for some of these items, right? Like pop the Doom, he goes, I don't know, just uses BKB, runs away. So the Thirst as well, of course, but I'm not sure how much that will help you when you're doomed.
It doesn't have a big though for Heroic. BKB is now delivered. We haven't had a big team fight in a while. We've had some of these small skirmishes going on. But Analog with the Arcane, he would love a team fight. They are ready to go on Heroic. Bottom, they do scout out Skeeter with this very interesting defensive ward that they have currently set up.
They needed this. They needed a ward such as that one. It's so important. Because why you put it very nicely. It's all these small skirmishes. There are no big fights. Why there are no big fights? Because they're just ratting them. Skitter is constantly pushing bot.
I don't know if he'll get through the portal. Oh,
Damn.
wow.
If they follow him, it could be dangerous. Doom
Oh,
is
they
there,
are.
ready.
They're all following. You don't have to disrupt though, and you don't have to Dragon Knight. They're gonna go one by one, but straight into Skeeter's BKB. The Weaver's gonna be able to get set up, and
Doom
now
on Zeus.
importantly, they got the Zeus. That is the main target. Analog now will not be able to spellcast. Divide Llama forced to pop the BKB. Can they keep
K1
up to
is
the
here.
Zeus though? Looks like Skeeter is going to be able to close the distance, but the Doom is expired. They've got the Gleipnir. Analog tries to make it over the bridge, but Skeeter will
Zeus is dead.
shut him down. What can K1 do? I mean, he's got no spells to worry about, but he also has no boys to play with.
Yeah, 2-for-1, actually 3-for-1 with the buyback and the buyback, of course. And now maybe even Schofield, he can't run away from the dragon. Come here, little squirrel. Ooh, yeah, that just happened. That's maybe a blunder from Heroic. And going through that portal the way they did, just feeling a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too strong. And yeah, you could see how difficult it is for them to catch on the Doom target, but when he doesn't have allies around him, of course, you can do that. And they were TPing, moving through the portal one after another.
Dire's middle
This will be Rosh. Easy Aegis and Cheese, and the game just became much easier for Falcons. They were 10k behind just before that fight.
Now, Aegis on Skeeter, Cheese given over to Melrine. And he has had a little bit of a difficult game for the Dragon Knight, but with this Scepter, we are starting to see him being able to pick up those big items. They are posturing around the Vailama. I mean, Static Storm's going to be there.
It's got BKB.
Devi's going to be forced to activate the BKB. KJ's going to be able to assassinate the backline, so Snaking's gone. They get the Gleipnir as well.
BKB
Bash,
TP,
unfortunately.
yeah. He actually didn't even go for Basher. He's going for Silver Edge next, which is very interesting. Like you do get that break to work with, which is nice, but usually you want some Basher, and they don't really have any ways of dealing with BKB TP. So maybe a Basher could have helped, but okay.
Well, like, do you need the break this game? Shouldn't you have a hoodwink if, like, really Schofield then should just be using the sharpshooter on the DK?
I'm not completely sure what the Silver Edge is about. Let's see. Like, there is probably something that he's cooking.
Okay.
Let's see. Maybe you can be more mobile, initiate from different sides of the fight, something like that.
That's definitely a big advantage, right? I mean, it's a 17-second invis with a 20-second cooldown. So high mobility, you're getting across the map, potentially finding those angles like you were saying. Very hard to calculate how much value that's going to have.
And every herald will tell you invisibility is invincibility. So.
All right, let's do a quick check. Any detection? Crude has nothing. And Slay's got a gem and 5 sentries. But of course, I mean, no need for it now without it, but he does have it. Okay, Shadowblade completed at least now. Silver's Edge very soon to come. Skeeter still has the Ages and a double damage rune for half durations. The tier 2 tower is probably going to go down, and it will without a defense. They're going to glyph it though, a little bit. They
Yeah, it's a
obviously
tier
want to
2,
fight.
you glyph it. You glyph it regardless, and you're gonna get it back, right? So
It's only the first tier 2 that he drops.
they dropped the 2, yeah, you're right.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's nice. Snake King just dropped a...
Well, that's actually then
Observer.
terrible. My brain wasn't working, but that's terrible for them because bottom lane opens up instantly. That tower is super low. You can even just chip it with some Manta illusions from Dragonite, maybe. Weaver as well, if he decides to continue ratting, like he can go and rat some more. Skeeter
Rupture out, Skeeter.
still has
Looks like back to the
BKB.
lane.
Ages
Inching
as
closer
well.
to the team. They still want to try and get up to him. Rin's going to try and find an angle to initiate. Eyes on Amari if he's going to be able to find Analog onto the backline. The Zeus is positioning very defensively, and you see Falcons won't have that angle to be able to get the jump. Glimpse is still going to be there onto Schofield.
no.
Even Static Storm's used as well. I mean, can K1 enter the fight? We see the Bloodseeker very hesitant to just charge into the middle, so Schofield will go down and there's no trade.
The only reason why that fight looked so damn amazing for Heroic, even though they lost Hoodwink. Let's see bottom lane actually. Weaver is just gonna push. They need to get back. He's pushing way too fast. When Bloodseeker went in, he Gleipnired everyone in the back, Doom included. So he couldn't even move, and then he couldn't blink because of the damage. Because of that, he couldn't get in.
Are they coming back? What?
They're so slow. Bloodseeker is top lane. He's TPing now, but yeah. You lose Enchantress, you lose the tower. Skier is not hitting the range raxes just yet. Now they do.
Okay. Rupture cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower
Barracks very soon to fall as well. You've got KG up in 20. Not the creep wave, they're going to pay some respect. They're looking mid.
Let's Seeker Ninja Gear.
Gonna be able to get the start onto Amal. Instant response with the BKB for him. Of course, he's got Refresher look to use as well. I mean, came up with BKB, but he wasn't even near the middle of the fight. So this BKB duration, it's about to expire. You do have Ages out, but Snaking, he's going to find a glimpse back. And now how can you protect the Bloodseeker? Melrin's just going to charge in. Everyone just charges in. K1's got no buyback. And now Amar's going to be able to find the Doom onto the Timber, who will try and TP out. There's no
on the Zeus, maybe.
But now Amar as well finds Analog. So that you have a complete free fight for Skeeter. This Weaver can do whatever he wants. They'll be able to catch Schofield inside the base. KJ as well, glimpse back to his own death. And just the Doom from Amar. Yeah, you don't get the kills onto these cores, but they have no impact inside the team fights. Now Divine Llama! I mean, these team fights are just looking very, very uncoordinated, and Falcons, of course, they're able to punish them for that. Another full set of barracks. It'll probably be mega creeps, and they can still stick around to maybe end it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams actually play against megas, and you can't blame them. GG, never mind. That's it. Look, this game looked completely strategic, good from Heroic. They were doing the right stuff. The lanes went well. The first couple of skirmishes went well, and then they got out Dota by Falcons. They just played Dota better. That's it. The stretches are well deserved, boys. Like, they just took the fights that were better for them. They ratted them. Honestly, after watching this game, I can't believe how poorly people react to rats still. Like, they committed on top lane twice when their Weaver is already at the tier 2 and getting closer and closer. Of course, like, you have to force something. You just can't react every single time, but that's literally where they lost the game. They lost the Aegis and they lost the Bloodseeker top lane because Zeus TP is back and they stay on top. Zeus TP is back to defend, so Bloodseeker is... Yeah, he's just not enough with the Timber. They can't take that. Of course, that's the first thing. The second thing is the Twin Gate move. When they went through the Twin Gate, that was like game losing. And the last one, of course, was this BKB. But at that point, the game already felt a little too difficult to play. Nicely done overall by Heroic, considering how bad the top lane went. They managed to stay in the game. They managed to make these nice little rotations around the mid lane, around the bottom lane. But overall, they just succumbed to the rat. Nice Amar efficiency later on, of course, getting that mana burn creep for the good dooms. The Vailama would always make a mess. He would jump in and mess in a good way. He would jump in and make Amar's life harder, like make it harder for him to go in, to use the doom. Like, he would get hexed, he would get controlled, but eventually you've got Refresher, double BKB, double Blink. It's much harder. This is the fight, I think. Look at Weaver, he's on bot lane, and Zeus is stepping back. Now you're playing with your Bloodseeker here, who's respawning, but you don't have Zeus. So he gets doomed, he dies, and on bot lane, at least he canceled the Weaver's TP. That's something, but this fight basically broke Heroic. And this one sealed the deal.
Yeah. It's just a couple of those two very important fights for the status of the game for Heroic. You know, this one and the one inside the base, or very, very close near it. And just the execution, unfortunately, was one thing that was a little bit lacking for them. And you said at the start, Falcons just played Dota just a little bit better at the late game. And I mean, they're going to be rewarded for it. So a good victory from them. It was definitely hard fought to be able to get there at that stage, but they're able to find the victory nonetheless. So what do we want to see for Heroic though? Like, heading into game 2, what's the talks going to be like now inside the break?
There's one thing that you can look at the draft that maybe could be slightly easier for them. Like, if you need a blink hex on a hero to have any catch, you probably don't have enough catch on your side, and that's something that they suffered from. That's why Weaver was such a fantastic pickup as well. But that's also a problem when you pick 2 supports very early on. Like, it's your Hoodwink did go for Atos, and you bought an Orchid on Enchantress eventually, which is also nice, but overall it wasn't good enough. That's something that maybe you can improve in a draft. But honestly, this game was played pretty damn well by them. It's just that Falcons are on a different level, how they play the map, how they move around, and how they set up the stage for their fights. A couple of plays that were maybe influenced by nerves. I'm not sure. Like, that Twin Gate play looked... We called it before it was happening. Like, what's going on here? How can they just Twin Gate through? Even if you are missing 2 heroes, you're still in a much better position just waiting at them. And it's a Zeus that's twin gating too. You know, it's not like a Timber Dragonite Centaur. They don't care. They're just coming like big bulky boys, wrecking the doors with their shoulders going through. It's a Zeus. He just gets easily soloed. So not sure what the coach's words are. Forget forget the first game, reset, go strong into the second. There's no game 3 anyway, so just play your best.
Let's see how easy it is going to be for Heroic to be able to reset after a game like that, where they had the lead, they had the advantage. Unfortunately, 2 fights slip out of their hands, and then we saw Falcons are a team that once they have that lead, they're not going to give it up very easily. So Falcons able to take game 1. Heroic, can they strike back? We'll have to find out after a quick break. Well, Falcons, after a difficult early game, were able to find some good team fights for them to be able to take game one, and now Heroic playing with a deficit. They've currently been struggling. The only maps and only series that we've seen them win so far has been against Spirit, and this could potentially be another 2-0 unless something is changed heading into this second game. And we'll have to see, Lizard, what they're able to do, because it's spooky signs going up against a spooky team.
Yeah, they have one series victory, like you said, versus Spirit, and everything else. G2IG, PSG Quest 0202, and Falcons as well. The biggest issue that I have for Heroic is like all of their games that they're losing, and they're not looking that bad. You know, it's not like these stomps where this is what we understand wrong about the meta. Let's remove this hero or add this hero, or let's play a different style on the map. Like, let's play around rush bit more often. Let's ward this area, not that. You know, it's not these very easy to execute and very simple fixes that they have to make. It's more about the general gameplay that they are taking through the game. Maybe in that last one, pushing waves and preventing Skitter from ratting them. Maybe something like that would have been helpful. But how do you? I guess it's not that hard to improve on not going through the twin gate the way they did, right? But at the same time, the situation in which they did it before worked out really well for them because they got rush. So one time you don't get punished, the other time you do. It's like something I call correct Dota, like playing. You can do wrong things and still win, if that makes sense. Like you can do things that aren't really accurate, things that at some point you might lose because of those things. It's like bad habits. If you get too many bad habits, eventually they're gonna kick you in the ass, and that's something that happened in the last game. Bad habit was called Skitter. He was knocking their Raxes down bottom when no one was defending. It's really hard though. It's easy to talk about it like this. Of course, there's a little bit of tongue in cheek, but it's hard when you're playing versus a team that's coached by AUI. It's hard that's a team that won TI exactly playing that way. So you have to adjust against them. Just pure aggression and purely banging your head against the wall or the high ground tier 3 tower, what they did on top twice in a row, it's not going to work.
This is, if we remember the previous Weaver game that we saw from Skitter up against Team Spirit, same thing, exact same thing, where he was just riding across the map looking to be this massive nuisance. And that was actually like, there were some key moments in that game where the rat really paid off. And I think he even got like a full set of barracks in that game as a trade when they were playing from behind. So yeah, I don't know what it is, but Skeeter's Weaver, I mean, definitely one of his better heroes, and we're seeing, it seems like it's in a pretty good position at the moment. Like, I'm seeing this carry Weaver have a decent amount of success. And actually, how many games has he got? There's 11 Weaver games and 63% win rate. So
he's a really, really good Weaver player, like always was. And the way they play the map, it's not only on him. Like, we were praising Amar as well and how he was playing. If you remember, playing on the bottom side of the map, just farming that line of creeps and creep skipping, just creating so much space for his team and also taking some space away from Heroic. Meanwhile, you could see maybe Davai Lama doing something similar, but most of the time they were just on a hunt. They were on a hunt. They're 10k ahead and they're just hungry beasts running across the map trying to get kills, which is what their draft should do. Unfortunately, in game one, the strategy that Team Falcons had was a bit better. They could play the map faster and they could split them. They didn't allow themselves to get caught way too many times. Like, you could maybe see snaking dying here and there, but that's it. Still very, very close game one. I want to see game two before I really put my sentence on how these two teams match up. Right now, Heroic are looking really like a team that can take a game or a series off of anyone. These are their words, but I also have a lot of faith in what they said. It's all about how they show up and what draft they've got. I don't think this was a bad showing from them. A couple of mistakes that really cost them the game. And same was the game with, what was it, Spirit versus Falcons. Literally almost the same mistakes as well, if you remember. Like, they force you into these things. Larl went through Twin Gate alone and died next to the Twin Gate, and then they lose the fight off of that, and Falcons win that series, or at least that game of the series, because of these small mistakes. So yeah, it's hard. Like, we're all human beings. You don't see the full map the way we do, right? They don't see it. You want to be super efficient, and sometimes you get punished for it. Maybe Amar is someone they could focus on. Maybe his aggressive farming is something that you can maybe abuse, play around knowing exactly where he will be. Remember that medium camp ward that you mentioned, like when that was scouting Weaver? Maybe if you get that a little bit earlier, maybe that's like a game changer for Heroic, just having vision to know when they're gonna rat.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they're going to do and what the adaptation is going to be. We do have our second game draft getting underway. So Falcons Radiant playing with second pick, Heroic Dire with first pick. It looks like at least the start of the bands are very similar.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let's see. Razor, Shadow Demon, Kunkka, Primal Beast. Let's see if Timber goes through. I still think, considering how hard that lane was for Davai Lama,
5 seconds remaining.
his Timber still did so much, and it still found enough farm. Maybe that's a hero that you could ban or consider banning out at least. One thing that I would like to see from Falcons as well is I'd like to see a Beastmaster from them. Completely go back, stand in 33. Go back to the Beastmaster right there.
The issue is Amar's not a beast player.
I know.
Something has changed.
It would be. I feel like it completely fits their playstyle, and the hero is back. By the way, he's on his phone. That's why the camera is like this. Very nice angle, though. Nice shelves. Let's spy on him. What does he have? He has a jersey there, a couple of posters, some medals. He has a medal. Is that Dota medal? What do you think? Or maybe he's a volleyball player in his spare time.
Yeah, I think definitely in his spare time he plays volleyball. I think I heard he's one of the best volleyball
Master
players
tier,
out there
yeah.
as well. Yeah, I mean, like Desire apparently used to be a like semi-professional soccer player, and then Skeeter is
Really?
also used to be. That's what I'm almost certain that this is the information that I've heard, and yeah, Skeeter is a professional volleyball player though. That's what the medals are from his time in university. Yeah, had some really good showings, and he's got some good stories about it though. When you see him next lane, you should bring it up.
Yeah, definitely. I will. I'm sure that's true. By the way, it's not really that strange that Dota players have competitive past in some in some that's a nice pose right there. Chilling hard. Reminded me to do the same. Yeah, it's not that strange that Dota players have competitive past in like some sports. That competitive spirit is basically what drives you. Like, love for the game drives you really far and can even get you into the competitive scene, even if you don't like competing. But competing, loving the competition brings you to this stage, like to the tier 1 scene. On one side we have a Weaver, on the other the Timber saw two teams probably very happy with what they got, the most impactful heroes probably of the last game on both sides. We'll see if Team Falcons ban out the Bloodseeker again. Like, another nice hero for the Weaver could be something like a Naga or like one of these illusion heroes. Hector, he does play them, but like, we categorized him already in the carry, among the carries, and they don't fit that aggressive animal carry role from the safe lane.
5 seconds remaining.
At least in the recent games, what he has played, right? Like, it's been some trolls, some Bloodseekers, these big, aggressive lane dominators. Are they covering the Weaver with the Rubik pick, by the way, or do they just love it? Because this Rubik pick has been very often picked into the Weaver just to be able to steal that. Sukuchi works great against him. So maybe also just not to steal Sukuchi, but to have a way of getting on top of Weaver, lifting him from Invis is always a problem. Like Invis initiation, instant initiation is not something you like to play against, but it looks like we will see the same game, at least right now. The same drafts.
I think it's a mix of both things, right? Like the night pick of the Rubik, but also the fact that it's probably one of Crit's better heroes. And you also mentioned in the previous draft, like stealing the Timber spells can be quite nice, whether it be Whirling Death or honestly, all of them are very, very nice for the Rubik to be able to steal, and especially use back onto the Timber. So, I like the Rubik. Of course, you are going to be going to Enchantress, so still this is no different. That this should be, Enchantress does like to lane versus the Rubik, so that was a big advantage that you had in the draft previously. Unfortunately, it didn't matter too much in the end. Amar was still able to get a decent chunk of farm.
I really like the adaptation to the Enchantress that he did. I mean, I say I like it. I don't know how good it is. Like, it looked all right. I have to test it. Like, I never tried that. Like, he bought drums, used all of them, and then sold the drums and went to Orchid instantly. It's kind of like, okay, I get it. Like, you got this Orchid fast enough to have some extra disable versus all of these heroes. It's nice. At the same time, you just lost half of the value of the drums. You could have went Boots of Bearing eventually. That should be your Schofield hero, right? Like last game, we had the Hoodwink. It wasn't easy for him to play. What?
They picked Earthshaker into Rubik?
Yeah. They want to play some Shaker. Some Shakira.
Okay.
You're playing it into Rubik, but you have instant disable this time. Like that's well, more or less instant. That's a huge difference to what they had in game 1. They had Hoodwink. Hoodwink is good, but you could see so many times that Bushwhack, it just misses. It doesn't really help them. This time around, you have Fissure from the Fog on the Weaver. That's already like a setup that Weaver finds hard to deal with. But like you said, yeah, you are playing it into the Rubik. Rubik will have always the hero to steal spells from. Just getting that Fissure is always nice. And also, okay, it's those last games lanes for Timber. It's hard to say that the lane can go any worse. I was gonna say maybe the lanes will be weaker a bit now, but it's harder to have a weaker lane. This is still Omega good though. You have a Clockwork into Shaker. You love playing Clock into Shaker. You have a Clock Weaver lane into most likely a Earthshaker Timber lane. Earthshaker Timber, it doesn't strike me as the best lane. Maybe they can switch things up, put Enchantress top with them, put some ranged core with an Earthshaker on safe lane. Maybe that's an adaptation that they could make, possibly.
Do they Bloodseeker again?
It looked good last game, honestly. I don't think they lost because of the pick. I feel Bloodseeker posed a threat to everything Falcons did. I really think it was a good carry, but the gameplay itself didn't lead them to victory. No, it isn't about the heroes. It wasn't about the draft. Only thing they lacked, they already fixed. That's that instant disable from a position 4 or 5, whatever. You get that Fissure. I feel like this is better, but okay, they get a Pango first. Not a lot that they can do about this Pango on Falcons. You have the Doom that he doesn't truly care too much about if he's in Rolling Thunder. The Clockwork with Cogs, sometimes a bit of a problem, but can be outplayed. So no game-breaking heroes on Falcons for the Pango, and it's hard to pick anything as the last pick into him. Like nothing that really counters him too hard. Maybe what can you
Puck and Storm?
Yeah, Puck and Storm basically. They ban out the Huskar instead. They don't want to get cheesed. But even Puck and Storm, I feel like you can play against them. You get Diffusal as well, and it's not that terrible of a matchup.
I think it's also what it provides the team, though. Like, I feel like last game, Doom Disruptor is a very old-fashioned combo where Kinetic Field and Glimpse means that you can't escape, and now you don't have that. Like, it's pretty much just the Clockwork. Rubik, his spells a little bit as well, so...
I think it's good. Like when it comes to
Okay.
catch and control on Falcons, like you can get more for sure. Like you can get some mid laner, but like some sort of a spirit
10
is
seconds remaining.
of course good. Like Storm, it looks like a good Storm game. Like you can play
5
into the Timber, you
seconds
can play into the Pango well. If Malrine wants to play it, I wouldn't mind it at all. But they already, like, their catch is good. Like just from the supports and the Doom, I feel I'd be happy with it. And even if they last pick something like a Lashrak, you know, just for the damage, just for objective taking, I wouldn't mind that as well.
Sure. Farouk still got to try and work out what their carry is going to be. The Bloodseeker will be respected.
Yeah, let's see what they can get against this Weaver. Like melee heroes that can't chase are out. Like you can't play that. It's too difficult. Like he can juke you around way too much. You can get heroes that either outfarm him and outscale him in fights. Like one of those melee is maybe something like a Sven. That's still doable. Faceless Void is banned out. What's left that's super meta? Are there any super meta heroes? There's like a Morphling, you can't play it into Doom. Like that's why it's not banned. Like it's an unplayable matchup.
Wow.
CK, illusion-based heroes with a catch are probably the best, and CK would fit both, right? So that I like this ban a lot. It's also full-on Hector hero, and they did play it recently. I don't know, like PL and Naga for me still seems solid. I'm just not sure
5 seconds
how
remaining.
comfortable they are playing it into Doom. I think it shouldn't be that bad.
Trying to see if there's any carries I'm missing as well.
There's Luna, right? Like if you're looking at Omega, these meta carries, there's Luna, but besides her, it's hard to find these guys that are really good against Weaver.
Dire team pick.
Let's see. They ban out the monkey.
Wow.
Okay, so into the Pango mid, or
Radiant
what is
team
it?
pick.
Am I seeing something wrong? They Hector Raid King. Let's go, baby. Okay, it is a melee hero, which isn't great, but he doesn't care about Doom. You get a hero that really sucks against Monkey, so it makes sense that they ban out the Monkey.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
he does have a stun, at least some extra catch that you get.
5
Strong
seconds
laner
remaining.
overall. Okay, not too bad. I mean, I would have rather, like a CK was maybe a bit of a better pick, but they have better objective taking now with the Raid King. Something that they suffered from in game 1 was being unable to take down towers faster as 5 heroes than what Weaver was doing on the other side. So Raid King kind of fixes that.
Pick your puck, Lash, and let's go.
I still like, yeah. There they go with the Lash. I liked your calls. I really liked the spirit, any of the spirits. Like Storm would be fantastic. Puck as well would be really damn good. But it wasn't like this absolute must. So they go with the Lash instead.
I think the Storm gets a little bit weaker with the Wraith King pick. Puck doesn't care because the phase shift, and I think anyway, like we keep suggesting Storm, but no one's picking this hero. So I don't know if there's just some like understanding at the moment from pubs or in scrims as well that Storm is not looking very good. I mean, 4 games, 50% win rate, but yeah, people really are not picking this hero. So I don't know.
And who even played it? I feel like it played. Abed maybe played it once or twice, right? And Squadix, and that's it. So
Let's see.
Not a lot of teams play it. No, I do like the Lash. I feel like it's one of Malrine's better heroes. It gives you a lot of mixed damage into Timbersaw, the lane itself versus Pango. Like when the rotations happen, sure, Pango can do something, but even these rotations, let's see how much Schofield will be able to do with the Shaker. It's not easy to combo everything with the Pangoliers. These fissures can go really wrong. You're playing into a Clockwork as Earthshaker as well, so you can get punished really hard for stepping out of position. like you said, Lash into Wraith King probably feels much better. Like just having this boss standing up front that doesn't care about Wraith King and what he can do. Just the AoE damage alone is good enough to deal with him and the Skellies. So I don't mind. I don't mind the Lash. They're cooking. I don't mind the Lash pick.
Yeah. With that being said, with the Wraith King though, like if Wraith King is playing ahead of the Leshrac, we can see like I don't know if it's going to be the Deso build. I would imagine it's probably Radiance, like Armlet Radiance, just with still how strong Radiance is at the moment. But previously with like a bit more of a Deso build, we did see Lesh's armor be an issue if he was playing with like an item disadvantage. If you jump him. So like that does need to be said where that is a possibility, but that really depends on the net worth between the two. And I've also seen a lot of times if Lesh is playing ahead of the Pango, like you can't actually roll at the Leshrac because you just die to all the AoE damage. I don't know why Quinn got said.
I'm not sure as well. Queen minus, yeah. Maybe because of the Pango joke?
I don't know.
Yeah. That hero. Go. Just go. Just game. Just game from school. Just game. Not right. Good. Not good luck. Just maybe just good. Just good. When you write some, yeah.
Yeah. What do you got?
Just saying good luck to the enemy team. You know.
You don't like it?
I mean.
Oh,
how about
really?
you don't have luck and we don't have luck? What if I tell you bad luck and you tell me bad luck? It's the same then, right? Like you are unlucky, we're unlucky, we're on the same level.
Yeah, but it's sportsmanship. That's what it is.
No, it's not. It's like you're basically worrying about karma. You're saying this good luck just so bad karma doesn't strike you.
Battle begins.
I don't want you to have good luck.
Maybe that's how you look at it. I feel like that's not how everyone looks at it.
Then why do you cry when people crit you or something? You know, why do people cry when the enemy team gets better items? Better neutrals. Oh, they had luck, they won. Oh, how lucky.
So they shouldn't have said good luck at the start?
You literally wished it. You literally wished it upon them. No reason to cry now. Like you told them good luck.
It's a sportsmanship thing though, no? You don't,
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe it? So you...
I want to win, man. Come on.
Were you superstitious when you played?
Sure. My PC has to be in the perfect position for me to win.
That's right. Did you say about the branches as well? Is that something you also mentioned?
I mean, I was joking, bro. Courier. You see, this is the luck. The courier goes into him.
Oh, shut up.
That's because they wish them good luck.
Want them to be mean and say nasty stuff?
Just say bad luck. That's it. That's how you started. Anyways, actually, like, I'm ashamed to admit it, but like when I was playing, like, I was a bit superstitious about some things. Like, I don't know, just the way the day starts or something. You know, you're just not feeling it. If I don't do this that I did the last time I won, maybe today my game is not gonna be as good. You know what I mean? Even though it has nothing to do with it.
Oh, I know.
I know it's not rational at all, but yeah, it's just this feeling that's bugging you.
Yeah, no. I mean, did you get that from sports though? Because I mean, I got that at least. My dad was relatively superstitious, and he played sports, and I kind of was the same a little bit. No, okay.
Not really. From Dota actually. And from Warcraft as well. When I was a kid and competed, that was even more obvious.
Have you noticed like plays being superstitious as well in game? Like one thing I notice is if say you win game one, you write good luck and you tip someone, or you say like good luck crit, for example. Say like K1 says that to start the game, and then he tips him as well, and then they win game 1. Then game 2, they'll do the exact same thing. He'll say good luck crit and tip him.
I think
a lot of people do that. I've noticed that. Like a lot of players actually do that.
I don't think that's that much about superstitious, more about some mental game, you know. Crit, top lane. Good luck crit, is he gonna live? The blocks, dude, the blocks from Doom were massive. Amar, what a player.
Radiant's top tower
He
is
doesn't
under
need luck
attack.
when he has a teammate such as that one. Like, body blocks the little skellies from the Wraith King so the Rubik doesn't die under the tower. Really nicely done. And he
bro
blocked
right
2
there.
skellies, yeah. Real bro. That's the kind of a friend you want to have in real life.
Yeah, you
That's
need
your
some
back.
brothers like that. Yeah, you definitely do. It makes life a little bit easier. You can game with them. You know they're gonna sacrifice their life when it comes to it. See, Crit's gonna do the
Skeletons,
same
yeah.
thing coming up. Like he's gonna be able to give space to Amar, so this Doom can utilize Devour, and then late game we're gonna see what he did last game. He might be able to do it again, and then it's payment for being a brother.
Exactly. Let's see these broskis on bot lane. There's level 3 Snaking. Like, he's actually really strong right now, but can't get on top of Shaker. On being a little bit outplayed. At the same time, they're a full level ahead of the Shaker, so a bit more experience on these two. Which should make it a bit easier for them to play.
Don't think I brought it up in the draft. I wanted to mention it though with the clockwork against the Timber. I know we spoke about it with the value versus the Earthshaker, but I've always felt like I think Clockwork's probably one of the better strength. Well, the Vailama? Are they going to continue
fine,
chase?
he's
No,
fine.
he's fine. I know the Clockwork's universal now, but of course used to be strength, and you would,
Yep.
your little brain thoughts would be strength hero, very bad versus Timber. But I really felt like Clockwork has always been one of the better ones. Like Battery Sword is very frustrating in the early game to be able to stop the chain away. Hookshot to always catch him, and like Cogs, you offer a lot of control and surprisingly like a decent amount of damage with the Battery Sword levels. So yeah, I've
Yep.
always really liked Clockwork into this hero.
It shouldn't be surprising. I think it's the strongest nuke in the game. Not nuke, I mean, over time. The strongest spell on level 2. Not sure. Like, Battery Assault is up there, definitely. One of the strongest ones. If every hit connects on you, of course. Schofield this time. Oh, nice
timing.
little... Yeah, nice totem. Lives because of it. And also, because of all these creeps, the Battery Assault isn't doing that much. They're playing them. They're playing them on bot lane. They're finding ways. Heroic is finding ways to have a much better lane than the last game. Last game was a disaster down bottom. Or actually on top for these two, right? They were Radiant.
Does look like though either side's probably going to have to start considering about these power runes we got coming up shortly.
Yeah, the 6-minute mark coming up. Amar, by the way, has the Ogre Smash. We didn't really talk about other lanes. He's got the Ogre Smash. I love it. Nice
No
little
mana
reward.
cost?
No mana, yeah. I mean, it's such a dumb spell. Imagine if that cost mana. Come on, bro. Like, you channel it for 2.4. So how long is the channel?
2.4, you're right. But is that not a lot of damage for 2.4 second channel? 200?
Wait, 2.4 is the stun. That's
Oh, the
how long
stun,
is the
sorry.
stun.
middle tower is under attack.
What you'll find laying around.
Radiant are scared.
That spell should never connect. It should literally never
No,
connect.
but I'm not saying for it to like connect on an enemy, but don't you just like, can't you farm with this? Like Scorch Earth and Ogre Smash? Am I like not looking to this enough? I don't know. I feel like 200 damage is a
you're
lot
discovering,
for no mana.
Maybe you're discovering some new tech. I'm not sure. I never did it because it's just a dumb spell, but maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. You take this and you farm some ancient stacks with it, or hard camp stacks. Crit.
Nature attend us.
No one to block for him now.
Nice try. Dude, that's first blood. What, 6 minutes in, still haven't got a kill, and looks like
Malrine and
Schofield.
Yeah. We'll steal it. We'll die as well.
He's gonna
though.
die though.
Radiant's middle tower is
And
under
meanwhile, oh, I don't know what happened. I was watching the other side, but looks like Analog, I think, messed up a little bit with the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, Ruffle, I don't know. I love that I don't know what just happened.
They did get the 2 wisdom runes, right? Like Analog got his, and And Schofield stole the other one. Malrine as well has this double damage. A lot of spell amp to work with now. Sorry, not double damage, amplified damage, my bad.
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah, and Snaking actually TPs into tank for him, very nicely. And the push away, very nicely done by Snaking. Use the cogs so Analog can't deny. But he might... They don't have Rolling Thunder. KJ is coming in. Ah man, Schofield just can't find the right angle to fissure. This isn't bad, but Chance is just gonna die.
Yeah.
Like they were setting up.
Schofield?
Yeah, maybe even him. No, he should be fine. There's Arcane Rune. I feel like Pango might even go. Yeah, he's trying. Oh no, they didn't go on the same target. Analog went on Rubik, meanwhile Shaker went on Lash. Lash was the only option though. Such a slow game in comparison to the last one. Like last one at this point we had... I don't even know how many kills, but much slower this time around. Armored Dezo, by the way, on Raid King. No Radiance, at least not for now.
Interesting. Didn't think it would... Yeah, I really thought it would be that Radiance build that is going to go down. I mean, we spoke about the Desolator value with the low armor from the Leshrac. I mean, the supports also don't have a lot of armor as well. And... yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Let's see how much value it's going to provide him.
Let's see, they do have level 6 Doom, but no Doom just yet on him. Could skill it, he has a point, I believe. 2 plus 3 equals 5. 6 levels? Yes, he does. Quick maths.
Well done. Very impressed. So, medal worthy. Maybe that's what Ski got his medal for. Divine Llama bottom. Snakeing's going to be able to wrap around. They're going to start to TP in the Earthshaker. But unfortunately, Scofield's going to run straight to Melrine, and Melrine now... Oh, okay. Clockwork dies. Divine Llama inside the lake as well. Are they going to be able to get a little bit of damage? They're not.
No, he's out. Analog is here, but he can't really do a lot. KJ takes the rune on top. By the way, that's one reason why I don't like clock into Timber. Sometimes, like you like, I like everything you said is valid, everything is correct, but sometimes you just die to him if you don't have the correct support on your side, especially in the lane. Like if the lane is a bit harder and you're playing versus some ranged 4 that can constantly harass you and you're like 50% HP, you can never even get close to Timber. You're just afraid of being bursted down. Look at Skitter, by the way. Oh, that's not blocking him, right? Yeah, he's fine.
Who do you feel like is enjoying the slower game that we have in the second one more than the other team? Do you feel like there's a side, or they're both pretty happy?
I think you're always happy with Shaker if the lanes are like this. You know, you're just supposed to not necessarily win the lane and pressure it, but make sure that your offlaner is just having a decent enough of a time, and then later on is when you really strike. So I think for him it's good for heroic. Also, you look at K1, he's just chilling, completely farming. Then on the other side, the upside is you have a Doom, right? So he always farms really nicely, and he's Omega farmed. Like he's got a Veil and 1,000 gold on top of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know, I feel like Falcons might be the ones that need to do a bit more.
And they are trying to, so... looking to change the status quo of this game with the Smokers 3. They will lose their bottom tower. And off that heroic, they're going to go for their own smoke as well. Level 6 online for Schofield.
Ooh, K1 that just dodges them and goes back in. And goes back in
they
again.
can mass TP if they want to.
Yeah, they're just afraid of going on him. He has ulti, of course, right? So, actually, not of course. Sometimes you don't see Raid King leveling it up, but he does have it.
Oh, not into the echo. It only clips on one, but they cancel the TP of Melrine. And now he's kind of stuck. That fish is actually pretty goddamn good, and now Melrine I mean, it's got to dance around. And it looks going to get stunned for the moment. Still will have time to be able to utilize the ulti. A little bit bouncy of a ride for the Pango, but it's not going to matter. They get some nice kills.
Centaur stomp once again, Davai Lama. I think he's as confused as I was, but Crit stole enchant. And with that enchant, he enchanted the Centaur and he stunned them twice now. So because of that, Skitter gets a free tower. Once again, the rat commences.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
K1 is huge though. Oh, Doom mid lane.
Yeah,
Are there any
top lane
brothers to be
Crit.
able to help the Timber? Looks like there are. And meanwhile, Crit's going to go down, but Timber will survive the first Doom of the game. Skeeter is actually starting to wrap.
He's got a bit more levels in reactive armor now. This game he went for 2 levels, so a little bit harder to take down for the Weaver. Of course, Doom doesn't care, but if you get gone on by these other heroes, it's a bit better. Nice gameplay once again from Heroic. It's very similar to game 1. They're having a pretty good early stage.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they can convert though with the early advantage.
Are scanning.
Fissure's
That
going to block them
Fissure.
off from getting over the edge. So Wisdom Rune will be picked up. Of course, Crit's going to be able to find Falcon's own Wisdom Rune as well.
Skitter, he literally stole every Wisdom Rune they had in the last game. Like 7, 14, 21. So it's good that they block him away. Make sure that no such things can happen again. By the way, there's a Daz on this Raid King. Like, you are pretty much the king of the game at the moment. Rosh is an option. Even with Timber tanking it. Of course, you don't want to do it straight away. There's a lot of farm to be had on the map. And objectives to be taken.
Do you think tier 2 needs to be taken first beforehand?
You don't have to completely take it, but taking a fight before, and it's too early. It's too early. You don't have to do it. I mean, you can, but it's not something like you don't do it fast enough. It will just put you behind. And they are pressuring this tier 2. You have Enchantress with creeps, drums again, same build on KJ. You are being ratted on top. That's something though.
Ratted is a strong word in this case.
Okay,
no, this
traded,
is just
traded.
a
It's just
crappy
a
trade.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
Analog.
Mid lane, hook.
Shown
Let's
to
go
the
haste.
Pangolier. It's not going to matter if he's stuck inside the cogs for long enough. Maybe it will now. Alright, he gets out. Oh, far out. That was a bit too close though.
Oh, super nicely done by Falcons. The hookshot, the follow-up from the stun, everything was on point. He just had haste. It was still so close. Like, they could have killed him. The fissure was good from Schofield, helping out. And they do lose the tier 2 tower. So tier 2 for tier 1, not the best trade.
Schofield?
But
Running blindly up the high ground. Still going to be able to land the Echo Slam. Now with the burst but damage, Melrain's in some danger. Are they still going to be able to get the kill? No one else is there to follow up, and Melrain will live through it all. Radiant are finally going to be able to lose one member. I mean, Crit dies inside the river. Analog as well with the Rolling Thunder, but no one is here. So K1 a little bit too late, unfortunately, and Falcons. Some 2 kills. Skeeter again.
Yeah,
he was
doing-
nowhere to be seen.
yeah, let's see if K1 maybe does something different, goes for maybe a blink earlier this game. He's doing a BKB build first now. Shaker will scout this. Oh, that was so close. Probably you still don't kill him. You just don't have the control. He'd still be able to scooch you away. But yeah, look at that tier 2 tower on top. That's what Skitter does. And now that's a bit of a rat, right? Like, they're fighting mid, he is still taking top. And you could see the power of Rubik and Crit stealing that fissure, just using it against Schofield, using it against Heroic. It's a spell that sometimes it's nice to get a shard when you're playing in a game versus Rubik, and you can just cast it from fog. They are going Rosh, so it will be quite an early one. Rocket Flare scouts it, so they do know what's gonna happen.
Looks like there won't be a response, so Falcons happy with what they're getting out of the map.
Radiant are scared.
There's no Doom, right?
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
40 seconds without it, so not a team fight to be had. Ages probably on analog, you think?
Yeah. You have a Raid King in your team. You probably aren't giving him the Aegis. Let's see. Yeah, analog will take it.
Has fallen to the darkness.
That was pretty close though to getting sniped. Blink as well just got killed on the
Hey,
corridor
that
for
was-
Schofield.
Yep. That's the massive one. Like a minute and a half without it. Okay, it's not the longest time to wait, but still. Killing that Blink.
Just
Pretty
delays
strong.
delays a little bit of the advantage of the Aegis, right? Because now, like, this is the one thing of you not contesting Roche. You see all the lanes are shoved out, bottom shoved out, mid shoved out. So Heroic need to go address that, which is going to
Snaking.
take 30 minutes to be able to do so.
Scott Hook. Yeah.
I'm for TP. I will
are-
get enough distance away until Divine Llama chains over the top. Should be a kill.
Gets him, yeah. Nicely done. Very well understood that he has no mana, so they chase him down. Look at Analog mid. He wants Doom, maybe? It's a hard kill. Like, he's got this Shivas to work with, a lot of armor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skeeter on top lane. And Crit is covering him this time around as well, so he will not be 100 to 0
Top tower has fallen.
by some shaker or anything like that. They're making space out of this map really damn well on Falcons, even when they're behind, which they aren't net worth-wise, but they are playing into Aegis. They're still making a lot of space.
He's not going back.
Dire's
He will actually hit this high ground, and Heroic now
Dire's
have a bit of a decision to make whether they trade the T2 tower mid for some of their high ground damage. They're going to smoke and sweep across the map, but let's see if it's red.
Well, there's no one mid, right?
Dire's
Like, no
top
one is
tower
showing.
is under attack.
Raid King TP stop, and Skitter now is on the mid lane, killing another courier. Just how annoying it must feel to play against this playstyle. I can't even imagine. I mean, I can. Everyone can. We all played against this.
He's been so annoying.
Arguably, you even had a better lane into the Weaver last game, and you couldn't control him. There's a blink on
I
Shaker
get caught
though.
now.
Yeah.
He's going to try to TP out Schofield.
Again.
Knowing the limits very well. Bit too close for comfort potentially, but there's a lot of time wasted. 2 minutes now left on the Ages, so I mean, rating is getting a lot of farm. Like K1 is huge. He's about to have BKB completed. Your other cores, yeah, Divine Llama's got a decent amount of farm as well. So let's see what's going to happen there. We do have a bit of an attempt to try and steal the Wisdom Rune. Unfortunately, they'll be a bit too late from Amar and Snaking.
Yeah. Maybe even an attempt to kill someone that goes for the Wisdom Rune. They have Doom, and they are splitting the map still. They're not playing the game any other way, just splitting constantly. Skitter actually even creep skipping on top lane, snaking in smoke, killing off the creeps down bottom with battery assault.
Dire's bottom
Analog, meanwhile, he's got that region, so they
Jesus.
dive the crit.
Radiant's top tower is
The
under
crit, they dive crit, they get him. Maybe this is a better trade for them though, because there are no creeps for Weaver top. I think this is very important. They're creep skipping multiple times on Dire, like they killed the creep wave top, so Skitter actually can't utilize this. And this is the old school answer to anyone trying to take your base when you're pushing. That's just creep skip that lane. Don't allow him to have the wave.
Radiant's middle tower
They got
has
it.
fallen.
And yeah, let's see if Analog
Divine
does
Llama?
that.
They might even be able to get a free Timbersaw kill as well. And Amar's probably going to be able to get away with his own life unless K1 can catch up to him. Blink at the last second. Schofield. Fisher does connect on K1. Still, they're going to try and do whatever they can to slow him down. Radiant. Maybe Snake King's just going to sacrifice his own life, so at least Amar is able to escape. Schofield's still hunting, though. It actually clips him with the enchant totem.
They got him as well.
Fisher's going to fly, and yeah, they're going to get him. So finally, like, this must be such a frustrating game for Heroic that Falcons are continuing to avoid them everywhere across the map, but finally they're going to be able to get some kills.
Yeah, they have adapted extremely well, though. This is the first wave on top that's actually pushing in. Like you see the one on the top lane. That they let go. And Skitter, because of that, is not able to pressure the high ground. In last game, with that first Aegis, he was already pressuring high ground. He was trading really nicely. Shaker as well, a very nice adaptation. Oh, the dust connects. Skitter. No dust on him now.
I need to glide me
there
here.
as well. He has DP. Schofield is on him. He knows. Ah, doesn't blink. So close. Once again.
Skeeter is 0-0-0. No kill participation at all. This network lead is growing for Falcons, 3,000 now. It's such a clear read as well. It's so obvious with how they're playing. Like, they really feel like they are not strong at the moment in team fights. This is where the items and the net worth, just that pure advantage, is potentially going to change it. Maybe the BKBs, like Melrain's going for his, Amar's going for a BKB. You've got the defensive items getting worked on from the supports. 1-4 stuff, 2-4 stuffs are actually on the supports. Skeeter's about to go for a pike. So, you know, maybe there's some pretty big items coming through that they feel like will, I imagine, enable them to start taking these team fights that they're currently avoiding.
Of course, that's basically the game plan, right? Like, just wait it out until we are ready to fight. And this really is something very endemic to Falcons. Like, I don't see it very often by other teams. People have moved away from it a little bit, and it seemingly is working.
Trying to TP, they got the vision though. And now look at the damage.
Shaker is making the world of difference. Basically everything that's going on is happening because of him. Also, they are on top lane, but all the waves are now pushed in. And this is, like, this is the main way of playing against it, right? Like, you constantly keep the waves cut, you don't let any creeps leave their base, and then they can't really do anything but fight you. Something that they failed at doing last game, but very nice adaptation already.
Another minor thing, but Schofield's doing a really good job to cover the fissure stills. I've only seen Crit have it once, and that was at that mid fight where they, yeah. Ma, they're also pretty close by.
They are reading them like a book. This is so much better from Heroic.
Oh, that's actually not a bad Doom into TP. Oh,
but you do use the Doom, right? Which isn't that great for you. However, mid lane is pushed in. They didn't manage to cut this wave, so Skitter will be able to pressure the tier 2 tower. It is a bit scarier to even do what he's doing right now. And he's only able to do it because he saw the Doom on Shaker. Like, it's kind of scary to push like this when you know there's a Shaker on the other side, hiding somewhere.
Dire are scanning.
actually going to get the tower, probably. They're going to see them pretty shortly looking to walk up the high
They're
ground.
just going top, yeah.
They've got a glyph on Radiant, but these buildings fall incredibly fast thanks to the Wraith King skeletons.
Yeah, just look at Analog. He's already mid, ready for the next wave. He's gonna cut it.
Amar?
And this...
Maybe they can fight if they pop Reincarnation, K1. Just gets out.
No. This is much better. There is one wave, actually 2 waves that went through on the bottom lane for Falcons. So because of that, maybe they'll be able to push in. The Hector is already there, K1 defending. Look at Skitter though. He is under vision.
Kill?
He might... Ooh,
Oh my.
that was so close, yeah. The pike with the bugs. Such a nice combination. You get the vision, and with the pike you can continue hitting him. But what's more important, they're not forced to go base. Like, this Enchantress heals him now, and they can just continue pushing in. Again, KJ, by the way, did the same thing. He sold the drums. Went for the pike this time instead.
I was going to say, are they even going to get anyone? Surely they'll get Snake King though, right? No? Maybe?
Maybe, yeah. They have a blink on K1. They're gonna get him.
Okay.
This is massive because they have a wave, by the way. They have a wave, and they don't care about... They have all the tier 2s, so they don't really care about mid and bot. They can still push down mid with this wave from top lane. They have an AC on Wraith King. He's massive. There's a BKB. I feel like you have to fight if you're Falcons. You cannot let this go any further.
Oh, K1.
Yeah. Skitter is here.
Skitter's going to force Analog's Rolling Thunder as well.
Yep.
So just a little bit of pocket. I mean, this has to be such a frustrating game to play into.
It is, but they're in a much better state. I don't think it's that hard anymore. They're also... this is rush timing for them. You just force the Weaver back. That's what this was about, really. Like, him pushing in could have been a problem if you were going for rush now. But now that you know that he's in the base, it's maybe a little bit easier. However, so many times I see Falcons win exactly here. Like, this is the stage of the game that they turn everything upside down. This team fight around the second rush.
And they have a great ward.
A great ward. 1k difference, by the way, in net worth. So nothing really huge.
Dire are
Skitter has a shard as well now, so a lot of bonus damage from him.
Looks like they know, but they're actually going to leave Roche, so they don't even try and get set up for a potential team fight with Vision here.
They have a creep, in the pit.
are scanning.
Oh,
They're actually
they're
gonna-
gonna wait.
Middle tower is under
This is a gamble.
It is, but 30 seconds. Look, in 30 seconds they can do it, but they need to do it straight away. They need to do it right now. They need to run
Oh,
it. 20
no.
seconds is enough. I feel like it's enough.
Yeah, it
They
is.
gotta
Now, do you
commit
go through the
everything.
portal and take the fight? What's it called? It's a really hard decision to make on Falcons, and yeah, they're just going to have to give it up. So the gamble from them going through the portal, hoping that Heroic take a little bit too long to sweep the area. Well, they ran pretty much instantly, and this will be second Roche now for them. So you got Ages and Cheese on Analog.
Very well read by Heroic. Nice attempt by Falcons. Like, this is also, they've been using these twin gates so well. They bait out the team to move through the twin gate because of Rush, because of kill, because of scout. I don't even know, but they always manage to bait someone out and kill them off when they have this positioning advantage.
They want to fight with the DD on Skeeter.
Let's see,
They're gonna
K1.
try and go for K1. And they should
He's
be able
big.
to bring him down very easily. K1 doesn't want to pop BKB on the first life. And now with a hookshot just off the mark. So Schofield, we can see the potential spell casting for the Earthshake and not having to worry about that hookshot now. But still K1, no BKB
Bar
means his
Doom.
team fight is not going to be easy. Analog tries to jump in, creating as much chaos as he possibly can. It's a pretty good fissure, but still with a Gleipnir, just connects on the outskirts. Wraith King, if they got the damage, so he might
alive.
tick out one more.
alive.
Oh my god.
He's alive. Yeah, that was crazy. A fight that could have been amazing if they get K1, if they kill him off, because it buys them more time against the Aegis, it buys them more space. Not everything connected. Very nice fissure from Schofield, just saving Private Hector so that he can move back. Nice little, like, but you can see how dangerous Falcon are. Like, this team, they just, if you give them one hero that's slightly out of position, they will punish you for it. Really nicely done by them. Unfortunately, the clock hookshot doesn't connect. They don't get on the shaker. Because of that, they can't kill K1 twice. The control was there, and now K1 is even bigger, by the way. That last fight, he didn't have this overwhelming blink. Now he has it completed, so plus 25 strength. A bit more to chew through.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see, yeah, let's see if the blinks, that extra strength is going to be enough to protect them though, because Radiant have been showcasing they have a lot of damage, and it's going to continue to be that way as this game goes on. I mean, you are getting
going-
farmed on these heroes at scale.
He's going Gags next.
On the Wraith King, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting crit as well is feels like they're in a position where they need a Wind Waker. So very big investment for the Rubik. Is happy with the items he has currently, but
I think probably to save anyone that gets stun locked, right? Because they have this team that can 100 to 0 you. You have the Shaker, you have the Wraith King with the stun. Just being able
Ma?
to...
Ma? AFK? What? That was
That's BKB.
so awkward. I mean, K1 is also falling pretty low. And with the pressure they put onto K1, it meant that Heroic weren't really able to...
Where the hell did Snaking find Aghanims? Like, I've been so
he's been
invested in
cutting
this
a lot.
ratting. Yeah, cutting a lot with smoke as well, taking a lot of creeps with battery assault. This becomes another problem now for them. Just the rocket spam.
Nice first the Earthshaker as well. Very nice. Potentially cancelling Blink Daggers inside the fights. Also, besides all the extra wave clear that this provides you.
I love that KJ is casually playing without boots, by the way, on Enchantress. In a game in which you have to be everywhere at all times, everyone is just split pushing. It's all about the map coordination. He's without boots.
Okay, one's gonna run
yes.
into Amar. Okay.
No Basher.
We haven't spoken about KJ too much, but this Mage Slayer Hurricane Pike, let's see how much damage the Enchantress can do if he gets left alone in the fights. It's such a difficult call to make because they've been putting a lot of... both supports are like high priority. I mean, you can't let Earthshaker freely spellcast. You want to be like dooming the Pain Go and the Timber, but then that could mean that maybe KJ gets a little bit less attention, and then we've seen, especially even in support Enchantress, if you have these type of items and levels, you can do a lot of damage in these late team fights. So let's see what KJ is going to be able to do for Heroic.
I think he has one job, and his job is literally to use that Mage Slayer on Lash. Just hit him. You know? Like everything else is like, damage is big, of course, it's necessary, but as long as he's hitting Lash, that's really where it's at. They take the Tormentor, but they lose the Aegis at the same time. KJ gets the Sproink.
Dire are scanning.
I just mode avoid every single fight. It's just no big 5v5s. Just chilling in this one. 17 kills, not a lot of action at all.
I feel like more than anything, they're waiting for a team to break under pressure, just make a mistake, you know, because right now it's not the biggest net worth advantage, but still, mistakes can happen when the game is this slow, and it's not really something we see very often in Dota right now. At least in all the qualifier and all the Swiss round, usually the games are pretty fast, compact, and you know what you're getting. But this one, 17 kills, 36 minutes in, this is some Dota blasphemy.
Gotcha.
Aghanims, by the way, 100 gold away on K1.
Alright. Oh, they do see Amar under the ward. Instantly, a couple of heroes turn around. Meanwhile, KJ is going to start to poke the high ground. This won't be difficult
Radiant's bottom
for them to read. Amar. No way! Okay.
He's doing this so well throughout the game, just baiting them into reacting, then BKB TP. Like, his BKB is 6 seconds. Literally, I feel like the moment he buys it, it's 6 seconds. That's how fast it drops. Mid lane, Skitter actually tries to creep skip this, but isn't successful. So they do have a wave to work with if they want to pressure high ground. Instead, looks like K1 is just gonna take the top wave as well.
Alright, well, we are back to mode wrap. Skid is just going to keep cutting. Divide Lumber and Schofield starting to path over towards the Weaver. I mean, the gems very much going to help potentially cutting away some of the vision. They are close to Skeeter.
Oh, he's got.
I don't
but
think.
can they
do
kill
they
him now?
know? Yeah, he was Sakuchi, so they didn't actually know. Now we right clicked, reveals himself.
That's BKB.
He does. I mean, he's got time lapse as well to work with, so it goes down to the
Analog
south.
on the other side.
Schofield, does he guess correctly? He does. Another stun's going to be on the mark. Skitter still is such an issue with only 2 of these heroes. Now back to mid lane though. K1 jumps over the top. They should be able to kill off the clockwork here, so Snake King will go down.
Much different now because you still cannot take the fight on the other side. In the last game you'd win 4 versus 3, but this time around it's too difficult to take K1 down without the Weaver. He has no mana.
If he doesn't go in the portal, yeah, they're going to see him as well with this high ground ward.
Well, he has no mana, no TP. He has to go through here, right? Where can he go? Maybe just remain around? Let's see. Yeah, he's in vision again. They know.
All this effort to run away from them, and now they're potentially still going to catch him. Maybe? Right? Nice fissure. Can anyone get in range? Skidder doesn't have enough mana for the BKB. Now by the time that's going to be there, Melring with the jump over the top. Maybe Skidder was just baiting! I know he didn't mean it, but it kind of worked out like that in the end. Falcons were nearby. Now Snaking as well. He caught a random K1 who has to use a BKB early on, and still a little bit hesitant on Falcons. Couple of buybacks. In fact, 2 buybacks were used. By Llama with a jump, they're going to be able to catch out Crit as well on the low ground.
They're so angry. They're just double buyback straight onto the high ground. No messing around, not waiting for anything, and I'm not sure this is going to be that easy or simple for them.
Everyone might lose his first life.
Divide
The split out's going to be laid on the ground, and Divide Llama's kind of stuck as well. Great position with the cogs. There's going to be no escape. K1 just has to stand his ground and fight it off the back of the Schofield Echo. They can do that. 2 heroes are gone. Has Skeeter got the net worth to be able to win this with a 3v5? But it looks like that might not be the case. Heroic finally, after so many ratting problems, should be able to crack the high ground again.
Let's see. The Weaver is trying to defend. K1, he doesn't have ulti, remember, so he's kind of reluctant to go in.
KJ's a little bit awkward.
Yeah. No spraying.
K1's going to try and protect him. Now Divide Llama as well with the Rolling Thunder in. Analog.
Look at that henchman.
All they need is some control. Analog still also gets the Weaver. He might be able to kill him himself, and he does. Great use of the Rolling Thunder from Analog at the front of the fountain.
Dude, just go in with Enchantress and die on purpose every time. This Aghanim's rate is stronger. Yeah. Oh, he's dead. He's gonna take the tower with him, or at least tries to. That Enchantress rate is stronger than Enchantress herself. The attack speed that you get and just blew them apart. By the way, that whole fight and why they won it, of course they used a couple of buybacks, which is massive. I do believe that Pango Analog, he procced Linken's on Timber. Like, he used it on Timber as Doom was casting Doom. So that Doom gets Linkened off, and they take a much easier fight. Look at Malrine. He's smoked, but...
Yeah, we might have to go back live.
Oh, that's a buyback.
Really early buyback.
Let's see. Well, buybacks were committed on both sides, so even though it's early, you still have 2 lives to work with. You have Rosh if you want to take it. That's why it was so early, right? You don't want to lose Rosh at this situation. Weaver is tipping in, though. Falcons will fight this.
Finally, a head-on-head 5-man fight. Bunch of posturing, waiting for an opportunity. That's a great hook shot. That is a great hook shot! Snake King cashes the support. Schofield is such a huge target if they're able to bring him down, but he ducks over to the trees. He's okay. They do deal with the reincarnation. Melrine is isolated from the team. The TP, it is ambitious. They'll stop it with ease. That's a dieback on the left track.
Davai Lama.
The White Llama's also away from the team, but Skeeter just doesn't have any stuns to help him utilize the damage. And now with the fissure as well, Schofield survived the initial jump. And he's going to be impactful afterwards at the tail end of the fight. They'll be able to catch out Skeeter. The bug, he's been so annoying for them. Such a frustrating hero for them to deal with all these map pressure. But finally, they get a big kill.
Finally, they get him. This has to be such a huge relief. Nice initiation by Falcons. It wasn't really that bad, but the force stab from the Enchanters, the Pike, rescues Schofield. He's able to dodge. He's able to use the fissure afterwards, of course, on Malrine, preventing him from escaping the Rolling Thunder to stop his TP out as well. On the other side, Davai Lama just creating a mess, just being annoying. That's all he's doing, like constantly dishing out damage and being in front. Didn't allow the teammates to connect with the Leshrac at all. And finally, they killed him. Finally, they killed the Lesh. Finally, they killed the bug.
Killing. Oh no, Schofield's already here to set up, and now this is. Man, how are you getting back to base? How are you getting back to base? He's gonna doom. He might actually just go for the kill instead. Probably needs to use the BKB for this, and we're gonna see that be the case. And I mean, he's got to kill the Pangolier. Does he get buyback? He does. I mean, you could buyback if you really need to.
Can they get Megas without him? I believe they can. The Vailama is well very deep, but you don't want to go on him. Megas have been claimed, and maybe now you can go on the Vailama, yeah, with the Weaver being up. Let's see.
He's gonna got the damage though. Oh, nice shoes to chain away. Not gonna matter though.
Yeah, they get him in the end. He has that plus 90 Gemnet attack damage, like a lot of it is being dealt with the Sukuchi Shard as well. Yeah, really weird that Tamar gets Pango. That was hilarious, by the way. I love how Pango started hitting him like, yeah, I'm gonna...
This damage thing, this all-chat damage thing is so funny.
I love it.
No way. Mega Creeps, and it's only an 8,000 lead though for Heroic. It is 5% for Falcons though.
Yeah. Kind of hard game to win from this point. Like, you have to go through all these lives of Wraith King. And every time you kill him, he's gonna cast a stun on all of you. Which is a little bit of a bonus.
Again, have we seen the crit still fissured like since the river fight?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. Not even once. I think.
I think this is
just. Yeah, it's a great game from Schofield.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I feel like it's largely actually props need to be given to him for his positioning and covering his fissure again with Enchant Totem. I mean, this is something you can do, but it can be very difficult.
It's one of his best heroes. I just love Schofield on these melee fours, like your Shaker, Tusk, Clock, stuff like that. Like.
Yeah, Matthew's the same as well. Another. Yep. South American position 4. Seems like they, he's a little bit more of those ratty heroes too. You think of the Bounty, you think of the Ricky at some of the majors last year. So Skinner just completed a MKB. I do think we have seen some damage issues for him inside these previous team fights. I was thinking maybe Daedalus might be something he looks at. MKB's going to help out a lot. What even evasion is he going up against? Am I missing something?
There is none.
Okay, so I wonder what item he considers next. I mean, honestly, at this stage you might be looking at Rayproof if it gets desperate. Daedalus for damage.
He's basically 4-slotted. He's missing two items, right? Because on Weaver these boots get sold very early on, and same goes for Falcon Blade. Like his Falcon Blade, I look at it as a bracer with mana regen, right? Like it's not really a big item.
Amar again's gonna get caught. Try and BKB, but Vash is there instantly. It's there straight away. And this time the Doom
Refresh?
It's not gonna do anything. I don't know if he tried to. Yeah, maybe he tried to refresh into the instant
Doom
blink.
again?
He's got a double Doom. No
He's
way.
going for the kill.
No way. He's still, I don't know if he still dies to the Doom.
He doesn't. The Glimmer Cape. I think. Actually, he does. Actually, he does. He dies. He dies.
Ooh.
3 HP.
3 health. Oh no.
Oh, the Glimmer actually
my
saves
god.
him.
3 HP. I love how he said that.
Yeah.
He just had to. We had to let him know. You just had to let him know. One minus.
Oh, broken hero,
This is-
please, Gaben, remove his strength. By the way, refresher completed on Wraith King. You don't have the Aegis anymore, but you do have a refresher orb to work with, so like they can kill him.
Instant telekinesis and half-life is just gone.
He's just going for
They're going to be able to deal with the first one. Yeah, but they just... Amar might need to buy back, but still without Doom. Let's see how much impact he's going to actually have. Maybe they want to try and turn to Divine Llama. Your Scepter's going to be able to dodge the sun. And the Cox actually pushes him away from the tree. Divine Llama, unable to connect with the latch. You'll finally do so now, but you need to keep your attention onto the throne. It is exposed. And with the creeps inside the base, KJ's just turning as well. They've got a glyph to be able to give them some peace, but it's only just for a couple seconds. Buyback is well used. Maybe that's enough in the end for them. Skeeter fishes out. Schofield just with the chain control, making it so difficult. Wraith King, he's used all his life. This is the last one. K1's gone. It's just going to turn to the throne, but it's about to expire with the ghost form. They're going to lose the Pangolier as well. There's no way. There's no way. They're going to live to see another day. The buybacks from Falcons are good enough. Snaking, unfortunately, unable to catch KJ on the escape. It looks like Divine Llama makes it out as well. And this is no Wraith King buyback, but you might have to just walk it down now. This was a very heavy investment in the defense.
They will try to. They will try to for sure. Let's see if they can do it though. Shaker, Enchantress, and Timber aren't really that bad heroes when it comes to defending the high ground. Timber 25 actually with the Wisdom Rune hits it. The second Chakram is there, so I don't know. Let's see if they can defend this. This game just became omega fun. Like trying to push into Lash like that with Wraith King is scary because of the Splitter Shard, right? Like he's the Splitter is just hit one stun after another mid lane.
Divine
He
Llama?
went in. He has buyback, right? He does. He
And
does.
Wind Waker, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was freshly completed. I don't remember him having it last time. don't know.
He
He must might have.
He did, but in any case, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're pushing high ground now with Edict. Still though, Timber, Shaker. They're even considering going in. Look at that.
Ooh. Melreen.
Melreen.
Okay.
And Waker
Is he going to make it up to the base? Eats the stun. Now the Doom's going to be out on Divine Llama as well. He's got a buyback, of course. Meanwhile, crit. That's a great use. And look at them turn straight away. They know how important Schofield is be. And Divine Llama still dies anyway. KJ
Amar?
as well. They got any detection?
Just forces a BKB. Pango is rolling, but I'm not sure where. Just rolling.
But so you've held on Heroic, and can't you just walk it down? I mean,
Yeah.
no glyph. And again, 3 buybacks. Clock Weaver, Lesh buyback used prior. You can just literally throw bodies on there, and with the Scepter from the Wraith King, you won't care.
Yeah, that should be the play, right? It is scary though. Like you committed. What did you commit? Did you commit any buybacks on Dire? You didn't, right? Yeah, you're completely fine with this. If you're heroic, I feel that this is an opportunity for you to end the game. Finally, the game feels completely in their control. There's no buyback on Wraith King, of course. Pango has enough gold. Timber has enough gold. Shaker has enough gold as well. Same goes for... Okay, KJ doesn't. So KJ and Wraith King are without it. Still, I do believe that this is a big opportunity to maybe end. Weaver is buying a rapier, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's the next. You asked it maybe 5 minutes ago, and now he's getting there.
He's about 1,200 gold away though, unfortunately for Skeeter. Can sell the Falcon Blade, and honestly treads really if that is a must. Which we'll sell the treads and okay, he'll do both.
Yeah, everything. This is, you know, it's a lot of damage that he's going to be dishing out. So even the Raid King, he can die fast.
Yeah, again, my concern is can't you just walk it down with no glyph and just... I mean, you need creeps. You need creeps in the base, but if literally everyone dies, you just like...
You can wait.
You have...
You can wait rush as well, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the safer play. I would just like, you know, the more action-packed one where you walk it down and then just like say like, screw it. Let's just go and let's throw bodies. Let's use double reincarnation with refresher and BKBs and use the ghost clone as well. Amar, BKB off the blast. But this is, you know, this is a safe way. This is a safe way, you know, and I respect it. They need some victories here, heroic. So.
You do not. You just wanted the manly way. The smoke from Falcons, though, is exactly that. And they will try to get here on time. They might even get here on time. Look, Rush isn't falling super fast.
Maybe snaking with the hook. Let's see if he's going to be able to find an angle. They're body blocking. Doom's going to be out onto the pain clear early. Malrine will look to jump in as well. I mean, they can kill the pain, but they can always buy back and look to rejoin. And they will have creeps inside their base shortly as well. So this fight needs to go well for them early on. Okay, one off the respawn. Amar, second round of the Doom. They're going to kill him. I mean, he can buy back as well, but yeah, you got to go back to base. Amar's going to try and TP out to Lama. Doesn't have the damage. Are they going to kill anyone? Crit's in a little bit of danger. Skeeter as well is still getting chased down from Schofield. Oh, he's going to try and TP out. I think Schofield saw him, and yeah, he did. Cancels the TP. This is the Rapier as well. Keep in mind, so Skeeter, no time lapse, forced to try and stand his ground, but the Blade Mail from Divide Llama actually kills him in the end.
Yo, I opened up Divide Llama's... I opened up his Twitter account before this game, and he has a meme, call an ambulance, but not for me, with a blade mail, and I think it was Wind Ranger on, I don't know, maybe Lar.
Oh no, crit! Oh, the stun still works! This is a Hail Mary play. Is it going to work out in the end? Amar's going to be here as well. All or nothing, snaking just a little bit too late. So close to being able to protect him with a hook shot. But Amar without having Doom means his impact is minimal. And that was a 1%er. Maybe it works out, but if it doesn't, you are pretty much succumbing to a loss, and it looks like that will be the case. Fortunately for Amar, he will be chased down. 3 heroes without a buyback. This might be the 4th, and it is.
GG.
Wow.
Oh, what a game, man.
Yeah.
No clock, please. Yeah, feels bad playing into Clockwork as a shaker, but yeah, very nicely done. Good job to Heroic. They look. I truly believe that they deserved at least a game off of this series. Like in game 1, they played really well. They couldn't really close it out. They got a little bit ratted here and there by Skitter, and then your strategy falls apart. You're kind of all over the place. In game 1, however, they did manage to sort that out. The vision on the vision around the bottom lane is the first thing that we talked about. You know, those lines where the creeps are at the edge of the map. That was one thing, and also creep skipping, just cutting the wave mid and top. Wherever Weaver is trying to rat, just cutting that wave. Analog did a fantastic job at doing that. He never had a wave to work with, so Skitter couldn't really accomplish what he did in game 1. And still, even with all of that said, they still had a fantastic game on Falcons. They still almost won it. It takes them such a tiny little window, such a tiny little opening for them to make a play and possibly even come back into the match.
Radiant's courier has been
Must be so relieving though for them to get that victory with how stressful it would have been.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Just like,
and this is like the Heroic that now have won versus Spirit and versus Falcon. Well, versus Falcons they won one game, but still, it's a huge relief to at least tie out. Considering they just came off of losing to PSG Quest and losing to, well, it's another team, G2IG, right?
So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a big 1-1 tie. That is a very, very big 1-1 tie. To Falcons now dropped the game versus Spirit and now versus Heroic. Heroic won't have another series today, which is going to be nice for them because it does still seem like there are some things that need to be addressed. Nothing like drastic. We are seeing them. What are our thoughts on Heroic? Because have we casted 3 of their series now? And it still looks like in some of the, we of course casted for them Spirit and they looked incredible. We casted them in their loss. I don't remember if their loss was a massacre though, or if it was even close. But even in this series though, like game 1, like you said, they look good in game 1. They looked impressive. So, like, what are our thoughts overall? You feel like are the biggest weaknesses that we're currently seeing out of Heroic?
Sometimes you just see them doing like a blunder, just making a big mistake. I don't think the drafts are the issue. I don't think like the playstyle overall is an issue. They have amazing team fight capabilities, the way they click their spells, like this last fight here as well, putting that Lincoln's on an Nolog. They're extremely talented, fast, but strategically you could see that Falcons might be a little bit stronger of a team. The way they moved the map, the way they played it was fantastic. In game 1 at least, how Heroic lost was the Twin Gate, right? Like the Twin Gate play, going into them with Zeus and like 3 heroes being enough to kill them off. So maybe some of these rash decisions can bite them, but you can see that this game they made zero risks, like 0 big risks. They're just playing the game like the handbook style, just putting the wards where they need to be for the Weaver, also creep cutting, not making any crazy plays, making sure that they have every single advantage. Even in this last fight, they go for the Aegis instead of pushing. And this game could have lasted a lot longer if Tundra decided to defend and stay in the base, but instead they gifted us this nice little fight around the Rush Pit.
We keep getting very weird games. I don't know what's going on. It's just there's little interesting stuff that keep happening in some of the games that we've been covering. So, look, I'm enjoying it. Hopefully, we get some more crazy games and some more weird scenarios that keep popping up. But for our first series of the day, it's going to be a 1-1 tie. We're going to send a break. When we come back, though, we will have an interview with one of the Heroic members. So, guys, stick around. You guys will we'll get to hear from them after their victory in game 2. A quick break as we had to get our interview prepared. We are going to get KJ, the position 5 on Heroic, to join us. So KJ, welcome. Thank you for taking the time out. Congratulations on that Game 2 victory as well. I've noticed in a lot of your games, you guys you like to use this interesting BM with the damage dealt and saying it in all chat. Is this well, what's going on with that? Is this a Divine Llama thing or?
Do we do that? I think it's a Davai Lama thing because I don't even know the hotkey to do that. So I think it's probably his thing. You know, he's European, so he has European humor. European people like this. I did damage. Smiley face. It's like it's their humor. What can I do?
Okay. Also, I know yesterday you had a very interesting scenario. If we take back to your Nature's Prophet game versus PSG Quest, where you where you TP bottom on the Nature's Prophet, I think in the bottom lane, and then you got a kill onto Decalis's Crystal Maiden, and then you had some hotkey issues. I'm curious what hotkeys what hotkeys you had to change in that instance.
That game my hotkey on the on the tipping hotkey, you know. I was gonna be a good guy. I was not gonna tip anyone, but then he talked to me, and I had to put the tip hotkey back on.
It was a very funny sequence of events. We had a lot of fun watching that. Lizard, you got any questions?
Sometimes it's about the E, you know. We missed the W, but sometimes it's about the E as well.
Congrats once again on this W, man. Like, tell me, how does it feel to solo carry the game with Enchantress Rapier? So much damage.
I love these games. I love when we play like these teams that always want to go late game, and then I actually get there with Enchantress. Not always happens. It feels very good. It's like the Enchantress dream, you know. You just want some fat enemies to hit, so you like Decay, Flash, these high HP heroes. It's very good for Enchantress. And yeah, it feels good. I liked it a lot. I think we played very well.
Yeah, no, a little bit of a joke, but of course you dealt a lot. Like later on, you even killed the Lash with the Shaker. I was wondering, what about that build? Like, I'm going a little bit deeper into the items. Like, you're buying the drums, selling them after you use them. Do you think Boots of Bearing are just not good enough on her? Maybe because you buy drums. I know they're really good with the creeps as well. But then you sell it, just the value. Can you explain that a bit? I play a lot of Enchantress as well. I like that. I like what I'm seeing.
Let me see. Try to get some free coaching here. I screwed up my build actually. I should have bought some boots earlier. I forgot about boots because I go greedy, and then I sell the drums. I look like that animal. I forgot the name in English. That walks very slow. I mean. I like this build. Like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about my builds, man. What if Ducalis is watching and he's gonna get Enchanters? You know, I think
they're all gonna steal your builds. Yeah.
I like it. I think it's a smart thing to do. I think it's you need to, when you go late game, like you can only have like some 2 or 3 items. So if you have to choose, like if you want one of them to be Boots of Bearing, or Hurricane, or Mage Slayer, you know, I feel like this game, I felt like I had to carry though. My team was throwing, and I was like, okay, no bearing for you guys. So yeah, that was my choice.
Yeah, and one more question: how did you feel playing against all the rat that Falcon did game 1 and game 2? Was it frustrating, or you guys were fine with it?
It's frustrating because they do it very well. I think we are a good team at dealing with it, but like they always play pushing waves, so they get very good at it, you know. So it's like we are good at dealing with it, but they do it very well. Sometimes we still catch them, but you can see that they do it very well. So it's actually good now because we're gonna watch the replays and see how we get better at dealing with it. You know, when you just watch the replays, you can't really you get a sense of it, but when you play against you, that's when you actually get better. So that's one thing we're gonna do way better next time we play against them.
Of course. Well, you did win in the end, so congratulations on taking this win, and good luck in the next games.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, KJ. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Oh, there we go. Bicep flex. Thank you, mate. I respect that.
Big Bitsuha, big biceps. That's bazooka biceps right there.
Bazooka biceps. Okay. Well, yeah, it's always fun to be able to watch the heroic boys. So excited to see how they're going to be able to perform in the upcoming series. Again, like we said, they do have the rest of the day off, so they are not going to be playing any more games today. And for us now, we need to look towards our next series. That's going to be PSG Quest taking on Entity. We've seen Entity have a lot of success so far. PSG Quest have been struggling. They did get that victory yesterday where we got to speak to Noob. Maybe that was the turning point for them. They're going to be going up against a very strong team at the moment in Entity. So let's see how they're going to be able to combat against them and if they have reached that turning point where they have what it takes to be able to topple Entity. So that being said, it's going to be a bit of a break. When we come back, we have our second series of the day for the Elite League. All right, we've got two brand new teams for our entertainment in the group stages here for the Elite League. It's going to be Entity taking on PSG Quest. Entity blitzed through the Swiss stages, not losing a single map. They were able to beat 9 Pandas, Heroic, and OG. And then so far in the group stages, they are also yet to lose a map as well. They beat OG again, and then they beat Team Spirit yesterday in 2-0 fashion. So they're having a very good time. PSG Quest, on the other hand, have been struggling a little bit, but we saw them yesterday get a much-needed 2-0 victory over Heroic. And one game was very, very interesting, that the 70-minute game, they're able to win that in the end. But like we were kind of saying yesterday, that there seems like there's this weird number where teams get like 0-3 or 0-4, and then all of a sudden maybe that's a turning point for them where they're able to bring it all back around. But this is another difficult opponent for PSG Quest. So let's see if they're able to fare.
Yeah, I think that these two teams are coming into this tournament, looking at the different teams, preparing a bit, looking at PSG Quest and Entity. I would say that they are the closest ones. In the skill gap is the smallest between them. But going through the Swiss stage and looking at round robin, how it started, I do believe that Entity might be considered a little bit stronger at the moment. At the same time, OG and Spirit that have lost to Entity are not looking that great at the moment as well. So maybe we have a misread on that in that aspect too. Entity, regardless, playing extremely well, having their own playstyle, no one dominating mid, Fishman playing that Bane position 5, just, Entity being Entity. A little bit of a different team than what we had in the past years, but still a really strong performance from them so far. On the other side, PSG Quest, they had, like you said, a rough start. It wasn't great. The beginning of the tournament didn't look that amazing for them. But the way they made the comeback is, for me at least, pretty nice. Like the Axe pick into the Medusa, Malik just owning with it. I feel like it's one of those things that just turns everything around and gives you more morale. It's just so nice dunking plebs, like dunking people. Axe, I swear, is one of those heroes, even in competitive scene, that just puts your team's morale on a different level. It's just the way it is. If you're winning with Axe, I'm telling you, I've been in these situations. Like, it feels so good calling blading one hero after another. Just there's this madness going on, and probably your offlaner is screaming, "Let's go! Let's get another one! Let's get another one!" It always makes everyone feel better as well. So maybe something that definitely was needed for PSG Quest, because they were losing quite a lot, and maybe that just turns everything around. Are you muted to me or to everyone? I wonder.
Apologize. Yes, I'm muted. I'm muted.
It
I'm
wasn't
excited
me
to
this
see.
time. Yeah, nice.
It wasn't me. I've not made that. I've not made that mistake in quite a while. So there we go. Always has to happen to someone. So we've been. What I was trying to say is we've been seeing a lot of the praises though for Entity, and I am excited to get to be able to cover another one of their series, just to be able to work out like the true strength of this team. I know they are going up against one of the weaker teams, you could probably say, in the groups, and obviously with the results that you can kind of back that up as well. But we've really been saying like Entity looking quite good at the moment, so this is going to be nice just to be able to give us some more reasons, or at least some more reasons why they are looking so strong, and why we can say like teams need to be fearing them at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to go one way or the other in this game as well. Like, I'd love to say, we have this team and they're the favorites because of these reasons, but in my mind, in my eyes, and how I feel is that Entity will take this, and that it should be easier for them to take the W here. At the same time, PSG Quest, they have some pretty solid drafts, some different strategies. And TA 2000, Naive, we talked a lot about him yesterday. His heroes are in the meta. Like, a lot of them are being picked right now. Entity, they go with the Kunkka. I already dislike this to some extent. Like, Kunkka for me is a hero that has been picked very often in the beginning of the month, last month and the beginning of the tournament, but teams have found ways of dealing with him. Pangolier for me is one of the best responses if there is a hero, if he is left in the pool, because he doesn't really care about Kunkka. Like in the lane you do well, post laning stage you're rolling Thunder and roll up, literally Torrent Storm and the boat, they just do very little to you as long as you're keeping them in check, as long as you're using them after the X marks the spot and everything. You aren't getting like caught. It's not this instant disable that prevents you from using your spells. That's what I'm saying, and because of that it feels better. Lifestealer ban is for the same reasons, right? Like you have this Kunkka, you don't want to play into DP as well mid, you don't want to play into a Lifestealer because of the rage mechanic, and the lane itself is terrible for Kunkka. The feasts, the passive just rips you apart. You can't play into that. PSG Quest, they do take Shadow Demon. You can talk about Shadow Demon. I've been talking a lot. Go for it. You know how much I like this hero.
Yeah, I like the hero too. I was a little bit surprised they didn't ban the Bane. I don't know if they feel like the SD is response to it, which, I mean, sure, banishment versus the Fiend's Grip is nice, but really the big thing I'm looking at is like the Fiend's Grip to stop the Rolling Thunder in fights, and then you can't banish him. So
you can banish the Bane if you have enough range. If you buy some Blink or Aetherlance. But if Fishman is playing the Bane, then probably you want to ban it. And yeah, I mean, if Fishman is playing, he's probably playing the Bane if it's not banned, so they still pick it up. The lane itself for Shadow Demon, if you are laning against him, isn't that bad. Like, you are one of those few supports that does trade really well with Bane. He's not as great of a trader anyway anymore, but you do win that, even versus the Brain Sap. With the disruption, with the spam of your Shadow Poison. Let's see though. Entity already have the Bane, the Grip versus Pango. Now the Rubik as well. Okay, very nice for Kataomi, right? Like you get some nice spells to steal from Shadow Demon. You get that instant lift into Pango. Also not too terrible.
10 seconds remaining.
it doesn't reveal a whole lot as well with the Rubik. Just pretty solid hero. So PSG Quest now going to have to pick their secondary support, and of course another core as well, and potentially some flex for them. The Carlos has been playing a lot of Crystal Maiden, but I don't know if there's issues with the Crystal Maiden Shadow Demon as your support duo.
There isn't. I think that's also doable. Like you can also get some sort of if Ducal is playing the Shadow Demon, you can take a frontliner. I was thinking Clock, but Elder Titan also works. You get this long range disable against against Bane, against the Grip. Opens up some nice matchups for your safe lane if you want to give it away right now. You have the ultimate last pick on PSG Quest, so you can go for your carry right now, or you can pick it last if you want to combo it up with Elder Titan. But let's see, I think it's carry. Yeah, it was Drow or Luna. Drow or Luna are probably the best here with the ET. Lifestealer banned out. What's left in the pool? Morphling? But you're into Elder Titan, into Shadow Demon. It's not a good morph game. Like, Watson is amazing on it. I don't think it's a decent game for Morphling though.
5 seconds.
I also think it's not a very good game for Terrorblade, which you often look at for a Luna. Faceless Void is, I think, pretty rough into these two supports as well. Like, these two, both supports are very anti-carry, so I don't think Watson's going to be able to get a good hero anyway.
They're very disruptive, right? Like, both of them. Yeah. No pun intended, they just make the fights look very weird if you aren't controlling them and crushing them. What they're not bringing is they're not bringing control, and that's always been for these two heroes. They're Bane. Like you can, man, I just see the heroes and these words come into my head. I swear it's not even. I'm not trying. If you get some sort of a spirit that can get on top of them, or any sort of a hero that plays fast, that would be pretty good for Entity. Something for no one that can jump them. These carries, these spirits aren't really something that's picked a lot at the moment. People are moving away from them, but it's an option. So let's see, Weaver. It's the same thing. It's not a spirit, but it gets in the back very easily. Like he gets behind, and now you have ways of getting on top of Shadow Demon, getting on top of Elder Titan. We've seen how much Weaver can do in Skitter's hands. The matchup versus Luna, it's not that amazing. Like it's not your Weaver into Lifestealer or something like that. It can go both ways, especially with Luna's shard. Weaver doesn't have like he needs to get close from time to time for that Sokuchi shard, and you can clip him with it, so some damage reduction. So overall, to carry matchup, I like it a bit more for PSG Quest right now, I would say, but at the same time, it's easier for Weaver to get rid of the supports and deal with them. Meanwhile, Entity, they have a lot of control for the Luna. You have Kunkka, you have Bane. It can get a bit rough for TA2000.
Would you like to see no one on his staple Conker, or do you feel like an offlaner is something that could be looked at here for DM?
5 seconds remaining.
Kunkka, Rubik into Elder Titan and Luna. That doesn't strike me like a really strong lane for Entity. Like Kunkka and Rubik should lose that lane. The way I see it, they should lose it 9 times out of 10. So that's why PSG Quest, they're banning out the Brew. Much better hero that could deal maybe a little bit better with the ET, maybe dish out some damage to the illusions later on as well. Maybe Slardar with the Weaver on offlane. Maybe that's an option as well. It's a bit easier to play. Maybe something like a Mars. Not that great into Pango, but still into Luna, solid enough with versus ET as well. You get the spear to get him away from you early on. Let's see. Maybe you can ban out like one offlaner, one mid laner as well if there's something that you're worried about more on mid, like a Puck. Like PSG Quest can do that as well, but let's see what they opt to go for. Like Brew is the first ban, the second one. I'd like the Slardar or the Puck, like one or the other. I feel like both of them bring a lot. Actually, Beastmaster as well. Like I wouldn't mind the Beastmaster ban. If it's okay, DM Darkseer is probably more often picked by him, right? But I would really like this roar into Pangolier's Rolling Thunder. We have seen it recently. It's a hero that brings a lot of value to Weaver as well. It's an instant disable too. Another one.
5 seconds.
Shadow Demon and Elder Titan, they're not the worst when it comes to dealing with these summons, but they're not great as well. So actually, that would be my pick. But they go for Puck. Yeah, like they could switch things up. They could either Puck mid or Kunkka mid. That's why I thought Slardar or Puck bans, but they go with the Puck last pick on the mid lane. So they'll put Kunkka off, Puck mid, and now if you're PSG Quest, you still put Pango there, right? Or do you need something extra for the Puck? You could put Pango off and get TA. Like that's an option, but
I think Pango would get destroyed against a Bane Weaver.
Yeah. Not an easy lane for anyone.
Mars, unless they're really feeling the axe again. But no, I like Mars is something that I'm looking at.
Actually not a bad game for Axe versus Weaver. Like it's nice catch, but overall it's not that great of a hero, and it's not that great of a game. Like that last game was perfect for him. This one really isn't. But maybe they feel good after the last match they had. Maybe they feel emboldened. Tiny. So Tiny into Puck. Right?
Could be off. It could be off lane too. Okay, we'll be off Pango.
Tiny into Puck, yeah. They dodge the matchup, which isn't that terrible. Like the mid lane matchup isn't that bad, but they dodge it and they put Puck mid. Sorry, the Tiny mid into Puck. One thing that they get with the Tiny, which is probably really important and what they missed, is this instant catch and instant disable. Like and a lot of burst damage. It's always good into Puck. It's always good into Weaver. So because of that, it does make sense. All things said and done, I think I like PSG Quest's draft more. I think it's easier to play this game. It's not that easy to rat for Watson like it was for Skitter in the last game with Weaver. Like you have this Luna pushing in, and you have Tiny to worry about as well. Where's the follow-up damage? That's the only question. Like Tiny jumps the Weaver, who's Malik has to be on point. Like he needs to have a good game as well. But overall, I like their draft more than.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have a Echo Stomp into Rolling Thunder as well on the follow-up.
Yeah.
So, but like maybe Weaver doesn't die, but I feel like Rubik and Bane are going to be very. I was a bit concerned about how they were going to address the Fiend script, because when I saw the Shadow Demon, I thought that wasn't enough to protect the Pangolier, but we saw like all the other picks and how they addressed it. Now you brought up the Echo Stomp with the long catch, and now the Tiny's like always going to be able to find him. So let's see what the Tiny's going to be able to do. Like it looks like a pretty good game. Still, my big concern is like this Pangolier off lane. I must say I've not seen this lane. I'm just guessing like double range Bane Weaver, very strong laners, and I know Pango off has been pretty weak, so I'm just a little bit concerned in that regard. So we will see. I don't know how you feel about Tiny mid, but I don't know. I've seen some good game. The only really time I've seen Tiny mid actually work is when GPK's played it, and that was last year as well. So
yeah, Larl played it recently, and it didn't look that great for him as well. Okay, there are some. You're bringing out some very valid points. Like I was maybe a little bit heavy-handed on my call for PSG Quest, but
no, I agree though. I think you're right. I really think this game looks easier for PSG Quest to play, but I am like a lot of it needs to come down. Like, does Melik actually get out of the lane, and is Noob going to like is the Tiny going to be playing from behind or not? Because we know Tiny is very volatile as a mid laner.
Yeah, there's one other thing. It's not only that. There's this thing of not having any utility. Like you have this Pango coming from offlane. What's he gonna buy? Is he really gonna go for Greaves? I don't think so. It will be your Diffusal, Blink Agonist, Weaver, like any other. On the other side, you have DM with the Kunkka, who'll probably have a really nice time. Gets an Agonist shard. A lot of everyone on his team comes from the Kunkka. Fishman. Who's faster? Fishman is.
2 for 2 with the bounties. Random tip. Don't know what happened.
Oh, did they put the sentry? Did they do the sentry play? It looks like they did the sentry play down bottom. I didn't see
they did.
it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. They wanted to bring this lane into a weird spot in which tower is hitting it, so that it pushes. I mean, that's one thing that we did mention. Bot lane and mid lane might be weird, but top lane and mid lane, I mean, but bottom lane for Quest is insanely strong. Like this is a very hard lane for a Kunkka and Rubik.
Yeah, this is a free farm Luna lane, I would imagine. So Rubik is. We were speaking in the previous game, right, about like the Rubik kind of struggling or like not having a fun time in the lane versus the Enchantress. I feel like the Elder Titan makes it even worse for this hero. So I also wanted to add with the Tiny last pick, Kataomi, like Avalanche being able to steal that is really nice. So he's got some decent spells now, at least for him. Jesus, Weaver almost dies though from Watson.
You don't really expect that, right, on top lane, but Shadow Demon as well, a lot of damage. With the disruption, these illusions do hurt. People aren't maxing the spell out enough. Like, everyone is going for poison, and poison is amazing. Like, especially level 2, when you get it, like, you get huge kill potential, but in some lanes, disruption level 2 is also really damn good.
What are those lanes that you're speaking about in particular?
Any sort of a lane that has a melee with a lot of damage but low HP. Illusions hurt you, especially if there is some passive. Like, I don't know, a Life Stealer, you know. Luna. These kind of heroes. Anything with a passive that you'll be able to use against them. Dude, bot lane as well. Rubik taking so much damage. One thing that I am worried about on this bot, at least, Elder Titan already wasted a lot of resources. Fishman top should be fine. Yeah, has sticks as well.
You take yourself entirely too seriously, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, Katomi. Nice torrent.
Yeah. You need, for these kills to actually be easy for Quest. He's zoning them, by the way, so it's still good. He's still winning. Luna on top of CS. Kunkka has a lot less. But once he gets level 2, Astral Spirit is when he really becomes a problem.
Currently, also, no one is having a very good time versus Noob. He's outplaying some of the early waves. Which they're not going to get the choreo. Pretty close to it. But yeah, this is a lane that Tiny definitely should be... It is slightly Tiny favored. And always, you know, lanes can be outplayed. But the big thing about this hero is just your raw damage advantage over the puck. So CSing is much easier. Denying is much easier as well. But Noob, I don't know if it's just hasn't played the Tiny too much recently, but has been missing a little bit of CS.
You're playing into no one as well. Like, if anything, this guy's known for his laning. Like, his laning has always been amazing, so... not an extreme surprise that he's doing well, but still, like you said, it should be a much better lane for... Like, it should be a better lane for Tiny.
Katsuomi might actually... I guess he's always got telekinesis. And yeah, you see how he's positioning him near the cliff. The Carlos is not even going to run over there. Does he go for the dive? All right. Gets the Kori slam. It's kind of nice. There was a blood grenade and clarity.
Yeah, that's a level 3 Elder Titan. This is where he at least should usually start being a problem. He's got the Windlaze, blood grenade for a little bit of a slow. Has to be careful not to get clipped, like you said.
Top lane, Fishman.
Yes,
Out of doubt is going to go down. This is a lot of stacks. First blood's going to be picked up. Omar deals with the bugs eventually, but Watson should be able to get a return kill. Maybe looking for the deny. He actually gets it. Well done.
Very nicely done. Did you see that he actually got blocked by disruption? The illusions were blocking him next to the cliffs. He couldn't get away.
Yeah, they're
Fishman,
they're cooking in this lane. Like, they are playing this lane incredibly well on Quest.
Yeah, and we were worried about the lane, but Malik is actually... He has way more CS than Watson. He's absolutely fine. I just want to see the briefcase man win bot, you know, just hit someone. But instead, Luna...
I love the ET taunt. It's so cool. It's actually the Carlos. Tidebringer up in 3. Looks like he's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't connect. Besides the damage, of course, what it also... Ooh, Katomi snipes him. They outplayed him really this lane. Like, I've been cheering for him. I'm definitely a biased ET enjoyer. Everyone likes the briefcase man. It just feels good playing that hero and bonking people, but did not work for him this time. They played him a lot of really nice torrents and just staying in position so he can't do much.
T2000's getting gank from Fishman as well. He's trying to fight back on Takatomi, but he does have Noob starting to rotate to bottom. But the Avalanche might be enough to cover him, and it looks like that'll be the case. Great mirror move from Noob, coming bottom in just the right timing to be able to keep his Luna alive.
Yeah, that was the perfect move. That was the bounty move, by the way. It was kind of like you're moving in not for the rotation. You're moving in to take the bounty rune, and then a rotation is God-given. Like, it's perfect. Like, you get this opportunity to get a kill and save your carry. Just sometimes Dota is like that. You're just at the perfect time at the perfect place.
Does look like both with some wisdom rooms are going to go the way of respective teams. Get some stacks, of course, as well. At the Ancients.
A lot of stacks, by the way. Yeah.
Fishman? Go from. So this is, I mean, we saw a game yesterday, right, with the Pango offlane and had a really good time. I think may have actually been Divide Llama that was playing it. And this is, like, I really feel like you pick Pango expecting the lane, especially if you put it off lane, that he's not going to have as good of a time as the mid lane. But he now is going to have just as much net worth as what he would have then. So with all the damage that Malik will provide and also the control, I mean, this is going to be really huge for PSG Quest in a lot of the early to mid-game fights.
Look at no one. He's trying to snatch some of these stacks. He's level 7, has Dreamcoil. They need more on Quest. They need more heroes here.
Well, Watson's here, though. A bit of an early rotation out of the Weaver, recognizing how important these stacks are. Lines the bugs up pretty nicely, too, but here comes Malik as well with the Rolling Thunder. There's a little bit way to help out inside the bottom side, but he'll get the kill into Akata Omi nonetheless.
I think this is... it's not what I think. This is objectively a really good trade for Quest. 2 for 1, and both kills go Noob's way. So he's sitting on power treads and 1200 gold. It's so good that you're going to have on this Tiny. Like, one nice thing that you're getting out of the Tiny mid, of course, is an earlier blink timer, but you also have a Pango on offlane. So a lot of playmaking from them should come after that item is picked up. Like, you have these 2 heroes that are just able to and just want to fight, you know. That's what's so fun about them. We won't see any rat, any strategical Dota like we saw in the last game. This should be just a bloodbath after the items are picked up.
And because of being such an early blink, we're going to see, like, Entity won't have these cost-effective items to tank them up. Bottom lane, Boat's going to be there. Noob once again with the counter rotation, but the Avalanche will do its best to disrupt. Now Tukala's going to try and step in as well. Unfortunately, didn't have the actual Echo Stomp combo, so
top lane.
K2000 still goes down. Now top lane as well, no one. Looking to try and slow down with the Pangolier, and he'll be rewarded in the end. Malik is going to be... He should be cooled off, right?
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it. Nice try, but regardless, Watson is able to TP in and offer that little bit of damage that no one was currently missing.
Perfect response from Entity, like a couple of bad deaths in the triangle, but now they get a kill on Luna, get a kill on offlane, 1 and 3 died. Perfect for Entity now. They strike back. They don't manage to take down the stacks or even contest them, and this is... Dude, this is a game-winning stack right here. This is big stack of Ancients.
Alec? Good location for the Rolling Thunder. We'll knock him up on Fornship, but still with the pathing's okay to help out. So they'll be able to kill off Fishman, and there's not really going to be a bit of a response. You're saying, oh, gee, you're speaking about the Radiant stacks, yeah? Because they're gigantic.
Yeah. Look at those Ancients, man. I mean, the hard camp is big, but the Ancients are gigantic, absolutely. I feel like they're so big that at this time you need to go and kill them. Like, you just don't wait for the Luna, go for it. It's a hard risk. Okay, they're gonna leave them, but it's such a difficult thing to do, leaving all these Ancients here. At the same time, Entity, they cannot take them that easily, right? So. Oh,
they can. You drop bow for it. I think you bowed and like double Tidebring with Puck there, it dies. It would take a little bit of time, but I think you would be silly not to use bow.
No, of course, if you get there, you will go for it, but there's some punish potential.
Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, sure.
Nice scan. They scan out this smoke, and you can see Watson instantly moved from the right side of the tower to the left. Just putting himself in position, and this is Noob's blink reveal. It doesn't lead to a kill.
What are our thoughts about Watson going Maelstrom first instead of something like a D-Lance, which is something we sometimes see because of the tiny burst?
What does he have? He has Power Treads and a Bracer. Yeah, Dragonlance would maybe be a bit better. He could have went for Raindrop as well a little bit to buff him up, but Maelstrom will allow him to scale a bit better and faster. Like, when you see Skitter with his Dragonlance build Falcon, he's just constantly split pushing all the time on the other side of the map. With this Maelstrom, you go Maelstrom Shard, eventually Gleipnir, of course, and you can just take Ancients very quickly. You can farm up the map. Is that dope?
Yeah. So Like, this is kind of my concern. And I completely understand every point you're saying, and you kind of like need a Maelstrom, right? Because if you compare him versus the Luna, like Luna has this innate way to be able to find farm. So tier 2000 could just get so much further ahead as Noob's going to find another pickoff. And this Tiny is rolling now. And Echo Stomp, Malik's going to have another round of the spells. Even considering about the Rolling Thunder, this one is a little bit more difficult. Great timing with the jaw just over the top of the roll. And now X is going to be dragged back with the banishment from Ma. Okay. Goes to roll. Apologies.
Nope.
And now they're still going to try and take the fight. It's a good position with the bow. Clips onto 2. Noob as well. They need a little bit of extra damage. Are they going to be able to find it though? DM trying to line up the Tidebringer. It's just not enough. Watson now turns attention over to Omar, but the stacks of poison are up to 5. Omar is able to find DM and Quest are rolling.
Yeah. These heroes are just very active. Like, this is how they can play, and they're really demonstrating the power of their draft. I thought that maybe Watson would be able to kill off Tiny when he got tossed on him, but no, he doesn't. He doesn't go attempt for the kill. Instead, he just runs away. He's died once already, just earlier, so probably didn't want to risk it. Wants to complete his Maelstrom. This is something that with the Maelstrom, you're not really as strong in these early fights as with your Falcon plus Dragonlance. You're a bit tankier with those items. Maelstrom allows you to farm a bit faster, but I won't even say it's significantly faster. Only when the shard is up, you get Maelstrom procs on your Gemnet attack from the Sokuchi.
Radiant are scanning.
I want to say as well, it's completely wrong with the Shadow Demon mechanic through BKB. I really thought the Banish didn't go through it, but we did see in that case you're able to use it inside Rolling Thunder, so that will also be a nice response to the Fiends group. But with that being said, tier 2000, 1,000 net worth. You just got off the stack, off that and the hard camp nearby.
No, you were right. Like you're right. Like, you cannot use that against enemies when they're BKB'd, at least for sure. Like, you're correct. You're not wrong. This is one of those things. Like, I'm never 100% sure on mechanics. Like, I always go by feel, but this is one of those things that I know for a fact. It will go through, but only after the BKB is done. So let's say you use Disruption on a Life Stealer in Rage. It will go through after the Rage is done, and or the illusions will just spawn without him going under. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I thought it just wouldn't work in general for your teammates through BKB, but apparently, like, it just did before in Rolling Thunder. So I thought that mechanic was still the friendlies, but I know it's all of them have kind of changed.
Yeah. It looks like it isn't. Yeah.
It's a nice little kill. It's going to go down. They are just so rich. The fact that Malik is higher than tier 2000 after taking, what, like a 6 or 7 stack at the Ancients?
He's having too good of a game. Like, this man is on fire. Last game, bot lane, Punka. And a little bit of a waving action there. Puck is around, but do you have Witchblade? Do you have damage though? Let's see. Maybe with a grip, but no. This is just run away. This is sleep and run away and maybe die to Shadow Demon who catches you.
Gonna try and TP out. Fishman will not make it.
They had, like, you were questioning the lanes. I did as well after you mentioned it, by the way. I didn't think that the lanes are gonna go this well for them, but after the lanes went this well, like, Entity, they need to find a way to reset the game. Like, maybe some 5-man smoke or something similar. You do have a Weaver. This hero is strong early on. Maybe you can do something alike, but right now it's looking rough. Top lane?
No one can show. Kataomi peeks his head out. Malik instantly tipping into the outpost. So that was actually through the portal. So this game is very, very out of hand for Entity, and you are probably just going to completely avoid until DM gets Scepter, but he's 2 components away. Needs a lot of time, and Radiant do not. Tier 2000 is going to go BKB, so he'll still show up to a couple fights, but let's see if they still try and force down the ejectors on PSG Quest, or if they just continue to sweep across the map and get kills instead.
is under attack.
That's really the game, right, for Entity. What you need here is, you need one item on Weaver, at least something that will enable him. This Dragonlance will be a bit helpful. You need a Puck Blink, which isn't that far, actually, you're 100 gold away. And then on top of all of that, you need the Kunkai Aghanims. But maybe you can fight with just the Blink on Puck, or at least try to get some sort of
Oh,
top
no
lane.
DM. Jesus.
They're all in. I don't know, I look at the Puck Blink that he's purchasing, and
Tower is under attack.
how do you set up the fight? That's the issue. Like if you were kinda in front, this Weaver is creating chaos, Kunkai is creating chaos, then your Rubik and Bane can play the game. But the way I see it, they have no one that can start things off for them properly. The Puck just... Well, let's see, he's got a Blink. Maybe he can do something with it.
I think the blink is also just going to help him with...
Omar.
like,
Did you see that?
got him. And now with the purge as well, it's going to make it pretty tricky. Chain control,
Kinda.
it's perfect. Well done.
Dire's top tower
What's the vision they had on him? Let's see,
Only-
maybe more Katomi. He's fine. they had some really sick vision on him, because Omar TP'd in Glimmer Cape and used Disruption as... Puck did use Orb over the tower. That has to be said. So he gave away his positioning, but Omar still preempted the TP, catches him. Tiny as well started instantly. This is a full Kanda. Oh my god, that's... Sometimes this doesn't look great, but when you get it this early on, you have Blink Kanda. Weaver dies in one combo. Like, this is basically Tiny killing him off. It might get
And-
demonstrated down bottom.
And he's got such a good neutral item for him as well with the Whisper of the Dread for that extra spell damage. So,
Yeah, they don't have vision at least. Let's see. Oh, they
uh-oh.
don't know yet.
Alright, bye, Fishman.
Bane's gone.
Before he dropped.
There's just way too much damage. Like this, Tiny is dealing, I don't know, over 1,000 with just the combo.
I don't know how that worked, but even in the death summary of the Bane, the toss damage isn't even taken into consideration. So he died that fast even without the toss.
Maybe because of the Kanda burst, not sure. When he used toss, right? The Kanda is
okay.
first.
Yeah, maybe that counts as the... I don't know.
Katomi?
Seems a bit weird. Yeah, well, he'll showcase it again. This is one of those tiny games though. Like, and you can have these games, and then sometimes you can really not have these games, and you fall off a cliff, and you're just a position for Tiny. But Noob, this game is definitely not going to fall off.
Mm-hmm. Even though his lane, like into the puck itself, is usually expected to be a bit better. It wasn't that great, but all the rotations were on point. This was one of those just best games possible. You rotate for a bounty rune, you get a kill because of that, then you get a double kill afterwards. Just everything working out for you. Some things because of you, some things just because of the state of the game. They are hunting again. Look at them. Maybe they just want to go to Twin Gate. Oh my god.
Oh, they're gonna get him.
Oh,
Smoke popped. Yeah. Saving your D lanes now to tank up is not enough stats.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. By the way, he didn't want to blink on top. I think the plan was just go through the Twin Gate, but then his smoke broke, so he blinked.
Oh,
Top lane
noob.
puck.
He got another. Oh my lord. This field looks so fun though if you're rolling. And he's rolling. Alright, look. They got Torrenstorm, man. Surely this is
Yeah, surely. It helps. You're gonna have a flying rock killing you, not only a rock. Roshan, 50% HP, will die.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
now you can start sieging if you want. Still gotta, they might go through bottom actually, tier 1, tier 2 into Tormentor. See what the call is going to be for them though on PSG Quest. They can maybe even think about going through the portal, and I guess there's no tier 2 tower top though. So yeah, bot will be the
tier
call.
1, tier 2 bot, right? And there is a Tormentor, so maybe that's a call. A lot of objectives that can be taken. You can also take the triangle away from them. Your Luna can continue farming there, creep skipping with Mantas on mid and bot. Like, this is one of those perfect Luna positions as well to be in. Meanwhile, you just leave Tiny on the other side of the map hunting.
Maybe they're going to take a fight around the Tormentor. I mean, they're starting to TP back.
There's no Tiny. As long as there's no Tiny, they could have a chance in this fight. You are playing into Aegis Luna though. It's just not enough. I don't know. There's too much burst coming from Quest. Too many items at the moment. They're 13k ahead, 23 minutes in. That is massive at this stage of the game.
No one. Right, sure. Smoke's gonna pop from Melik. Noob's gonna be able to find the angle for the jump in. Melik's there as well. The burst is not enough this time. Fishman's still in some danger. And they're still actually gonna be able to get no one to the back line. So Melik's rolling Thunder usage. DM still feels like this could be an opportunity for them to fight. It's a good combo. But Weaver's going to get caught on the right side as well. Watson's got enough time to be able to activate the time lapse, so he's okay.
Yeah, they don't have the combo on Noob right now, and he's pinging his location. He's rotating around. Nicely done, by the way. By Entity, at least they managed to kill off Pango, which is a pretty big kill for them. 650 goals to Kunkka, and then 700 additional to everyone around. A lot of gold. A nice little, still an advantage for Quest, of course, but also Fishman, the way he fought, he used Sleep on Shadow Demon, managed to use Fiend's Grip on another target, just wasn't enough. DM. Nice torrent.
Oh, okay. That was a really good try, though.
It was really good, I agree. Like, really, really nicely done by him. Trying to torrent TP, but Ducalis in position. They're not letting them rat. Like, literally not letting them go anywhere. Mid lane Malik, though. Lotus, yeah. The Gleipnir was a nice pickup by Watson, but he's had this Lotus for quite some time on Pangolier.
Take a look at that fight back again. I mean, it was like, I don't know, it started to get a little bit scary now with this combo from DM. I mean, the Gleipnir into the boat getting laid down, the Torrent Storm did a lot. I mean, clipped onto multiple heroes. But unfortunately, we just saw Watson was not particularly in the greatest position to be able to follow up on some of the heroes that did get caught. And so that opportunity, it was a slim one. Maybe you could have got an extra kill, really. I don't think you could convert it on too much more. But now you're playing with even bigger of a deficit.
Yeah, there's still the Sages, the crit on Luna. She's going for Kanda as well, so there will be even more bursts. You're trying a little bit to do what Falcons did with the Weaver. Creep skip on the left side, or not creep skip, just push. Maybe make them think about going back with the Tiny. He can get baited to TP in, you know, try and solo kill. But it looks like Quest will not be forcing it just yet. They still have a full item available for Luna that's flying out. 200 gold away from Kanda, and then she becomes even scarier. There's a DD though.
DD? 40 seconds Aegis though. And if you don't really address the Luna, she might just kill you all with this crit. They just re-smoked as well on Entity, so feeling like this is really a desperate position for them to be in. But Quest have such a great location on the high ground.
It could be a nice wrap though. You are playing into a hero who's losing Aegis in 15 seconds.
Oh, Smoke pops an instant with the blink to low ground. A little bit late with the silence, and now Noob instantly tries to catch no one. It's not enough though. No one will live. Once he pops out of the phase shift, he's still killed, and it's not going to matter. Malik is creating so much chaos. This rolling thunder bouncing back off the walls, and TA2000 just cleaves them down. G's are called. PSG Quest. That's the first loss for Entity in quite some time now. Against Swiss Stages, they didn't drop a map their first 2 series. In the groups, they didn't drop a map as well. So they were 10-0 overall in the last 5 series, but now they will lose for once.
Quest proving to be strong enough of an opponent versus them, actually proving to be on par. Nice domination by them. Like, this was one, but at the same time, this was one of those games that Entity shouldn't look into too much. Like, that's why they GG so early on. The the ultra kill on Luna in the end just seals the deal. But yeah, it was all about this last pick. Tiny caught them off guard and caught them in general, left, right, and center in the game. This is 13-0-7 Tiny. Sometimes you give the enemy that sort of an advantage, and then the game is unplayable. Now, what needs to be said is there were some other, of course, great things for Quest. Like, this top lane went as well as it could. Malik had a fantastic showing, fantastic time. Shadow Demon, not only did he win the lane, he made a bazillion stacks in the triangle. Everything really working out very nicely for PSG Quest. This is one of those perfect games. Like, you don't get them very often, but this one was just perfect. It's so hard to play when you're playing with 14k deficit like 20 minutes in.
Yeah, and you've got a Tiny that one hits anyone with probably 1800 health. So, like, he's roaming, Malik's roaming, the supports on PSG Quest were doing a really good job to be able to drop deep vision as well to enable these pickoffs. Very cool last pick from them, and very impressed that Malik was. I mean, he's platinum tier on the Pango, so he's obviously played it a lot. But you know, the ability for him to still win a lane that I was quite concerned that was not going to go well for them.
Well, a little bit of adaptation there, right? Like with the Shadow Demon, and you turn a lane that possibly is. I mean, it even looks like the Weaver is way too weak for them. There's too much spam coming from Shadow Demon and Pangolier. They are 2 ranged heroes, but it didn't really matter that much. This last fight was just like a cleanup crew came in, you know, just cleaned them from the map. Rubik at least manages to escape. Doesn't give TA2000 a rampage, which is unfortunate for him. He deserved it. He played a decent game of Luna. He farmed stacks. That's what you do as Luna, right? He farmed the stacks. He got that farm. He found the BKB, the Kanda on time, and yeah, they managed to beat the undefeated Entity, but they managed to do it in style as well. This was clean.
Yes, it was indeed a very convincing performance, and you know, now again, PSG Quest, who knows, potentially they've turned a new leaf and looking like a bit of a new team at the moment. They are rolling, and a victory here would put them 4-4 against a team who are looking very strong at the moment. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue with this momentum, because it was a great PSG Quest that we got in game 1, but are they going to have a similar fate heading into game 2? Can they have these bans and picks and set themselves up with a draft, which is going to give them a bit of an advantage? We'll have to find out. First a break, but when we come back, we've got game 2 of Elite League group stages. See you guys soon. Well, PSG Quest able to give Entity their first loss of the entire tournament in the Swiss stage and now the group stages as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to knock them down in a 2-0 fashion. We've got a draft ready to go. Entity going to be the red inside. They're playing with first pick. We've got PSG Quest on the die side with second pick.
Yeah, let's see. Already I can see a little bit of a difference when it comes to the bans. We will not see everything the same any longer. A couple of differences, of course, the Shadow Demon. You guys don't see it yet, but yeah, they're already adjusting a little bit to the game that they've seen, getting some of those heroes that probably they thought were the biggest issue out, like from Entity, the SD, and the Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light that we've seen so often played recently on the mid lane, which makes me think that they already have an idea on what they want mid. Lash, yeah, like both the Kotal and the Sniper got banned out, right? Like these two heroes deal really well with Lash. They deal well with Leshrac more than anything else, and then you have heroes such as Dragonite maybe that aren't that great into Kotal mid, and these other bulky, tanky boys, but Lash probably the main one. They just secured no one's hero, I feel like, instantly. This can still be a bait. Like, you can still be, okay, we're banning out 2 big counters for the mid laner, we pick the mid lane hero, and then we still put it on a 5. That's also doable, you know. It won't be the first time that a team does that.
How do you feel about Pengo into Lesh though? Because I feel like I've seen this matchup go back and forth where if Lesh is playing ahead, you can just kind of kill the Pengo through roll, but then again, like, it can be kind of nice with the early game damage that you provide, like high physical with the swash, and of course the diffuser blade adds a lot of damage, and then inside team fights, Lesh doesn't particularly build BKBs, so Rolling Thunder can be a bit frustrating if Pengo, you know, isn't dying inside of it.
Yeah, we've seen it actually already today, right? Like in the first series. We've seen in Falcons versus Heroic, we've seen the Pango Lash, and it worked out all right for Pango. It goes both ways. It depends on what the state of the game is. Even the Edict can dish out a lot of damage to him. The Diffusal, on the other hand, works. The Bloodseeker is an interesting ban, though. Of course, never mind. It's not that interesting. You just have a Pangolier, so you're banning out Bloodseeker, securing him that way. Most teams aren't going for Bloodseeker as a Pango counter. I'm not sure if Entity does. It does strike me like an Entity hero, but I can't remember if I've seen them play it.
I mean, Watson has a very diverse hero pool, so...
Yeah. Definitely more diverse than it used to be. Like, it's looking much, much stronger at the moment. It's not like he ever had a hero puddle, but the hero pool is still diverse enough. I love that they banned out the 2 supports that Quest went for. They ban out the Shadow Demon and they ban out the Elder Titan, and they secure their game against Rolling Thunder with a Bane, and they take the Tiny. Okay, so we're gonna see a completely different draft from PSG Quest. They can't have the Tiny, they can't have the Shadow Demon, they can't have the ET. Maybe a Luna is possible for them, you know, at least something that's left in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
But I'm not sure if it's that great of a Luna game. We've seen a Wraith King, by the way, in the last game into Lash. It looked alright for K1, for Hector. Maybe something that they can snatch on Quest.
Yeah, I wonder how much more Wraith King we will see throughout the tournament, if it's just a K1 kind of K1 thing or not.
I'm not sure if it was only them that played it, but it was played before for sure. Like, it was played before a little bit. I know because it started being picked in pubs as well afterwards, and it's still the same old Wraith King hero. Maybe not as strong against some of the meta cores, but considering how much Faceless Void we're seeing, I don't think it's that bad. I like the Zeus though. It's not bad here.
Why do you like the Zeus?
It's not a bad matchup, like into the Lash overall. You get a lot of burst damage. He needs to go for Eternal Shroud. You put this Pango on the offlane. It's still kind of flexible. Like, you still could... it's not flexible. You need a mid. I don't know. Like, some support Zeus right now is just dead. especially in this game. Thunderbolt, you give vision on Fishman's Bane, can cancel the grip as well. There are nice things about him.
Can you Void for Watson? Like, this is maybe the thing with the Faceless Void is you might be giving a good lane to the Pango, but I'm just thinking of like carry heroes that get on top of the Zeus, because I've like I'm a bit concerned that they picked the Zeus so early. I feel like we're only really getting Zeus in the last phase, like either 23rd or 24th pick, and did you have time to respond?
You saw, what did you see? You saw your matchup, and you also can see the position 5. So yeah, it's not the perfect time to pick him up. They just go Faceless Void. Yeah, nice call, by the way. Good job. It is a hero that's like what, the top 1 carry maybe after Morphling. It's either Faceless Void or Morphling, but it's usually Morphling into Faceless Void because it's such a good matchup for him. So that's an option maybe for Quest. TA 2000 Morph, not a bad game for him. You're playing into this Bane, which is a bit annoying. There's a lot of burst potential coming from Tiny. I would like Morphling, I would like Wraith King, I would like this Medusa that's banned out, of course. I would like Naga as well. Naga into Lash, you know what actually is playable? You get Mage Slayer on Edge. Yeah, not the worst. They have options, they have so many options on carries. Usually when that's the case, the game isn't that bad for you. I do think that Faceless Void will do better than the Weaver in the lane. At least, like into the Pangolier. Time dilation is just a bitch to work against, to play against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can nerf it a little bit, but it still is very frustrating for people to play into. So
it went from 10% to 7% or something like that, right? On each spell.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but yeah, I know there was a flat number of slow or whatever, and that was the big thing about it, where people were just going level 1 violation. So let's see. I mean, we're looking for entities offlaner. Kind of want some. I don't want a melee hero, but you've also got Tiny, so it makes it a bit difficult. They'll ban Enigma still. I don't know if DM plays Razor, but like if you are wanting another range hero, that's something. But yeah, I really want a melee though. I feel like they're a bit squished right now.
For Quest?
Entity.
For
Entity.
TA? For
their
Entity?
offlane.
For their offlane?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you have to also consider what you're going to be playing against, right? Like what sort of if you're playing versus some Naga, maybe an Underlord here could work, like something that buys a pipe early on. Any sort of hero that buys a pipe versus Zeus and also does well against the Naga.
10 seconds remaining.
Like you said, frontliner, you don't want it squishy. The Underlord is as unsquishy as it can get. Some primal offlane, not sure. For DM, if he really like, DM for me is this green type offlaner, you know, like just the green heroes. But maybe a beast as well isn't too Enchantress. Never mind. It is bad.
I don't know if they flexed the Tiny 2. I know some people were playing Tiny 3 pretty recently. Don't know if this is something that DM has done. I feel like I saw him do it once in the 1-win tournament, but I do not remember.
Look, I'm all down for that if you are going to pick a last pick that will change the state of the game. Like if you're going to pick something that justifies putting Tiny, promoting him on a tree, I'm fine with that. I just don't see it at the moment. I don't think it's justified that much. Maybe some maybe some Aghanims later on into Chronosphere is good, but you could also flex the Lash. I know we haven't seen it recently, but some Lash plus Tiny offlane, and then you can even last pick your mid if you really want to go crazy. But instead they get this front line, big boy. I can't believe we didn't talk about him. I guess the hero isn't really picked that much in the last couple of series. Is banned a lot, like always. You get the Centaur into into Zeus, you get a hero that can buy a pipe as well. You get a hero that can buy a Shivas versus something like a Naga.
5 seconds remaining.
Morphling, Naga, and Wraith King all seem good for PSG Quest.
Yeah, and I think importantly, all the heroes you mentioned, though, Centaur has a pretty fine time against. So
Yep.
there's another thing about this. So DM should have a pretty good lane. Yeah, no, I can't really think of any other options as well. So let's say they got 10 seconds left. And the decision will
Morphling.
be the Morphling.
Select your heroes.
Yeah, it's one of his most played heroes. A little bit, if I remember, he has a sub 50% win rate overall on him, but a lot of games, so doesn't really matter. It's one of the best heroes into Faceless Void at the moment. It gives you that late game win condition. You have the front line, you have the mess with Pango, Zeus, and Morphling to carry you later on in the game. I don't know. I still like Entity's draft a bit better. Entity are the one with the Centaur. I like their draft more now. Like in the first game, I liked Quest's draft. In the second one, I feel like maybe it's a little bit easier for Entity to do stuff on the map. Like you have this Tiny, you have the Centaur. You have ways of getting on top of Zeus. It's not that easy for him to escape the void, being stampeded, jumping on top of you with the chrono, Tiny with the blink as well if he has a good time.
Yeah, I really wonder what the reasoning was behind the Zeus getting picked up. Because it was, again, like, sure, you already saw the Lesh Bane Tiny, but we're getting Zeus a lot later on. So is this? I really don't know, because I do not think this is a very easy Zeus game. I feel like Centaur is always one of the biggest issues. Bane against like pesky mobile heroes is very, very nice, just with your catch on side lanes to be able to set up. And I think Fishman is top 3 Banes in the world, and his read on being able to find those setups. So you've got to worry about the Faceless Void. You've got to worry about Kataomi, who I also think Tiny is one of his better heroes. So I'm very intrigued on what the build is going to be for Noob and how he looks to play the Zeus. But I do think this is
Prepare for battle.
need pause. Oh, fire alarm. Okay.
Fight fire. Yeah, I guess the fire alarm stopped. Anyways, what the reasoning behind Zeus maybe is, this is the read that they have on the matchup, and I think that they believe the Zeus matchup is really good into Lash, which should be the case. You have a lot of nice ranged spells. You can keep distance, you can blow him up earlier on in the game. Later on, of course, it becomes a bit harder.
I think as the go, sir.
No, I'm just looking at the wordplay. Bro, let me put one observer in peace. I guess he...
Well, the Radiant one got placed first, just.
Yeah. No, he also ran into him as he was running down, but I mean, there has to be some history here between them. Maybe in pubs he's not letting him board as well. Or maybe in game 1 it was also the case.
The battle begins.
Yeah? It's not gonna work out. So, I think with the less track you can itemize first for the Zeus, where you go you said Eternal Shroud, right? So you look at like Eternal Shroud, and I think like Blink Dagger, third or not third item, sorry, but like 4th item or something like that. I think this is definitely a route for you to go down, and you're pretty mobile. Whenever the Zeus like jumps away with Heavenly Jump, you should be able to keep up with him. This is something that maybe no one can look at.
You also have Centaur, right? You have Centaur to work with. You have Stampede, you have Blink, Tiny, maybe Tots Tiny. There are ways of getting on top of Zeus, and these are the kind of games that Zeus doesn't like to play into. Games in which people can jump. So might not be that easy for him. You stated your doubts. I believe you. You're like a Zeus connoisseur. You know, you play a lot of the heroes, so doesn't matter. Honestly, like what the MMR of a person is, of course it does matter a bit, and from one MMR range to another, there's a bit of a difference in meta and everything. But if you play the hero a lot, you understand it very well.
Yeah, but I also think my read of Zeus is not like you have people. We're still seeing the lightning hands, and this is not my current read of Zeus. So I think just my idea of how to play it is very different as well.
But maybe you are right. Maybe the lightning hands are not the way. Jokes aside, they are. They are. Like I do love lightning hands. I think they're pretty damn strong right now. I don't think the hero would be actually. Okay, the lightning hands and phylactery, like one and the other. Like lightning hands allow you a clear. They allow you a clear way of scaling, and phylactery allows you to actually have a lot of impact early on in the game. Like these two things.
Yeah, you have to go up.
Yeah.
It's just there's no way you don't go phylactery on whatever build you go. It's just so dumb for the Zeus. 200 health, 200 mana, bunch of stats. Very nice item.
I still remember the first time I got hit by Zeus with phylactery. You know,
Oh, it
that's
hurts.
the thing. It hurts. Like the first time, the actual first time when phylactery got added, I'm like, what the hell just happened? It's a lot of damage.
Top lane, Katomi. Starting to fight back on PSG Quest. So there was a round of spells getting traded between the two, but Ducalis was able to activate the Nature's Attendant, so kind of shrugged off some of the spell usage. And I do think top lane we are gonna. There is definitely kill threat from either side. I think bottom lane as well. It does look like Malik's having another pretty good time as well.
Yeah, sleep on Omar, just to be able to snatch. Oh, he actually the bushwhack doesn't allow him to take it. Yeah, Malik is having a better time than I expected. They're really bringing the herd to Void. He doesn't really have a lot of regen anymore. There are 3 tangos on Fishman. He should be able to regen him back up. There's a salve as well if he wants to share that. Probably just the tangos. You don't really want to share the salve anymore that often. Nice half pull. Like everyone is becoming so good with this.
Better not catch you littering, bro.
I think it's like a combination of an extra valuable creep in the lane with the flag bearer, and also the fact that small camps have gotten nerfed over time, where they don't like you, and it's very difficult. You never have enough time to be able to stack a small camp. There's just way too much going on. Like often, even the first spawn, it's usually blocked. So you then by the time you stack it, it's 3 minutes, and then if you haven't pulled by that stage, like that's already a lot of golden experience that's already been given over.
It's just value. Like you can maybe stack it, it's still possible, but just you don't have to. That's the trick. Like you don't have to. It's even better like this. You send 2 creeps in the wave, 2 get denied immediately. It's just such a feels good play every time you do it. So far, whenever I do it though, like it's doable on a timer, but sometimes only the range creep connects, which can be a little annoying. But even connecting only the range creep is nice because. They lose the most experience anyway that way. What about the other lanes, by the way? Yeah. Sent.
Again, just spells being casted between either side. We do have a kill actually, never mind. So it's going to be bottom. As soon as we look away from bottom, they get the kill. Okay. Could have just waited a little bit.
Yep. Watson is actually really low. He salves up, so he should be fine, but they have to worry about Noob and his Thunder God's Wrath now. He is almost like a couple of creeps away from it. So some extra damage for the side lanes. Malik is really on fire these last couple of series that we watched. His offlane is always impactful.
Yeah, I don't know if my read on this Panker offlane is wrong now. Like, I must say, I have not seen it since the universal change. And in fact, when I say a lot, I really think I haven't seen it maybe like once or twice. Right? So,
yep.
Yeah. But I have,
lanes, no one?
No one. They're going to be caught out inside the river. Nice rotation from Ducalis and Omar. Thunder God's a lot of value if you're going to be able to get the kill onto a mid lane. Unfortunately, Noob doesn't get the kill. It's okay.
And a little bit of a tip there as well, coming from Enchantress. I don't mind, like, these two supports on Quest, like, one thing that they do possess is, like, incredible scaling. Oh, look at Bane, he might solo him here. Probably will not, but damn, that was actually very close. Want to go mid, Katomi?
Hold on. So regardless, you do kind of zone them away, so no one with the Edict. They might be able to get the kill into Fishman. The Carlos going to look to try and rotate back to mid. Malik is here as well, so a very cool rotation from Malik. Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. This guy is on another level right now. Since that Axe performance we saw from him, they're still going to be able to get the kill on Fishman by the looks of it. Maybe he could go for the deny, but Noob should be able to blow him up regardless. But yeah, nah, like Malik is... I don't know what has happened since that Axe game, but he is performing incredibly well for them.
Yeah, really cool fight for them on the mid lane. Not only because of that first initial save by Malik, he gives the arcane boost to Zeus. Zeus takes off the sleep off of Omar, and he's able to catch as well. Just everything is clicking at the moment for PSG Quest. I expected Entity to do a bit better in the lanes. We'll see what happens once Tiny gets a bit of farm and he can move in with some Stampede. They still don't have level 6 on DM. It's a huge difference. Chrono.
First Chronosphere is going to be used. And of course, with the time dilation, the spells will continue to be frozen. Noob's going to try and TP down. Malik's just going to do as much damage as he can before he dies.
That's
Noob will now see Fishman as well, but looks like he is a little bit hesitant, potentially if no one TPing or another course. So in the end, I mean, you're so happy with that. Chrono on cooldown. You thought it was going to be a free kill into Malik, but Noob is able to rotate and get himself closer to the phylactery.
They're just faster than Entity in all their rotations this early on, and it's kind of a snowball effect, right? Like, even that TP from the Pango mid gives the arcane boost to Zeus, which allows him to fight a little bit longer, have more resources, is able to TP down bottom. This rune is secured once again for him, so he's gonna have another rune. Like you said, phylactery, less than 1,000 gold away. Just it's a really solid performance so far from them, and Lesh and Tiny just unable to do anything, unable to start things off. They have Stampede now, maybe something that they can use around mid.
I will zone them away. So nice. Noob has got they've triple arcanes, one on Omar, and of course the Pango. It's just going to be so much mana getting spammed between PSG Quest. Could really help save a little bit of gold, so there's not as many clarities that are needed. But they're going to want to try and... I thought Zeus was actually going with the bottom with the arcane, but no, it's just the supports that will run into Fishman. This will be a kill onto the Bane. Kataoma is going to maybe chuck out a spell and offer some assistance. Is that actually going to be enough? Even Stampede? Okay, I guess Watson was getting gone on as well from tier 2000.
If you can use that Stampede on not just to save Fishman, then it's kind of justified. Just saving the position 5, I don't know. I feel like there is maybe some better usage. It's not the longest cooldown. It's not small as well, but as a Centaur, you can still just chill in the lane, push it in. Maybe trade for this bottom, because it's falling. They have the Frost Mage creep, a lot of armor, 40 for Malik. They can tank the tower a little bit as well if needed.
Oh, that's a nice rune to be able to get for Kataoma. If Nu was able to snag the haste, potentially no one would have been chased down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Who's still top net worth, even with these 2 deaths on the left rack.
He is farming really well, right? Like, everything that I see from no one is he's just running from one camp to another. He has 2 deaths, 0 assists, 0 kills, but still working out for him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Starting to set up onto Malik. Once again, Chrono's up. So what happened last time? Malik's going to reposition to the high ground ward. Play this one a little bit safer. Well, Noob is also underneath the Radiant Observer Ward inside their own jungle. So we're just scouting out a lot of movements. Sees Omar and Dekalis as well.
Smoke. They have the toss if needed. With the Chronosphere.
Dude, this ward. Really would like the Zeus kill. Unfortunately, they're not going to get it. So, I mean, you're pretty happy with that. Chrono into no one split earth. Very good use of division. They're going to try and chase him down. Fishman can get a range for the nightmare. Even attempts with a blood grenade slow, but they might be able to turn it around. Melk at the choke point. Goes for the rolling thunder, but it's a nice split away. Watson didn't continue as soon as they saw the pain go move on over, which may have been disastrous if Noob was able to continue spell casting as well if they went for that. So in the end, a 2-for-1.
Yeah, 2-for-1 with Thunder God's Wrath committed on one side and Chronosphere on the other. I'm not sure. I'm maybe you're a little bit happier with Quest, if you are Quest, that is, because it's easier for you to take these next fights. You don't really rely on Chrono anyway. You don't really rely on Thunder God's Wrath. Like it's a good addition to fights, but you can fight without.
Amazing what you found lying around.
Has Omar got a... Oh, well, they're going to see Centaur TP back in. Late mail on DM. Makes this kill a little bit more tricky, but... not tricky enough, I suppose.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
How's tier 2000 going as well? It's been a little bit silent this game. Getting a lot of time to be able to farm. It looks like Yasha into the Mantis style. So he's having a really good time. I mean, his counterpart in Watson is a little bit away from the Maelstrom. In fact, far away from the Maelstrom, so he's still struggling a bit. Oh, no one's in a good spot. Stun's going to be out, but the Stampede tries to help them disengage, but look at the damage onto no one. I mean, this is exactly what you were mentioning with the Zeus. Noob just blows him up to start the fight. Now, Fishman's going to attempt the TP, but tier 2000 is quickly there to stop it. Mid lane DM. Should be a pretty easy kill with a break. There's not really many right clicks I have to worry about with Retaliate. Actually, not even going to be able to get him though. Hesitant with no one showing up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. This is ambitious onto tier 2000.
think they maybe saw with this ward the tiny moving back in the trees. No one was trying to go for the stun out of the fog. Yeah, Katomi wanting to cut the wave, going to look to TP up. Melik won't even think about the Rolling Thunder. Do you like this Bloodstone on no one instead of the Internal Shroud? Second item. Kataomi as well at the tier 3 towers. Gonna be dived. Watson's gonna be there to respond with a chrono. Maybe this could be the fight for Entity. They need no one, but no one's gonna be late to the party. So the damage output is not gonna be there for the Morphling. Attribute Shift will protect tier 2000. And Noob's got a DD as well, so Entity need to respect this.
Radiant are scanning.
Bounty.
See where they look to go with the blink though. Kataomi. They have Watson currently inside the lane where PSG Quest is starting to set up. I thought someone was TPing top. Yeah, I think it was Omar, but he cancelled it. It was Noob actually, his TP's on cooldown, so... What's DM got to? Blink, he's going into the internal shroud himself. Melik is going to run into the centaur. And Entity's starting to sweep across the map with their smoke, but Quest have already set up down bottom, so I will get a free T2 tower, and there's really not going to be a trade.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
That's not bad. Alright, it actually does work in the end.
Your desolation and the world's are one.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they're looking for more as well.
Dire are
They
scanning.
have a bit of advantage. I don't know if it was a Radiant. I don't know whose scan actually went red. I think Dai scanned out this move, Noob. Man, what a timing to use the invis. Kataomi, it was a second earlier, probably would have seen Noob just before the rune was used, but that would have TP back to the T1 tower, so he's okay. 4,000 net worth lead for PSG Quest. So it's not growing that much, though. I saw that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom
PSG
tower
Quest
is
are
under
playing
attack.
around this bottom side, so maybe they're going to be thinking about looking to try and take
Dire's top
Roshan.
tower is under attack.
And it's like they will be able to get it as well if there's going to be a contest. They do scan it though on Radiant, but it's falling
Is under attack.
way too quickly though. So Entity unfortunately going to have to give the Aegis away for free. I mean, we do see what they're getting out of the map though. Like, top's getting shoved. Looks like Kataomi is going to be able to push in the mid lane. PSG Quest now have the first Aegis to work with. That's going to be given over to tier 2000. They are setting up at the portal though, maybe thinking someone's going to go through, but no one will. Entity want to fight though. Smoker's 3. We'll try and connect to DM as well. Ooh. I guess he's ready to go. Noob is currently going to show inside the lane. Jump in Kataomi. That's a great target. That's the best one. They'll be able to cancel the Fiend's grip with the Rolling Thunder. It's not going to matter. Malik, I mean, he tried his best there, but a big kill for Entity to get.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, that is...
Massive.
And it's only a 3,000 deficit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Not a
middle
huge
tower
advantage.
has fallen.
I mean, they are getting some towers as well. Some objectives on the map also are
Radiant's
taken
bottom
by
tower
them.
is under attack.
Feeling much better at the moment for Entity than before, and you are playing into this Faceless Void who's got a BKB, Maelstrom going for Mjolnir. You might find some really good chronos that he hasn't so far, like maybe that high ground one was okay, but let's see, they could smoke again.
Malik has fallen down on this net worth. I don't know what's happened. I haven't particularly been paying too much attention to the Pangolier since the laning phase, but I'm a bit surprised at how... I mean, he's really not that low, to be honest. But yeah, I thought he would have a bit more.
It's just that the difference isn't really that big. It's not really that he's low, it's just that everyone is neck and neck. The 2k advantage isn't really that big.
Top tower has
Your
fallen.
Morphling has a little bit more than everyone else, but besides that, the game is extremely close when it comes to network. Ducalis might die here, has to be very careful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I want to see a Zeus Thunder God Rat with
Oh, they're
the
coming.
Tormentor. Yeah. They're gonna defend it. So they're defending because they took the enemy Tormentor and they're expecting the same move from Radiant, so they TP back to take their own probably.
They scanned as well, so they knew what was going on.
Yep.
Does look like though, I mean, Pipe's now completed on the Centaur, so a lot of extra damage mitigation. Do see, unfortunately, they don't particularly have a Mage Slayer builder to slow down the Zeus's damage, but this Age is going to be out in a minute 40. And PSG Quest haven't gotten a lot out of it. I mean, maybe they weren't really expecting to be able to get many objectives though, but lead, it's kind of just simmering around this, 3,000 to 5,000 mark.
Much slower game than game 1. Like in game 1 we had that Tiny just bowling out of control. I thought that maybe Morphling will be able to recreate it with an early Kanda, and let's see, he's level 18, has the Kanda Manta, and they are smoked. Let's see what they can do. No Aghanims just yet on Pango. They have smoked 400 gold away from the full Aghs on Malik.
Pretty good angle if they keep going with it though. If they were seeing the wave, and they were, so the pings are out. Instant stampede usage, but unfortunately Malik was too quick, so they're going to be able to catch one.
Ducalis?
Ducalis is hunting DM. It's going to be able to blink before the impetus strikes.
Nice attempt. They're ping out bottom lane instantly, and you can see the TPs. Like, look at them. Rainbow TP down bot, and Chancer's trying to cut them off maybe with Zeus. But no one does have a blink. TA2000 scouts him, but no,
he's gonna
Noob is
blink.
there.
Oh, Noob already used
No
the
to
lightning
Noob.
bolt. Oh, he used it to scout instead. I mean, a very unfortunate timing. Like, literally, maybe half a second before he blinked was when the bolt was used.
And it was so close. Like, even without the bolt, the other stuns were so close. Omar and TA2000, like, literally casted them, but just a second too late. Anyways, Aegis has been reclaimed. You weathered the storm. And if you're Entity, this is probably the best position you've been in. Like, you're playing versus Morphling without an Aegis. With a shard, but without an Aegis. And you have Mjolnir now finished on Faceless Void. So maybe it's time to think about using this Chronosphere, smoking up. Fishman instantly buys one.
Where would you like to see them go, though, with the current map setup with the smoke? Where do you feel like they should try and target their forces?
The first thing and foremost, you look at how much vision they have on the map. And they don't really have a lot of vision. That's a problem. The way they're moving, it looks like they want to go into the triangle, but Faceless Void is not there with them. Not yet. I'd like them to set up around the tier 2 bot and mid, so this triangle where Morphling is right now, if they could get in and ward it up, it wouldn't be that bad, but instead we're gonna have a counter smoke. I feel like most fights actually erupt exactly here, after the first stages. Not where Quest is right now, but around the Rosh pit.
The tower's going to go down with Entity looking to try and go for their smoke. Nice use of the Enchantress creep, so all out of towers now claimed. They're going to try and pivot their attention over towards their own triangle from Entity.
Yeah, they're not
PSG
reading
Quest.
Yeah. Quest, they did have this funky play. They moved back. Sometimes you see the smoke that goes around the Twin Gate, you ward up the Twin Gate, then you move top through it. And then from the Twin Gate you go into the enemy Wisdom Rune area, but yeah, this is completely different from them. Very passive, very defensive, knowing they're playing against a Chronosphere, so it's understandable.
Yeah, like you said, this is a much slower game than what we saw previously. It's actually Entity that have the win probability. 4,000 net worth lead for PSG Quest, but Entity with a 54% probability. Is that where your assessment would currently be with the current status of the game?
55 for Entity. With the Faceless Void in the game, I feel like the odds are always skewed towards them. My assessment is Morphling is a really good hero into him, and I would give a little bit more value to him, especially with this tier 3 tower almost dying, by the way. To the creeps.
What happened there? Is that just like Enchantress sending stuff down?
I think so. Like, I was gonna say the same thing. I think it's Ench. That's ratting. Look, again. Dark Troll Summoner.
Ah, yes.
Just a lonely Skelly boy with Morphling illusions, yeah.
Swiftly out of balance.
Definitely not as dumb as what it used to be, but it is still very silly.
You can summon a lot of these skeletons, like raise dead, and they give you this aura. They give each other damage. They do become scary.
We're going to be looking towards Roche now. It's potentially up in about a minute 10. 100% is going to be down at bottom as well. Craziness of spawning on the opposite side. And I did hear a gem pickup as well, so it does look like, yeah, Fishman's bought a gem. Let's see if that's going to be able to help them, because it does seem like at the moment PSG Quest have done a pretty good job, and this is bound to happen because they've had the advantage this game, but warding has just been a little bit easier for them. Placing deep observers, being able to de-ward as well with relative ease, so this gem from Entity will make it a bit easier. There we go. Already one ward's going to get claimed.
What's this branch in the acorn shot of Hoodwink? Chilling, waiting for Roshan. Let's see. They're messing with them Malik a little bit using the twin gate. Like you said, you have
Dire's
Zeus.
middle tower is
It
under
always
attack.
helps out with map control, with vision. And they are already in a good position. Do they have any smokes on Dire? They don't, right? So
Dire's middle
at least it
tower
should be a
is
bit
under
easier for
attack.
Katomi to initiate.
Katomi. And Malik uses the Rolling Thunder really early on. And I think with that high ground ward, they actually saw the rolls. So even though it gets dewarded, it's kind of done a pretty decent job.
Let's see. And they still have a one ward next to the twin gate.
Katomi, they got Observer Sentry combo. They're going to try and jump in, but quick reactions. Strength Morph's going to be there. Watson still wants to think about the Chronosphere. He's going to be able to find it onto two heroes to the right side. No one jumps over the bubble as well, and they've got the damage entity. Big team fight from them. They're going to try and catch him.
Another one.
Hit bash. Watson gets lucky on the escape. Zeus is going to be cut short. Carlos is now taunting around in a circle as entity. 0 casualties from them. What a great team fight.
Man, we were praising Malik and how amazingly he's done so far, like how well he's played, but this last fight was a little bit on him. Like, using the Rolling Thunder a little bit too early, trying to start things off, and that being dodged, and now just a perfect initiation coming from Entity. Quest, I'm not sure, maybe they thought they were a bit stronger than they were in the Chronosphere, because Morphling kinda lets himself get chronoed, right? Just absolutely is broken apart by the Faceless Void. He hurts. He has this Mjolnir now with the BKB. You can't really think that he will not kill you. Even with the Shard on Morphling, you are gonna die. Like, just a perfect fight from Entity. What do you do now? Like, if you're Quest, I still feel... Okay, the state of the game is much worse than it used to be, right? I still feel that they scale pretty damn well, all of them. Like Morphling, Zeus, the two supports scale like probably the best out of 4s when it comes to scaling into some sort of semi-cores, like the Hoodwink and Ench. So you can count on that and some high ground defense, but there's a Hex on Lash, there's a lot of initiation potential from Bane with Aether Lance.
I don't know what you look to try and do differently now for Quest. It's just that one team fight. I mean, you've had the lead for pretty much the entirety of the game, but I mean, look at the swing. It's a steep climb up. It was about 5,000 for them. Now it's 7,000 for Entity. T2 Tower goes down top. This is a nice scan from Dire, so they will read that Entity is starting to move back towards bottom.
Yeah, the worst part for Quest is the fact that they fought around the pit. Like, you never want to fight around the pit versus heroes such as Faceless Void. Not never, but most of the time the game plan is, let's force a fight somewhere else, let's force him to use the chrono, so even if we lose, we can go in and just take the grip is there. Malik.
He's dead.
Still got Rolling Thunder for
Why is
some
that?
time.
Damn, that TP was so long. I guess Fishman already TP'd their prior. All the other TPs are going to take like 500 seconds. And Malik... Wow, he's out.
Okay. That cast range reduction, I guess, hurt him a bit. It looked a bit funny when he was trying to get away, but... Yeah. I'd like Quest to... Oh, Hoodwink survives. I'd like to see Quest...
Hex for no one. And now Watson, if they need the Chronosphere, it looks like they probably won't with the raw damage they have. What is going on to this game?
Yeah, that's the Blink Hex on him. And that's a yikes as well. I was gonna say, I'd like to see a Chrono baited out and then maybe you can fight after that, but and they don't even need the Chrono to kill him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A tricky position for PSG Quest to be in now, playing with a pretty large deficit. They are going to look for top. I think they're scouting out Fishman. So,
yeah,
they're going to use the Rolling Thunder for it. Oh my, doing so with the Boomerang. So they might just go bottom though. I mean, Rolling Thunder is used.
Dire's structures are fortified.
No glyph. And no morphling for 20 more.
Tower is under attack.
I have a gigantic wave top that someone might want to farm.
All for Fishman.
For it. No.
If Fishman went for this, it would take him like 3 minutes to kill off all the creeps on Bane.
Healing power.
It's poor Bane. I don't know. No one goes this Ag Shard on him. So he must be pretty doo-doo.
I do see Aghanims though from time to time. Like his
Yes,
Ag Scepter, Ag Scepter is pretty good. Like can
I was gonna say save on Betboom. Really likes the scepter.
Yeah. I think it's strong. Gives you some extra outplay potential with the grip. And what I was gonna say, the Chronosphere boy will lose his Aegis in 20 seconds, but he's buying Refresher next. And that kind of shows you what kind of a game this is. He's got Skadi, he's got Mjolnir, that's it. He doesn't need anything more versus Morphling. They have enough damage. No one? He's on Noob. But
He's on who? Oh.
yeah.
They're coming. The Thunder God's gonna scout them out so they can maybe intercept the rest of Entity. And now it means no one is currently not here, so we can't help them. They're gonna try and still utilize this numbers advantage. Can Watson land the Chronosphere to Carlos? They do a pretty good job to split away. Now with the stun, Watson's in trouble. Has time to pop the BKB with a Stampede. Retreat has been called. Maybe they can turn back around if they see an opportunity. It's still gonna be risky though. 4v5 and BKB used and they just won out.
What was this commitment on to Kalis? Well, like, what's the hate on Ench? Like, that's the worst target to go on. You do not want to touch Ench if you are Entity. They went on her, like, first grip was used, I believe, on Enchantress. Then Watson as well jumps on top of her. Doesn't manage to... I mean, he stops his Chronosphere for the best, of course. He doesn't Chrono to Kalis, at least. And, yeah, they just lose the Bane in the end, but... Still a scary fight for Entity, which looked like it could be much worse. And that's, I guess, if you're PSG Quest, that's how you need to adapt. No more standing still and hitting as Morphling. You need to juke and jive, just try and kite this Faceless Void for as long as possible. Make him perhaps use the Chrono on someone else, and then you can fight.
Do we like the Butterfly next on the Morphling?
Well, you are playing into a lot of magic damage. You are playing into Mjolnir already on Faceless Void, so he won't really suffer too much against it, but it's not bad, I guess. Like, you will get a lot of damage on the Morphling. What else would you buy, though? That's my... What else could he go for? Satanic? I mean, you already have Skadi. For the crit, you already have Kanda. Yeah, I do like it. I think it's okay.
And he's still a little bit away from it, unfortunately. He's got an Aeon Disc queued up. Nubax even has a Hex queued up as well. So not a lot of damage items currently for the Zeus, but we'll see if it is enough for him currently with what he has. They will try and smoke from PSG Quest, but Entity on the complete opposite side of the map. And Watson, if he wants, can buy out for the Refresher. It's a bit risky though, not having buyback here for the Faceless Void. And DM might show on this lane soon.
What's cool for me is that Kataomi is buying Wind Waker, like for his teammates. It would be nice to have that reset for Lesh, but I feel that it's maybe even better on PSG Quest to get it on someone. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone is buying it, right? Like, none of these heroes really likes to go for it.
No one sees the Carlos. 20,000 health. No one does a lot of damage there.
Waiting for teammates, basically. Yeah.
And now they're here. And he's gone. Can they fight now? Malik's gonna try and jump in. A lot of damage with tier 2000 waveforming over the top. No one in some danger. And they're going to be able to kill the Leshrac. This is a big opening now. Watson, though, has been able to find the Zeus off inside the river with the Chronosphere onto one, but that is the primary hero. A lot of the damage. Last buybacks as well. They got the Morphling Hex from no one off the back of the buyback. Force Staff's able to get Tier 2000 out. Now with the Replicant as well. Tier 2000 actually thinking about turning it. He's stuck inside the river, tossed up into the epitome.
Nice pushback.
Next onto 2. Oh, it's beautiful. Well done from Amar. But now Noob, he's going to be able to clean up as well. That's a dieback out of no one. DM's in trouble. Blade Mail's doing a lot of damage. They've got to be cautious now. DM might just kill them all, but they'll kite him till it expires in PSG Quest. Able to come out on top. Fight's been looking very good for Entity recently, but finally Quest will be successful.
Holy hell, how many buybacks did we even get in this fight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buybacks? Am I counting that correctly? Insane. PSG Quest, yeah, finally just turning this fight upside down. It was... That's why you never jump Enchantress first, you know? Like, this hero is useless if you jump her, she already did her job. Okay, she dishes out a lot of damage. Sure, but that's a 5 that you're revealing your position on. The Blink Hex from Lesh was used. Because of that, Morphling was able to get on top of him, and it all started like that. It was first and foremost Lesh that dies. He forced to buy back, to join back into the fight, but... I don't know. Faceless Void, he does have buyback, but he doesn't have Chrono now to work with. Noob as well, right?
Adomi?
They could kill Zeus.
Okay, all or nothing for Noob. It looks like it might work as well. Watson doesn't need a Chrono. He can just stand and pump him with the BKB. But now what have you got for Tier 2000? Because the Rolling Thunder is going to be able to amplify him as well.
That
with
grip.
Fiend's grip. It might be enough, but Tier 2000 turns his attention over to the Bane. I mean, that was an all or nothing play from them. It's a nice stun from DM. Maybe the toss. He committed the waveform. Now with the Avalanche as well. Tier 2000 still has the Faceless Void replicate.
The Bushwhack saves him as well a little bit from that extra stun of the Centaur. By the way, did you see the grip? I think the grip actually killed Faceless Void. From Fishman. Another toss back into the stun.
Oh! They got the Avalanche! Oh my lord!
He's out.
Okay.
He's got BKB as well, by the way, now.
How's he out? Okay, he's full out. Are they all out? Alright, no one's going to be able to get the Hoodwink. Katomi's already looking for Takalis. Looks like they'll get the Enchantress as well.
These are two heroes without
mega
buyback.
creeps.
Yeah.
You're losing T4s, but it's okay. You got kills. So.
Yeah, insane. Insane way for Entity to actually stay in the game. Nice, nice Katomi. Like, this was perfect from him, trying to at least save the throne, tossing the Morphling back, literally saving enough time for them for Lesh, for no one to respawn. And once he has that Blink Hex, then it's scary. You can't stay anymore. You can't push alone. Not without Zeus, not without anyone, without buybacks. By the way, he did buy Satanic in the end instead of Butterfly. He's going Butterfly next, probably, instead of Power Treads. Swift Blink would also maybe be fine, but goddamn, this fight, everything erupted literally in 1 second in that river. That was crazy. Like, the whole fight was insane, and how it culminated with the Fishman. So basically what happened is he gripped Pangolier, but he gripped the Rolling Thunder Pangolier right next to the Faceless Void. So it was like a roll-up. It effectively was like a roll-up. Because of it, Faceless Void got hit multiple times with a stun. He was stun-locked because of the Fiend's grip. It's crazy, and he dies because of that, like, straight up.
Wait, are they fighting? Entity?
It seems like they are.
Tipping down to the outpost. Noob? He sees Fishman. Instead of jumping inside the lane, they got the Morphling. They didn't give the Aegis to him. They gave it to the Zeus instead. And that's a buyback out of Tier 2000. No one jumped in, but everyone wanted to go out. He's got BKB. Bash is going to be there from Melik. And yeah, you're right. They've got to be conscious about the throne as well. Can they get away though? DM BKB is going to be activated. The TP is still on cooldown. Meanwhile, Melik as well over the north has also caught the Tiny. So, I mean, this has been such a valuable hero. Maybe Kataomi, nice toss into the Blink, actually goes to the northeast instead.
I think you just refresh you if you're Watson, right? Maybe wait, you have BKB still. You can double BKB. Because you're gonna need this chrono in the next couple of seconds. They are pushing in. Mouse. Cat.
Okay, so no glyph, but yeah, what you said, you refresh for chrono.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you jump if you're entity? You jump Morphling again? They showcased that they could blow him up.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, this man just bought back, right? Like, you are playing against the Morphling without buyback. There's an Aegis in Zeus, like, you don't want to be going on him. You probably aren't killing him. There's an A on this Compango. These other two aren't useless, but they're the last of your worries. The least important, so... Yeah, let's see. Maybe he doesn't instant refresh. Like, he can use it. He can use the BKB first, jump in, bait some things out, and then go in again.
No joke. That's not bad. Katomi's got an... Oh, no, my DD just changed from Arcane to DD.
Oh, they're going straight in. There's no cooldown.
Oh, you need to respond. Oh, they're going to be able to get the jump onto the Zeus. So Zeus is falling low, but there we go. Chrono's out, but he was able to activate the BKB before the Chronosphere. So the damage is going to be lacking. Second BKB now for T2000, but the Fiend's group's going to be there from Fishman. They don't have the damage for the throne. It was an all or nothing play. And that is a dive back out of the Morphling. It's going to be a wipe in the end. Entity. They will stand strong. A miraculous defense. And maybe they walk it down now.
Man, that looked good though. Like, it looked good in the beginning. Morphling was able to shift through all of the chrono. He didn't die. Perfect grip from Fishman. And can you just straight down mid? I want to see show fight recap. I just want to see Leshrak's damage. Just a casual 8,000 damage in one fight. Nothing to see here.
Dire's courier.
Yeah, you go straight down mid. They have one buyback. That's on Pango.
Look at the carries. Oh no, they're losing them all. One more. No, Enchantress lost it.
This is some new tech right there. I love it. That's some new tech that they came up with. I love it. Just delaying. But look, it is all about the seconds. It's all about the seconds. Like 7 seconds for Hoodwink. They have enough time. Maybe they have a glyph as well, right?
They're fine. Yeah, and they have a second one once this dies. They should be fine. I think.
Oh,
we'll see.
2 glyphs.
Not if you lose some heroes though. Nice force.
30 seconds
right, Zeus
for
is
Morphling.
back.
Yep.
Oh, Malik's going to use an early Rolling Thunder as well, but Noob wasn't there. So that Rolling Thunder is a little bit wasted. Space? Okay. It's okay.
I think that's space. Right there. Lucalis.
Decent amount of damage over the left side. DM's falling low, but they got the grip. They got the grip over to the Enchantress. They're just turning to the objectives. They didn't even want to try and kill the Carlos. He's got no buyback. Malik with the Aeon Disc going to be activated as well. They've got to be cautious about their own base. Maybe Tier 2000 can go for Radiant. That is an option for them. Instead, he's going to go for the kills instead. Tier 2000, aggressive waveform in. Damn, nice stun. Great stun from Damn. Perfect timing. Gets the blink away. And PSG Quest. Oh, they are still in.
Oh man, what a game. What a game we have right now. Like, they used the grip in the end on Enchantress, but he had buyback in 20 seconds anyway, so they couldn't really take that fight any longer. I know you questioned Malik's Rolling Thunder, but it bought them enough time. I think they were afraid of losing the throne that quickly, so they just wanted to move them away a little bit. By the time Morphling comes online, he still blinks in the back. He uses roll up. He still did a lot in that fight. His Basher is doing work, but most importantly, they hold. They don't even lose a single side. They still have Megas. But now you're playing into 2 Chronospheres. Watson only got the Chrono at the end of that fight. That's why it looked so easy for Quest. They didn't have a Chronosphere at all on Radiant.
And with the fights going Entity's way recently, it means they've had time for the buybacks to come off cooldown. So a minute for Watson, a minute for Katsuomi as well. Dim almost has enough gold for his once the time is up So they are going to have a big advantage where Entity have 5 buybacks compared to only the 3 on PSG Quest.
They're 15k ahead, and they've been megaed. You know what? If you're PSG Quest, screw these fights, man. Screw the pushes. Just stay back, farm up. Like, make this lead disappear. You have mega creeps. They're pushing in. It's not that easy for them to play into that. Stay on your side of the map. Wait minute 60. Who cares? Wait 10 more minutes. There you go.
You see they're just fanning out across the map, whereas Entity's still playing relatively close together. And Noob is easy to be able to split the map as well with the Manta Illusions and continue to accumulate his farm. His progression has really stalled though.
Yep. Too many buybacks recently, but... And he's scouted, I believe. They had a nice ward, yeah. You look at no one. Instantly. Ninja gear going in. If he could get this kill, it could... But now he knows. Noob knows. Noob knows.
Does he just go for the... Oh. If he didn't hesitate.
If he didn't, yeah. I also love how Noob reacted quickly. The moment he saw the ward and that he was scouted out, instantly he's deeping away, running off.
Precious bounty.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. They are converging like they're about to smoke. I hope they don't. I just want to see them farming up. Let Radiant smoke. Let Radiant do plays against mega creeps. It's just unnecessary for you.
I don't know how many Mega Creep games have we gotten, but also where they've been like very winnable. Yeah, what's going on?
A lot. Yeah. Make Mega Creeps great again.
It's very interesting.
I feel like not a single team gives up on Megas anymore. It's like, you got Megas, who cares? Let's play on. Mid lane smoke.
PSG Quest, they see the Faceless Void down bottom with the high ground ward, and they are beelining it to Watson. Katomi might actually pop the smoke though. Now they're going to run away from him instead, and they're going to be able to blow him up. Oh, that is a huge pick for PSG Quest.
Yeah, he instantly pings the cliff, but that's the life you live in when you're playing versus Mega Creeps. That's very unfortunate for him, but what can you do? He does have a buyback to work with. So if they go all in, they have to be very careful not to be punished. They don't have a buyback on Morphling. The cooldown is there, but also he just doesn't have enough gold.
It's like they are not wanting to force the issue, at least currently on Dire though. Rosh is up as well. It's going to be a bottom spawn, so it would be Refresher Shard. I want to scout this out though.
Remember a long time ago, maybe like 15 minutes ago, we were talking about Wind Waker. We do have it on Malik, so it's one extra thing that you can play with. One extra thing that helps you against the Chronosphere. That's why the Nullifier is queued up next on Faceless Void.
Radiant are scanning.
This was a scary situation for Entity. Like, they managed to survive without Void, you know? No buybacks forced, nothing like that.
See Rosh now. I don't know if it was a fast Rosh spawn, but regardless, it is up. They will take it. Radiant scanned, but unfortunately it was about 10 seconds before they actually entered. Who do you want to see the Refresher Shard on for Dial?
Do you just give it to TA2000 or to Malik? I feel like one or the other. Malik has it for now. Probably the best for him. He's been using these Rolling Thunders. They're the big teamfight spell that they've got. I was thinking maybe for Morphling to have more BKBs.
Yep.
Like double the BKB, double the Satanic in fights isn't that bad, but yeah, 2 Rolling Thunders is also solid.
Oh, I don't know if... okay, never mind. These buybacks are coming up. I thought they were going to be a little bit longer on cooldown for PSG Quest, and I was going to say maybe this Aegis where they would still play it pretty passively. But you're asked for them to like kind of farm the map. They are doing that. This net worth lead is dropping. So the advantage, like you said, with the mega creeps, we're really seeing it come into play. Just all the lanes are shoved out. Entity can't really get onto the map. So they are getting these items. Like I was saying before, Noob has really struggled to progress itemization wise. It almost has the hex now completed though. And everyone else is your refresher 3400 gold for the Pangolier. So yeah, you are getting the farm on Dire.
No, for sure. Like this is something that we talked even at the beginning of the game. These supports of PSG Quest scale really, really nicely. You will have, I don't know, even the Hoodwink. This hero scales super well. He went for the Wind Waker. Omar, in some games you can go Gleipnir, Daedalus, whatever. But in this game, of course, Wind Waker into the Faceless Void. I'm just afraid that they're gonna get all nullified. Watson will get it. The question is, does he want to use it and lose the buyback or not? That's a scary play. Enchantress, meanwhile, Enchantress has a Sacred Relic. Nullifier for the Ducalis. It's just these supports, even like it's not even about the Morphling and Zeus. Of course, the two of them can get at least Zeus can get bigger, but it's about the supports really and the amount of farm that they can still get on the map.
Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize that net worth though. Inside these fights. PSG Quest are now posturing much more aggressively. Sweeping from Radiant's Triangle back down to their bottom jungle. So have a much larger chokehold on the game. And on the map, I should say. Smoke up.
Let's see smoke.
Watson on the front.
Did he break any of them? He broke one smoke, right? The other hero wasn't smoked or something like that. Or he broke two. Doesn't matter.
I don't.
Halik.
They're going to follow the wave in. The M will show. They really want to use everything onto the Centaur though. This is a hard kill. 51 under health. The M's going to have time to activate the BKB. And now the sleep as well inside the base. The toss deeper too. I mean, it's a great setup from Entity. You'll deal with the first life.
Without Chrono.
And now you've got double Chrono. And how are you going to be able to protect him? Fiend's Grip is there as well. They might not even need the Chronosphere. That's where the Wind Waker is able to come into play. T2000's okay. Watson now is able to line up the Chrono onto the backline. Overwhelming amount of Wind Wakers, but he's got a second ultimate to use if he get it off. And he will be able to do just that. Ancient's getting targeted though. You got to look at the throne. The creeps are starting to bring it down incredibly low. They'll go back to protect it. There were some buybacks out as well over the northern side. The fight continuing to break out with the
Morphling is stepping back in.
No one finds a double stun.
Drone, Ducalis,
even trying to deal with Tier 2000 back into the middle. He should be able to kill it. Glyph is there. Have Entity got the stuns?
No,
Can they stop Quest from going for the juggler? I think it's too low. They're going to be able to do it. PSG Quest. Wow, man, I don't know. This team and late game mega creeps. Something about it. It's another victory from them, though.
Another win for them versus mega creeps. And a very similar situation to yesterday. They get mega creeps and then they have to figure out a way. Like, they die a couple of times. They get wiped a couple of times. Look at them. They're so happy. I love it. Dude, like... They have to die a couple of times, they have to fail a couple of times pushing this throne with mega creeps to understand how exactly they need to approach. They need to cook it a little bit, they need to figure out what the right approach is. And in the end, it's always the one. Just go for the throne. That kind of always works with these mega creeps. As long as the throne is exposed, just hit it, lol. TA2000 actually used the buyback. That was a little bit scary. He used the buyback, same like Noob, and then they traveled in. The creeps that they traveled on weren't hurt, weren't killed, so they could get on top of that throne. Ducalis as well with this Nullifier, probably the most damage that you can get from one item, just pure right click, not really talking about impetus. That also helped them quite a lot hitting the throne. Nothing can be taken away from Entity though. This game was like fantastic showing from them. I do believe that at some point it looked like it's much easier for them to win than to lose, especially when this refresher was picked up. A lot of damage in this chrono. A bunch of Wind Wakers, though, like you mentioned. They got a bunch of Wind Wakers. They got some nullifiers. I believe they even used the Void in these last fights, in the last Chronosphere. Really nicely done. Like, this is the first fight which Watson just owns. Look at that damage. Like, him and no one in perfect position kill off the Morphling. But nothing like that was recreated until the end of the game. Nothing as impactful as that one. Only the high ground defense fights. Overall, great game. Once again, nice mega creeps. Not a comeback, unfortunately, for Entity. Even though it was close, they were pushing the throne after losing all their Raxes. They just couldn't complete it on time. Also, by the way, the Squadron of Couriers, that's a new thing. That's some new tech that I've seen. The couriers delaying the push, that's some next level stuff right there.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I don't remember who it was that was.
Yeah. For me, it's new
definitely
tech. For me, it's new tech. Yeah, it's too cool. Yeah.
It's too cool. You haven't seen the nerdy stuff just yet. Yeah,
I haven't seen all the five couriers nerding out like that. You know.
Yeah.
That one I haven't. I've seen some couriers now and then. You know, like I've done it. I play Visage a lot. I've done it with birds as well. You know, you just creep skip, you move the creeps away and stuff. But all 5 couriers doing it in unison like that, that was really nice to see. I don't know, just this game never stops surprising you. There's just so many variables, and people always find ways of being innovative and making new stuff happen.
Yeah, that they do. And I don't know what it is, but we keep getting some very exciting games at the moment. Like, you know, this is 2 series in a row now, PSG Quest. I mean, yesterday, right, versus and we've done so many games. Who did they verse yesterday? It was Heroic, right? Where it went
Heroic.
60 plus minutes. That was another Mega Creep game where Heroic almost came back. And now this one for PSG Quest, like you go 59 minutes. And
the
this
Spirit
is that
Falcon game
last
as
fight.
well.
Yeah,
Spirit Falcon
true.
series as well. No, I think it maybe sings praises to these teams and how close and how well they are matched, but also the state of the game, which is I don't know. I'm enjoying the patch. I think it's good. Like watching it and playing it, I feel there's a lot of heroes that are in the meta that are playable. A lot of ways to win the game. A lot of different ways to win the game. A lot of different strategies that you can use, either by ratting and delaying the game, or constant team fights, even something like the Tiny in the last game, in which you're all inning on this pick-off scenario where you're just getting one kill after another. I think we're in a healthy place. Good job to PSG Quest. They've now managed to shake off the 2 losses that they had before in the series. Nice comeback.
Yeah, really nice comeback. They're now 4-4. So it's like, they were in this scary position, right, where you 0-4, not the way you're wanting to start your run here for Elite League, and now you win the next 4 maps in a row, and all of a sudden there is a lot of confidence for this team. They are looking very, very strong, but of course, are they going to be able to continue to have this success against some other teams as well? They do have a series later today versus OG, who have been struggling, so let's see if they're going to be able to get a victory on the board there as well. But with that being said, we do need to go a break. We need to set up an interview. We're going to be able to speak to one of the members on PSG Quest, so stick around. We'll have an interview after a short break. All right, we're back. Quick break, ready to go. We've set up the interview. We're going to have the Carlos from PSG Quest joining us. We'll get to ask him a couple of questions. Firstly, to Carlos, congratulations on the 2-0 victory as well. What were the talks like at the boot camp and with the team after the start of the group stages? Because you guys, you dropped your first 2 series, being 0 and 4. What were the kind of the conversations that you guys had to rally back, and now you guys are 4 and 4?
We was talking about why we're losing, and we was trying to reach it like for 2 days after Falcon lose first, then after Azure, and I think we just didn't play that well that we can, because it was close maps versus Falcons first and versus Azure. Both maps was good, and we understand that problem is not in drafts, and we just make some critical mistakes in game. And if we're gonna fix it, it's gonna be easy for us to grow lead early and then go and end game.
Okay, and with the drafting in particular as well, who is drafting? Because if I'm correct, you guys don't have a coach at the moment, right? So who is kind of the person making the shot calls in the drafting phase?
We have coach. It's Asel. He was coaching Quest before at the Bali Major, and Sasha come back now, and he's drafting. But everyone making short calls on draft, what they think is better. We usually draft together, but Sasha prepare. We talk together what we like, what we don't, and then we go into the draft already with one idea.
Okay, and personally, like for you, is that something you like in a team? Like I know you've been on some, you were recently on Team Tickles. I know Virtus Pro as well and PogChamp. Do you kind of like the dynamic where everyone has their own say in the draft, or do you think it can be a little bit better when it's only like the coach and drafter?
I think it's better than when one person is drafting, because if, for example, in Team Tickles I couldn't say something about draft. I mean, I could, but not sure Immortal Faye is gonna listen for it. And I think when people are working as a team, as not like, workers on office, when you can come to some guy who is higher than you, like ranking, and he's not gonna listen to you. But if you are like family, where everyone hear each other, it's very, very good in my opinion. It's better than one guy drafting.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your answers, Lizard.
Yeah, definitely looking good for you guys right now. At least, congrats once again. What I want to know is, you guys have another series today, right? Like you're going to be playing versus OG. How is it for a team, like for you guys, to prepare for 2 teams at the same day? Is it hard? Is it like whatever, just another day in the office, or is it doable?
I think it's doable because, for example, for Entity, we didn't prepare at the morning. Today we prepared yesterday when we was going to sleep, because we was having a lot of time after we played versus Heroic. And right now we're just gonna chill a bit, go lunch, and then we're gonna prepare for OG.
Yeah, is it raining, by the way? You guys are playing versus these mega creeps quite a lot. It's you always have these close games. I know the feeling, like you must want to just go chill a little bit, right?
I would say it's fine, because it was today fine, because yesterday we got same experience versus Heroic, and we don't stress that we got mega creeps, we feed and all the stuff, because I think we even managed to skip waves with couriers, we got banner meat, and we was zero stress at all. I would say only at the end when we was pushing Throne.
Yeah, when you all bought back. It was a stressful game. It was also a good game. Thank you for it. I liked your nullifier on Enchantress in the end as well. Was a good pickup. Congrats once again from me. That's it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's it from me as well. Thank you for joining us, Carlos.
Bye-bye, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, man. All right, there we go. Second series of the day now done. We get to look towards our next series as well. We've got Team Spirit taking on G2IG on this stream. And on the secondary stream, we got Liquid versus GG. So a classic going on the B stream. So yeah, a lot of good series going on for everyone's entertainment. So make sure you go check the B stream out, because hopefully you guys have 2 monitors, because you don't want to miss these games. They're going to be very exciting.
Liquid gaming, like a lot of good games, like you said, and a lot of good games coming up next. One of the ones that I have already shouted out, like the OG versus PSG Quest, not as high in the pecking order for most viewers, but man, you probably want to win that one if you're OG. And PSG Quest is looking really damn strong. Like this is just one of those series that probably even this game OG should have watched, maybe studied. Let's see what they can do versus PSG Quest, who are looking stronger and stronger. As you'll see, the ranking right now, OG is 7th. They desperately need a win.
Yeah. Little some surprises, honestly. I mean, Spirit and BetBoom really the big ones for me, with the teams being down bottom. Everyone else being able to get some wins. So we're kind of early in. Some teams have only played 2 series, and they will have a couple more games to go. So we are going to see people start to separate themselves from the top and the middle and the bottom as well. But we need to look towards our next series. And yeah, like we said, it's going to be a very exciting one. We got the boys on G2IG taking on Team Spirit. This is where Team Spirit really need to start to find a way back in, because similar to what you were saying with OG, they need a victory, and Spirit desperately need one as well. Top 4 make it through, and 4 teams, of course, bottom 4 are then eliminated from either group. And currently Spirit are not in a good position at all. They could be one of those teams that are going home early and not playing for that $960,000 prize pool. So that being said, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, G2IG up against Team Spirit.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Elite League. We are in for the long haul, it would seem, as we've got some super long games already happening today, and we've got a lot more Dota to be played. Coming up next is going to be G2IG versus Team Spirit. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. You guys got us for the rest of the day, for better or worse. I hope you're excited, because I know we are. Zach, how you feeling this morning?
I'm ready. 3 series, gonna be great. You're right, they're stuck with us. Viewership just dropped a whole bunch, but yeah, you guys, the remainder ones, you're with us. You're with us for the rest. We actually got to see both these teams yesterday. The first series we're starting off with here, G2IG and Team Spirit. I'd say
G2IG.
I mean, you never know what happens. Yeah, you never know what talks go overnight. Sometimes you do see a team just suddenly improve in these like group stages. But G2IG has generally looked pretty good. I will say, from what we saw though, it seems like relatively good laning stage, early game, one kind of big mistake, and then like, okay, then we're back right after that. And Team Spirit, they've been a little shaky, but they've always been a team that is pretty good at, like, if you give them that one fight, they're back, you know. And that's the scary thing for G2IG coming up here.
It's actually a really, really good point, because it's true. Yeah, it's really true. I'm excited to see G2IG play again. I'm curious what drafts they're going to come up with, because yesterday, I mean, they played, you know, pretty dang good against Azure. The first game was like ridiculous, right? 66 minutes. They almost lost that game, but then Azure kind of just outdrafted them in game number 2. So they didn't really have much of a chance there, right? That was the world's best Bloodseeker game. But either way, I think this team has looked really solid, and yeah, it should be a good series. I would be surprised if we don't see Team Spirit kind of kicking it back up, as this team obviously a massive favorite coming into the tournament. But the break, right? There's this break between all of these tournaments, and if you just keep getting invited, maybe you don't get as much of that experience playing at the top level. So we'll see if that has any effect on them. But of course, Team Spirit, quite experienced. They're one of the most like clutch teams when it comes to playing like further and further in tournaments. So I think we'll see them get a couple more wins. I don't think they're going to go out, you know, without a fight.
I hope not. I think a lot of people love watching Team Spirit. They're a really great team when they're on. I feel like it's so, every time they're at the top of their game, it is nuts. Like, I think everyone watching, and maybe probably even the teams playing against them, are like, how do you beat this team? It's insane. But they do go through these periods where I don't know if they're taking it easy, you know, saving it for the really like massive tournaments and stuff, or like whenever they're on, you know, what that takes. Because it is, I'm sure it's a ton of effort. Everyone has to be trying so hard. So it's good to like relax a little bit. But it sometimes does lead to tournaments where it does look like they're a little bit more shaky. And it's kind of, it's interesting. It's hard to pinpoint sometimes like what part of their game is shaky, but it just is not coming together. Which it feels like a lot of pressure for a team where so many of us expect, like, yeah, they're not playing perfectly. What's wrong with them? Like, you know, that's their like standard now of how excellent of a team they can be.
Yeah. We might be having a little bit of production lag issues. We'll see. I don't know what's going on, but that gets sorted out. Zach, are you frozen as well at the moment?
I think I'm okay. I hear you and I'm responding. I don't know if you hear me.
I hear you, you know, here, but I don't know if I hear. I don't know what's going on with VMix. I think VMix might be a little, production side might be a little laggy, but hopefully it's just me and viewers aren't having any issues. But we got a draft underway. Take a look at the first phase of bans. We're gonna see again teams banning out this Magnus. Now, yesterday we saw this banned out a lot against G2IG. It was first phase, actually, right? Something they like to play between both NTS and JT. So you would expect them to be like, oh, maybe we'll get the Magnus, but you're up against Team Spirit, so you want to ban it again.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit is the most legendary Magnus team. I want to give that away. Chen also going to be pretty much locked out of this series, I imagine. Both teams have pretty good Chen players. We see the Rubik first phase. You don't see that as much, but it's maybe a bit of a read calling the fact that G2IG they're expecting some heroes with spells that they're going to be able to steal. And I mean, Timber first pick immediately, right? That's Chakrum's a great spell to have. Even the Timber Chain pretty early on. It's a low cooldown, extra cast range for Rubik. You're just like going around the map super quickly. So some pretty solid steals off the bat for damage. Although I will say Rubik's, I think it's best when you steal crowd control stuns. So we'll see. But I'm sure something like that will come up, right? There's 4 more picks. Every team picks some kind of initiation. Well, I won't say every team, but usually there's at least one stun for you to go for.
Yeah, you would usually think so, but my team last night picked Sniper Clints as my cores, and I was already first phased as a Wyvern. So, it doesn't always work out, but I think for these guys, I would imagine should be pretty good.
So let's see. Maybe some response picks to the Timber we've seen could be like Crystal Maiden, a good lane versus the Timber Saw. TA, we actually saw yesterday a response pick to the Timber, and you just match up wherever it goes, like potentially mid, or you do like carry TA versus offlane Timber. That worked out really well, but Spirit actually banned out the TA, which I wonder if G2IG then took advantage of that to grab the Timber Saw, or maybe that was part of the trap. I don't know.
I am curious if that's why they feel comfortable going for the Timber Saw here, because it was legitimately lane crushing, right? Monet just destroyed that Timber Saw. It wasn't even close. So maybe that's why they actually feel comfortable grabbing it here phase 1, because yesterday, I mean, they had the opportunity multiple times and didn't, and this game they do. So possible some differences in the draft. Shadow Demon's still in the pool as well if they want to ban that, as there is still things like the Dragon Knight. They could just pick the Shadow Demon in their next phase here as they get rid of the Gyrocopter.
Okay, Lion, good lane partner for the Timber, potentially. Also got that Mana Drain to work with the Timber, one of the most mana-intensive heroes in the game. And there you go for the Rubik first pick. Felt pretty confident you would get something, and Lion alone, you don't even care if no one else has a useful spell. Just any Lion spell is really good for Rubik.
Dude, getting Mana Drain on Rubik with the Shard and the break distance is like 2,000. You're like, where are you going?
Literally just draining off. That's where the nerf helps a lot, right? You just get a break vision so you can at least run behind trees or something. But man, before that nerf, miserable.
Dude, I can't believe that was a thing where it was just like still getting mana drained out of vision. You're just like, oh, okay, this is neat.
Does Pugnas work that way? I can't remember. Pugnas gives
I don't
vision.
think so. Yeah, Pugnas gives vision, but the break distance is much shorter. Cool.
Pango.
Pango, very cool. So probably gonna be for Laurel, right? Like, we don't really see this hero flex to outside of the mid lane, so if I'm G2IG, this actually does give you the opportunity to put the Timbersaw mid if you don't happen to get a really good safe lane matchup. That is not a hero we see that often at all. So I am a little bit curious as to what the plan is with this. It's clearly going to be a 5-position silencer. Hopefully, I would be shocked if it's not. But okay, they'll just grab themselves the Luna and the Techies. A little bit of a deny pick because Team Spirit has been really leaning towards the Luna, right, for Yatoro?
Yeah, and Luna's also a good response to the Timbersaw, so like you said, a bit of a protection pick there. This silencer should be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to this. Will it work out? I don't know, but I have been interested in seeing more silencer after he got that buff to his glaives. This could be a Timber off lane, and you could maybe just like get a, I don't know if you ever max out glaives. I like tried it once. It was like meh, but I didn't explore it that much. Maybe these guys did. It could be a lot of lane harass. Now Q is really good, and you kind of want that maxed out, which I think is now the awkward part of silencer, which which is, I don't know, maybe Core Silencer, maybe we're gonna see it. But wow, they're just picking out all the weird heroes here, man.
I feel like the changes to glaives were really surprising because, like, it clearly means that they want Silencer to be more of a carry type hero with all of these glaive buffs, right? From 7.34 to 7.35 and then to 7.35D. It's like they just buffed glaives, only glaives. Everything else was ignored. And you're like, maybe they want more of like an int carry Silencer. Like, you know, this is when they introduced like Broach and Parasma. But it just like, it never happened, right? It never happened. Silencer never transitioned well. He doesn't farm well. So it's kind of bizarre that they buffed the glaives as much as they did, but still getting ignored. I think 2 points in glaives is probably still very value, right? Going from 1 to 2 insta-steal per glaive is pretty good.
Yeah, if you try to stick this Timber in the off lane and then you're just getting hit by glaives and frost arrows, it's probably pretty miserable. Though it could be, well, I don't know, Techies or Lion could go to either lane potentially, but if it is the Techies, he actually outranges these heroes just a bit, so he can at least poke back a little. But Timber would definitely have an annoying time in the lane. But then that's the part where it's just a bit of a question mark for Silencer's build, because you usually do want the Q maxed out for these early game fights. It just offers the most, but, you know, potentially you might consider the laning stage more important and then adapt your build that way. So we'll have to see. Drow is not very popular right now. There are just a lot of heroes that get to her, such as the Timber, which maybe has like, maybe she starts with a decent time in the lane, but eventually Timbersaw picks up some items and then he can just always like Timber, Chain, or Blink on top of the Drow. Luna, not as good of a carry to gap close. Maybe that's part of the reason they felt comfortable going with the Drow. Oh, and then they close out with the Mars, who now you have Mars and Pango to try to make space for the Drow, so maybe it won't be so easy to get to her. You kind of have to do it. Like, you can't let your Drow be, you can't let the enemy team gap close to the Drow, which I think is what G2IG is going to look here for the last pick.
I mean, they could have gone for Mars themselves on G2IG. I also think Drow into Luna is like a 70-30 matchup for Drow. It is so unplayable for Luna. The only advantage you have is that like 25 to 35 minute timing where you might be an item ahead depending on how the lanes go. But eventually Jaw Ranger just crushes you. It's not like a fair matchup late game. And I think Mars was like something both teams could have gone for here because, yes, Drow can multi-shot into it, but the way Drow plays nowadays is around her shard. Like, the Glacier actually gives her the ability to stand her ground and team fight, even against things like Timbersaw, right? Because the ult doesn't break. When you have the Glacier, you're staying on top of it. A lot of people don't know this. The Glacier makes it so that your ult cannot be dispelled by heroes. So you still do a ton of damage from the Glacier. You have a ton of extra attack range as well. And, you know, you play around that. But with a Mars, if you see the Glacier come out, you just drop the arena and then it's over. It's pointless, right? So I like the Mars pick. The Lycan here doing a lot of work, though. I mean, you're against a Silencer and a Rubik, dude. These supports are going to have a terrible time against a Lycan.
Yeah, I actually like that pick a lot because I was saying like, oh, you need to get on top of Drow. You can't just let her have a free game. Even to your point with that shard, which I don't think is anywhere in the Dota tooltips, but you're right that they keep her passive up, but you still want to get on top of her because she still doesn't like that because she's a ranged hero. But the cool thing about that Silencer pick is like a lot of the usual mid heroes that if you wanted to do that, like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, those kind of heroes, none of them want to play into Silencer. It's really awkward. So I was actually trying to think about like, who can you pick? And Lycan is a cool one because if your ult is popped, as long as that is going, right, you just don't care about Silencer because you're actually just running at heroes and attacking. And at some point, you tend to pick up a BKB anyway. So if you are hit by the silence first, you can always dispel it and then activate your ult, then just run at the Drow. So pretty cool. Where's he going? This is off-lane Lycan. So, the question mark for me is like, how good of a time will he have? Because this is going to be into double range. Yatoro and he took Silencer, right, for position 5, right? I missed that at the very end there. But I'm like, either way, it's 2 ranged heroes. That can be a bit annoying. Although you can do some like creep dragging to bypass that until you hit your level 6.
All right, into the game we go. It is going to be Team Spirit here versus G2IG, as both teams will make their way towards the lanes of smoke out from Team Spirit. So get the good luck, have fun. Very good, some solid sportsmanship from both of these teams. But you're right, yeah, it's Maposhka on the Silencer, as expected. Mira will be playing the Rubik. It's like, as soon as you see the draft start to develop from Spirit, you see the Pango come out mid, that's kind of a green light to just put Timber there, because it's one of the few lanes that Pango like struggles a decent amount in, and Timbersaw is not really ever under kill threat to this guy. And as soon as your Timbersaw hits 6, he can kill the Pangolier.
Yeah, Pango at 6 with a little bit of help can get a return kill, so like that is kind of nice. But in the lane, like you said, pretty tough because of that whirling death. Though thanks to the double mobility spells from Pango, usually you don't die in the laning stage, just because Timber Chain's pretty hard to use in the mid lane, so you can like do a lot of damage, but you can't actually like follow up for the kill. So classic Pango probably will get by through the laning stage, but maybe drop a little bit of be a little under leveled, slightly less gold than he would like. But I have to imagine he feels comfortable with the possible matchup, since they definitely saw the Timber first. Is that first pick Timber, or I guess second pick response to the Rubik. So he knew what he was getting into. If he gets absolutely dumpstered, then that's a bit of a bad sign. Ooh, bottom lane, I was saying, like, how's Lycan gonna deal with that double range? Baboka does a little sentry trick on the tier 2 tower, sneaks around through the side, gonna do some body blocking. You see Drow walking up trying to do the same. So whose body blocking is better here? Looks like it is the Lions. Plus he had the sentry, so it was gonna be a tough task for Yatoro to begin with.
All right, I am curious to see how this Lycan's gonna go into this lane. Like, it should just be a lane drag, I would imagine, right? Once he gets to level 2, he gets his wolves up. He'll just send them down to the creep wave, drag them all the way around, and it's one of the things that makes Lycan kind of this bizarre lane hero. Going for like this first point in the Howl, reducing a lot of the last hit potential, allows him to get this ranged creep, even though he's against a double ranged lane, right? Like, it's actually kind of a smart play here from him.
Yeah, it's he just needs to survive. He has Helm of the Iron Will queued up. Like, as soon as he has that, the lane will be fine. I think it's really hard to kill him outside of like some positioning mistakes. I just noticed Mapochka started with E, which is really interesting. It's
oh wait, what? I thought I saw him have glaives. I'm stupid. My bad.
He got baited by the cosmetic. It looked like glaives.
Yeah.
This is interesting. You usually almost always see Arcane Curse or Glaives level 1. I guess E is actually the most single target damage you can get from one of your spells to start.
It's 120 damage, but
plus intelligence.
Yeah,
so it's like
which is like gonna only be a couple damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised. I don't think I've ever seen that. Or at
well, it's the difference in the
time.
Intelligence, right? It's difference in the multiplier. So
oh, you're right.
He only is getting like he's only getting like 5 extra damage from the int multiplier right now, which is one of those things that like it scales very well now with the early points and glaives that you can get, right? You can get to level 2 glaives, you steal 2 ints per auto attack, but then by going that route, you're skipping your Arcane Curse, and it really does feel like Arcane Curse is kind of the best spell on this hero, right? We see almost everyone go 4 points Arcane Curse.
I'm a bit surprised he, like, if you're gonna do this, you didn't start with Glaives of Wisdom to just harass freely in that first wave, and then use Last Word. But I guess we'll see how it pays off. I mean, Drow's last hitting pretty well right now, you know, but that was also a little bit expected of this matchup.
I am definitely curious to see how Maposhka is going to kind of do on the silencer, because again, it's not a hero we've really seen. It is definitely the big question mark for me, but it could work. I guess we could talk about one of the other lanes. I don't know. There's 2 other lanes doing stuff right now. The Pango, the Timbersaw. This lane's super bland for like the first 6 minutes, basically, until the rune spawns. Neither of these heroes have kill threat early, but Timbersaw does have the CS advantage, just thanks to Whirling Death. Top lane, we could have some fun, though. We're going to see X-Nova again on his 5-position techies. He's been playing this a lot lately.
Denied.
Yeah, just a solid hero that offers a good amount. I think he dropped off a little bit when Lion, Nature's Prophet, Venge, like those were like the top supports. They were like the best. Since they got nerfed, people started experimenting with other stuff, but kind of going back to techies a little bit, realizing like, you know what? The Sticky Bomb nerf, a little bit annoying, but still offers a lot of the same stuff. Still a very safe early pick to pair with tons of different heroes. So I think he's starting to come back.
Dude, it's just, the hero just seems so good. Like, you actually have to get raindrops as soon as they're available when you're in a game against it's techies, right? Like, Sticky Bomb is just way too good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright. Nothing to say, actually, falling kind of low in the mid lane, but does have that 1 point in reactive armor to try and regen off a little bit. They did nerf this ability like multiple times, which is like, I didn't think was where they were going to nerf them. I thought they were going to nerf like Whirling Death or something, but they nerf his survivability, which was an interesting choice, right? Like one more, like just a single value point does so little now on this hero. We will see.
Actually feels forced to go back.
I think this is
voice lined by Laurel.
Yeah, I think it's smart. He's using nighttime bonus move speed. Like, you never want to back during day, so he waits till nighttime, immediately starts leaving, and he'll just come back, be topped off for the 6-minute rune. I mean, it's not like he's struggling too much. He has 10 more CS in the lane. He's about even in XP, even with the trip back, and still has 2 creeps to go for. Bottom lane, the rotation out from X-Nova. There's your first blood. Goes to Bobika's Lion.
Laurel is about to hit 6 first for the 6-minute rune here. Oh, nothing to say. Gets it just in time, actually.
Yeah.
Literally the last second he could.
I was wondering if one of them was going to fork the wave to prevent the level 6, but doesn't end up happening. And we're going to see just more aggression in the bottom lane, right? Like, they managed to take down your Toro. X-Nova stayed here. Maposhka just TP'd. You don't have mana for a Sticky Bomb. Pops the stick. And with the Wolves chasing, you've got a Lion closing the gap. There's no way. Maposhka's just going to die back to back, and they managed to give the kill on over to the Lycan again. This lane is a disaster now. The silencer, he has to walk. You are going to bring a hasted Pango with a Rolling Thunder, but it's scouted by NTS, who just walks by him. He's like, all right, I don't want to fight. You see it. He just got, I'm going back mid.
Lycan pick was really good for them. Neither of these, like you said, neither of these supports can really deal with it. Neither can Drow in the early game. So the one advantage you have over the Lycan is the early levels, but the very first wave, what they did, the sentry block plus blocking it, that pretty much guaranteed that you completely skip that stage where Lycan is scared. He got his Helm of the Iron Will so quickly without any contest, and he's pretty close to the Helm of the Dominator now after that initial fight. So, I mean, Drow's laning stage is pretty much over. We're about to see her go head to the jungle and probably not leave for 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I will say it is 0-3, right? But the net worth, I don't know if you see this, it is exactly even. It's like 100 gold or less between first and 6th, which is really funny. But because of the tempo that JT's going to start building with this Lycan, the bottom tower is nearly dead. It has 111 HP. That is pretty shocking, especially before Helm of the Dominator. So, with it being delivered on the Courier right now, I think he's going to be very happy, and we're going to see a Drow Ranger start to really struggle.
Yeah, JT just hit level 6 too. Oh, Timbersaw's down here. They know. They're like, yeah, let's just go Let's kill her one more time. Get this tower. Kill a support too.
Oh, there's a harpy if he wants to take it, but he actually, I think, might have accidentally blocked his hard camp because he was trying to go for the Helm Dom, like to get a creep, but I think he walked in a little bit too early. Looking for this Drow Ranger, but Yatoro is just hiding in creeps, or hiding in the jungle, and eventually these Lycan Wolves will scout him. Yeah, gets the vision. He's just gonna patrol walk these behind the Drow Ranger, but they are bringing Laurel and Miposhka down to the bottom lane here.
There's a good read by Spirit. If they can kill JT, that's pretty good.
I mean, he gets the ult off. He's not in any danger. It's just gonna be a pickup onto the Lion. So
Yeah,
still something.
That timing just worked out for G2IG. He's like about to run in on Drow, and then they see that roll coming. He's like, okay, goodbye, turn around. And, a little unlucky for Team Spirit. They maybe could get a Lycan kill, though like you said, with the ult already going, it's pretty tough. He's pretty much just as fast as the ball, and you just dodge it the entire time. So yeah, I mean, he's actually fast in the ball. It just kind of like depends where you're standing if you get like chain stun. But maybe they can find Monet. There's no roll. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to push too hard on it.
It's close. If the Pango finds him, it's possible, right? But he's got to go back mid. He needs to start farming, getting to his defusal. Did go for the early mana boots. We see Yatoro. He's abandoned bottom. Miposhka is just trying to deny the tower here, but Lycan... No way! He gets the deny with 40 damage! Come on!
It's just that easy.
Oh my goodness. That is funny. There is a Hurricane though. Silencer might actually just get chased to death here.
Miposhka's doing it, by the way. He's 1-3-1 right now in the skill build.
Yeah. Mid lane, we're gonna see a fight. Potentially, Silencer is eventually just gonna die. Dude, this is so sad. This is so sad. This is what I was talking about, man. Like, you pick Silencer, that you get Lycaned, and now you actually can't play the game. He just walked him all the way down the lane, and he dies. That is rough. That is real rough.
Bottom lane, you need Laurel to rotate into it. There's not much else you can do. Like, otherwise you just have to play extremely carefully. JT's gonna have tons of space to farm up, and it looked like he's gonna go straight for the Helm of the Overlord. And he's only like 1,300 gold off. Yeah, he's having a great time down here.
Trying to chase down the Wild Ring Ripper, but he's just gonna do a little bit of damage on over to Mirror. Ends up popping the shapeshift.
He wants to avenge his Wild Wing Ripper, but maybe a little too
sending
hopeful.
In the potato. Yeah. Get in there, buddy.
Do it. Ran down a Silencer earlier.
All right. I think overall, G2IG are pretty happy, right? Like, the game is still very close. It's only a 2,000 gold advantage. I think a good portion of this is starting to be built on the supports. Is, you know, Bobica did get first blood. He's died since, but he's going to be able to kind of stack now and get some more efficient gold his way on the map. And they'll be able to rotate so much easier, right? You have a Lycan who can basically keep bottom pushed like indefinitely. So I'm curious what they're going to do. Maybe we'll see X-Nova and the Lion start to rotate. They both have their level 6. Tons of damage coming out from these two at this point.
Yeah, and I will say for Spirit, they lost their early tower. They're a little bit on the back foot, but the defusal is now done, and Collapse is going straight for a blink. They're going to have better early playmaking, because this last pick Lycan, although fantastic at running things down, the other cores are a Luna and a Timber, which means you don't actually have a way to initiate X-Nova. Dead the arena and the rotation from Laurel. It's going to help him to get to his blink. But it's really just like Baboka who can stun and like Techies blast off, and that's not the easiest thing to work with this game. So
that is true.
We'll see what they can get done on G2IG, because this Helm of the Overlord really is it's about to be online. So if they can get some kills and just run heroes down, then I think they'll be fine, and they'll get the support gold they need to get the blink on Lion, stuff like that, keep the playmaking going. But there is a window here of a couple minutes that Spirit has the advantage.
It's that close. Like, normally you see Helm of the Overlords, you're like, you know, anything pre like 18 to 20 minutes is great. He actually is 150 gold away. This is gonna be a 14-minute Helm of the Overlord in your offlane Lycan.
Yeah, it's the buffs to this item. It's been getting cheaper over time, and now you get like the gold from Helm of the Dominator, or Helm of the Overlord as well, but the Helm of the Dominator working into the Overlord. It does speed up this item by just a little bit. Yeah, he's about to pick up an Ancient. He's going to get the Golem. He's killing the little ones. That will be the Ultimate Orb. He's next to Timber and the Lion. I wonder if they have a smoke on the way. Yep, Lion's got the smoke.
All right, he will take the Thunderhide. The Thunderhide is fantastic for Lycan. Actually, one of the few creeps... or one of the few like heroes that actually really prefers the Thunderhide, because you can give it haste, so you can always hit the slam into Frenzy. So it's really nice. A lot of times you would prefer, like if you're playing like Beastmasters or the occasional offlane Enigma who goes Overlord or whatever, you'd prefer like the Black Dragon or the Granite Golem because they're better at split pushing. But you want to kill with the Thunderhide. So all of this going on, Yatoro is still super farmed, and I gotta say, one thing I was a little bit interested about his build early on, he goes for a Null Talisman. He went Wraithband Null Talisman, not an item we see almost at all, but it did get the mana regen buff. And with Drow, I mean, for multi-shot, you do kind of want a little bit of mana regen, so it seems to have worked out kind of well.
Yeah, multi-shot also got buffed. 3 seconds less cooldown without any talent considerations. So maybe a little bit of an adaptation by Yatoro, comboing the Null Talisman for multi-shot spamming out.
I also think you don't go the multi-shot cooldown at 15. I mean, I know that's like a kind of hot take, but I'm pretty sure your multi-shot talent at 15 is a massive bait. The 20% lifesteal is definitely the better one, especially this game. Okay, there is like a triple stacked Ancient, or even maybe quad stacked Ancient that they just destroyed on the side of G2IG. They just wrap around, they bring in the Lycan, the Techies Mines, and just delete it. We're just going to group up for this top tier 1 tower. They should be able to bring it down pretty easily. They could fort to buy themselves some time, as they are looking for mid themselves. Dire is going to fort at the moment.
Top tower has fallen.
Okay. Are we going to see a fight finally, or are we still just going to play this like everyone in their own lane scenario? So it looks like X-Nova is just setting up in the jungle.
Yeah, they were trying to find one on G2IG. They did the smokes and everything, but Spirit avoided them. Which I thought with the blink on Mars, they might be interested in fighting, but perhaps they're just getting it for the pickoffs, and they don't actually want a direct fight, really respecting that Helm of the Overlord. Collapse about to find those mines, does not want to walk into that.
Also, our observer pointing out, Bobica picks up a blink, right? So you have Blink Lion, like that's where they smoke with, and that would have been a good find. They don't manage to. They do have the Ward Sentry scouting out Laurel, which they might go for. There's the immediate stun, but the follow-up... Oh, there's the Techies. He does manage to make it in time. He's going to get chased from this Thunderhide, but it's not enough to finish the job. And now X-Nova stuck inside the arena. Stolen mines from Mira. So far, Techies, the only hero to die in this. And they get a free D-Ward as a result. I mean, that's a... kind of a big mistake there from G2IG.
It's really close. Almost got the Pango kill, and I think if it was just Pango getting away, you'd feel maybe okay. It's like, okay, at least that's Pango roll and the amplified damage wasted on just a support, quote-unquote wasted. But Mira getting the Mine Steal is actually massive. Mines are so useful.
It's that combined with the fact that, oh, well, Silencer's dead. He's just having a fun time with JT's minions again. I was gonna say, the other problem is you lose this fresh ward that you just placed and you didn't get anything out of it. Like,
yeah, that too.
If you don't take that fight, you at least have that ward there to give you some vision and maybe take a better fight later on. But for all intents and purposes, that Pango should have died if they were ready. I think Bobica maybe jumped and caught his team off guard a little bit. They weren't really expecting the blink so early, but yeah, they hold off on Team Spirit. They get themselves a nice little kill. Monet. Ooh. Okay, we'll be fine. Are they gonna go Roche? Looks like they're going Roche.
They had a mine placed, one of the stolen mines, so they know this is going on. Will they feel they can fight? I don't know about that, but they at least know what's happening.
Yeah. It's hard to get there. Your Mars would need to TP, but you don't have like tier 1, so it makes it a little bit slow for rotation. First Aegis, it looks like they're just going to give this one up. Try and just continue to split push the map, slow this one down as the Drow does win this late game, for sure. Like, this is going to be a very hard matchup for G2IG if Yutaro continues to actually find a lot of farm on this hero.
Agreed, especially Larl's getting the Aghanims, and it's just about online for the Pango, so this is going to be able to help kill off a lot of these summons. The Ancient will live a little longer than the Wolves, of course, but I don't know, maybe we'll have to see what happens with this first Aegis, because I think if Spirit holds this without losing too much, they're gonna be in a pretty good spot to win the late game.
I do have to think about the silencer impact late game as well. It's like, I don't know if Maposha is just going to die at the beginning of every fight to a single creep from the Lycan, but if he's able to hide and just like get global silence off to potentially turn a fight, or, you know, if he manages to scale for, you know, even like that is like one of those things that can be really scary. They do manage to get the shard. It goes to Maposhka. Thank God he got the 4 points in Glaives, because now it actually pays off. 6 int steal for some reason per attack. It is just ridiculous.
Too bad it's going to be a creep killing him, and it's got no intelligence to steal.
Yeah, too bad he's tied to creeps. Now, the other thing is, if you manage to find a bunch of skirmishes, like Maposhka could scale with the amount of int steal he gets from it, right? So that's something to consider. They do manage to find X Nova here. Collapse comes in, the Spirit back, and there it is. That's going to be it. Well, is it? Is it a +4? He's going for the TP, burning into the Spear of Mars. He gets out. Okay. Really well done. Arena Spear down. You don't even manage to finish off the techies as the Lycan's creeps are just chasing him through the backside. Bobica off the mark with the stun. But here comes the Black Dragon. Again, just trying to find these openings. Collapse going to try and TP, canceled out by Monet. Mira, he's dead. JT finds his first victim. Now looking for the Mars. Bobica cuts him off. JT just pops Shapeshift and just hits jungle creeps while his dragon kills everything.
Yeah, he's not even there. It's so dirty.
He does 2,100 damage. The most damage in the fight, and it's literally just this Black Dragon and Wolf.
Liking things, man. Liking things. He's a cool hero to watch in pro games, but as a support player, man, it's miserable. I hate Lycan meta. Just creeps running at you. You never get a good game against Lycan either, because supports pick first. So the Lycan player's just like, oh, it's a bad Lycan game. They don't pick it. But when it's a good Lycan game, they just destroy you. So there's no... As a support player, I have no positive experiences versus a Lycan. It's only positive experiences with Lycans on core team.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of negative experiences with Lycans on my team, but that's mostly because people are like, there's like there's like these waves, right? I feel like where people will be like, wow, this hero is really good. I'm just going to only play this hero, but don't understand why it's good. And Lycan's one of those heroes you have to understand why it's good. So you have a lot of people that just like pick it and then, you know, kind of don't have the impact that you want. But yeah, you can see it's just in this replay, it's just this wolf just walking this Rubik down to death. And then it just turns, dumps damage into collapse as well. Yeah, it's very rough. And this was all during daytime. It gets more and more difficult as he puts more points in Howl, and it becomes nighttime. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah, you actually also have a Luna on your team too, so G2IG pretty scary at night. Now it is still only a 5k lead, so I think they still want to find more. Like they're definitely winning some early skirmishes, picking up a small lead and a good chunk of map control. They still have 2 tier 2 towers to take, but I mean they still have their tier 1 in the bottom lane. Although maybe not for long if no one comes to defend it. But it doesn't look like this first Aegis is going to lead to like a high ground or anything like that. Just overall map control, and then maybe that second Aegis, I think we need to see them have a successful high ground attempt, or at least win some big fights, because otherwise I mean Drow's, she's not falling behind. She's staying near there. She's got her Manta, BKB, she's gonna work on a butterfly, so she's getting scarier and scarier.
Dude, this first Aegis was like perfect. They got so much out of it, right? Like there's 1 tier 2 tower remaining, like you're saying. Like
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if what Spirit's gonna do, you know, going forward. But you're at a point now where your Luna, or like the enemy Luna, is starting to get a little bit too strong, and you still have to just delay on Spirit. And you're going to lose a lot of the map, especially with how easy it is for Lycan to split push. They are going to smoke up now in G2IG as they finish up the Kaya Sange on this Timbersaw. He's got the Blink Kaya Sange completed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Any hero that they find is probably dead to just Blink Stun Lion with the follow-up of the Timber, right?
Yeah, Spirit is all together though, so...
Well, there he goes. Can they actually turn this, though, is the question. Collapse goes in. He has the arena, but still actually afraid to throw it. Spear will stop X Nova. Very nicely done. But yeah, I mean, that burst potential, my god.
It's scary. But I think Spirit is still kind of okay with this. They're being very careful about what fights they take, because I do think Drow can kill the heroes if she's allowed to attack. And so I think they're waiting for the high ground, which is where they're going to have the easiest time letting Yatoro just stand and deliver, but they're actually moving out right now. Kind of scary, but maybe they knew they were split up. I guess Luna was showing top, and they knew they got killed in their bottom jungle, so weren't too scared of a full 5-man movement.
Their team's just popping mines everywhere they go. I mean, this is the other thing that X Nova does incredibly well in the techies, right? Like, we've seen him do this where it's like they get a slight advantage on positioning in the map, and he just mines up the whole area. So it's like if they want to make a rotation through, they're either going to pay for it with their lives, or they have to basically back out, and they can't make that rotation. It's essence, right? It's essence of the old techies, but I still I love this iteration more. I don't care what anyone says. This is much better than the old techies.
I think it's just different. I appreciate this new techies. It's different from the old techies. I don't mind either, personally. I know that's a hot take. Gave me some enemies, but I'm fine with either techies.
God, I see 4 heroes here looking like they're going to smoke right in through the mines. And oh god, they are! Maposhka! No, another! Okay.
There's one more here. Maposhka, don't... Okay, they're using illusions. Whew.
This is exactly what I was just talking about. It's like you want to make a rotation and then suddenly 4 mines go off. There's still more in the jungle. They're like, okay, I guess our smoke's over.
Yeah, that's
oh
their
my god.
Smoke attempt. The funny thing is, so I guess in a sense they clear out some mines, so like a little bit of a win. But the funny thing is, like with the amount of illusions the mines killed, he's like, huh, just got about 100 gold out of that for nothing. Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, it kind of goes. I don't know. That's definitely for G2IG, just getting a free way to dodge out a smoke. So they're happy.
Yeah. Just big brain plays, you know, from X Nova, putting those mines down when they had that position advantage. And I mean, he'll do something very similar here on the top side. He's like, all right, what's going on? We managed to take control of the side lane here where they want to farm ancient camps. Like, what if I just put mines here?
Yeah, and they know Roche will spawn top, so they're setting up here for the Wisdom Rune steal. They'll fall back to go wait for Roche. Well, actually, they don't have to fall back because they have a mine in there, but they'll like hold this area, farm the enemy stuff, and as soon as they see Roche, which will be up in about 30 seconds, they'll just go get it. And I think it's pretty hard for Spirit to contest it. I think they'll just wait for the high ground. And then in the high ground attempt, we have to keep a close eye on Drow, because that will sort of determine how the fight plays out. From G2IG side, probably their safest bet is to just have Wolves and Dominator creeps and Luna Illusions like slowly poke down the tower. If we see them overcommit, I think that's where they could throw.
I think right now this game is really difficult because it's specifically nighttime, right? G2IG have such an advantage at nighttime, not only just from the vision advantage from the Luna, and her illusions, but of course the constant howl cooldowns coming through from the Lycan. So you're gonna lose positioning on the map just because it's night, and that's always something really difficult to play in. Combine that with the fact that they are the dire side and they get dire side Roche, it's uncontestable. So they get Roshan, Aegis and Cheese will hit the deck, and G2IG firmly in control of this game once again. Let's see if they can actually go high ground with the second Aegis as Monet finishes up the Conda on his way to his level 20 talent, which will be huge for this hero. I'm curious if they grab Lycan Shard or not. He did finish up, BKB Harpoon, and he's got an Orchid or an AC. He's been going back and forth between them. The Shard is always very good, but has opted not to pick it up quite yet.
Doing a little bit of scouting with the Wolves. They know exactly where Team Spirit is. I don't think they care, though. They're just going to poke at the tower, which I think Spirit needs to be here. Like, I think this is their window of defense, is having the choke point of the high ground. I think if you give it up once for free, that's a massive setback. Which currently this tower is half dead. What are they waiting for? Trying to get the shard first?
I mean, I'm not sure. Rubik just gets bursted again. Great arena spirit from Collapse. Managed to pin down Bobica. He's going to fall. Nothing to say with the Timber Chain out to safety. Meanwhile, Maposhka nearly died to Creep's top.
That was the Tormentor. 5 health left. But they get it for...
yeah, who got it?
Rubik.
Mira. Which he died immediately. Unlucky.
They hold their high ground a little longer. 500 health on this tower, though.
Okay. Dude, yes! Yatoro knows. Any Twitch chatter that was doubting me when I said you don't go the multi-shot cooldown, you 100% go lifesteal at 15. There you go. 15 talent, goes lifesteal, buys the shard. I knew it was one of you.
Get wrecked, that one guy.
That's all I needed. That's the only validation I needed. I would have looked like an absolute idiot if he didn't go that talent. Bottom lane looking for Collapse here on the Mars. He's got a blink, but JT's like, is that a silencer I smell? As he's trying to TP out, X-Nova goes for the blast off. It would have hit. He's forced him to back away, but unable to close the gap. Doesn't want to commit a BKB or anything. They are just going to... Okay, Monet just instantly kills Zabir with Moonglaves. Oh, God. That was so fast. He just walks into him and he dies.
You trying to walk over there? How dare you? Alright, nothing to say. Just picked up a Hex in the mid lane. So some timing's lining up here.
Oh,
they might wait for this Satanic. He's got like 200 gold to go. There's still 2 minutes on Aegis, so they can get Satanic on Monet and then group. So maybe just take this tier 2, get the Satanic, head back bottom. I don't want to see them siege a new tier 3. They've already almost killed the bottom.
Oh, the Hex onto the Drow. They didn't know. Yatoro instantly dies without buyback. Silencer is gone. Laurel with the Rolling Thunder. He's just forced to run into the base. There's going to be a great arena out from Collapse. The BKB, though, isn't going to be enough to keep them in this fight. They buy back on the Silencer. The Global's there. Bobica blinks in. Can't throw any spells, but everyone is alive. He gets the cheese off on Nothing to Say. He's fully reset. Maposhka now on the run. Cannot escape. That's going to be a dieback as now Laurel pops the roll up. It's only a matter of time before they chase him down. The Condas from Monet are just destroying these heroes as Mira Will try to telekinesis himself out. Will not be able to do it. Collapse trying to cut the mid wave, but creeps are in your base soon, right? They're pushing through bottom. They're pushing through mid. The Luna already here. Yeah. They know there's no buyback on the Drow. He just bought a butterfly.
Yeah, that Hex pickup was so good from Nothing to Say. That's the perfect target. We look a little silly now talking about how Spirit had a chance, but they did not find the fight they wanted, which is that, you know, the Drow's allowed to attack. That was actually the complete opposite of the fight they wanted, which is the Drow being immediately and instantly killed, which you now see loses you your entire base. And even if you don't finish the Megas here, it makes the rest really hard because you can be very patient on G2 IG sieging this last lane because your other lanes are always pushing in, or you can even smoke over here, for example, and especially a Lycan can now cut through this area to attack the back line, and while you're like focused on dealing with that, the Luna just kills off the tower, gets you the Megas. So the game is much easier for G2 IG. I think this should be theirs now at this point. They just got to go through the motions.
It kind of just
play here.
Yeah, it feels like the fact that they get first Aegis and accomplish so much with it, which then sets up for a perfect second Aegis that, you know, Spirit can't really fight into. Like, it's been a steady bleed, right? The game at like 20 minutes was only a difference of like 3K, but now we're 22,000 ahead, and you are so many items behind that you don't have the ability to contribute. Miposhka is literally a global silence and nothing else. That is all this silencer can do. And actually, he's just going to die back, and a gem hits the deck. Quick kill for Bobica as JT just surging up onto the high ground. They get the Hex onto Drow again! Yutaro wills pop the BKB, try and stand his ground. The arena keep him alive. The life still doing some work, but they've just collapsed on top of him. 4 heroes there. He will eventually die, and that should be the GG's coming out here any second. I don't know how you keep yourself in this one. Spear trying to get NTS into the fountain, but it's not enough. Luna will finish up the tier 4s, and there we go. Game 1 to G2 IG. A beautiful last pick Lycan rounding out this draft.
Very well played by them. I do want to highlight, because we're going to see in the replay, so kind of like prepping everyone to see what to look for. Look, they're very happy. Like, yeah, guys, sick Lycan pick, easy. In that last fight, we saw Drow get jumped, fall to like 20% health, and then she lived for quite a while, right, while doing damage. Yep. That was the potential that Spirit needed to play for, and after they killed Drow the first time with the Hex reveal, you saw them like kind of dive, and they all got clumped up in that arena, but there's no Drow doing the damage. So when this replay comes up, when we get there, just imagine a Drow still alive, standing near the Ancient, just freely firing into that clump. That is the fight that Spirit needed to look for, and I think trying to defend that tier 2 was a bit of a bait, which led, it's much easier to jump at the tier 2 than it is at the tier 3, tier 4 area, right? And because they go out to try to defend that tier 2, I guess maybe they didn't know the Hex was just finished on Nothing to Say. They thought they could move out. They definitely could not, and were instantly punished for it, and that's why G2IG is then able to just like shut down the game immediately after that. That is the one fight, the hardest part of their game was breaking into that high ground, and they got it for free because it wasn't the high ground siege, it was the kill them at the tier 2, and then the free high ground after that.
Yeah, honestly, it might have been different. Like Yotaro, if Mira was in place there as well, he also has the shard on the Rubik, like maybe he gets pulled back and he can turn around with BKB at the tier 2. But the Hex caught all of them off guard, which is a little bit surprising because you're playing into a Lion who has Blink Hex with an Aether Lens and a Psychic Headband. Like, you know there's a Blink Hex in the game, even if it's not the Timber. I think just the burst damage they underestimated, right? Like, there's multiple times this game, like, Blink Hex from Lion into a Timbersaw follow-up just kills a hero. And maybe they thought the Drow Ranger was tankier, but yeah, Team Spirit caught off guard once again. Just incredibly clean gameplay from G2IG. Like, they have 5 deaths this game on both of the supports. That is it. All 3 of the cores go deathless. It looked easy. I'll be honest. It looked very easy for them. Like, they just get first Aegis, and then from that point on, I don't know what Spirit does. Like, the game was just, it just fell apart completely.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised because that last pick Lycan was really good into that lane, and nowadays there's so many ways to dodge a bad lane matchup. If it wasn't the sentry trick and the immediate creep block, we've seen people kill the first range creep and then like do creep aggro. We've seen Lycans, block camps and do creep dragging with the wolves. There's so many ways to get past a bad matchup, but if Spirit had been able to punish that lane a little more, then maybe the game looks better. It slows the Lycan down, because we saw a very small window where Diffusal Blink on Mars was up, but then Helm of the Overlord finished really shortly after that, right? So if you delay him like an extra minute or two, then maybe you're able to find another early fight with that Blink Arena Diffusal fight, right? Set yourself up, but because those few things didn't happen, and it was tough to begin with, right? I'm not saying they should have been able to, just like maybe with slightly better play it could have happened. From there, I think it was G2IG's game, barring that high ground, and I think that's where Spirit will kick themselves a little bit for stepping out and getting caught like that.
Yeah, I think this was just a fun game to watch. Pretty straightforward from G2IG. I loved the draft. We'll have to see if Team Spirit can adapt for game number 2. Is they need to get some wins, man. They've got one, but they can't really afford to bleed any more losses here if they want to be able to advance to the next round. So for right now, we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with game 2 of Team Spirit versus G2IG. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. It's game 2 of G2IG versus Team Spirit about to begin. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. A incredibly dominant performance from G2IG, and Spirit, man, they are so close to being eliminated from the group stage, which is shocking because we are we are so early on, and they have not managed to have a good start. They are now, is that the 5th or 6th loss? 6th loss, right, for these guys? So. Yeah. They need to get some wins. Dropping to 1-7 would be devastating. So we will see what happens as we get ready to jump into the draft here. But Zach, just talk for people who maybe missed a little bit of this game. Talk us through, like, how did this go so bad and so fast?
I think it kind of starts with the draft. I am open to the heroes that Spirit picked. Drow has not been doing that well. Silencer was a bit surprising. I think those heroes can work in the right games, but they kind of blind picked those heroes, and that left the Lycan counter pick open, which was a fantastic last pick by G2IG. Lycan is actually not super popular right now either, so great on them to recognize, hey, it's still this is a good Lycan game, even though he's not the most meta offlaner. We can pick him and cheese a little bit here with that Lycan pick, and I mean, it worked fantastic. So Spirit, I think, needs to start with adjusting the draft. I then think execution-wise, they had a chance to win that game. I think they were actually holding on pretty decently. I know it looks like G2IG was winning the entire early game, and they were, but that was expected with the draft, and that you still had a chance on the high ground hold, which is where their team had some good strengths versus their opponents. But they step out of the base, get killed right in front of their own tier 3 at the last tier 2, and that just lets G2IG break open the game. So both could use work, but either one, in between the games would help a lot. Either give yourself an easier to execute draft that has less vulnerabilities to being cheesed, and then continued adjustment to how you're playing the game. They do seem a little bit off from where they usually play.
Wow, they did it again. Okay. So, I mean, we see the first pick, Razor. This has been becoming a little bit more commonplace where people are just grabbing this early, flexing it between either mid or off, or even carry. Spirit are once again just first phasing a sniper, which is a little shocking because it's a sniper and it's counterable. But we were talking with no one yesterday, and he was just like, I hate this hero because it doesn't lose lanes. It's just stupid. You could put it in whatever lane, and it just is going to win the lane. But he ended up destroying it with a Dragon Knight. So I am curious if the Dragon Knight makes it through here, if they can grab it on G2IG as the lane response.
Yeah, Sniper can definitely get through the lane. In the direct 1v1, Sniper does very well because he outranges everyone. But he is weak to being ganked and to gap closing heroes once that laning stage starts to end. And that's a little bit of the scary thing here about first picking Sniper. I have no doubt that they could flex it to carry if they wanted to, but I suppose their response pick here is that if it is a 1v1 in the mid lane, Sniper will be perfectly fine versus a Razor, and in fact dodge out what Razor wants, which is to typically win and out deny that lane because he can't even link Sniper. At that point, Sniper just, ho ho ha ha, peep fires the Razor the whole laning stage, so you get that. But Razor's so flexible, literally all 3 core positions, that I don't know if you can feel confident that you're getting the Razor matchup. And now you have a Sniper,
Yeah, I think the Razor at this point, you just don't put it mid. You dodge the lane, and you put a better hero into the Sniper mid. And I think that after watching the DK matchup, you're perfectly happy putting the DK there. So they ban the Shadow Demon. Maybe they pick the DK. No, okay, it's going to be Primal Beast, which should for sure go to the off lane for Collapse, I would imagine. It's very rare that we see Sniper in any lane outside of mid because of him being so good in the 1v1. I would like honestly a DK mid for G2IG seems pretty good, and then maybe a Disruptor. Oh, there's half of it.
I mean, Spirit has to be doing something weird with Sniper, right? There's no way you pick Sniper. I mean, maybe you do, but like, it's your first pick in response to the Razor, and if you're not willing to flex it to the carry at least, I feel like it's
okay. They go Zeus.
So iffy, especially with the Primal Beast follow-up. It's like it's 2 core picks. So I have to believe that they are willing to flex here to try to catch their opponents off guard, and that we're about to see some Yatoro Sniper play right here or something. Because otherwise I feel like it's opening up holes in your draft.
I will say there's 2 approaches to the sniper lane, right? One is the DK that actually kind of wins the lane and takes the tower. The other is ignore the sniper. And if there's anything, you know, that I've learned from therapy over the years, that if something is always a problem, it just becomes part of your life.
Bury it deep.
Yeah, it's just part of your life. It's not something that you can fix. So they're just gonna just be like, yep, sniper is just part of our lives, and we will pick a Zeus and ignore it.
What do you pick here? I think
You
Sniper
need to get some
should
supports, right?
Yeah, it's like double supports, and I think you need someone who can potentially enable the Sniper carry. Like, even if he ends up being mid, even if you never had any intention of flexing it, I feel like you have to at least threaten the idea of the flex to give you like something out of this opener, so that the last pick looks like, well, maybe it's Sniper carry and we have to be worried about like a weird mid or a weird off lane or something, you know. And I'm trying to see like what you pick, because at this point could be the Razor off lane, but you could do Razor carry and then do something like that. And in fact, Baboka likes to play weird heroes. I wouldn't be surprised if they did like a Zeus 4 or something at some point. Actually, can I tell you something else? I know this is a little off track. I can't believe Baboka has not convinced his team to let him run Monkey King for support courier sniping. Like, he seems like that kind of player who'd be up for that. He's like one of the original Monkey King players.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. I was like, dude, he invented support monk. Well, I don't know about invented, because literally when Monkey King was on release, he was so overtuned, it was absurd. But he really played Monkey King support for the longest time.
Yeah, he was one of the originals. I can't believe, maybe JT won't let him. He's like, no, I'm not dealing with that. I will not play 1v2 for you. Maybe that's it.
All right, so we see this Zeus Disruptor Razor. They're going to respond with Vengeful Techies. Vengeful Spirit has some playmaking potential to keep Sniper, you know, into at least in safety range, right? If Razor goes for him with a static link, you could just swap the Sniper back, break the static link, and maybe turn the fight. I like the idea behind this, but you could also just look for something like a Centaur here, or play around Glimpse, and then Sniper also struggles to that. You have to go for like an early BKB. So I'm a little bit curious on what they do. You probably just pick your support here, because you don't want to last pick your support, I think, for G2IG, but I'm saying, like, there's still a lot of options on what they want to do for JT's hero.
Yeah, a lot of the good ones are banned out. Like, I think Clockwork, Tiny, Shadow Demon all would have been pretty solid picks here.
Oh,
They're
okay.
gonna go Morphling. Maybe
They're still
I bet this is
protecting
a
the
Zeus
Razor
flex.
You think so?
Well, where would you flex Razor at this point? Like, he goes mid? That only works if Zeus can be the 4 support, right?
You're right, actually, huh? So maybe, I mean, you were right. You're like, maybe Bobica plays the Zeus. You could see it. I wouldn't hate it. They're going to have to ban the Anti-Mage, of course, right? Anytime you pick the Morphling on 18, you got to get rid of that Anti-Mage. The other, like, really rough matchups for this hero, I'm trying to think of what they would be, but I don't know. I feel like it's got to be Primal Beast off lane. You need a carry for Spirit, right? Faceless Void's already banned. You now get rid of Anti-Mage. You don't care about the Luna. Maybe you just ban the Drow. But then you're running Sniper and Drow, and I don't know, man.
I mean, sounds like a classic pub strat right there. Tons of experience running that, so just send it.
Yeah, that's flashbacks to last night, dude. Holy hell. I mean, I still think you might ban the Drow just because of how good Sharpshooter, or not Sharpshooter, the ult is from Drow Ranger. What else could you even ban? Maybe Weaver, but like I don't feel like Morphling like hates playing against Weaver because you could eventually steal Sakushi.
Yeah, you have a Disruptor too. It would lane okay versus the Razor, but the game later on would just be like really tricky. I guess not the worst because you have the Sniper if you wanted to do that, but
dude, give me Centaur, 4-position Zeus, mid Razor.
Send it, lock it in, boys.
I mean, with the TA ban, I feel like that's where they're going, right? It's like a in-their-face offlaner who struggles to armor.
Nah, I think they're just gonna pick something like Tusk or something.
No, they banned Tusk. That's the thing, right?
Oh, you're right. I'm dumb.
I'm trying to think like what 4 position they could grab as well, but there's not many. Grimstroke, I suppose, is an option, but okay.
Yeah, like I think it is just some gap closer, which I guess there is some flex here because we saw some mid Earth Spirits, but at that point you're picking mid Earth Spirit into Sniper, which does not sound that fun. So I think it's going to be Zeus mid, 4 support, Earth Spirit, who's going to just gap close onto the Sniper later on. And in the laning stage, you're just going to help find... You're going to like kick people back for Razor Link. Although maybe a little tough now into the meta.
Am I seeing that right? Did they just pick Terrorblade into Zeus Morphling?
They did, yes. Yes.
I'm not going to analyze that because my brain is saying that there's no way a Terrorblade can play into these heroes, but maybe it can, maybe that's just, who knows? You will have the mid lane matchup of Sniper where he can just farm and Laurel could potentially get to a pretty solid timing where he can play around the Primal Beast, and those 2 heroes will be doing a lot of damage. You have the saves coming through from Maposhka's Vengeful Spirit. I just worry that Zeus is going to do a lot of damage, and so will this Morphling. Combine that with a Razor, we'll have to see. I think Maposhka has to do some huge swap plays this game for them to win these fights.
I agree with that. You got to find Zeus maybe or something, swap him into your team. Or maybe immediately break Link. The actual engage from G2IG is a little lacking, considering it's a Sniper first pick. Like, in the end, they just have Earth Spirit. So maybe there are some plays to be made around that. Disruptor does struggle into the Sniper a little bit because, like, he sits so far back, it's tough to get good glimpses. So maybe that's something Spirit can look for, but it does feel like as this game goes, there's definitely a window where Zeus will be really strong. I think he'll get by the lane. Like, Sniper is still annoying, but you have your own Arc Lightning, which will also kind of secure you a lot of CS. Probably unlikely to see any kills happen in mid, but if we do see a kill, like, I think it's because Baboka's coming to gank compared to this Vengeful Spirit Techies support duo. Like, they're not very good at ganking.
Yeah, I'm looking at like what I would consider like the power curves of this game, right? And G2IGs, like they're not super strong early, right? You don't have you kind of want your Zeus to get to his phylactery and then maybe still goes back for Kaya, then Shard. He'll do a lot of damage, but he's probably just going to farm for those items, maybe just using Thunder God's Wrath as like a, fight contributor early on or kill stealing, type of thing.
Kill securing, thank you.
Yeah, kill securing, my apologies. But I feel like when Spirit is going to want to fight, I think G2IG is going to be plenty happy to also take the fights. And I think that's what scares me. I don't see a point where like the lineup from Team Spirit is going to be substantially stronger than G2IG. And I feel like the late game scaling is way better on G2IG.
Yeah, Zeus
I mean, I might have a wrong read on
game.
this.
No, I think I agree. I think maybe if this sniper, I think sniper needs to do a lot for team spirit here. He has to win his lane and then
The battle begins.
bring a lot of early impact, because it's not like Terrorblade is going to be farming. Okay, well actually, of all the Terrorblade players out there, I feel like Yatoro, when he is on point, is a really active Terrorblade player as much as he can be, like farming aggressively with illusions, joining every time meta is up. So I mean, if they play that way, you know, he tends to look amazing on this hero. So maybe, you know, falling back to a bit of comfort here, especially with so many carries banned out, it was a little tough to decide maybe what to pick. But I feel like if the sniper pick does not pan out, it's going to be pretty sad for them. It's going to be real awkward.
Yeah, I was kind of
Nice
expecting him
blast
to
off by
go.
Miro.
Oh yeah, wow. Okay, good stuff there. I was kind of expecting the offlane Razor to maybe go static link level 1, and you know, with Boulder Smash you can just secure range creeps and just, you know, steal damage. But I guess for now we'll just use the plasma field. And well, now they accidentally used both of the spells, and it allowed Yatoro to deny the creeps. So that is kind of rough for the Razor. Either way, they're still going to do fine. It's just going to push in. Miposhka, though, in trouble. As the level 2 timing comes out from the Earth Spirit super fast. Throws out the Blood Grenade. He's got another Boulder Kick in a moment. Miposhka. Yeah, you can't actually fight into this guy. He's going to be zoned off the wave entirely now.
It's pretty cool. I thought Baboka might push that even harder, but decides, like, I don't actually need the kill. I'm just buying 1v1 time for the Razor.
Mid lane, Zeus doing really well. 11-3 to the 5-1. I mean, we know Zeus is going to CS, right, with the Arc Lightning, but one thing that people do also forget, he's going to have a pretty serious damage advantage over this sniper, this first level or so. It gets easier for Laurel as he gets more points in headshot and take aim, but yeah, this is a really good start for the Zeus. Probably as good as it could be.
Can't believe Zeus is so high damage, actually. I think we've talked about this before. Like it was such a surprising buff to him to give him so much right-click damage.
It was the single most damage. It was the single highest like damage buff to a hero ever, right?
I can't remember, but it was definitely up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find the change log. I'm sure there's literally nothing else that's important that I can be doing with my time.
Don't worry, I got it. Caster Zach online. Oh my god, he's doing a small pull. Holy.
Good stuff,
Sick.
Good stuff.
It is always funny to me. I know it's like, it's easier to watch some other games, like shooter games and stuff, or like fighting games. There's like hype all the time, and it's like easier as a casual viewer. There's definitely, like, Dota has some early active stuff, but it is a pacing game, which allows it to like build into complexity and like really cool stuff. But there's definitely moments where it's like, okay, speaking of which, actually, we got a fight going on top. JT with the link. Who's going to kill who first? Caster Zach says Terrorblade dies first. Razor follows up after that. You're still happy with that. You got the kill on the carry first. Baboka's super happy. Actually, both supports here, though. Haha. Oh, no. I'm sorry you guys died. I am very sad. Oh, no. But actually, it's really good for Baboka to be high level this game, I think, because he is your playmaker this game, and so him actually being involved in kills, getting solo XP is pretty value. I'd love to see him make a gank mid, which they do have a ward set up to spot this Earth Spirit. It's unlikely they find that. Ooh, might find Baboshka. Follow-up kill.
Yeah, there's no
Give
way
it to
out.
Baboka.
I mean,
JT, what the heck?
Here's the thing, too, that's big about this. Well, as bottom, we're going to see another attempt. This one will bring down the Disruptor. Nicely done. The Glimpse can't get you away from the Onslaught, so needs to be a little bit more careful of his positioning there. But Earth Spirit, when he TP'd back to the lane on the Razor, it delivered the urn, and now they're just looking for Laurel in the mid lane. He pops the headshot, can't get out of the tower range, and nothing to say. Wants nothing to do with this.
Yeah, Yeah, roll off the mark, nothing to say, turns around after that. It would have been a kill if the roll had hit, but a little bit off there. That's actually going to deliver some help to Sniper. I guess you got double support rotations out of that, so you got something, but...
You can just do it again, right? Is the other thing. Like you said, both supports rotated.
Pushka's hanging around. They're seeing if they can... Surprise, nothing to say here. Quick
going
jump.
for the dive. He's going to try and just dish the damage back into Laurel, but he doesn't have it. Well played by the Vengeful Spirit, and a good fort on the wave as they go for this dive.
That was an
Okay, Spirit
attempted
looking real clean.
play because I feel like if Zeus just walks away, he would have been fine. Maybe he thought Sniper had shrapnel, but he actually had no shrapnel, so I think if Zeus just leaves after that initial jump, he'd be okay.
Yeah, this is pretty massive, honestly, for Spirit. Getting this win,
Yeah.
completely turning around this mid lane where Sniper was definitely starting to struggle. He was gonna... It looked like Laurel was gonna go the 0-4-4 build, but with how his lane was going, ends up going back, putting points in Shrapnel. He tried to get a kill with it. It didn't work out. Top lane, though, we're gonna see Yatoro in a pretty rough spot here. Throws out the reflection, trapped inside the kinetic field is Bobica with the wraparound, but here comes Collapse. This Primal Beast is scary, and he's looking to just bring him down. Finishes off the Earth Spirit. Glimpse pulls him back away. Gets level 6. Pulverize is now an option, but will be slowed up here thanks to the Thunder Strike. Collapse. I don't know if he's going to be able to find the Disruptor. He can't.
Yeah. In the meantime, there was a double support rotation on that Zeus who was looking for the shield rune, but they actually just bait him in. Follow-up kill. So first pick Sniper, really paying out. Pub games, just lock this guy in. It's that easy.
JT's dead. Yeah. Very sick. Good rotation from Aposhka. They block X-Nova off. Bobica is back, though, as he should be able to get the Vengeful Spirit. He has a roll, but no more earn. Okay. Zeus is like, don't worry, buddy. I got this one.
Oh, we need vision. Don't worry. Well, he needs something like that. Two deaths back-to-back. Pretty painful for Zeus. Especially when they probably thought he would just be chill farming in this lane, which he was to start, but off the earlier. He's like, hey, you fed a kill to Sniper earlier. This is mine. This is payment for what you did earlier.
Yeah, now that he is level 7 on this Sniper, has the 4 points in Shrapnel, this dude's going to farm super fast, right? Like, if they can get any stacks being made, he clears these no problem. Bottom lane, another kill. This one onto the Morphling as Collapse is just getting super active on this Primal Beast. And that's, I mean, kind of one of the question marks I had, right? Could Primal Beast get active enough early and get the job done? So far, he's looking like it's working out quite well.
Sniper has a 2-level advantage over Nothing to Say right now. Although he's almost level 7, I guess. Fake hype, but it's not a good spot to be in.
In some trouble here. Stun will come out. They actually lose the static link, and Collapses back again in the top lane to run down Bobica. Hands the kill over to Yatoro. All right. It's a 2k advantage entirely on this mid and off lane, right? Like the amount of support rotations mid to slow down Zeus has given Sniper an incredible start, and Collapse just coming back and forth between top and bottom has given him pretty much the best start he could ask for.
Definitely. Terrorblade versus Razor, like that lane is still kind of close, but it wasn't really supposed to be. Like, Razor was supposed to actually do decently up here. So the fact that they keep rotating up and helping the Terrorblade out, he's, I mean, he's fine, right? Really, net worth-wise. Didn't really get bothered in the end. Finally going to be able to get Maposhka without Collapse showing up. Will they be able to get the tower? It's about half health. Like, for all these rotations, like, they have been pushing this lane in quite a lot.
Mira jumps in
might
here,
find
tries to
Mira.
get the Disruptor, and Bobica, he's nearby. This roll does connect, drops the Magnetize as well, the Glimpse, to secure the kill, but a nice little assassinate from Laurel makes it a worthwhile trade, as they still haven't taken this tower. They're struggling to do so.
I don't think I want to see Ags con to this game.
No, definitely not. Well, another kill for Collapse set up again by this Pulverize. He gets an Invis rune, and he might just start walking towards this Morphling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That would be a really good surprise kill. He won't have Pulverize for 20 seconds, but maybe if Monet goes full Agi, you could Onslaught Trample surprise him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He sees him.
He just
This is too much
waits.
health, though. Yeah. Maybe if Assassinate came in, but Sniper is just farming up.
With the Vengeful Spirit, he can definitely find the kill. All he needs to do is just open with Pulverize from Invis, but Monet is sitting on a decent amount of HP. Does he morph down or not? We'll see. He's starting to morph down. There's the Pulverize, but he morphs to the exact timing. He morphs back to Strength. Oh, no. Unlucky for Collapse. But well played by Monet.
Fingers. Sniper
Yeah, if he
is going
gets
to
him,
go
like-
for the Conda. Or the Ags
Is he
first.
actually?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, if he gets a mid-Agimorph, he definitely dies, right? Like, he loses so much health to the Pulverize, and then the follow-up zone would have been good. Top lane, we're gonna see another attempt here, this one onto Mira. He's got mines, but plenty of damage out from Razor and Bobica. He will TP home. He is so afraid that there's another hero coming. But instead, they will just secure this top tower. Took them a little bit, but they got it. First tower to fall this game, which is a little bit surprising, right? Like, you're pretty farmed on Spirit, but you have a Sniper and a Primal Beast. Neither of these heroes are great at taking towers.
Sniper can be if he wins the lane harder, but Zeus with Arc Lightning just able to just always shove the lane back. So yeah, he's just focusing on his own farm.
Radiant are scanning.
That's a Blade Mail done on Collapse. That's very fast.
Maybe the Ags will be okay with the Primal Beast. If you set up like the initial stun into the rest of the trample damage. I just thought with the current game he's having and with Terrorblade likely to just farm up, it might be nice to have Sniper go for a more standard right-click build and just show up to fights with the other heroes. But
Ags
yeah,
Conda,
we'll
I guess,
see.
is quite good against Zeus.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like maybe you don't want to actually like get too close. You don't want to be able to like set up for Collapse or someone going in and just like contribute from afar.
Mm-hmm.
Is they're actually rotating bottom to try and get Collapse. They need everybody for this. Monet, he's baiting a little bit, and now Collapse, I think, realizing what's going on. They just dropped the kinetic field, don't even need the static storm. So that is a very nice kill for G2IG, getting one of the strongest heroes on the map. It will cost them their mid tower as Utoro makes that rotation with the meta. So well played there. You get 2 couriers actually as well.
Hopworth Sniper. Ags is actually going to finish pretty quickly.
That 4-point shrapnel, dude, it is owning. He is just clearing stacks like crazy in the jungle.
Also, he has insane Kobold RNG. Every time I look at Laurel, he's digging up Kobolds.
Why not?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Using it to scout for the rune. That's good Kobold play.
Speaking of the rune, managed to get the illusion here for the Earth Spirit. Collapse! He's stuck inside the kinetic field. Mira taking a little bit of damage. Glimpse will send Laurel back. As they're looking for the D ward, unfortunately for them, they will not find it. He actually just missed. He's like, there's got to be one up here somewhere, but it is on the high cliff area.
Maybe Zeus can find it later.
There it is. He's like, I
Does
found
find
one. I knew it was here. Gets the bottle refill. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, this game, it is still decently in favor of Team Spirit. They've got themselves an okay lead. We're going to need the BKB to come out from Collapse before he's going to feel super strong in these fights, because now that Disruptor hit level 6, you have plenty of magic damage coming out from NTS as well as the Earth Spirit. It's a little bit more difficult for him to stay active, right? Like we saw early on before those level 6s came out, and he was the one with the level advantage. He was getting a lot done. It gets more difficult from here, so he needs to get to his BKB. Is there another item that you can fight around on the side of Spirit? Like, is it just the Ags from Sniper? Maybe that's good enough, or do they just keep farming?
Yes, it is the Ags. I mean, he's going to have it here once he finishes off these creeps. And, I mean, if you assassinate someone into Blast Off and then, like, drop the mines, you could definitely kill probably most of the heroes besides maybe, like, Strength Morphling. I think everyone else would die. Assuming all 3 mines go off anyways.
Wow, he actually took the headshot damage over the take aim duration. I don't think I really ever see people do that, but we'll see. Mid lane. Nice little assassinate here. But Boschko with the swap backs. Jump forward from the Zeus. He's got an amplify damage. I don't know if you want to fight into that. He's going to pop it as they will look for Laurel. The Vessel is out. Maposhka just getting chased. Oh, nice ult there from X-Nova. But the Sniper's got his number. Bobica rolls back in. Another Vessel. JT trying to finish off Miras. He managed to get away. Another grab. The Vessel this time reapplied. Does get 2 more charges for the Vessel. Laurel with this Aghanim Scepter doing work, but he's going to get chased down. He falls, but JT's going to get just turned on by Collapse as he will join the fight. Monet out of mana, and with Yotoro on top of him, able to just do some serious work. Pulverize once again, finish the triple kill for Yotoro as Collapse will live.
Active TB.
That's big. It's really big. I will say, if the Zeus does not die to that assassinate, this fight is very different. He will finally find the second ward that was giving him so much trouble. But I'm a little bit surprised that Bobica didn't try to just stay on the Sniper there, right? Like, he gets the initial Vessel off and backs away from Laurel, which I don't think he realized that he'd be able to find his the kill onto the Zeus there. But if Zeus doesn't die, it's a completely different fight.
Yeah, Zeus outputs a lot of damage. He does have Shard and Yasha, so Razor getting killed too now in the top lane.
Yeah, he is. Razor needs to be very careful, right? Collapse. He did a really good job delaying his entry to that fight. Like, he sees the Disruptor ult's already out. Like, he can go in at that point. And JT needs a BKB ASAP, but he has still got some distance to go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Now, Monet is farming pretty well. He has his Lincolns. There's not a lot that can kill him in terms of, like, ganking. When you show up like to a full team fight, yeah, you could die, like we saw him. But he's working on the Manta, so he's not falling behind Terrorblade too much. He could carry. It's a question of, like, how long does Sniper live in the fight. It's like looking at Sniper and Zeus, like, which one dies first, because both of them will contribute a lot of damage to these team fights. Maybe Zeus a little bit more because Sniper's going for the Ag Conda, but you have some, like, pick-off potential that's a little higher on Team Spirit because of that.
Yeah, NTS does have the spicy fingers and has his Yasha, so he's on his way to kind of transitioning into that, like, long-ranged right-click carry, but it's not easy for them to find the Sniper. Like, late game, it's just gonna be JT. Like, JT, if he tanks up, gets his BKB, gets, like, a Manta, like, maybe he's the one who can just chase down the Sniper with this Earth Spirit, but Laurel is pretty strong. We're going to see the BKB come out onto Collapse and an immediate smoke out from Spear as they want to get active, try and find a hero. They just get a glimpse of JT as he's heading up into this Ancient camp. And he might go down here. Will the creeps see him? Oh, he sees them on the smoke, but a great assassinate right on time from Laurel. And they get the kill. That bonus night vision, not necessarily thanks to the ward, but yeah, really well played.
Yeah, using Assassinate to initiate for your Primal Beast to just like follow up. Like that's their playmaking potential here, really.
Oh, wait a minute. Bobka gets a really nice magnetized Static Storm, a little bit off the mark, but Laurel, he needs help. The Thunder God's Wrath just deletes him. Collapse forced to BKB. Monet, he wants to keep fighting. Will he find out? And he's got shrapnel charges, baby. Mira, nice blast off onto the high ground. X-Nova will get surrounded, so he's not making it out of this one.
Sniper kill's pretty decent. Considering like Razor was already dead from earlier. You essentially traded Disruptor for Sniper, so I guess that's pretty good. I hope Zeus... I think it's really hard for Zeus to actually just right-click. I hope he just gets the Manta and Shard just to like split push and farm, but goes back to regular spellcasting. I feel like that'll be easier for him. He does have an Octarine, which is a little bit of both. Lets you spam out Manta more. Monet in a bit of trouble, maybe.
Yeah, potentially,
or just
but
getting a Techie's kill.
Yeah, or not at all. Blade Mail out. Doesn't actually get the Vessel off here in time, and the Assassinate will connect. He's still pretty strong. JT actually managed to find Laurel on the backside. You need to get some help. He actually doesn't have Eye of the Storm, though, and a swap will get him to safety. Okay, JT will at least push the Sniper away. So a 1-for-1 there.
I think they were looking for a little bit too much. I think getting the Techie's kill for free is already really good, but maybe not recognizing how many heroes were up here. But Boca rolls in and just dies instantly to everyone right there.
Yeah.
Or maybe he was trying to buy team for the rest of the gang to show up, but doesn't seem like they were fast enough to do that.
Oh, Techie's Mines doing work, revealing where this smoke might be coming from G2IG. JT will just go finish up the mid tower as a result. He grabbed this Amplify Damage rune. It'd be a great thing for them to fight around, especially with his BKB being done. But I don't know if they're going to find anything. Wards come out, not scouting Laurel.
Dire are scanning.
He's going to be safe. Nice scan out from Spirit, so they know exactly what's going on. All right, good dodge on the smoke.
Terrorblade's getting close to Scotty. That'll be really good versus the Morphling. Like, here's the thing. Like, Morphling is good versus Terrorblade because you can copy him, and that tends to be, like, pretty good. But I do think a farmed Terrorblade can kill Morphling. It's not like a super one-sided matchup. It depends a little bit on, like, who is more farmed, who gets to the Scotty first, and how the team fights actually play out. And there is a bit more control for Team Spirit, so it might be easier for them to set up a good fight. And if Morphling or Zeus, like if one of them is taken out really quickly at the start of a fight, I think Team Spirit should be able to just win fights from there. And this is the hard part of G2IG's draft. It's like so much on Baboka to find Sniper first. But then even if he finds Sniper, like he's not solo killing the Sniper, so he needs someone else, which I guess has to be JT to come in. What is going on?
Yeah, it's really
here?
true.
Just hiding in the trees.
I'm curious if they're gonna go back for their own Tormentor at some point on IG, because they finished it up on Spirit. They managed to get the shard. It goes to the Techies, which is quite good. So they see these heroes coming through. They're just going to back away. There is a good smoke wraparound from G2IG. Who's it going to find? Boba gets the roll out. X-Nova with the TP. Slowed up, silenced as well. Bobica can't roll. He's got him on collapse. Really sick positioning here from the Primal Beast as the Assassinate will finish the job.
Dire's middle
Could be
tower
Roche, I
is under
think.
attack.
I mean, they could, but it looks like they want to fight. They go back through the portal to the top side. The scan comes out from the Radiant, though, so they know what's happening. And they will not get caught, most likely, as NTS heading back to cut mid-wave. He is very close to that Octarine, like you were pointing out.
Wonder what he'll get next.
I mean, it's got to be something
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
like a Hurricane Pike, or maybe you just go for, like, the Kaya Sange. Alright, smoke up. They know the Roche. It's starting. It's taking a moment. They started it kind of late, but I don't know if they're going to make it in time. Zeus, you'd have to ult to scout this one out. And as they get the D-Ward, Team Spirit's actually going to back out of the pit. Collapse is not here. Wait a minute. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Great Pike will get Yatoro away from the static link, but he's got Bobica on top and pops the Blade Mill. Can Yatoro actually be brought down before he gets the Sunder out on Tamira? He's going to fall. Now trying to just get away from this terribly, but he can't do it. Double kill goes his way. More so low, trying to get away, but Collapse able to gap close. There's the Assassinate. They've got the Pulverize as well. And with that, Monet, he is dead.
That's kind of what we were saying about how you need to find the sniper and the Terrorblade, and you need to get to the back. But it's just really hard. Like we see in the replay, so they start off with on the Terrorblade. They get a pretty good link, but they just have no more crowd control. So he just gets the swap on Tamira, who does immediately die, you know, but collapses in the back line, taking up all of Nothing to Say's time. So Nothing to Say, who we were saying will contribute a lot of damage, he is just having a hard time connecting to the heroes he needs to damage, which is the sniper and the Terrorblade.
I also was like looking back at that. He was farming. He actually was just like clearing creeps in jungle camp to try and get to his Octarine. When he joined the fight, he had like 10% mana. Like he Thunder God's Wrath and had no mana for the fight. If he was actually closer, they might have actually been able to kill off the Terrorblade. But yeah, a little bit of maybe missed timings. Like he really wanted the Octarine first. Doesn't quite pan out, as now they're looking to try and finish off the Roshan. Bobica is here to try and snipe it.
It would be a sick snipe. You get the Zeus
Dude,
vision,
he's gonna
so
go. He's gonna go. He gets the stun, but no, they managed to find it just in time on the Terrorblade.
That was like a third of a second too late. That was really close.
It was a good guess, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Waters rise.
A worthwhile attempt, but yeah, it was still Aegis now in the hands of the Terrorblade. He hasn't had to build a BKB this game, which is the most surprising thing, right? Like he's just built a lot of stats. Scotty, Manta has the Hurricane Pike, so it's allowed him to just kind of tank up, not be so susceptible to the magic damage from G2IG, and now he can go back for his BKB, and that's when I think this game actually gets really difficult for G2IG.
Yeah, being able to just ignore the Zeus's damage is really good for Terrorblade. Invis, Yatoro, Terrorblade. I feel like I've seen this the most from him, though it's usually Shadowblade if he ever does that. I think nowadays it's not so good, but he used to do that and just find like solo pickoffs with Terrorblade. He immediately broke the Invis rune, so I guess we're not going to see that, but...
Oh, what a value courier kill.
What's on it?
He manta'd on the Zeus and instantly TP'd to clear the wave, and instead he kills an entire Eternal Shroud for Collapse.
Ooh, that's nice. 2.5 more minutes without that.
I mean,
that's annoying because you want to push in with Aegis, yeah. So you're missing an item. He does still have the BKB, so they can probably still do this without it, but it might cost Collapse's life depending how the fight plays out.
Yeah, I mean, that Eternal Shroud is super value, right, against G2IG. The only thing he has to worry about is like the Static Storm, but now that he has BKB, it's not that bad. So X-Nova eventually will have to get an Aghanim Scepter. He just has had such a rough game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bobica is just lane cutting top, kind of the standard stuff we see from a lot of Earth Spirits. Able to grab a tier 2 as Utaro's grabbing mid tier 2, so a little bit of trade most likely. You should eventually get this top tower, right?
I think so. Real hero showing up, but Team Spirit's gonna start chipping away at your tier 3.
They're getting a lot with this first Aegis, right? Mid tier 2, now looking bot tier 2. You've got to try and prevent the lane cut that's happening. Uh-oh.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They might just be waiting for the Eternal Shroud. So like, you don't care too much about the creep cut. You just take the 2 towers. Now you back up. Now you push that whole lane in, and maybe one hero backs up the prevents the creep cutting. I think that'd be good for Baboka to do. He has a Cloak of Flame, so if he just hides in the trees, he could creep cut with the cloak plus a couple spells.
So BKB done on the Terrorblade. How do you feel about the Zeus going for a refresher? So I thought he might go for like the ranged, you know, clicker hero, but he is going for the magic. So he's going refresher, probably will eventually go for an Aghanim Scepter. X-Nova dying in the jungle there. Not much he can do about that one.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure. I guess double ult will do a sizable chunk of Sniper's health. Maybe bring him down to half just straight off the bat, which that's maybe enough damage with Baboka there. Spirit Vessel, Magnetize, maybe you Blade Mail a couple. Like, maybe that's the idea of actually getting the damage onto Sniper. Ooh, the roll off the mark. They do have
of Sniper. That Magnetized Vessel.
Ult if they want.
He didn't Blade Mail. Oh no, he's gone, and now Razor forced out of the base. They get the full lane of barracks now. Dude, if Bobica Blade Mails that, Sniper dies. He actually just kills himself on the Assassinate.
Yeah, and then they did have the second Zeus ult. He was holding it to see if he would actually get the kill, and also maybe like bait out the enemy, but yeah, no Blade Mail. It happens, but that is a particularly painful time for that to happen. Gonna lose
that
your mid-racks and not get anything.
Alright, 550. It was literally 750 damage. That would have absolutely killed the Sniper. Am I wrong? Yeah.
It would have been enough with the Zeus ult for sure. Maybe it's like maybe you don't even need the Zeus ult after that. I don't know, but unfortunate.
Yeah.
Maybe caught off guard by collapse, I guess.
Well, they get the lane of barracks completely uncontested. And they are feeling strong here on the side of Team Spirit. 4,000 gold advantage. It's not the most for a 32-minute game by any means. Collapse, a very tanky boy here in the mid lane, will immediately dispel that Thunder Strike with the Uproar. So a really quick reaction from him to blink away, knowing that they are smoked up here.
Zeus is going for the Ags. He is extremely farmed. I will say, Zeus is approaching literal solo kill potential on the Sniper. If you know where he is and you ult, Ags, drop the double Nimbus into second ult, I think he can actually solo Sniper. Maybe with like one roll from Baboka.
Yeah, I do think they have the damage on G2IG. They've just been unable to find the fight. And I think some of this was like just how good of an early game the Sniper ended up having because of the double support rotations mid. Not only once, but then twice. So Laurel is kind of causing them some problems. Obviously, G2IG has had a couple mistakes here and there, but definitely still have the ability to go late game, right? It is a Razor who we have seen become one of the scariest heroes as the game continues. He has his Lincoln's BKB now going for his refresher. Thunder God's Wrath here to kind of scout out where Team Spirit might be. But yeah, I mean, Spirit at least managing to get a lot done on the first Aegis, and I think that was the most important thing that they needed to do.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the second one now. They might work on this tier 2, but I don't think they'll go high ground again until that Aegis is theirs. I do think this could be a really interesting high ground, or like late game, because if this second Aegis does not get you the next set, G2 IG is actually perfectly fine at holding multiple sets of barracks like being killed because of the Zeus build. So if this game drags out, I don't know, it has the potential to go quite late.
They are smoked on the high ground of G2IG. Like, someone's gonna show up, right? But no, they're just continuing to split push. Bobica has finished up an Aghanim Scepter, so you do need to be a little bit careful of that, as it can cause some serious issues going high ground. If you kick an enemy hero, like, to the back of your tier 4s, or, you know, even worse, into your fountain, oh, that can be very scary. Monet is going to just split push them bottom. He is going to get this tier 3 unless you respond. So, Team Spirit, pop the meta. They go to the high ground of their own. They're trying to just do some damage here, but the TP back from JT.
Monet's doing some ratting.
Thunder God's Wrath. Where is it? Waiting to go. They scout Bobica for the second. He gets the rollout, though, and collapse BKBs for this. Monet, he just gets the full lane of barracks.
This is a pretty good trade.
Techi's finally going to come back. JT forced to BKB, takes a beating there from Yatoro. Spirit, you got to do something. There's the kickback, but Bobica, he did stone form and just dies instead. Now Monet coming through with his own BKB, trying to find his target. Refresher, everything spent on the Zeus. JT will live thanks to the Lincoln Sphere. It's a racks for racks trade. I think Spirit might be okay with this, but I mean, I honestly don't know who wins. I don't know who's the winner in this trade. Like, what just happened?
I think G2IG... You could argue both ways, but I think G2IG is relatively fine. Like I said, I think Zeus is one of the best at dealing with multiple lanes and still contributing to fights. And it's going to be harder for Team Spirit to deal with now this bottom lane being opened up. The good news is that that's the last lane they need, so they'll just be sitting there. But I mean, Morphling could rat top because they have that one open. They just need this mid tier 2, and then Morphling may not have even come home. He may have just like stayed in the base, keep going if they didn't have that tier 2. Mamposhka just gone.
X-Nova's gonna die as well. Shrapnel plus reflection. I mean, the Roche is up. You do have buybacks on these two supports, and they will bring it. So we're going to see the Vengeful Spirit TP back to the top side, and they really want this second Roche on, and you can't blame them. We saw what they got done with the first Roche and Aegis. This should be I'm guessing they're not going to contest this, right? Without the Disruptor, Thunder God's Wrath does come through. It will scout the Roches being done. But pings come out to the mid lane. They're just going to try and take a tier 2 tower, which, I mean, if Monet gets this, he can look to rat an entire other lane.
Grab an amplified damage on Nothing to Say, but he doesn't have his bottle, unfortunately. So it is just active right now. Otherwise, that could have been pretty nice to keep for the high ground defense. Am I crazy? Did he not have a bottle earlier? Or did he just sell it?
I think he sold it.
There's no way you skip bottle on Zeus, right?
Okay. Earth Spirit is getting tanky. I think in a lot of these fights, we've seen Bobica not get the kind of connections on his spells that he wanted. Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze.
Achoo!
Alright, I'm fine. Just muted myself, you're welcome. But now that he's level 18, has a 3 points magnetize, he's getting a little bit tankier because strength gain on this hero is bonkers. Also finds a Trickster's Cloak. Like, maybe he gets the spell combos off in the fights without dying immediately, and that can definitely make a big difference. Miposhka's got just the auras that he needs to, to contribute, right? Vlad's is done, same with drums. Like, Sniper literally has, in essence, an extra, like a double damage at all times.
Getting to work. Monet was there to rat if he wanted to, but they're choosing to fight this. They're not going to have much time to delay on it because, I mean, that's half the tower down pretty quickly. It is meta pop, so if they can stall this out, they could look for the fight right after that.
They can poke Terrorblade pretty easily from afar, is the thing, right? And that's where it's like, if they're actually set up on G2IG, I don't know if they can take high ground because Monet can just adaptive strike spam. Thunder God's Wrath, it sends a glimpse! No, Laurel! What a call! He has no BKB, no way to get out of the glimpse at all.
Was that a retreating smoke afterwards? Why did they all back off there, actually?
Collapse, needs to be careful. If Bobica catches him on the Remnant, he won't grab him, okay. I mean, the Terrorblade lost like half his HP and like walked into the jungle to farm for a moment. Maybe to regen off the Vlad's aura. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, they see them back away, and it's just an immediate Thunder God's Wrath into Nimbus Glimpse. Like, that was so clean. It was so fast. It caught me off guard. Like, Spirit literally had no idea it was coming.
Yeah, I mean, great play by G2IG, but I don't fully understand why Spirit backed off like that without the Sniper. I don't know, Sniper stuck around too long. At the same time, like, I don't think they have to back because they had the Aegis still. Even if he is half health, like, they still have the Aegis 2 minutes. I think there's got to be like some miscommunication there or something. But nice find from G2IG. Did lose about half the tier 3, but it's still up.
It's also the very first time this game we've seen the gold go in favor of G2IG. Now, it might be short-lived. Right, you're playing to an Aegis and 2 lanes of barracks to your 1 lane of barracks, but Monet is farming, getting closer to his level 25. He would love to get that waveform cooldown. And with his own ability to just turn into like Terrorblade, he has like these reflection not reflection, but just his regular illusions doing work. They found Sniper again. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, number 1, number 2. The Nimbus as well catching Miposhka, has to swap him to safety, and they force every TP to the top side of the map. As Bobica should get out of here. There's no way you catch him, especially with the Enchant Remnant. Roll after roll.
He got his eggs.
Yeah, he had it on the high ground tier 2 defense, or on the tier 3 defense. Like on top side. That's why I was so surprised he died. Alright, well, Monet, oh my gosh, just jumps in, tries to pop the Sniper, forced to grab the cheese, and Monet should be fine to walk away. Well, swap out, waveforms again, still doesn't have that talent. He's taking a lot of damage and fast. He needs help, he's not gonna get it. He just dies outside the base, and Enchant Remnant was 1 second off cooldown. Primal Beast dies bottom though. JT just brings down the dinosaur. Hold up. Big kills around the map. Nothing to say. Still trying to defend the high ground. You might need to buy back here on the Morphling. I'll find the Earth Spirit. Aegis is going to expire. Dude, this is a wild game. He is 10 gold away from Disruptor Eggs. You're right. Roll in, Bobica. Oh, he kicks himself on a Lotus. No way. Glimpse pulls back Yutaro. JT's here, swap out. They don't have a glimpse, but Bobica's gonna hunt. He's gonna be able to get that magnetize off. Blade Mail does pop. Yutaro needs help. Enchant Remnants himself, as JT's trying to just chase down the Terrorblade, pops the BKB, but he wants to just turn around, and now he's onto Laurel as well. The Sniper falling low, but Bobica might die. Can they get the glimpse? Terrorblades out with the Ninja Gear actually saves him, and now Bobica and Laurel are just taking their own fight, but he wins the duel on the sniper. That is a dieback on your Earth Spirit. Oh man, G2IG are just not finding the heroes. Like, this is so weird.
It just comes back to the draft. It's really hard for them to find the heroes. I would need to like look at the draft again to see where it developed, but this core lineup is just having a very hard time actually doing any damage. And Earth Spirit is just forced to roll in every single time to try to start anything. Otherwise, it's just Terrorblade Illusions and Sniper poking down towers. And I think this was a really hopeful play by Monet, killing that Sniper, which would have been sick, but obviously in hindsight, kind of being killed like this really put his team on the spot to... It was a costly defense. He didn't have to buy back in the end, but they did lose the tier 3 and the ranged barracks. Fortunately, they found that kill on Collapse. Otherwise, it would have been maybe just straight GG right here.
Yeah, it's like neither Collapse nor Monet wanted to buy back for this, and they almost get Yatoro, but he actually just gets the Hurricane Pike. Wait, did he have... He had a Pike, right? I think he sold it for MKB now, but into the Ninja Gear, and they lose track of him. And he just runs away under the cover of Demon Zeal because that bonus move speed is ridiculously high.
Yeah, it is quite fast. You get to try to defend one more time. It is a dead even game, but you've got one barracks left. It's not easy. I guess Zeus is one of the best heroes at holding megas, but that's not a situation you want to be in.
Yatoro has played so damn good this game. Like, actually a near perfect performance from him on the Terrorblade. He has the MKB now completed to deal with the really annoying evasion on the side of G2IG, right? You have the Butterfly on the Morph. You have the AV on his Feather. Oh, there's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath. They just delete that. They actually trapped Yatoro. Can they get on top of him? They're going to try. That's be the initiation from Bobica as well, trying to find Laurel. They get a nice pulverized. Earth Spirit survives with the Enchant Remnant, though, and Yatoro is dead. They've got Techies on the backside as well. Got to glimpse him back. There goes Collapse. Mira's dead as well. Oh my god. G2IG finally gets their opening fight. Laurel snipes a kill, but they need to get to safety. He's trying to just hide in the trees. He's going to be able to TP out. What a disruptor ult. Oh my goodness.
That was an insane fight. Okay, we're going to see it again. They smoke up. They find Miposhka, who is going for a D ward. And then a sick static storm catching the Terrorblades. This is the Aghanim's Disruptor now. So Yatoro is able to get swap off, but just kind of in a bad spot at this point. And with no more swap save, the Link is able to just connect the entire duration and do some work.
Static Link stealing armor and attack speed right on the Razor. It's, like I said, one of the reasons we see Razor become one of the strongest heroes in the late game. Your Terrorblade has a lot of armor, but when your Static Link drains it, plus Eye of the Storm, and you're losing your attack speed and damage, like, your Terrorblade becomes a lot less scary in those situations. Fortunately for Spirit, though, it was a relatively long Roche timer, almost 2 minutes. So, about a minute and 40 seconds, roughly. So, they don't get Aegis. This would have been third Roche with an Aghanim Scepter, and Spirit right now are just hoping that it's not already being sieged by G2IG. 9 seconds away, though.
Would have been pretty nuts here on the Razor, I feel like.
Yeah. If Razor gets Ags, this game becomes so bad.
They see Roche, but I don't think you can force this fast enough.
Not at all. Razor is not a good Roche taker. It's just the Morphling.
Back. Okay, no, yeah. They're going to chill.
They know the fight only goes their way if they get a Static Storm like that, right? Like, they need to... Yeah. They kill the bench first, and then follow up with the Static Storm. Huge.
Yeah, if you let the enemy start Roche, maybe you can get a really sick Ags. They commit all the shrapnel charges to scout out the area.
Smoke after smoke. They're going to go right into each other. Razor trying to scout
he
with
has
his
the
own
talent
illusion. Oh, man. Up onto the high ground they go. They know they're back there, but you're going to be blinking potentially into a bunch of mines. They actually just pop them all. Bobaca's going to go in, gets the roll, connects. He's right on top, but goodbye, Razor, just dead as he tries to find this Terrorblade, and Monet is in so deep. Not where you want to be. 2 dead already on the side of G2IG as they're buying back, trying to get into this fight. You're at a choke point here, playing into this Zeus. He's getting a lot of damage out, but now nothing to say. Out of mana, out of life. He's going to buy back as well. In comes the Morphling through the portal. They've taken down Maposhka. That's going to be a big death. Can they finish off Yatoro? He's got the Refresher. He pops the BKB on the Razor. He's trying to stand his ground. Can he do it? Yatoro goes down. He's got to buy back. Laurel trapped in here as well. He's going to die. You've got to get these heroes back into the fight, but you're playing into a really scary Razor. Yatoro jumps in. He goes into 2 Nimbuses. He's going to die back. That's a big win here for G2IG.
What is
and might
happening?
just spell the end of the game. You're teeping into double Nimbus, double Eye of the Storm, Satanic Razor. There's no chance you can win that fight.
I can't believe... First of all, I'm surprised G2IG was losing that fight so hard with how they came in initially, and I thought the Static Storm was going to be... I guess Sniper did get the BKB off like just in time, but G2IG was getting cleaned up. Everyone was having to buy back. Once
it was the Zeus
fight,
stalled him.
Yeah, I guess so.
It was like Zeus and all the BKBs expired.
They're like ending here. So they're going tier 4 straight into it.
I mean, why not? What can they do? They're diebacked on 3 heroes, right? Like, they're just going to end the game. GG's out. Laurel on the Sniper gets caught from the Static Storm, and that is it. 2-0 for G2IG. An amazing comeback. We knew the late game potential was incredibly scary from these guys, and they played off buyback. The TPing to their outpost to come through the portal, it takes a moment, right? Like, that rotation is like 6 seconds, right? 6-7 seconds to get back into the fight. But the Zeus, I guess, just stalling them to get back in is... I don't know, man. That I want to see the last fight again because that is wild that they come out at the winners there.
Yeah, I thought for sure they were... At first, I thought they should definitely win it, and then I thought they were way overcommitting with all the buybacks, but what do I know? They managed to end up winning that fight. That was... I don't know, I'm like processing, man. That was... Team Spirit had a pretty good lead there, but like we were saying, Zeus being able to hold it well, they never felt fully confident in the win. And I guess just getting caught up in that late game situation, they tried to buy it back, but like you said, the teleports are so long into the outpost. Zeus was able to join much faster because he had boots of travel, and I think they had creeps nearby.
Yeah, Zeus like stalls them out. Boots of travel's back in, but when Razor came back, he had popped his first BKB to try and survive, but he never actually popped the Eye of the Storm. And like Yatoro just instantly kills the Razor going into that fight, and you're like, oh wow, this is a great start, right? But then your BKB's on cooldown, and Razor's coming back with 2 Eye of the Storms and a BKB. Like, it was ridiculous how much damage he just finishes off these heroes at the end of the fight, and I don't know. It's so hard for a Team Spirit to play the late game with when the refreshers come out.
I guess that's true. I guess they were winning while they had the BKBs up, but as soon as it's down and you're in that funnel point, like all the Zeus spells, all the Razor things are going. You got Magnetize, Static Storm, originally fantastic. And then after that, though, you still have like the Q going, hitting multiple heroes, slowing down everyone's attack speed, which really adds up in this kind of late game situation. Every attack you're reducing from a Terrorblade is saving your team like 300 plus damage, right? So
yeah,
like you said, that's a fight you got to go back and look and like really break down. Here's one of the earlier ones that I thought was looking good originally, but
he gets the Sunder off and resets.
Is, right?
Yeah, this is the one that looks pretty good.
and then they turn it off that Sunder.
Yeah, Lara was positioned super well, and Yutoro just tanks everything on the front end. So they kind of just get their free reign to do whatever they want. But again, it's kind of those BKBs. It's right. It's like they have that BKB advantage. They play around it, and then as soon as BKBs expire and G2IG just pops the refreshers, the fight cannot exist for Team Spirit. Also, getting this free racks here was just wild to me. But I mean, it's hard to say what was the right call because Team Spirit definitely feel like they're on a timer. They're like, we need to get mega creeps, and this is our avenue. We can get a second lane of barracks. Monet's just split pushing, and he gets the best lane possible, right? Bottom, where that is going to, like, prevent this wave from ever shoving in, and they want to be playing top.
Yeah, I don't think they needed to force this particular high ground, though. I think they could have dealt with Monet and then just do Roshan first before attempting this. I do think it was really good that Monet got the racks by ratting like that. Yeah, just a really close game. We're like almost at the final replay that we're all really interested in seeing, but that's gonna sting for Team Spirit. They're not technically like eliminated yet, but that puts them at 1-7, and unless they sweep the remaining 3 series, it's going to be pretty tough. That would give them a 7-7 score, which is like maybe enough for tiebreakers. It kind of depends how like the other games go. I haven't done a deep dive into that. Someone will do it. Someone else always does it, right? But
7-7 usually puts you at like, yeah, it usually puts you at like that 4th, 5th place, right? When you're at 7-7, it's a lot of times what ends up happening in round robins. We're finally gonna see this last fight here. So this is what I want to see. JT goes in, gets bonked by collapse, and instantly dies. So he buys back. He has a refresher in like 10 seconds, but double ult, and we'll see, right? There's so much being done here.
I guess Blink wasn't up yet on the Static Storm, because if that Static Storm comes in like 2 seconds faster, that's a done sweep right there.
Zeus. Everyone's at like half HP just from Zeus, and here comes JT. Just refresher comes up, second Eye of the Storm, and your fight's over. Pop Satanic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you get away from this. And then here's the buyback, and he's just going to Nimbus the teleport. Yeah.
I thought he might throw it in the base to just like straight up cancel the teleport.
That would have been funny, but I mean, this ends up
turns
just
out to be
being
a better call to let it finish and then just kill him. So,
wow. That is a absolutely wild performance from G2IG and a well-deserved victory. I mean, these guys have been super clean this tournament so far. There's a reason they're at the top of their group now at 6-2. They've drawn some series, right? They drew their first day. First day they had a draw against OG, and then they had a draw against Azure yesterday, which we saw. But yeah, this team looks phenomenal. They're looking amazing.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun to watch them play. And they're not playing again today, right? There's a different series that's playing twice. I forget which one.
I'll double check, but yeah, it's not them. It's PSG Quest, it looks like. So yeah. We've got to go to a short break, and we're going to be back with an interview here from G2IG. Excited to see what they've got to say and how they're feeling about this last game, because this was a wild ride. Everyone stay tuned. We'll talk to y'all in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we've got our interview with the winners, G2IG, and this time we are going to be joined by their offlaner, JT. Welcome, and congratulations on another amazing performance. You guys are looking super clean so far.
Thanks.
So we got some questions. Game 2, I want to start off here, was kind of a wild ride. You guys definitely seem to have the late game scaling. What was kind of the game plan with how well the early game ended up going for Spirit?
Because our early game is kind of like not strong compared to Team Spirit, so we try to like spread out and get more farms, get more items, and then take a team fight. That's it.
That's it. It seemed to work. Third Roche, that fight that kind of ended the game.
Yeah.
What was the team comms like? Because that fight was chaotic. Buybacks from basically everyone. But you guys managed to come out ahead.
Because our hero is way more stronger than compared to enemies with our buybacks. Like if TB dies without meta, I think it's useless.
Right, makes sense. Fair enough. All right, Zach, what do you got?
Sure, yeah. Going back to the game 1, you guys had that last pick Lycan that we thought was sick. Was that you calling for your own hero, or was that like who saw that it was going to be such a good Lycan game for you guys?
Like everyone thinks that Lycan is a good Lycan game, so yeah, so we decided to pick it up. So everyone thoughts that Lycan is good. So yeah, I mean I can play like Lycans like those micros heroes. So yeah, so I just go for it.
Awesome. And then okay, how about a fun question? We had an interview with Xnova earlier, and we saw you having some fun in the background. Xnova said you usually bring a lot of laughs for the team, and I've seen like replays of you in the games where you're like clipping people, laughing about it. What's fun for you in Dota? You know what gives you a good time?
Because you know you are a professional gamer, right? So maybe like most of the people treat it like a job, you know. So maybe, but I treat it like it's more like a game. So I'm feeling like more enjoying the game. So when I play, I keep laughing. Yeah, depend on my mood as well. If I feeling better, then I keep laughing more. Maybe in the bad mood, then I will not talk. You know.
Gotcha. A little bit mood dependent. Well, it's always good to have someone who can bring the laughs, though, on the team. Like you said, it can get very serious in a Dota game.
Yeah.
Ricky, you got anything else?
Question? Okay, no, I got one. Okay, so JT, you guys now are at the top of your groups. You guys have looked very good so far. Is there any team that you guys haven't played? I mean, obviously you still have Falcons coming up tomorrow, I believe. But is there any teams that you're excited to go up against still?
Let me see. Maybe Falcons. Maybe Falcons, yeah. Because Team Spirit is good, right? So, but we today play again against them and we finish our match. So, yeah. Falcon is the most guys... like it's the one that I'm looking for. Maybe it should be a exciting match.
Nice. Okay. Well, you guys are looking incredibly strong. A lot of the teams coming out of China right now are looking, incredibly strong in this tournament. So, big congratulations so far, and hopefully we get to speak to you again. And best of luck, obviously, as you go through the group stage. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before we let you go?
That's it, I think.
All right. Hey, JT, thanks for joining us. Have a great day, man.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
All right. Another great series from G2IG as they move up to 6-2. I think the only team, are they the only team that hasn't had an 0-2? Okay, no, there's still Falcons and Azure that have drawn some series, but yeah, G2IG with 6 wins now is huge. And that is a massive blow to Spirit as they fall to 7 losses. That is not the start to this group stage, I think, that anyone really expected from this team.
Yeah, well, it depends, because they definitely come in, like, sometimes looking really good, sometimes in a bit of a rougher shape. No one can really say why that is. I know there's a lot of memes around it. It was like, oh, it's not a big enough tournament. They don't they won't show up if the money's not high enough. But team environments are very complex. Dota is very complex. So who really knows besides them, like, what is going on there? But yeah, we talked about it before. They're a team with such high expectations from fans and from themselves, 2-time TI winners. But I think sometimes that pressure maybe can get to you. It's hard to keep that peak performance up all the time. At the same time, it also brings this, like, I don't know if it's copium, but it's like, oh, they're 1-7, but they're team spirit. At any moment they could do it, So it's always fun to watch them because of that. You never know.
That's definitely, there is the massive copium effect for sure. I mean, he's right. Going to this last fight, I didn't even consider the fact that, like, you killed TB on meta and he, like, buys back, and it's like, what is he gonna do? He doesn't have refresher. He can't pop meta again. It's so scary. And yeah, I mean, they just had a really good read on the game. I really do. I don't even think they executed perfectly. Like, this game could have gone even better for them, which just shows that, like, their drafting and their, like, play calling is superb. So I think G2IG is on a roll. I feel like this might be our #1 seed in the group based on what we've been seeing so far. So we'll see if they can keep that kind of momentum rolling. But for now, we've got to go to a break, as we've got a huge series coming up next. Another team coming out of China, Azure, which is looking phenomenal, up against the 2 recent tournament victors, Team Falcons. So it's going to be a massive series. I'm super excited for this one. Everyone stay tuned. We'll be back with that series in a moment. For more here on the Elite League, we'll see you then. No, we're good. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Elite League. We've got another series on the deck, and honestly, one of the series I've been looking most forward to. Of course, Team Falcons has looked incredible in previous tournaments. They're not super, not as flawless yet here so far, but they're up against Azure, one of the top-looking teams from the Chinese region. Oh, Zach, how are you feeling about this one?
I think it'll be fun. I have also been really looking forward to it. I think most people are just looking forward to Falcons games in general as one of the top dogs, really. And Azure, though, which we haven't gotten to see as much of on the international stage, they do look good when we see them play. Lo, Ori, Bach, FY, Tianming. I feel like they bring some unique heroes, which is always fun. Like, every team has a couple different heroes they like. And I think this is one of those situations where, like, for example, we saw some Clinks from Azure, Falcons. You know, they kind of started this whole meta with the Razors and all of that. So what we will end up seeing, like, that's what I'm looking forward to, because I feel like we're gonna ban out a lot of those. I'd be kind of surprised to see. I mean, they might take it for themselves, Azure, like the Razor heroes, stuff like that, but don't think you want to give them over to Falcons.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And speaking of Falcons, we can take a look at their lineup. Skitter, Malrine, ATF, Amar, of course, Crit, and Snaking. I will say one thing that is interesting is I feel like Crit and FY actually share a very similar hero pool, because FY likes to support Clinks. Crit was like one of the first people to try and force support Clinks. It's one of his favorite heroes in Dota. He's been trying to force it into the support role for years and has managed to do so a few different times. Loves the Earth Spirit, of course, when it's playable. So yeah, we might see some overlap in the 4-position hero pools, especially like the unorthodox 4 positions of the current patch, right? There's still all your meta 4 positions, which is likely what we'll end up seeing. Things like Disruptor, Shadow Demon. But yeah, I'd be curious to see if we pull any of like the fun heroes out of the hat for these two teams. But overall, the drafts will be very interesting to see what they want to do with it.
Yeah, I think before we get into the fun heroes, it will start through just the basics, I guess, like take out the broken stuff like the Razor. I think Mars is going to slip through, surprisingly, but I think he has been dropping off in popularity. Dragonite, Primal Beast, Pango might be up there for consideration. Who else? Who else am I forgetting about? Oh, yeah, the supports. Like, we didn't even go through that, but, like, you got the Shadow Demons, the Crystal Maidens. I think they've been playing Weaver on Falcons, at least, like, in their last series that they played earlier today, because this is their second series. They're playing a good bit of Weaver, and I think they did it in some of their previous series too. There is some flex potential there. I don't think they flexed it earlier. Yeah, looking at the draft, unless they did something crazy I'm not expecting. I mean, Weaver has been gaining some popularity. It wasn't something that was strictly on the radar going into this, but it's been showing some strong performances.
I think that one kind of starts from South America, right? They're like probably the one region that was playing Weaver a decent amount in the carry role. And I think with the success they found it in the Swiss stage, maybe some other teams started experimenting it in scrims, and now we're seeing it a lot more here in round robin. So yeah, I like it. I think it's a definite interesting hero, but there are still there's still like the kind of meta picks that you go to before the Weaver. But if you see something like a Brewmaster come out, like, you might just go for the Weaver immediately because it is such a good lane counter. But yeah, I like that the drafts are a little bit diverse. Like, we are seeing some teams kind of experiment a little bit from what we were seeing like maybe a month ago, or it seemed to be like the same set of like 15 heroes being rotated here and there. But I guess we're still waiting on the lobby. Not really sure what's going on there, but we should be starting soon, hopefully. I think there was some camera issues with some of the players, but it's not us. It's not me and Zach here. We are.
I can actually start it whenever I want, but I'm just not.
Hit the button.
Just abusing that. Just abusing it.
Hold the players hostage.
Yeah. Looks like the lobby is getting to go, though.
So I was looking through some of the stats here for the heroes of the tournament right now. Most picked banned hero at the moment is, or most picked hero of the tournament is actually the Rubik. And I'm not super surprised because this hero has been... It's like, of all the supports that are getting banned, Rubik is like the last one. There's a bunch of other supports that are getting removed in phase 1, and Rubik has just been a very stable pick that you can always go for in either phase 1 or phase 2. So, yeah, something that we see both, you know, Crit and FY, big Rubik players. We've seen teams flex it to the 5 as well, so a lot of potential there. But, yeah, I think this draft should be underway now. We should be able to jump in there and see what these two teams are going to be cooking up. No Razor this time. Big spoiler. I know you guys were hoping to see Razor for Team Falcons, but nah, they have first pick. They opted for that, and Azure will ban out the Razor, the DK, the Disruptor, as well as the Crystal Maiden. All right. Good bans. Good set of bans. I like these.
Falcons could opt for a first pick Timber here if they wanted. They could ban something out and grab Timber because Crystal Maiden has been banned out. She's been a really strong support counter pick to that Timber. Disruptor's also out. He's pretty annoying for Timber.
I mean, you pick that Timbersaw first. You got to be very careful about that Templar Assassin, which we saw look very good in that matchup. But if you don't respond with the TA immediately on Azure, which you don't want to, right? You don't want to immediately Timbersaw. It's like the only time you want to, or the only you don't want to immediately TA. The only time you want to go for that is if you see like the mid and off lane, right? And then you're like, okay, well, we can pick TA here. It's a good pick. Yeah.
Maybe think if they need to ban Chen right now.
Get rid of the Lesh instead. Okay. It is going to be the first pick, Timbersaw. What will be the response? Bat Rider, maybe? Or just the Rubik? I don't know.
Like you said, that TA response, we've seen it do well, but it feels weird to have to pick so early. I think Bat Rider could be okay. A high damage support or someone who's going to make his life miserable.
You can also look for the Magnus. Something that I know they like to run, but has been banned.
I wouldn't mind. We saw Pango as a response, and it did fine if they want to do that too. Not as much flex potential in the Pango, though. Some teams do it, but I don't believe I've seen Azure Ray do it yet. Sure, Bach could do it. No doubt about that. But does he want to?
He's thinking hard right now. We can see it.
I don't think I want to. It's not that fun. I just start off behind in the laning stage. I like to win my laning stage. Nah, don't give it to me, guys. Give me something better.
There is also the Tiny available, which is something we see. They do just go for the Chen. All right, here it is, baby. I think this might be the first time Azure has had the opportunity to play this. I'll double check, but I don't think I've seen them be able to play the Chen yet.
Yeah, Chen's a really good hero, but I think maybe part of the thing they were debating there is like Timber's one of those heroes who comes online pretty early who can possibly just cut down all of Chen's creeps. So maybe a little bit of discussion there. Can we still do this? How confident do we feel about it? I mean, this is a... You can put this on mid or off lane. Both of these players, Malrine and ATF, very good Timber players. It is a scary thing to have to play into, but I have to imagine they have some kind of plan. With that in mind, I mean, they took a while on their pick, so I don't know. Maybe they're starting to regret banning out some of those supports and like, oh, wait a minute. We didn't ban Timber. We'll see what they can get done with Chen, though, because Tianming is a pretty solid Chen player.
I like the intention of banning the Luna here. Just tempo-wise, great in terms of pairing with the Chen, but also a good lane against the Timbersaw if you do have to end up running the Timbersaw into the off lane. They'll ban the Faceless Void as well, getting rid of some of that late game scaling, and time dilation just generally being very annoying for Timbersaw. I did look. They have not played the Chen yet. I mean, they've only played 4 games, so it's not that surprising that that they have not had a chance to play the Chen. But There is the Enchantress option as well. Like, you could grab an Enchantress to play into Chen. Be a little bit annoying for the lane.
Yeah, Snaking plays a good Enchantress if they want to go for that.
I'm curious what Crit wants to try and play into the Chen. Honestly, his Clinks? Wait a minute. Dude, take Clinks and just eat the creep when Chen grabs it.
Could be something they go for. I haven't seen him play it lately. Mirana is something they play fairly regularly that they could use with the arrow to kill creeps, and it's just something they play around with pretty well. Timber, not the greatest hero to rotate to because, you know, no real setup with arrow. Though if you run offlane Timber and you play 4 support Mirana, that can free you up to go roam to mid or the safe lane because Timber typically does fine on his own after you help him through like the first couple levels. So it could be an option for them. I believe, okay, they're going to see the Weaver pick from Azure Ray, so they're actually stealing the Weaver. Could play it carry, could play it for support. I believe I remember FY doing it back in the day when Weaver was more popular. Hey, that's my Weaver.
Right. Now, that being said, you have the option of going for a Bloodseeker if it becomes an even better game for that pick. Save it for the 18, right? Replies to the double support here. There's going to be Tiny. All right, a great grab. And you are correct on the Mirana. So that will likely be Snaking's Mirana, Crit's Tiny. You could technically look to flex the Tiny into the mid lane, but usually this is going to be your support duo. And does give you some kill threat onto the creeps of Chen, as well as just some good burst potential.
Yeah, I love seeing Crit play some roaming heroes.
Azure is the ones who picked the Bloodseeker yesterday, right? So they know not to pick the Primal Beast here, right? Like, they know that's not a thing that they can do.
They're going to grab the Lion. It does mean it's most likely a carry Weaver at this point. Lion, you're going to help bring the lockdown that they're lacking. Chen does have some powerful early game, but no actual stuns on the hero. Maybe you get some creeps to do it, but it'll definitely help to have that Lion. And then Weaver does like getting some mana help. Oh, we're playing fast.
I like this. This pick is really cool. So we've seen a couple teams look for the Death Prophet. The big one has been Heroic. Like, they actually just grab it first phase. But Azure Ray now with the Death Prophet, you can move it mid or off lane, which makes this pick even stronger because you don't really know where it's going. I would imagine this is box hero. I think Death Prophet Lion is likely to be their lane, but if you put Timbersaw mid, I think Death Prophet's fine to do that as well. So probably the carry here would be my guess, and then you ban for it. Otherwise, you pick something like a Primal Beast yourself, and then you have Primal Beast Timbersaw. And I kind of like that into Death Prophet, Chad Weaver, like Lion. I think you could go the Primal Beast here.
I think they might be thinking about Doom too. It's like a little on the greedy side, but you could eat the creeps and then the ult would be really good. And I think if you pick Doom, you're pretty confident in your late game, like no matter what carry you end up grabbing. But the question is like, will we survive through the early game? And I think that's a little bit of the discussion right now.
Dude, Doom sounds so sick.
Oh, Sniper.
Or just Sniper, more Sniper, guys. We're back to Sniper mid every game. Let's go. So, great against the Death Prophet. You probably want to put DP in the off lane now. So I'm curious what Azure want to go for. You're going to struggle to find a gap closer is the thing, though. I think, yes, you have Weaver. Yes, you have Death Prophet. These heroes like to run in, but Sniper can punish you for running in because it's not like they like blink in or like roll in like an Earth Spirit. It's like Weaver has to Sakuchi forward, Death Prophet has to literally just run at you hasted, and Sniper can get a lot of damage out in that time frame.
Yeah, I feel like you might want to move Death Prophet over to the off lane, seeing that Sniper pick come out. I guess if they're running to win, like to flex a Sniper, that could be kind of cool. They don't have last pick though, so they're gonna have to show it. Maybe they pick another flexible hero, but I think Death Prophet over to the off lane and then pick a mid hero who can get to the Sniper. You're already pretty committed to some, well, I don't know. I guess you don't have to play for the early game. Maybe you could still mix it up, but Who could you grab? Who, like you said, I think you may want some gap closing here. Chaos Knight.
CK. Whoa. I guess you really don't have a good answer to CK. I mean, that's fair. That would have been a very cool pick this game. Not a hero we see all that often as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Mars, maybe? Like, I don't know. I'm actually trying to figure it out, but it's got to be a mid. They banned the Doom themselves. Really? I thought they might, like you said about the Doom earlier, it looked like a very good Doom game, but I guess you do need a safe lane carry now, so you don't really want to put Sniper safe lane.
Yeah, into the... I feel like they're probably suspecting a Death Prophet. Okay, gonna go for the Gyrocopter. He does have the flat cannon for the creeps to help deal with that, and as a ranged hero, you have a easier time dealing with the Death Prophet compared to most melee heroes.
I actually really like the Gyro pick here. This is sick. It blocks a lot of offlane heroes that you could pick into the Gyro that are left, and now it might mean your Death Prophet's going mid into a Sniper. You probably just max Crypt Swarm and farm. You're not going to get the favorable lane for this DP that you'd want, but okay, they do go back for the Magnus. So this is something I thought they might pick up first, but they will round out the draft. Offlane Magnus. It does give you some great team fight and some great catch.
It won't be shut down. I feel like Falcons can survive through this and win later on. I will say that the Mirana's game is a bit awkward. She does not have a good place to roam to, but he'll probably just use it to farm jungle creeps instead, and just use Q to help get Skeeter through the laning stage. And I think the later this game goes, Falcons will be in a pretty good spot. Although Magnus is the type of hero you can never count out. You always got to be careful of the big RPs and the skewer back, stuff like that.
Yeah. Man,
well, I don't know. I guess Weaver's pretty decent in the late game too. Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
It is really good in the late game, and Falcons still lack like reliable stun, and that is the thing that scares me. I think Amar will probably pick up an early Hex, like what we saw earlier, right? A Blink Hex that came out that kind of caught a Drow offline. It could be the same thing for a Weaver. If he gets like a Lincoln Sphere, I don't actually know how Low dies, right? Like it's like Avatos, maybe you burst him with the Timber, but once he has a little bit of health, once he has his items, yeah, late game, Low should be really survivable.
Yeah, I'm looking to how good of a game he has, which he has a Chen in his lane, so he should be off to a decent time. We might just see Crit do a lot of creep dragging. We may see them, I don't know if you can, maybe you can swap lanes to get the Mirana into the Chen, but otherwise we may see them smoke up to that part of the map and block off a lot of Chen's creeps. You'll still have to deal with the Penitence, which is what we see a lot of Chens do. It's like, whatever, I don't have any creeps, I don't care. Just throw that Penitence, everyone attacks. But it would be probably better than having to deal with the creeps, because I don't think these heroes can in the early game.
Yeah, I am excited to see how this one's going to play out. It is Azure taking on Team Falcons. Game number 1. As both teams are heading out, Amar jumps in level 30. I mean, he's a Grandmaster Timber, right? Immediately throws the run, you know, voice lines. He's going to have a good time. As Malrine also gets his Sniper. Snake King gets his run. I mean, this really is comfort picks for everyone on Falcons. That being said, they also just play so much Dota. Like, this team probably plays more Dota than almost anybody else. I feel like every hero on their team is a comfort pick.
They have a wide hero pool. Well, it's like between them. There's like specialist heroes they all like, but then between the cores and the supports, they play like a good enough mix. I don't know. I didn't know Crit was Grandmaster on Tiny. Uses boost to go place that ward, blocks that camp. So 1 camp block, and then buys out some more regular items. Does get 2 sentries, so we may see him end up blocking some camps later.
He sold his boots, right? So he backed out, sold them at the secret shop. In case you guys didn't know, they increased the timer at the start of the game for how long you can sell items. So
I don't even know why they did
right
that.
under a war. Right, I didn't either. I thought it was so bizarre.
It literally just opens up this kind of play, which is fine. Yeah. But I don't know if that's what they wanted. They're like, yeah, I want people to boot, smoke out, sell. Tiny gonna take a bit of damage here. Albeit half, kind of sizable, but I don't think they were really playing this lane directly anyways. We're definitely going to just see an emphasis on creep equilibrium and denying creeps, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, Crit's here to just kill his own creeps with tree grab. That's literally it. He doesn't, I don't think he can do much else. What do we got in these other side lanes, though? Top lane, Snaking's actually just running down FY. He's got leap. This could just be first blood, legitimately. We've seen Snaking do this so many times before. Fairy Fire is available. He's just playing right on the edge of the tower. Pops the stick. Fairy Fire, he's out. Will salve. Oh, he does. No, lane destroyed. FY? Wait a minute. Snaking. All right.
This is a really
FY
rough
gets the better
start,
of the trade. Yeah.
I don't think Snaking will be happy with what just happened.
No. Dude, maybe FY knew this too, because he started with a salve. And you don't usually start with a salve like this, but this is, you know, high game knowledge, like good knowledge of your opponents as well.
I like what Skeeter's doing. He's committing to the push to get the lane to reset, just trying to shove the lane into the tower and maybe give him some space to do the hard pull, which looks like Snaking is successful. All right, maybe things are fine. Malrine actually switches up the build in Sniper. Oh, we can talk about bottom first.
Oh, sorry, there, yeah.
Nah, you're good. Bottom, they got aggro. Or they got the creep equilibrium they want. Tiny's gonna try pulls. Tianming's gonna stop it.
He hasn't? He unfortunately did not get a really great creep for the small camp. We'll at least get the Kobold Foreman, so a little bit of bonus movement speed for his lane, which is not necessarily bad, but it did get 3 extra damage recently.
Godly.
So strong.
Better watch out.
They added nails to his whip.
That would have to be more than 3 damage. There's no way. It's terrifying.
They're thumbtacks, actually. My bad. Some thumbtacks, not nails.
All right, mid lane. He's maxing shrapnel, so usually we see a lot of like headshot, take aim, but Death Prophet being a ranged hero will just be able to circumvent that. She won't be able to Spirit Siphon as much as she would like, but that's why she's going for Crypt Swarm, and I think both these mid heroes will just shove out the lane a lot and farm.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, because like you could still go for 044, but I think the problem is if Death Prophet does manage to get on top of you, you just die. So at this point, Malrine's probably just going to be playing around Shrapnel to shove the wave. And then if, you know, Death Prophet comes close, you can always just pop, take aim, and stand in your own Shrapnels or something. Which we'll see right here. Malrine gets zoned off the wave, but he cleared the wave, so doesn't really miss out too much.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lanes are really even, actually, CS-wise. Timbersaw is doing quite well, thanks to like the lane kind of maintaining its positioning this far. Oh, a hill troll taken away from the chin. Gonna go scout with this one. He uses it to find out his medium camp is blocked. He sends it back over there and is like, oh, okay, well, I'll have to deward that. Buys a sentry immediately.
Slow start. I guess maybe we'll see rotations set for the 6-minute runes. Maybe that's where we'll get our first blood. Yeah, skewer back, but snaking just has leap. Magnuses can sometimes get kills if, you know, like Skewer can put someone really out of position, but pretty scary to go on a gyrocopter, bring him that close to you, and then with Mirana leap, she's just out of there, so just a very chill start. That's why stealing a bounty rune. Hype. That's our excitement right now. Crit,
so
double stacking, Pog.
Snaking also stacked at the same time. Wow. So they're in a decent spot, dude. That whole stack, the hard camp here was picked up and Bach trying to clear it, but between flat cannon and then the level 2 Starstorm, they actually just took the whole stack.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, real efficient from Falcons right now. Not really giving up too much mid lane. Not great for Malrine, as he did have to buy a pretty heavy amount of regen so far. But it's just going to get easier. Like, he just continues to farm. You don't slow him down that much from here on out. Shrapnel just easily clears the wave. All Ori can do is just try and deny. Which, top rune, 6 minutes. It's an arcane for the Death Prophet. That's about as good as it gets. He's going to pop the arcane. The question is, will he be able to put it to good use on that first exorcism? I mean, do you just go top, maybe? Oh, nice D-ward there from Snaking. Avalanche toss from Crit, looking for FY. Beautiful find. Just needs one more auto attack, and there it is. First blood into the hands of the Tiny. They will scout out some stacks into the jungle as well. And Death Prophet running top. Yeah, Skitter actually might find Bach, but no, gets the stick off as well as the Lotus. He's going to be able to survive, so they get an even better kill, right? Taking down that gyrocopter.
Like this, they're going to go for the Wisdom rune together.
Okay, that's what they're doing.
They should be able to get killed if Lion walks in here alone. But the scan's going to connect. Lion knows. Chen's going to TP right away. I think he's going to make it in time, though.
I mean, the Avalanche is there. There's no way to stop them from grabbing it, and that is a very nice pickup, taking that XP away from these supports. Tiny now almost level 5, whereas your Lion just 3.5.
Oh, he kills that courier. There's like 1,000 gold on it.
Ooh, okay, Snaking's not fine. He did not pop the stick. I thought he would. Maybe he just wanted a free trip back to base.
Yeah, maybe just didn't think he would live even after getting that out. Killing that courier is kind of worth it.
Wait a minute. Bottom lane. Lamar. I don't know if he's going to give this one up. He's got a Chakram in 1 second. It's actually barely off the mark. Good dodge from Low. Whew.
Has a salve too, so we were going to be back to full after that, but that was a close one.
Until he has level 6, I don't know if you can really be too close to this Timber Saw, because Amar will absolutely be comfortable just throwing out the Chakram if he ever sees him.
8-minute rune. Unlucky for Falcons. They had 3 heroes securing the top rune, and it spawns bottom. Or we're going to grab a regen rune now for himself. Not like Sniper's game is ruined from not having runes, but you don't want the enemy mid to get it. That's why they're still trying to secure them or not.
Well, like I said, until you're level 6, I don't know if you want to be too close to the Timber Saw. And boy, did the Timber Saw just burst him. Yeah. He hit him with a Chakram earlier, and then as soon as it came off cooldown, he just goes for the killing shot, right? Just bursts him like 600 pure damage instantly. All right, they're bringing the numbers. They actually really want to apply some pressure here to Amar and free up this lane for the Weaver. Crit's nearby as he double stacks again in the triangle. If you could take these on Azure, if you
Dire's
find
bottom
these,
tower is under attack.
it would be amazing. But dude, you're fighting into a really farmed Timbersaw now.
That's pretty tough. The Timber rotating in, Shrapnel. It's hard to steal those stacks. If Bach rotated in, maybe commit Exorcism and then just whack away at it with Empower. But it would be kind of telegraphed. You'd be missing a lot of heroes. I think they would know. Timber's gone ahead and just cleared off the hard stack anyways.
Yeah. Why not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Your
Chris gonna
sniper's
get
farming
another
stacks on
stack!
the other side.
Insane gameplay!
Huge. Is that 5 now? On the hard or on the ancients? Is it gonna make it? It is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's 3 black dragons and 2 ice shamans. Okay, that's a lot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they are doing the exact same thing. Bach cleaning up a stacked hard camp.
I think late game goes towards Falcons. I think they're gonna have a better time. So I think they're fine.
Easier.
I think they're fine just chilling, stacking. I mean, they'll make some plays as they get some timings, but I think it's more on Azure Ray to get things going, which I think they're currently trying to get some items going, like maybe waiting for the blink on the Magnus, and then I don't know what else anyone else is working on right now, but I feel like they're gonna be the ones who need to do things around Exorcism.
Yeah, I think the one thing Azure have right now is the fact that you do have this Chen, which in a game like this that slows down, your Chen becomes a monster, right? Like you end up just farming so much and getting so much like extra net worth compared to the other supports. So he is level 6 now and starting to pull away. Like he just walks through the jungle and that's it. That's all he's gonna do. Like we probably won't see Tian Ming like leave until he has like mech, or maybe Vlad's already done, which he'll get there in no time.
If 3 shovels on Falcons. This
They
has to be some AUI.
Dude, it's just
AUI
HP.
max
That's all anyone
efficiency.
ever goes for.
It's good, but they all use their kobolds for stuff. They use them to scout and everything. I don't know who's
Look
bringing
at
it up, but
Look
this is the
at
team
Azure. They
choice.
also have 2 and the Seeds of Serenities as well. Skitter gonna be able to drop the call down. The missile doesn't quite connect, and with the TPs coming in so fast, Avalanche will put a stop to it. Ori acts up popping the Exorcism as well, as the Moonlight Shadow should get them to safety. I mean, that was so close to finishing off Bach. Wait, no, Bach wasn't there. He was working on an Ancient camp. Okay, they almost get FY.
FY who almost died, yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They'll at least pressure
We'll
this
put the
top
Exorcism on the
tower.
tower.
And doesn't look like Amar's coming over. He's just going to finish up the items. Like, you guys deal with that. I'm farming down here.
I don't know. I mean, he could just hide in the trees here, right? But Ori, understanding that he can sit in these Seeds of Serenity. And the
Exorcism's about to
gonna
heal him
return.
up anyways. Yeah.
The tower's still not dead. They need to commit a little bit more time here to doing this. Mid lane snaking, pressuring there. Bottom lane kind of being pressured from the creep wave, but they do manage to get it done. Azure, first one to crack a tower, but you are kind of losing the net worth battle here on the cores. You have the Chen still, of course, but Amar has his Kaya, and he's going to go for an Eternal Shroud and try and tank up, it seems, which is interesting. So a lot of times we see people go for... Is there a Kobold? Where is it?
It was scouting. It saw Magnus. He's killed it.
So good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, a lot of times we see like Blink Daggers come out from the Timbersaw. This game, he's just going to tank up and become an immovable object and wait for like Sniper and Gyrocopter to come online. As Skitter's gone the Chrysalis, kind of the standard farming Gyro build. He's got the Falcon Blade Chrysalis. We'll go into the Aghanim Scepter snaking. Out of leap charges
being
here.
run down.
Ooh! Penitent's back up, pops a salve, he's dead. What a hero. RP out onto the Timber Saw. This guy, again, doesn't have his tanky item yet, and with that, they will find a big kill. Bach putting the Blink Dagger to use. Those are fantastic kills. They needed these.
Yeah, that's a perfect time to get that kill. He's really closing in on that Eternal Shroud, and then once you have that, a lot of this early damage was magic. So, I'm gonna be very happy with that kill. Get to work on this tier 2 or tier 1 power. The second one is what I meant. They have Exorcism, but they actually don't even need it here. It looks like. Man, Death Prophet actually attacks so fast with Witchblade and Power Treads.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, this is cool.
Wild.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Crit's about to have a Blink Dagger, so that is something that they can look forward to on Falcons. He's going to buy it out right now and TP home. Kind of reset for the moment.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Have they cleared that Ancient stack yet? It looks like someone did. I don't know who. Probably Amar, based on his net worth, I would say, right? I don't think I've seen Gyrocopter come down here. So he's the one who probably killed the 5-stack Ancients, and there was another stacked Ancients on the right side. He's going to kill another stacked Ancients this time. Dude, he's been getting a lot of farm priority for his team.
Kobold check. Snaking sending one in.
It's going to go scout through the jungle with it.
Whose is this? Crits is looking to stack. There's no camps to stack, though, so now it's going to go Rune. Which one's up here? Purple?
Dire are scanning.
Magnus.
Dude, there's 3 kobolds on the map right now just scouting. Mid lane, Avalanche toss back. They've got Ori. The Hand of God is there, but can they bring down the Death Prophet? The triple missile actually connecting. Lowe's gonna tank an arrow. Oh man, Amar just chopping down the Chen. Lowe forced a time lapse, gets out of the sentry dust, but Amar is not done on the back line. The best initiation you could find with that tiny blink reveal.
Really nice fight for them. Cleans up a tower. I mean, things are coming online. They're Chen creeps are buying them some space bottom by shoving that in, so otherwise they might have lost another tier 1. That's pretty low, actually. They could just like dive it if they wanted to. Crit looking to maybe jump Bach here in the mid lane.
Really unfortunate for Lowe. Like, he can't see the arrow at all, right? Because it was on the it was coming from high ground, so he has no idea that there's an arrow coming through. And I mean, they skewer Amar all the way back to the tier 2 tower, but without your Death Prophet or Weaver hitting him, I don't think he can die. And now he has that completed Eternal Shroud, so even tankier on this Timber. Really good usage of that blink timing.
You have double blink with the F on the little FY's line. Maybe they can still find a return kill with level 2 Exorcism. Unless it's scouted out by this Kobold. Kobold's going the wrong way. But once you see no one's in their jungle, you're going to get suspicious.
And you have 2 wards in that scout out the bottom lane area, right? And they actually see them cleaning up creeps now, so they know exactly where they are. Sentry's going to come out. FY will grab the D ward. Guardian Greaves are done on your Chen. Now, okay, you have a 4K gold lead on Falcons, but Chen's like 25-ish minute timing is absurd, because he's gonna have like another item and a half easily, like full Vlads, maybe the drums as well. And at that point, you can kind of death ball with the BKBs that are probably gonna be coming out from your cores, right?
I think that's what they'll try, but I don't know. It's tough. Like, I don't think they want to be behind. They're 4K gold behind, and it is tough to death ball like a flat cannoning Gyro and a Timber who just throws out double, like a Chakram and kills off a creep wave. So that's the worry, but I think it comes down to what Magnus can find with the initiations, and especially the sniper. Like, if you can grab the sniper out of position, that could also help you out a lot. But looks like Falcons is going to get the first Aegis. I don't think Azure Ray is really in position to contest this. And if they're the team that wants to death ball, I mean, this is just making it harder and harder for you.
There's absolutely no way they can make it in time, right? Skitter gets the Aghanim Scepter completed. You also buy out a Kaya Sanj on Amar. He had the Shivas queued up for a bit, but instead goes back this route. I kind of like it. I don't think they're lacking damage, and I don't think he needs to get the Shivas quite yet. I think this Kaya Sanj giving him some status resistance on top of his Eternal Shroud. I don't know how he dies. Mirana dying in the mid lane, however. I don't know how he got here. He just gets skewered back. Okay,
Yeah,
he just was walking mid to try and cut the wave, but Bach catches him with a skewer. Okay, nicely done. So he'll know about the ward.
DFY there. Yeah, that explains it. Why he didn't get any leaps off.
All right. I mean, kill better than nothing for sure. Looking for more, though. Low does have this Gleipnir done. Great tool to try and like lock down heroes for just that extra second or just a gap close with that a little bit of initiation. All right. About 600 gold off the BKB for your Death Prophet. That's a big item that you need to try and get towards. What else are we looking for on Falcons, though, to start getting active? Or are they just good to go? Do they just want to fight, you think?
I was thinking about that with this Aegis, and it is Aghanims, Crystallis on Gyrocopter, they are kind of good to just start pushing, and I think it's actually a little tough for Azure Ray to deal with. But I wasn't sure if they need to. Like, I do feel like they win in the late game, so some light pressure, like not committing too hard to anything, but might as well try to farm aggressively, poke at towers if you can. They're smoking and Mirana ulting up. Ooh, fast blink by Bach.
Arrow! Oh, it's so close! Oh, no. I mean, you needed the snipers assassinate. Malrine came through the gate a little bit too slow, I think.
That was a fast blink by Bach, though.
Yeah, I think, like, the Mirana leap, he got a glimpse of him as he, like, came over to try and throw the arrow. But you either needed crit or sniper to scout it out, right? But either way, the failed gank, it's not the end of the world. You're still farming on the bottom side of the map here. You're still keeping this pushed in. And they will get back to work, trying to look for this tier 2 tower.
Look at this kobold with Chen's creeps. He thinks he's part of the gang.
Hey guys, it's me.
Dead.
Dude, the double black dragon, that's crazy. Dude, he actually just passed the Magnus and farm, and he's almost caught up to the sniper. I wasn't joking when I said this guy will, like, his 25 timing is ridiculous. He bought the shard. He has 2 black dragons to not cut 1 wave, but 2 waves if he wanted. Or you can just take a tier 2 tower all by himself. We'll have to see. He is going to get the tower if you do not come back. Skitter finishes off the bottom tier 1. As Timbersaw will be forced back to deal with this.
Lit on the creeps, too. Dodges out the Timber.
Man. Oh, we're going to see a fight break out here. They get blocked. There's the Avalanche, but they found Sniper on the backside. That's the best one you could grab. Great play from FY and Low to scout this one out. Falcons lose a big part of their team fight. That being said, they still have a lot of damage. You gotta be careful. Bach goes in, gets skewered, but a Yules comes out to stop the RP, but a silence! It's on the point. A missile connecting. Bach really wants the RP. Finally gets it off Amar. Standing his ground, but Skitter is gonna lose the Aegis as well. That exorcism is ripping through these guys. They've got the force, the BKB. And Bach's not done. He gets Amar, and that is going to be another kill going their way. Azure have blown this game wide open.
The Fireball's actually doing so much damage there from the 2 black dragons as well.
Yeah.
That was such a good catch. First, I thought that was going to go bad because of that Yule's real quick reaction from Snaking. And then the rocket connects after that, so Magnus didn't even get anything done for like the first 5 seconds, but with the sniper dead, they just don't have enough damage. Yeah, so we see in the replay, this is about where the Magnus comes for the blink in.
Dude, that would have been a 4-hero RP.
4, yeah. But they get a 4-man silence instead, which prevents like
Gleipnir.
any big spells coming out, and then yeah, from here it's just easy cleanup.
Dude, that would have been that RP would have been the highlight reel for Azure for like the group stage, right? It's just like Blink Skewer back, gets a 4-hero RP, that would have been it. Like that would have been rough. Crit also did a really good job going in immediately hitting the Blink Avalanche, so it would have interrupted it. But yeah, the Yules from Snake King, super well timed. But it does set up for a 4-hero Science and a 4-hero Gleipnir, which is not ideal.
Well, it's ideal for one of the teams, so it depends who you're a fan of.
True. Well, just like that, Azure will take their first net worth advantage of the game. Looking pretty good, 3K, as the Chen has officially passed 2 more cores and catching up to the Death Prophet. He's got an AC nearly completed, and I'm not even joking. He nearly has an Assault Cuirass.
It's an absolutely baller build. Oh my god.
What a hero.
Dire's top tower is under
Look,
attack.
another
I mean,
Kobold.
that armor will do so much damage. FY gets the Hex. Assassinate comes out. Ori gets the Science and clips the Timbersaw. He can't actually finish FY. And now Crit catches a Finger of Death low with a beautiful Gleipnir hold down to Amar. Needs to be careful. He's on the run. Skitter doing a lot of damage here with the flak. Gets the bugs removed. Another 2-hero Science and a great stun follow-up from FY. RP from Bach on the money. A Skewer to stop the Timber Chain. Dude, Bach's playing a symphony, man. You can't get away. Falcons falling 1 by 1. An incredible fight from Azure. Dude, this game is looking impossible now. It's not over, but this game looks so damn hard.
The last couple fights are just not great because, like, I think they need to keep going late. They don't have, like, the best initiation. They have Tiny, but if you're initiating with Tiny and you're not catching Magnus, then Magnus is going to counter initiate in a more impactful way than you. And you have like this sniper axe, but this is the flaw in this build. The axe Conda takes forever before it gets really scary, and that was my worry with this build this game when he chose to go for axe, is because I feel like there's like a 10-minute window before you're really scary, and that's the 10-minute window that Azure Ray is looking to play really fast.
Sorry, I was just laughing because Chen takes a Grove Bow as his tier 2 item, finishes AC, gets the Time Warp aura. Dude, unironically, this Chen could just solo the sniper if he finds him. Like, actually just solo the sniper. This is ridiculous.
Got a Granite Golem now, too.
Oh my god.
Dig up another Kobold for the army. Dang. It's a
This is
mango.
ridiculous. Alright, baby. 7,000 gold lead now for Azure, as Low firmly in first place. Going for his Shard next, a pretty standard pickup. They could wait until second Tormentor to pick it up, as it is also a relatively fast Roche spawn. Bottom lane, they will scout Bach under this ward. Avalanche, toss, the Assassinate, the Missile, the chops from the Timbersaw. They finally get some revenge. And that's a big kill, as that Roche is spawning soon, and second Roche going to Falcons might be able to give them a way back into this.
Tower is under attack.
12 seconds. Will they wait around that long? Doesn't look like Azure Race making their way in. I feel like they should have moved in as a team and then have the creeps pushing in a lane. And that would have put the split pressure on Falcons.
Yeah.
This Roche gonna get claimed. Cheese in the base? Or I mean the pit? Okay, Sniper's got it. Sniper does not need that cheese. Pass it off, Sniper. You're not the cheese
He might,
holder.
dude. I don't know. He's had a rough one. Tiny gonna get found here. Immediate Hex into a kill.
They find anyone else before they
signal
retreat
the
out?
retreat.
Gleipnir! Oh, used it earlier. He even found both heroes, too.
Yeah.
Unlucky for him. Well, I guess he used it for
Radiant's
the
bottom tower
tiny
is
kill.
under attack.
Okay. With this, They're looking for snaking, and they're going to find him. He actually just leaped underneath the Watcher, and they will use that time to close the gap. They get themselves another pick off, this one for Ori. That's an unfortunate leap.
Chen took a defiant shell. He's going to clap back in these fights. He is ready.
He just wants armor. Who kills this guy, actually? It's only Timber, and it's... Like, Timber's the only hero that's going to damage them, because the flat cannon or whatever is going to be reduced so heavily from this AC and Defiant Shell. This is the most Giga Chad's Chen build I've seen in a while. And now comes the Vlads.
Cupid Daedalus. Nah, Vlad's a good
Speaking of Daedalus, it's nearly done on the gyro. And I think Weaver's got one queued up as well. So both teams wanting to pick up some big damage items. A smoke out from FY. Gonna go slap hands with his other heroes here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Crit, pops a smoke. Has a good ward in position as well. Ori jumps up onto the high ground. They're gonna be able to toss him really far back, but a shield rune and a BKB. X onto the Tiny, Finger of Death. He's holding it for the moment as Amar gets pulled in kind of aggressively. They're looking for the RP. They want Skitter, but again, he's got an Aegis. You gotta be careful. You don't want to pull all the big spells, and well, that's life number one. Assassinate takes down the Chen. That's a fantastic kill. Skitter on his second life here, looking for the Death Prophet. She's got no BKB. Bach will finish off the Tiny. Death Prophet goes down. FY goes down. Wait a minute. This Aegis doing work is now Amar looking to try and chase down for low. Won't be able to do so.
Nice play from Crit there too.
Yeah.
Bach, after they got the Aegis, Bach backed out to try to get the Blink RP, but Crit followed and paid the price for it, ended up dying, but kept Bach out of the fight so that there could be no RP turnaround.
And that's what we're saying, right? That Aegis makes a big difference here. Is you kind of have one set of big spells on Azure Ray, right? They commit the Exorcism, the BKBs to kill Skitter for the first time, but then his second life is much scarier. He has BKB still, and you're out of gas. So they grab the tier 2 in the mid lane, now looking for the tier 1 top. Should be able to just dive this, no problem.
Radiant's top tower is
They
under
really
attack.
want low, but cuts the wave. He's going to TP out.
And we got our replay here. So, started off pretty well. They almost finished off Crit, but saved by Mirana's ult. That might have also made a pretty big difference, because maybe you do get an RP if Tiny's dead. Tiny's now off-screen, distracting Magnus. And then we see Sniper just free in the back, because there's no other initiation to actually get to him. Eventually, that second flat cannon comes out and just cleans everybody up.
Yeah, that was a super clean fight from Falcons. So, Shiva's Guard for the Death Prophet will be up at about 450 gold. We saw Shiva's Guard now completed on the Timber Saw to help reduce some of the healing coming through from the Chen. That's going to be really important. Speaking of Chen, he is about 200 gold away from his Vlads, which will help out.
Got 2 trolls. He can definitely do some split pushing with this.
Oh, does he really? Where are they? Oh, they're all bottom. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Although Skeeter might be on the way to obliterate them.
FY tries to find snaking. He gets the leaps away.
No, the boys!
Amar
The
cleans
boys!
up all of the creeps.
The prize is mine.
Surprised he's not clearing up. Oh, he's giving the wave to his carry. I guess that's fair. Oh, in the jungle here, Crit gets found. I mean, this is not a hero that can get rid of the bugs. Low, he's got himself probably a freebie here. We'll pop the BKB even to guarantee this kill. And time lapse away. Yeah, getting bugs on Tiny, you're just like, need a Glimmer Cape, I guess. Mirana gets popped. Dude, that is the 5th Finger of Death stack for the Lion.
He's got the 70 health count, too. He's a tanky Lion.
Dude, that's nice.
Get nags, FY. You know you want to. It calls to you. It calls to all Lion players. To be a professional, you have to resist that call, though. He's just going to go 4-staff.
Yeah. Curious what Chen's working for. All right, so Vlad's done.
Gonna get Daedalus next.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe Pipe. I don't know. Is there even much damage to reduce from Pipe? Not really. Not this game, huh?
I don't think so. I think some utility in the form of like lockdown, like if you want Hex or something, could be cool. Looks like he's gonna get a 4-staff too. I can see there's some tools to get to Sniper or away potentially.
Radiant are scanning.
I think like Scythe or Wind Waker could be interesting.
Vlad's and the Alpha Wolf now for the Chen. So
and Empower.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, actually. So I want to see the Magnus next to all this. See how much damage Bach has. Come on, where's the Wolf? It's not here, but yeah, bonus 230 damage on the Magnus currently.
Smoke on smoke action.
Smoked up. Yeah, Falcons looking mid. Should be able to just clear this wave as they are getting close to Skitter here. He just completes the Satanic, which, I mean, is a pretty big pickup for the Gyrocopter.
If they connect on this, it would be massive. They would find both backline damage dealers immediately, Skeeter and Malrine, but they're fast enough. They reconnect with the team.
It's our turn, says Falcons. They're going to head to the north side. Both teams have really good vision up on the top side of the map. I mean, they know Roche will spawn Dire side, right? Like, it's going to be up in 35 seconds, potentially. And there's still 4 more minutes of night, so...
I think they missed the exact ping time, because 2 people checked the pit, and it can't even spawn yet. They got caught up in the last fight. They just know roughly the time.
They have a gem on Amar. They don't actually scout the first ward. His smoke's gonna pop. He pops the Shivas, finds Ori, finds Bach as well. The assassin is there. Ori catches an arrow. If they can bring him down, it would be massive. Calldown's coming through, and Skitter just crushes him. Makes quick work of that Death Prophet. No buyback, no exo, no BKB for her. That is about as good as it could get. The arrow from Snake King, my goodness.
In hindsight, positioning in those trees was pretty rough. Great Shivas. Oh wait, not even.
They get a wrap around as well. They do manage to bring down the Tiny, a Finger of Death, doing tons of work. The RP from Bach finds too low. He's got to just dish out the damage. The cheese out from the sniper, but Skitter's just got way more in the tank, and Amar is nearby as well. The missile's gonna eventually. Bach? What? He kills him on the backside, just takes down 2. He's gonna pay the price here, but a nice find at the end of the day. What a bloodbath from these 2 teams.
All right, considering that they lost DP right away, kind of a nice find after that. Yeah, finding the sniper, like that's what so much of the fight is like how much damage can sniper freely do. Which earlier in the fight he was just firing away at the Death Prophet, unbothered, but this time brought into the fight, able to be killed off. Bach coming in for the double kill.
Dude, adding damage to skewer range was so cool. I love that change. All right, well, Roshan was a fairly long respawn, about 1:45, so it is not up. And every hero will be back in the game here to fight for this. Dire side advantage is significant, though. So you got to be careful of that. They have the gem here on Snake King. They did manage to find all of the wards from Azure, so they are playing in pure darkness. As Skitter will make his way. It is 38 minutes of tier 4 jungle items. He finds himself an Ancient Guardian. Pretty good one. Just a flat 50 damage for a Gyrocopter. You love to have that. As Double Trickster's Cloak comes out, as well as an Aviana's Feather for the Death Prophet. Maybe the evasion keeps her a little bit, keeps her alive a little bit longer, but we'll have to see. Trying to scout with the Chen creeps. Skitter. They will know. All right, then as they see the Roche.
last time this fight was pretty good for Falcons because Death Prophet did literally nothing after being killed immediately with arrow. So as long as that doesn't happen, you still have to really respect Azure Ray's potential here.
Oh, really good jump in here from Ori. Satanic out from Skitter Box looking for his RP. The Magnus, he's going to be able to fall really low, and they haven't found Malreed, who's just sitting so deep. The Death Prophet goes down first. Bach gets caught from a Yules, tries to skewer away, but Crit tosses him right back into the hands of his team. 3 fall on Azure as they've got Vision looking for FY. He gets the TP out. Low will cut the next set of waves.
That was a bit too forced from Azure Ray. So they kind of knew Roche was happening, so they pop everything and just like go in, but you gotta find the sniper. And Low's focused like on the back while Magnus and DP are in the front. I don't know, it's just like really awkward for Azure Ray from there. I know you might lose Aegis, but I think you need a very clean fight. Like, their Falcons' Roche fighting is also very strong because of Flat Cannon.
At this point, the effects of your Chen are not nearly as strong, right? Early on, that like 25-minute timing when he has like, you know, Guardian Greaves, AC, and the Shard, and he's just like a raid boss in these fights, it's great. But now that Gyro is so huge, your creep army dies as soon as they show, right? Like there's no way that like the Chen army can have that impact, and now you basically are like just a Guardian Greaves Hand of God, as well as, you know, this Vladzor, which is still good, but you can see like the impact of like a Tiny and a Mirana now at this point.
Yeah, I actually thought he should just keep pushing with the creeps, but I saw him recall it, and I thought, okay, maybe the auras are just too good, because he had a lot of good aura creeps, but yeah, they just all die. So with that in like hindsight 2020, maybe just shoving them down a lane to force someone to back would be more impactful.
Oh man, they got some good jungle items now. I was scared to see what else Falcons was going to pick up. Amar finds himself the Timeless Relic. Malrine still holding onto the Enchanted Quiver, but Tiny actually getting the Havoc Hammer. So kind of a fun little extra bit of burst damage for this hero. Also just tanks him up a little bit.
I want a greater shovel item to dig up. Instead of the little kobold, you're now digging up kobold formans.
What if it's like they give us a new kobold creep, and it can only be, and it's like it's a combination. It's like the, I don't know. Well, hold on, we'll come back to that. Bach gets a skewer back, nearly dies to just the damage from Gyrocopter. He's forced to BKB. They're holding Skitter in place, but he's still got Aegis. Arrow hits Ori. Oh no, not again! Azure Ray, how many times have we seen this? They get the pullback on Amar, but he's got the Aghanim Scepter running. This guy cannot die. They find Low. He's forced to time-lapse. He's still got BKB, but oh man, it is looking rough. He's trying to just run back into the base. This is bullshit, says Bach. He's tired of this. The chase continues. Low, not able to make it to the base. Chen, the next on the chopping block here is Falcons dive all the way to the fountain. 4 dead once again in this game. It should be over. There's no buyback on Bach.
Yeah, if it's not over here, they're in a position to win eventually.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's the last fortify. I imagine they'll just keep going for the tier 4s. You said a long time before Bach and Town Ming are back.
Oh boy. They found Low. Yeah, Avatos, he's dead. That's a dieback. Ori about to die back as well. The GG comes out as Amar finds him in the fountain. And just pops his Ags, just tanks the fountain, doesn't seem to really care. The finger of death from FY!
On the last second.
Alright, that's good stuff. They're having fun. Falcons, really clean game 1. The Gyro pick doing some mad work.
Very nice game there. I think we did see some of what Azure Ray was going for, but a couple fights kind of turning the momentum. First, to get it back, they found some good fights, but after that, I think the fight in the enemy triangle went pretty poorly off of the Aegis that the gyrocopter had, and then
that one was bad.
that last attempt we saw where they tried to get into the high ground, or sorry, get into the Roche pit. I think they were really feeling the pressure, kind of recognizing what we said earlier, which is that, you know, the later this goes, the harder it is. So maybe feeling if they lost that, they would eventually lose anyways. So they felt the need to fight it, but because of that, it put them in a bit of an awkward position. And if you're not getting the clean initiations on Sniper, I mean, he's just going to throw in the damage. I think this game, he's not even the highest damage dealer. I think it's Gyrocopter with all those flat cannon shots everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got 45,000 damage on the Gyrocopter. I think he's like 15,000 higher than everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, it's Gyro and Timber do the majority of the damage, but Sniper still has a lot of damage if you're not doing anything to him, right? Like between Shrapnel and the headshots and the Aghanim Scepter spam, it's still significant. But the amount of stuff you have to commit just to kill Gyrocopter, like you pointed out, we'll see it on the replay eventually, the smoke into the triangle. They commit everything and they get the Gyro, and it's like, all right, great. But he had Aegis, and at that point, the game becomes so difficult because, I mean, they get every Roshan after that.
I mean, this fight was fantastic by Azure Ray. That helped get them back into this game. I think they had another pretty decent fight here, if I remember. But the fights that started to go the other way usually had an arrow connecting on the Death Prophet. And it didn't even have to be the Death Prophet. It's on someone, right? That's the strength of this Mirana hero. You just keep throwing out arrows, and at some point you will connect on like a 4-second stun and then just remove that hero. And if that happens in a late game where the death timers are like 70 plus, then it doesn't matter where it happens. You can just run down anywhere on the map, even if it's literally in your fountain. If you get a kill that is 70 seconds, you can run it down to the enemy base and take an objective. And so, I don't know, they just play around Mirana really well.
Yeah, I mean, it really is snaking, just finding amazing arrows this game. Like this one, actually, the kill into Ori is set up from him leaping in, like double leaping into a Yule's to set up an arrow, right? Like after, because he knows the BKB is not there. So it's pretty wild. He had some huge plays this game. Not to mention the Yule's to stop the Magnus multiple times, right? This fight, he ends up getting revenge like Magnus does, end up double killing them, but the Weaver can't fight into Skitter anymore, and that is the big problem.
These high MMR players with their fast reactions. I have literally never Yule's to Magnus in time. He gets me every time.
Yeah. I mean, you can see this one, another perfect example is going to be, you know, Ori, I believe, getting hit by a full duration arrow, right? And yeah, at that point, it's just, you're starting the fight with a Death Prophet at 500 HP. So, not easy. Dude, there's a reason that, like, snaking popularized Mirana. Like, a lot of other teams were not playing this hero, and then when they were, it was always 4 position, but he was exclusively playing at 5 for his team and was winning a lot with it. Now we see this hero getting picked up all the time.
Actually, a lot of people on this team played heroes that other people didn't believe in and kind of made a name for themselves on it. Amar maybe being the other really notable example of that.
Yeah, of course. But that's it. Game 1 in the bags here for Falcons. Azure down but not out. Obviously, there's a 2-game. There is a game 2 still available for them. We'll see what they can do to maybe pull this one back. Hopefully, we'll see as exciting of a game 2. But we're going to go to a break for right now, and we'll be back in just a little bit, everyone. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 of Azure versus Team Falcons about to begin. My name is Cryptic versus Quixotics.
Versus
Quixotics. Well, it's time, the battle we've all been waiting for. No, we've got Game 2 about to begin. Game 1 looked amazing from Falcons. They had really crisp plays. The last pick, Gyro, did some work, but honestly, it was Snake King on that Mirana, setting up some massive wins for them in these fights.
Yeah, some really nice arrows. I also want to highlight their early game because I think they clearly identified Chen lineups typically go fast. And if we look at that draft with a Death Prophet, right, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of potential to just snowball the lanes, go tower to tower, and you wouldn't be able to do anything. So they played real safe, and they focus a lot on stacking rather than trying to fight the enemy heroes. They stack and they all farm so that they end up with an early net worth lead, and it's difficult to push into that, into people more farm than you. At the end of the game, I checked their stacks. They had like 33 stacks or something like that on their team across the board. So they shot their net worth like way further ahead. Like if you take away with that amount of stacks, like take away like 3,000 to 4,000 gold from that team, right? And you start running down the lanes the same way that Azure Ray tried, like it'll look pretty different. So really good on Falcons to probably using those kobolds pretty well as well. You know, stacking with the kobolds, scouting with the kobolds. They're doing all that micro stuff real well.
Yeah. I think, I didn't even realize they had that many stacks. I mean, we were looking at him early on. It was kind of surprising. The Timber Saw, right, for Amar, he was having a pretty good game already. And then suddenly his net worth jumped like 1,700 gold in like a minute. And I was just like, what is going on? He cleared out like the 7 stacks of Ancients that was made on the bottom side of the map. And he was just suddenly so far ahead of everyone in net worth. And yeah, I mean, they actually killed him right before his Eternal Shroud got delivered. But I think at that point, it's still really hard to play because he can kind of just keep farming. And at that point, you commit all these heroes elsewhere. And, you know, Skinner's farming stacks on the other side of the map. They just, yeah, they had an amazing performance. They're going to open things up by taking the Tiny away. So Crit obviously looked super clean on this last game. The Timber Saw is still in if they want it, though.
It did look very good last game.
So Shadow Demon. And Dragon Knight. There's a lot of options here, actually, that they could go for on their first pick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go back for the Timber. Why not?
They'll have the next pick as well. I mean, Snake King has played Crystal Maiden really well if they want to grab that to protect their Timber Saw. They made Mirana Timber Saw opener last time too work if they want to grab that.
I could see the Mirana. I think you might want like one other hero to play around, but you also have to consider banning to protect the Timber Saw at the moment. So it might be the Faceless Void.
The thing is, I feel like Timber Saw's worst part is the early levels. Or maybe not worst part, but it's the easiest to plan for, to try to, I won't say shut him down because he always seems to come back, but at least slow him down. And I think that's where supports come in. And I think that's partly why Azure Ray is banning them out, because they don't have the next first pick. So they're going to have to depend on something else. But it would be tough to give away these strong early game supports to Falcons who have the next pick here.
I agree. That makes a lot of sense. So Snake King's gonna have to play something a little bit different, right? No CM, no Mirana. I would still like the Faceless Void ban, to be honest, and just go for just to keep your Timber Saw in this. But
since those supports are banned out already, yeah, I think if they want to do the Faceless ban, they could.
The other one's like the Templar Assassin, which you've seen some people have a lot of success into the Timber Saw lane, but you don't really know if you're going to put this mid or off lane. Obviously, Amar is like almost always playing the Timbersaw for these guys, but if he has a really bad lane matchup, they might flex it mid. It's one of the reasons we see Timbersaw picked so often early in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you ban the sniper this game if you're worried about it as well from Azure as we get later on in the draft. Or maybe you take it yourself. Who knows?
Some heroes we could see that aren't already banned out, like the Bat Rider still in here. Enchantress if you want a strong support. There's not many heroes good versus Enchantress with those removed. Looks like, yeah, okay, Bat Rider for now.
Another stacking hero.
That is true.
I feel like this is just a classic. We see Falcons like always have heroes that are really good at stacking, and Timbersaw will have the ability to probably just sit in his lane fairly strong. That being said, both Luna and Faceless Void are in here, so you have to be a little bit careful. They could try and focus on his lane a little bit, but we'll have to see. I don't think you want to reveal too much from Azure. We'll probably be looking at like a flex pick here and the other support.
In hindsight, Azure did not have a hero that was very good at stealing stacks. Death Prophet with enough Quip Swarms is like kind of okay. Magnus, like eventually yes, but like in the early game it's a little tough. So looking back at it, now recognizing that Team Falcons, they don't always have to stack that much though. I think that was partly the game plan that time, but with the Timbersaw Bat Rider in the picture, it does seem like they're going to do some stacks, right? Picking a hero who could help steal some early could be nice to waste Falcons' time, because they spend the time doing the stacks, but then you steal it. Like, that's very effective.
Wow. Okay, so we saw Azure grab the Bloodseeker yesterday. Now, granted, it was the best Bloodseeker game that I had ever seen. They played it off lane for Bach, and you see the Timbersaw Bat Rider here. Both these heroes, not a huge fan of playing into the Bloodseeker. I would like this if to keep it as the off lane. It feels a little bit awkward to play with a tiny lane, but you at least have like the Avalanche toss to keep people in Blood Right. So I can see the ideas there. And they will go back for the Enchantress as well. So very strong lanes, it looks like what Azure are going for.
This keeps the Bloodseeker a flex potential as well. Could be carry Bloodseeker still.
That being said, Faceless Void is one of the best counters to Bloodseeker in the carry matchups. And you could just take it for yourself. Now, it is potentially a Bloodseeker off lane, right, for Bach, and I don't know how well the lane matchup goes head to head, though, is the thing. Like, Faceless White has a lot of damage, but with Avatos and Blood Right, it would be a little bit scary. So they will grab Dragon Knight. I actually wouldn't hate the Shadow Demon as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty solid. Snaking can show us some quad stacking technique here or something.
Yep. All right, Shadow Demon Dragon Knight picked up. Very tanky heroes. The thing is, Rupture, yes, it's annoying against the Timbersaw, but if you get enough HP, same with Dragon Knight, you can kind of just walk away. So maybe that's their take on this, is we get Ruptured, we're just too tanky, we'll stand our ground and fight, or, you know, he can Timber Chain to safety, and he's still super, super tanky. And there's the Zeus. This is the, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a run back. It's a good pick.
So Falcons probably needs a carry. Dragonite carry's been done, but I think pick something else for Skeeter. They will have last pick too, so you get to see where Bloodseeker is going and then pick based on that. I don't know. Do you still want to run Bloodseeker carry? I'm trying to think of a different carry you could pick that does not get screwed over by having to lane into potentially Timbersaw Bat. Maybe it's the Dragonite. But then you also can't be screwed over by Shadow Demon either.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I was like, the Shadow Demon mostly blocks the Luna pick, which is one of those heroes that you love to play into Timber. you could maybe look for a Weaver again, but then I feel like your carry pool is a little bit awkward. So they're thinking it might just be carry Bloodseeker, and they'd rather get rid of some very annoying offlaners. So the Brewmaster, maybe they ban the Magnus as well, but they don't have great ways of dealing with the illusions outside of just enchant, right, from the Enchantress. I'm interested in this Viper ban. This one's very bizarre. Are they expecting DK carry?
Well, it's a potential, right? And then you could put Viper either against the Zeus or against the Bloodseeker. I think he would do pretty well in both of those situations. You don't want to get cheesed. You don't want to get Vipered.
Yeah, I was say you have to be careful of Enigma. Dang it, I didn't say it fast enough. I was just thinking, I'm
now
like,
you
man,
look like
Enigma would be very cool, but yeah, okay, they just ban it out. I think both teams would have been fine taking it, but easier to execute for Azure.
If they do pick an offlaner, I think someone who can get over to Shadow Demon would be pretty good. Because right now that's a bit tough. And currently, I think you can just kind of poke with Zeus for your fights and then eventually commit in. But who is that going to be? It's maybe the Tiny, but having a second option I think would help. Because if you're jumping, you need like 2 people to jump. Like Tiny jumps, for example, Dragon Knight tosses him, whatever. Shadow Demon wants to walk in to save. You need someone to stop the Shadow Demon. Otherwise, all your initiations have to be on Shadow Demon, which really limits you.
There's Faceless Void, man. Yeah. So it is going to be offlane Bloodseeker like we saw, and they will round out the carry with a Gyrocopter of their own with the Faceless Void ban. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, in terms of carry pool here into Azure, hear me out. There is an option for Medusa.
Kind of open to it, but I think this is going to be a really strong Bloodseeker with the Zeus in the mid lane and Gyro Enchantress off. He's going to have a lot of thirst. And I'm worried he'll just like out deny the Medusa.
How do you feel about Troll then? Like Troll Warlord? Okay, well, that's an Amar's if I've ever seen one. So Skitter will be taking the Dragon Knight to the safe lane. You were right. They flexed it.
That'd be cool. We haven't seen the Dragon Knight carry in a while.
So it actually is kind of the meme I was saying where it's like, we have too much HP to care about your Bloodseeker. This hero used to be great against high HP heroes, right? Was Lifestealer banned, by the way?
I can't remember.
I don't remember. Hold on, let me go back. I don't think it was. I guess you really don't want to risk playing, because if you pick Lifestealer, they just put the Timbersaw on the offlane, and then your game is a disaster. So maybe that's why. But boy, offlane Mars, we're gonna see the safe lane Dragon Knight. I think with this, like, whoever you rupture doesn't feel great, and that is the problem with the offlane Bloodseeker this game, and that's why they have to go for a Gyrocopter.
I'm curious to see how Amar does, because Mars has dropped off in popularity and it doesn't seem to be performing as well. But in this particular game, you get to play against a Gyrocopter that you can block a lot of the flat cannon shots. You can trap the Bloodseeker who wants to be zooming around the fights, but with the arena can't do that. And this is Amar. He is just built different when it comes to playing Mars. So where other teams have kind of given up on this hero lately, I want to see what he can do with this.
Yeah, and I think mid lane should be okay for Timbersaw. Like he's not gonna get really denied too heavily by a Zeus. Like, yeah, Zeus has a lot of damage now, but Timbersaw also does. So As long as he's able to get an early bottle, I would think Timbersaw should be okay. But we'll see what happens as we jump into game number 2 here of Team Falcons versus Azure. And yeah, I like the idea from Falcons this time. I don't think they have like as clear cut of a scaling win as they did in game 1 though. Because we've seen Bach on this Bloodseeker get to a point where he had like a really early Gleipnir, and then he was just like owning, setting up kills for his team. Combine that with the Zeus Thunder God's Wrath that always kicks off the fight. It just looks really strong when this combo hits.
Yeah, this will either like work out really well or kind of fall flat. I feel like is how Bloodseeker offlane operates. I do like the heroes they picked around it to enable the early thirst value. But if off of that you aren't able to really accomplish much, find the early kill, stuff like that, then in the end I feel like you just end up farming pretty heavily, right? Like if you imagine this team behind, how do you make plays? It has to be a tiny blink, which if he's not having a good game is going to be super slow. So they do have some strong early game heroes to hopefully get them through that, like the Enchantress, maybe like a early rotation from the supports to the mid, help Zeus get off, right? So I think it can work out, and they seem to be, they executed their last Bloodseeker draft really well, so I'm very excited to see this. But I feel like it'll be hit or miss.
Yeah. Lamar, God's Rebuke on the top side, doing a lot of damage to FY. There's the Blood Grenade as well. They would love to get this first blood to Malrine. He's just going to chop him down here. Goes under the tower with the Whirling Death. He's going to take a lot of damage from this. He's just going to die. Yeah, he's like, whatever, kill me. I need to get back to the lane ASAP. Ori, if he can shove this or deny, he's just going to, okay, he's just going to sit here and try and deny the creeps, get as much of these as possible before the Timbersaw gets back. Instantly buys out a bottle with that first blood.
Yeah. So he got first blood, but missed a little bit of experience.
He gets 2 denies though, actually, so he's gonna be fine.
He's back.
Yeah, he's the same XP as the Zeus, so he's all right.
Zeus actually committed a lot of mana earlier on the kill, and now these early last hits. So yeah, Malrine is probably in a fine spot here. Falcons also got 3 bounty runes, by the way.
Oh, did they? I did not see that. Okay, that's quite nice. Alright, let's talk about some of these other lanes here. We've got the Skitter Shadow Demon safe lane with the Dragonite, Tiny, and Bloodseeker joining him. Now, DK is not an easy hero to push out of lane, so I imagine we'll see Snake King just eventually leave here and start stacking. Right? That I don't know how you actually find. Well, hold on, top lane. Never mind. Fake hype. I'm sorry. Caught you off guard. Back to bottom. So how does Skitter like how do you actually deal with the DK safe lane?
It is tough because Bloodseeker has similar damage, but every time you get hit by Breathe Fire, it drops. I do think it comes down to how well his teammates can give him the thirst value. Like, it'll kick in as you get to like level 2 and 3, and you maybe can't force Dragonite out, but you can deny him a lot. And Dragonite is not a hero who can jungle very quickly, so that might be how you have to execute this lane.
Okay, I can see that.
Dragonite has a lot of damage too, though, so it's not easy to just deny him, especially when he uses Breathe Fire.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he just gets 2 bracers and probably phase. Like, I don't know. He probably doesn't go phase. Probably just treads. And at this point, you're just going to be sitting on like 90 damage with Breathe Fire spam. Kind of annoying. I'm curious what he does from the safe lane in terms of the carry build. Like, does he want to go for, like, what mana item is he going to go for, you know, to keep up the Breathe Fire spam? But for now, we'll have to see.
Yeah, mid Dragonites we've seen just buy a casual Sage's Mask and not do anything else with it. Don't know if that's what you do as a carry. Haven't seen this carry Dragonite in a bit.
Forgot about that. Silence preventing the pickup of the Lotus for some reason, because that, you know, that makes total sense. So bottom lane, they actually managed to grab it for FY. any action. I feel like top lane we should see a lot of action, but maybe not quite yet. Enchantress does have 2 points in the enchant and does have her hard camp to play with. And there's no other camps that are blocked besides, you know, actually he blocked. Okay, no, they blocked the pole camp or the small camp. So they can't, he can't pull, but he can still at least grab creeps to run here into this lane.
Yeah, they would like to play aggressive, but it's not easy into the Enchantress creeps. Look how much damage Crit's taking. Tries to walk up, immediately loses all his health. Almost dies.
So
he's got a TP home. He can't... Bloodseeker's going crazy right now. You gotta go heal up.
Yeah, I mean, he made this play to try and prevent the resummon. He wanted to block that camp. He was just beelining it to try and, like, sentry drop it even. But Enchantress with 2 points enchant and the Acorn... Dude, there's no way. You can't actually contest that at all. Mid lane, Malrine and Ori having some fun.
That was a nice tree
back, but yeah. Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, Timber planted a... I think it was Timber. It'd be crazy for Zeus to do it himself. Malrine planted a tree to Timber chain over to, and then almost finished off the Zeus kill.
High skill gaming.
For sure. John Ming's got a Wild Wing Ripper.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, he's okay. The rocket coming out.
We really need a soundbite of... Are you ready for the hurricane thing from Dodgeball every time the Wild Wing Ripper uses it? One of the greatest movies of all time.
Hurricane's really good. They could look to play aggressive. He has enchant cooldown again, so you can hurricane someone out and then hit him with a slow like that.
Oh, there you go. Exactly as planned. Thunder God's Wrath coming through as well.
Guys.
The missile going over to Amar. He does have 2 points impetus now. Enchantress. Ooh, a nice little halt there on Amar. He's gonna survive, but yeah, that's a big win.
You don't get the kill, but you're helping out the Bloodseeker down here. So far, Dragon Knight is doing fine.
Yeah. Oh! A little bit of a mistake here at the top rune. Ori manages to get past Malrine, but Enchantress thought, you know, the Timbersaw was going to get it. So he ends up denying the Invis rune and now has to TP home.
TPing home means he can't TP fill this bottle either.
I mean... They have a ward that sees Timbersaw clearing this camp, so he can't really go top. I mean, right now the lanes are looking quite good. Now, Crit gets found bottom. Avalanche toss. They will finish off Bach with this rotation, though, as Ori is going to show up as well, and Skitter is in a lot of trouble. Dragon Tail is out. Avalanche in 1 second. The chain lightning way too much. That's a huge find.
John Ming double stack. Look at that guy. He's on top of the timing. Kill happens right away. No worries. Easy double stack. They'll secure themselves.
Dude, Mach was so close to not dying.
Yeah, that'd be such a sad move if you don't even finish off Bach there. How are we doing on camp stacked?
What is it? Which camp stacked?
I'm trying to see how we're doing on stacked camps, which so far it doesn't look like Falcons has nearly as many as last game.
I mean, I don't see any stacks at all, actually. With how the lanes have been going, they are definitely struggling, right? Mars is kind of non-existent on the net worth chart right now. We'll eventually get level 6, and that will bring a lot of kill threat to the table, but looks like Crit's finally going to start stacking up the triangle. He's only level 3 on this Bat Rider.
I think this Enchantress did tons of work this game, not only winning the top lane, but then rotating around, helping multiple other lanes. Exactly what you want from an Enchantress pick. They come bottom, see if they can... Ooh, very close.
So close.
are
Not going to get Skeeter, but it does mean they're probably going to get this bottom tower for free, which at the same time, they might be losing their top tower. Looks like it's a trade here.
Yeah,
Thanks to this Enchantress creep, though, you don't have to commit as much. So they only have 3 heroes down here. Now it's 2 because Tiny's leaving as well. But Topped being a little inefficient because you had to have so many heroes over. Although now with Dragonite 6, he was like just short. Now that they have that, they're coming down here to try to defend.
Yeah, Skitter can take this so fast, and I like the idea to defend here. Disruption is out, so much damage in from Malrine, and there's the Arena Spear we've been talking about. Amar getting active. It is an offlane Bloodseeker, right? This is not the carry, but it is still a very worthwhile kill. As they protect the tower, they take the top tower away from Azure and give themselves a little bit of map pressure to play around.
That's a big win for Falcons.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Good stuff there. Malrine actually just dodging out this gank here. They just assumed he had a ward, but no, it's just good senses.
Feels it in his bones.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's going to go the Kaya first, then maybe into the Blink Dagger, as opposed to tanking up. This is a mid-Timber Saw, so you're kind of hoping for a little bit more damage from him, as Amar is going a Blink. Also Skitter, though, going a Blink. So a little bit of aggression and less greed coming out from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, and last game we talked about how Azure Ray was maybe the earlier game team, and Falcons was on just wanting to drag it out a little bit, have a better late game. But this game, it's a bit swapped. Gyrocopter and actually even your Bloodseeker offlane, right? You have 2 more traditional carries that if you drag this out, you're in a pretty good spot. Timber getting real low there. It's going to be okay.
He was... I don't know if he got scouted by the Bloodseeker passive, but he might have, and then Ori immediately ulted. He was trying to finish off a big stack in the jungle and ends up leaving the 3 big creeps, so Zeus very happy to go clean those up. Line, good flame break back. Decent chunk of damage, but no lasso yet on crit to play for. Still pretty far from Blink Dagger as well. All the supports are actually kind of low level. None of them are level 6. Okay, Bat Rider's level 6 now. Tiny just hit level 6. I'm an idiot. I'm wrong.
They weren't level 6 at the time. It's okay.
Where are we? Amar is really far from Blink. I thought he would be closer by now, but double bracer and ends up going for the Soul Ring.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
He had a tougher time top. I think he bought some of these early stat items to help him get through that Enchantress lane.
Ooh. Malrine, they're going to be able to grab him on the Rupture. Timber chains away. No TP for 1 second. He's trying to just walk this one off. Goes for the TP now.
So close.
Yeah. Too much HP. I wasn't joking when I said it earlier. It's like eventually you can just walk away from Rupture, but he gets out. They'll fort the mid wave. They can actually turn this around if Amar wants to come to this fight. He does have the arena. It looks like they might just give up the tower. Malrine starting to get close. Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything. Tower goes to Ori. As they're looking to chase a little bit or continue to poke and prod.
Really hoping to get a kill there to help
Skitter.
Bach get back into this. Yeah, the Blink, they're going to make their own play. No Rupture. And, I mean, it's what you have to do when you get a Blink on your carry, right? He's got to find kills.
That's what I was wondering. I wasn't sure like why they go for the Blink here on your 1 position, because I feel like you need to start scaling or farming on one of them, and I don't know. Well, they see Gyro. That's a big one. Blink into the Dragon Tail. The follow-up from Malrine, more than enough damage. And they've got a stack to steal. Okay. I guess when the other team's stacks become yours, that works out. Rupture will catch Snaking. Avalanche, the toss, and plenty of damage coming through eventually. Oh, you do have another Blink Dragon Tail if they want. Thunder God's Wrath buying a little bit of space. They've also caught Malrine on the backside as the stun's going to catch the Zeus. Timbersaw doing a lot of damage with the Arena Spear. They've managed to take him down, and Malrine's not done. He's just going in aggressively, trying to finish off the Bloodseeker, but he's so damn fast. It's going to be the Enchantress. Likely to go down next. The Blink comes out. Another Dragon Tail. Amar's got a spear to finish the job. FY, Avalanche, looking for a toss. I mean, could he close the gap here? It doesn't look like it. But Lowe's actually back, fighting a whole nother engagement. Big Blood Right will catch onto Amar. Crit, trying to TP out. He's safe. Dude, they actually get out on everyone.
This goes back to that
All right,
lack of
Blinks are paying
initiation.
off.
Yep. And they need to. I think Falcons has recognized that if you just try to out-farm, you're not going to, because that's a gyrocopter carry. He is extremely fast if given the space. So they have to try to take some of these early fights. And Dragon Knight's not the worst carry. Like, you're not totally dead in the late game, especially with like Shadow Demon helping you out and slowing down the enemy carry. But if you try to get there through just farming, I don't think you ever will. I think you have to find some fights, and so far, so good. I don't think that's enough. You got to keep going, but that's a good step one.
Oh, Snaking. Walks into the Enchantress. Needs to be a little bit careful. FY is looking. They're not going to be able to make it in time. Does get a D ward. That's nice. Timbersaw now 400 gold away from his Eternal Shroud. We saw last game how much of a difference that can make, right? Being able to build up all that extra magic resistance, especially against a hero like the Zeus. Bottom lane, they have the Blink Lasso available for crit, and Amar has said, screw Blink Dagger, I'm going Satanic. This is just... Yeah, I was going to say, this is just classic Amar. He's like, yeah, whatever, I'll build something else. They've got Vision bottom, set up from Snaking as he gets on top of Low. Skitter even coming through the portal as well. That is another huge pickoff for Falcons. Snaking just coming through the portal like that is so sick.
A really nice find. That's exactly what they need. Bach has picked up an Atos. We'll see if they can find any fights around that.
How many times have we seen this replay? What is going on? I'm so confused. All right, bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, but go back to your point, the Satanic on the Mars. It's a lot of damage, and it's a lot of healing all at once, too, against a Bloodseeker. So maybe they'll just have Mars rush in, kind of like bait things onto him, and then he can pop Satanic, God's Rebuke, heal up, is my rough idea. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe if they win, we get an interview, we can ask him what's the thought process.
They're gonna find FY. And another gank here. Tiny. I don't know if you're getting out of this one. Yep, too much damage out from Malrine thanks to the Kaya. They're looking for the Bloodseeker as well. Bach is pretty deep. He should be fine, but Crit's got another Blink Lasso available. So he's just gonna regroup with his team bottom. I mean, they're just playing... I'm really happy that they are getting active with these Blink Daggers, because I did worry that, you know, you have this Blink Dagger Dragon Knight. He does have level 2 ults now, so he can farm quite fast, and he does go back for a Mage Slayer, so Skitter is fine. He's going to be fine farming. 18-minute rune will be bottom. It's an amplify damage. You give that to the Timber, right? Yeah, he's going to bottle that one up. Also finds a Whisper of the Dread, which is easily the best jungle item you can pick up on a Timbersaw, especially this early in the game. They'll clean up the tier 1 tower in mid.
Dire's middle tower has
Tianming scouted from an observer down here.
Yeah, he's going to try and pop the heal, but again, these two, Maureen and Crit playing together, have done so much work already. They see the gyro, Lowe's forced to TP immediately. He's not making that mistake twice.
Strong start from Falcons, but you can see what we're talking a little bit about not being able to outfarm, because despite feeling like they were pretty in control of this early game, it's still only a 2k lead for them. So they have to... It's almost like required to keep up this pace. It's not just like, oh, this is good, they're winning. It's like, you kind of have to do this or you lose. So, Azure Ray fans, don't panic. Okay, panic a little. Tianming might be dying here.
He is, but it might be a bait. You just got the Ags delivered on low. They're looking for Crit. There's going to be a nice pickoff. Okay, they're getting started. I hear a double damage popped on this Timbersaw. He wants to go in. Maureen, who does he find? Bach actually off the mark there with the Whirling Death, but Skitter's found Ori. Great AoE silence, though. They're going to be able to finish him off. The arena finally coming out from Amar. The spear grabs the Bloodseeker, and there's your Timbersaw damage, baby. Oh, my goodness. All right. Yeah, that is probably as good an amplify damage as you could find. Smile.
If he had the call down, maybe that fight goes a little cleaner, but buying a bit of time with the disruption on Snake King. Yeah, so we see here, first of all, Tianming just taken out of that fight. Impetus does add a lot of damage here in this early game, and this is the thing with 3 tanky cores. After killing Crit here, they use the Zeus ult. They see Skitter, so they're like, oh yeah, let's try to get more, right? But he's so tanky that the other 2 tanky cores have time to come over here and use all their abilities. And unfortunately, Ori is buried in trees, so
we'll see. Oh, is he back?
Absolutely obliterated by the bonus damage from Timber.
Okay. Sorry, somehow you DC'd for a moment, but yeah, I see what you're saying, right? It's just so much overwhelming damage, and I don't know where. Like, where's the damage going to come from on Azure? Because you still, like, your Zeus and Gyro, like, these guys do a lot of damage, but it's going to come out in time.
If they can keep dragging on the game, I think you'll eventually get there where you can tear through these tanky cores, but it's maybe this next, like, 10 to 15 minutes. You got to do your best here. You got to find pickoffs, drag out this game, cut waves, things like that. The direct fights are going to be a little tough here.
Dire's top tower.
Dude, if I'm Falcons here, I'm just farming now. I don't even know if you need to, like, start playing aggressive. I feel like you've got pretty good control on the map. You can still definitely, like, cut waves and stuff, but you can get to this Aghanim Scepter Dragon Knight timing pretty easily now. They are going to take the Tormentor. Or he actually has to be very careful and nearly dies. And it will go to the Enchantress. Okay, so Sproink online, which works. He has 4 points Impetus, has the Dragon Lance, so Tianming is scaling for sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Where are we on Mars? So he finished Satanic and he's going Sanj and Yasha. He's actually just playing as another core. This is such a cool adaptation because you looking at this hero, Mars is someone that definitely starts to lack damage if you go for like the Blink Yules or the Blink BKB. And then suddenly you're like, oh, maybe we don't have damage to take the fights, but this Mars is just building like a beast.
Yeah, and this is why you trust Amar with this hero. He's played so much Mars, he knows how to adapt. And Dragon Knight carry is not a typical carry, so you can opt for this greedier build here that will bring more damage.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, Kaya Sanj finished up on Maureen. It does have a casual point booster, but wants to go back for the BKB. I don't really blame him. BKB this game kind of does seem essential, right? So we'll see what happens. Smoked up on both teams here. Dragon Knight gonna start scouting with his illusions. They're just gonna go top. Interesting. Because Roche is bottom, right? You have to imagine that Roshan would be an objective that Azure would like to go for. They do scan it out, so they know it hasn't been started. They know Azure is down there. So they've started pushing the waves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they're afraid to go through the Twin Gate, but they will just blind check it. They'll be fine.
If they find Ori, you gotta get out, man.
Uh-oh. Dude, he's about to walk into everybody. That is so rough. His whole team on the top side looking for anyone coming through this smoke. Like, I think they thought they were smoking across the map, right? And instead they come through Twin Gate.
Yeah, they were not expecting that. And that kill is going to open up the Roshan for Falcons, which they're not the fastest Roche, but when you're uncontested, you'll get there. Where's Gyrocopter at? He's about to finish BKB. I think you need like one more item on the Gyrocopter, and you start getting really, really scary. I don't know, maybe BKB is enough. It's tough because of the Mars arena, but...
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We're just seeing a completely different performance out of Bloodseeker in this game compared to the one before, and that's what I was a little bit worried about picking it so early, like only seeing the Timber. It's not a great Timber Saw counter, honestly. He's fine just tanking the Rupture, especially now that he has Assange, right? The 25% status resistance. They're building one on Amar as well. He's already got Assange done looking for the Yasha portion. So Rupture is just not going to have the duration that you need to lock people down.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower push to the top side. As the fortification comes out, we will again continue to scout with these DK illusions. And Enchantress will take one for herself.
That is a really nice thing about Enchantress versus Dragonite. You usually get your own illusions.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, Sanj and Yasha done on Amar. He's also going Eternal Shroud. Dude, between Timbersaw and Mars, I don't know if these two will ever die once they get their, next item. Because they're just going to be so tanky. And even with Zeus and stuff, it's too much. Mid lane, Blink Dragontail out onto the Enchantress. Able to sidestep. Very nicely done there. Samar will just get ruptured, tossed in aggressively. Traps 5 in the arena. But can you follow it up? You've only got the Enchantress. Skitter looking for an opportunity. Lowe's BKB'd. That's a good find. He didn't Satanic.
He couldn't. He got chain stunned up and they burst him. That toss Rupture was such a good initiation. If he got the Satanic and gets one God's Rebuke off, he heals up his 4,000 health all at once. But they do manage to close out the kill just in time. It's a very nice.
That was actually
for them.
Avalanche. I was trying to figure out what was the thing that stunned him up at the end. It was literally just the perfect Avalanche timing, waiting for him to hit the ground. But yeah, he would have hit a 5 Heroes God Rebuke. It's just full healed if he gets the Satanic off, but really sick play from Azure. That's why he has more health items queued up.
Yeah, with the Eternal Shroud, once he gets that, he won't die to that.
Yeah. He'll get BKB as 6th item.
I wonder what
maybe
Bloodseeker will build next. Has the
attack.
Gleipnir. On one hand, it feels like you need a BKB, but on the other hand, I don't think you really get enough damage if you do that. But I guess maybe you trust Zeus and Gyrocopter to bring enough damage.
I mean, his play is basically Rupture Tossback, right? I don't think he does much more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is just going to be BKB, it looks like. Oh, they see the Tiny around here somewhere. He blinks up onto the high ground. They're going to find him. Dragontail out from Skitter. Spear from the Mars. Should be an easy pickup. And with the Aghanim Scepter done on the DK, hitting his level 18 as well. Almost to his level 20 talent. And I'm curious which one he goes for. So close, actually. His smoke pops. Wait, He didn't know. Maybe he thought, did it actually expire? I'm not sure.
I didn't click in time.
That would have been very brutal if they get a kill there onto low. Top lane, though, they see the Zeus, and Crit's beelining in. Malrine close by as well. Blinking 1. And the jump forward. Crit with a Force Staff to follow it up. Pulls him back, and that's going to be the lasso. Ori not making it out of this one. Actually, Malrine off the mark there with the Chakram, and it gives him space to actually finish off one hero. Now the Rupture comes out. He's got a BKB. Turn it around here onto low. BKB comes out from him. Can he get out? Malrine, he wanted to TP, but says, never mind, dude. We're ahead. Let's fight. Toss in. Omar cuts off the escape. Goodbye, Azure. 3 dead. About to be a 4th, and FY nowhere to go. What an arena. The Tricor, the tanky boys.
Tower is under attack.
He actually
Holding
just
hands,
walks
dude.
in an arena's 4. How does he do that?
You don't expect that one, dude. I mean, this is no blink. They just GG out. There's no way. They can't defend the base anymore. Oh my god. What an arena to end this one.
Radiant victory.
Dude. That's no blink. He literally just walked over across the map and arena's 4 on the high ground. That is insane.
Look at that face. It's like, yeah, of course you just walk in. That's not even a question. Why are people even building Blink? It's so useless. No stats.
Oh my god. That is unreal. And he has damage, right? It's like without the blink, he has Kaya-Sange Satanic. That God's Rebuke just destroyed those heroes when they walked in.
Mm-hmm.
That is nuts.
The thing is, like, I don't think you even need that arena at the end. Like, sure, it helped them get that big team win that they GG out on. But even if you don't find that particular fight, you have the Manta Ags on Dragonite. He was reaching that point where you're going to start just literally walking at the enemy, hitting their towers, and when you try to engage, that's why he doesn't need the blink. He's just going to arena at that point to cut off the fight. If Gyrocopter is not on the front lines, then that's all your damage. So he's got to run in. So he's going to be in the arena, and then you just step out because the flat cannon will just be blocked by arena. So he never really needed to blink initiate. They have the tools to literally just A-click forward.
Yeah, this was absolutely wild. Like watching the way that they built their heroes. Because I didn't expect the Blink Dragon Knight to still be this high on net worth, but Skitter is still getting a lot done with each rotation, and all of the fights are just going exactly how they want. Like this is another one. It's like Mark comes in, grabs the arena on to do, and it's just you have 3 strength heroes that have massive HP pools. Zeus, yeah, typically good at dealing with those eventually, but you run out of damage on Azure at some point. And I think that's one of the things, like we've seen nerfs over and over again to like Heart of Tarask, to things like Shiva's, like trying to make heroes less tanky. But these are some heroes with an exception, right? Dragon Knight and Timbersaw are kind of known for being unkillable in the late game.
Yeah, I think it was a cool draft once you saw that early Bloodseeker, which... yeah, it's pretty different from the last time we saw the Bloodseeker that came out later in the draft. They had already revealed some squishy heroes that were weaker to the Bloodseeker. So maybe testing the limits a little bit about that flex potential on the Bloodseeker and picking it early, but just doesn't quite pan out here. Falcons came prepared for that.
Dude, it's so funny watching him just... I watched him on the mini-map this time. It's like he was mid-lane, sees the fight breaking out, and he just walks up like, I'll be there in a moment, guys. Like, don't worry. Like,
got
BKB
that
expires.
move speed.
4 hero arena into an immediate kill. Yeah, that is super sick. Really well played by Falcons as they grab themselves a 2-0 here, which, I mean, they've actually drawn a lot of series. I think people were kind of surprised. They actually dropped the game to both Spirit and Heroic, but Falcons showing they're still not messing around, one of the best teams around. So we're going to have them for an interview hopefully in a moment, but we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and be back with a member of Team Falcons. You won't want to miss it. We'll talk to you soon. Back from the short break, happy to say we've got an interview here with Team Falcons, and this time we're going to be joined by Snaking himself. Dude, congratulations on a very solid series. How you feeling?
Hello guys, thank you. Obviously we're very happy that we managed to secure 2-0, especially versus a top team like Azure. We haven't been in the best form lately. We didn't scrim much coming to this event because we had some visa issues and some other things going on. But I'm glad that we still are able to, you know, do pretty decently.
So that's okay. So that's why I was asking, because this was like one of the top teams I think in this group, Azure, right? Like this is something I think a lot of people are looking forward to. You guys looked super clean in this series, so I just gotta ask, like, what do you think has changed, like from the first couple of days up until now for you?
I think a big part is like we've been kind of really out of shape in terms of team aspect, because I think when you play matchmaking, you can build up a lot of bad habits. So you have to play scrims to like kind of get into the rhythm, get the teamwork going. And I think we took a little too long of a break and had too many issues for us to properly scrim. So I think we treated most of these like first initial games as warm up. So like we're getting back into the rhythm of things.
I see. And it looks good. That's a sick rhythm. Okay, I gotta ask here, because the final fighting in game number 2, it was hilarious because we looked at the mini map. Mars was at your bottom river, almost your tier 1 when the fight starts. Did someone tell him to get here, or did he just make the call like, I will literally walk across the whole map to get to this fight? Like, what was going on in the comms there?
He didn't say anything. He just decided to walk himself because we decided to take this fight and we thought it was a good fight. And then we bought enough time for everyone to connect, and it turned out to be the correct decision.
That was so funny. Yeah, it was just hilarious. He just goes no blink, but walks across the map. The Yasha move speed, apparently. My goodness. Zach, hit him with a question. What do you got?
Yeah. So, going back to game 1, I saw you guys had an insane amount of stacks, and I also saw you guys were using the kobolds very differently. A lot of people just have the kobolds follow, but you guys are really on top of kobolds. Is that who came up with the kobold idea first? Like, who brought that? Like, guys, we got to move these guys around.
I mean, it's been like something that AUI and 33 used to talk about a lot. It's like we theorize like what's the most efficient use. It's usually for like scouting or stacking, because like this kobold GPM following you around is kind of really meaningless. It's like giving you 20 gold, it follows you for a full minute. So I think the maximum it can do is if you use it to scout or to stack a camp.
And then do you guys help each other with that? Like, hey, it's time to stack, everyone go? Or does everyone have a really good internal clock that no one even needs to talk about that? Because I think you had like 33 camps stacked in that first game or something.
I think we definitely remind each other, but like it's just like a bit, maybe once or twice. But most people understand like, given the circumstance, what is the most impact we can do, and it's usually, you know, there's a list of decision tree you go through, and then stacking is definitely on one of our higher priorities.
Got it. Awesome. Good to hear. Then one more question for you. Something you mentioned earlier is that like pub games are not the best practice for pro matches. And I know sometimes in pubs you just got to play what you do, but I know support players end up having to play like core roles. Do you find that helps you when you play a core role as a support player, or is that just like, well, it's just matchmaking, I just have to play this game?
I think it definitely helps you to a certain degree, but I personally don't enjoy doing it as much anymore, because I think the core roles are very niche and specialized these days, and there's a lot of like things you need to practice on its own, which is not really useful to as a support player. Like certain lane matchups and mechanics, like maybe it's not as relevant because you're almost never going to use this information other than in drafting for the most part. So I think that aspect is kind of rendered useless. But I think for the most part, it's like you play to get a better feeling of the matchups and understanding of the game. And I think it will still help, but not as much as just playing the heroes you think you want to be practicing for your officials.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Right on. I got. I mean, maybe I'll let you go. Well, I'm sure we're gonna have a chance to talk to you some more. I want to say big shout out to your Mirana game 1. It's so fun to see you get this hero. I don't know how teams still give it to you, but you hit some insane arrows. But yeah, an incredible performance. We're really enjoying watching your team. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we let you go for the evening?
I just want to shout out to all the fans that are supporting us. Keep following us for more Falcon Dota, and stay tuned for more, guys. Thank you.
David Snaking, again, thanks again for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Goodbye, guys.
Oh, what a gamer, man. It's so cool just being like, yeah, we were a little rusty, had to shake some dust off, built some bad habits in pubs, but yeah, they look like a well-oiled machine again. They knew exactly what they needed to do in both these games.
Yeah, they definitely seem... It's always interesting because from our perspective, it's like, oh yeah, they're looking pretty good, but we keep hearing from them and like other teams are doing well. It's like, no, it's not good enough. Like we came in rusty, like we want to play better. But yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important for them to I think it's why they're in this situation, right? That they're hard on themselves, that they're not getting like, yeah, we were awesome. It was easy. We don't need to do more. So it's encouraging to hear. I feel like that means if you're a Falcons fan, you can rest easy that these guys they're going to keep try-harding. They're going to keep it up.
Yep. And we can take a look at the groups here before we go into our final series. Group A, we're going to see G2, IG, and Falcons very comfortably at the top. And then Group B, Liquid and Aurora and Tundra sitting kind of towards the top. A little bit of a rough start here for Spirit and BetBoom. Man, what is going on? Eastern Europe, CIS. BetBoom did manage to draw, at least against Tundra, because they were also in a scenario where they could have gone a 1-7 in the first 3 days, but they do manage to get one win there against Tundra, which is pretty massive. You're a little bit less, likely to have to sweep every single series going forward, but they definitely need to pick it up if they want to stay in this one. But yeah, I think so far we've had some really fun series. We've got some great games still to come, and yeah. OG versus PSG Quest, which, if I'm not mistaken, Quest came off of a very nice series this morning, 2-0 over Entity, actually serving Entity their first losses of the tournament.
Yeah, so, that's promising. Yeah, definitely. I know Quest was, I think they started off a little bit rough in this group stage, but now I believe they're sitting 4-4, which is not too bad of a spot to be in. So should be a pretty fun series coming up here. I think I can't remember if they played in the Swiss stage or not. We'll have to go back to that. But yeah, should be a fun one to end the day on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go to a break before we jump into our final series. Again, everyone, stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. It is the final series of the evening. It's going to be between PSG Quest and, of course, OG. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics to bring you that series. And we've had a fun day so far. A lot of Dota, but we still got more on the way. Should be a fun one to finish it up.
Yeah, definitely. Quest played one series earlier where they 2-0'd Entity, like you were saying, and Entity's been looking pretty good, so that's promising for Quest. I think their 2 losses were to Falcons, which is pretty understandable, and Azure Ray, another pretty strong team. So we'll see if whoever gets the wins here, you're starting to get to that point where you're going to feel pretty good about making it to the next stage, especially if you like 2-0 here, since a total of 14 games will be played for each team. So OG here, Tomato, BZM, Whisper, Ari, Seb. Looking forward to see what they bring. Their drafts are sometimes a little bit different, I feel like. Like sometimes they follow the meta, and then sometimes they have their own unique take. So we might get to see some fun stuff from them. Quest, TA2000, Noob, Malik, Omar, Ducalis. These guys tend to go later game, I feel like. They pick... sometimes some heroes that are a bit slower, but have very good scaling potential.
That's true. We have seen them push late game quite often. That being said, in their earlier series... Oh, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze again. Hold on. No, I'm not. I lied. It was just teasing me.
Oh, never mind.
Their first game was fast. Their second game goes to an hour long again. So it just... Yeah, it feels like they have these kind of late game tendencies. We'll see what happens against OG, as Seb kind of drafts like either really high tempo and wants to run them over, or he's going to pick like some ridiculous late game hero for Tomato to try and carry things on. So I don't know. I think it should be a fun series. I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched. OG's played the least amount of games so far in this round robin. They obviously came through the Swiss stage, but in terms of the round robin teams, they've only played 4 matches, so they've got a lot still to be played.
Yeah, they had a break yesterday. I think each team... Actually, I don't know if that's true, but different days, some teams have a break. So, yeah, like you said, only 4 games so far. Gonna hear... Ooh, first pick IO. So, a bit of maybe a steal here, because OG, that's one of their things that not every team's been doing, but OG was playing the IO, which I think it started to gain a little bit more popularity. The like IO Marcy strat was definitely a thing, and it's got some classic pairings anyways, like besides just that one combo. It actually kind of fits Quest. Like they like Medusa, for example. That's a classic combo there.
Okay, they go for the Kunkka pick. I was wondering if they would overreact to this like IO and do something like really off script to try and counter it. The Disruptor ban makes this actually even stronger, and they will get rid of the Lesh TA, all fantastic picks. I would like a Gyrocopter potentially from OG here, as it denies the IO Gyro pick for PSG Quest. You could also ban the Marcy if you're worried about it, or really whatever your IO partner hero is that you think you have to play into. But I think if you grab the Gyro for yourself at the beginning of phase 2, it's flexible, and it takes it away from PSG Quest. They do ban the Marcy. I like these. I think this decision makes the most sense. We've only seen Marcy be successful with an IO. Or you
got a backup plan.
Oh, maybe you pick the Shadow Demon. It's so hard, because now you have to think of either Shadow Demon or Gyro.
I think Shadow Demon could be cool because you protect your Kunkka a little bit, the X mark counterplay with the disruption.
And you could definitely run a Shadow Demon 4 for PSG Quest, and like it's like you would love to get like a Dragon Knight as well, but you can't really pick that type of stuff with the Shadow Demon still in the pool. This is a cool adaptation. We've seen this work well against IOs.
Yeah, Bane getting a little bit more popular himself. The Enfeeble could be really good versus whoever's paired up with IO. You're hoping to get a lot of value out of that hero, but you could be Enfeebled, you could be Nightmared, you could be Fiend's Grip. suddenly that hero that you've invested a lot in and you're trying to like buff up with overcharge, stuff like that, they just don't do anything.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do as the kind of response to finding the Bane. They do just go for the Shadow Demon. That is fantastic. And they grab the DK themselves. Okay, so this was what I was very worried about happening in the draft here for OG. Because IO Dragon Knight, super scary in the ultra late game, of course. It's a great tether partner. You now have the save from the Shadow Demon to get people out of Fiend's grip. And you have the Dragon Knight with no counter. Yeah, this is really scary.
Okay, maybe Grimstroke could be really good for OG. Easy Soulbinds with the IO partner. Double Fiend's Grip.
Okay.
Double Enfeeble. I feel like that could be good. It could also be a pretty active hero, like Grimstroke plus... maybe you don't want to pick an offlaner if you want to keep the Kunkka Flex alive. But do you want to reveal a carry here? I feel like the way OG's been playing lately is to always give Tomato a fairly good game, and OG will have last pick here. So I wonder if they would... Okay, never mind.
Morph. Yeah. I think you can go Grimstroke, though, because Morph does pair well with it, and the double Soulbind, or the Soulbind onto an IO Relo into Fiend's Grip. Like, if the stars align and you get that opportunity, it's fantastic. You can also go for an Aghanim Scepter on Grimstroke to get a DK illusion. So... could work out.
I feel like Bane will be position 5 for Seb, and this lane will be relatively strong versus Io or Shadow Demon plus Dragon Knight or some other hero. Ari, I don't know if I've seen him play Grimstroke. I'm sure he can.
Okay, they go for his Tiny. We've seen him play a ton of Tiny and really well, so I actually kind of like this. It's still a good hero.
Agreed. I do think this keeps the flex alive. I think that's something they're looking for here to make use of their last pick. Tiny even flexible himself, too. Even if it's just support, I think the Avalanche is also really good versus IO since you can... it's pretty easy to hit both heroes. And in fact, you can even break the tether with Toss sometimes.
So you don't want to pick a Gyrocopter now, right, into the Morphling. Your Marcy is not available. So what's your IO pairing going to be? Do you really want something like a Faceless Void? You could go for a Razor. That's something that we see actually fairly common. It's like a TA 2000 hero that I'm trying to think of, but
do you not think they'll just do like Medusa ban Anti-Mage?
I mean, you might actually just do
or Luna. Well, I don't know who's worse into Morphling is the thing.
Definitely Luna. I feel like Medusa's is somewhat okay because like at least Stone Gaze gives you some team fight.
Yo, okay. Chaos Knight.
This got banned in our last series. Apparently, it's been picked before. I saw it on one of the streams. Someone picked this. I don't know if it ended up winning though. Who picked the CK earlier? Who was the madman?
Brewmaster ban makes a lot of sense. Don't want to play into that when you're an illusion hero. Is it guaranteed Chaos Knight carry? I mean, we've seen some offlane CKs.
That is true, but I feel like it has got to be a carry, right? Like, when you pair it with something like a IO, it should just be pretty dang strong to just run it whoever is in your lane and free farm. Okay, maybe it hasn't been picked. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things, but yeah, this might be the first CK. It might be a brand new hero. Okay.
Fresh off the shelf.
All right, Zeus and Keeper of the Light banned from the mid lane. I think that's a really smart decision. Difficult heroes for Kunkka to lane against, but also just does an overwhelming amount of damage. Really quick Vessel pickup for the Coddle could spell disaster for their tempo. You could still put Kunkka off is the thing. Like, they get rid of Brewmaster, and I think by that, it's definitely going to be a Chaos Knight, you know, in the safe lane. That makes the most sense.
Tomato's having a great time. Look at him. He was smiling. He's like bopping out to jams. Yeah.
It's like 20th game of Morphling this tournament. Let's go.
Just like my pubs. Let's go. All right, what about OG? A mid or an off laner, unless you want to do a wacky flex with Tiny. What are they thinking about?
Okay, Enigma ban also quite good. I mean, I feel like they are looking for a mid lane. I think Dragonite, you're fine taking off lane into Morphling. It's not an amazing lane for DK, but it does fine. He'll CS, okay. Could you go for a Puck here is the question. Or do you even want Puck?
If you go Puck, you could just put Tiny there. Or sorry, who? OG?
Also, no, on PSG, like PSG Quest. Like, I'm thinking like Puck could be a potential pick.
I wouldn't. If you think you can get out of the laning stage, I wouldn't mind, because a hero to get to like the Bane could help. But I guess you have disruption for that, so they're going to go for the Axe off lane, which we've been seeing a little bit more and more lately.
Especially into the Morphling. It's been getting a lot of attention into the Morphling. Okay, OG has about 40 seconds of reserve time, so they can think about this, what they want to do. I would like an off-lane Kunkka and pick like an Arc Ward in mid or something. I honestly don't know. It's obviously sounds a little bit funny into the Axe, but you need to pick something that can keep this DK from taking your mid tower. And there's not a lot of heroes that are left to do this. If this DK gets your towers, you're in a lot of trouble.
What about Darkseer? Yes!
Okay, it is a Darkseer. This guy's so smart.
So with a Tiny, classic Ion Shell combo, and then Vacuum, pretty easy to hit when there's an IO. And then if you get Vac Wall on Dragonite or CK, those are really good illusions. I think Kunkka will be able to hold mid versus Dragonite. Like, that's probably just a farming lane right there. Like, you just Tidebringer the wave and then look to make your own stacks and farm those, and Dragonite will just like make his way to 6 and then work on that tower. Well, actually, if Kunkka manages to get some denies, which is not the easiest thing to do versus a Dragonite, but if he does hit 6 first, I think that is enough damage potential that with a support rotation, they could kill Dragonite, but it's not easy.
I like how this draft developed for OG, because I was really worried off the first 3 picks, like from PSG Quest, being like, this one's looking scary, right? Because they get a lot of good stuff already. But they actually adapted quite well. Getting the Morphling counters a lot of the IO pairings. It's a Tomato classic. They adapt to go for the Chaos Knight, which I think is very cool. This is going to be a fun game. These are 2 really cool drafts with very specific ideas in mind of what they want to accomplish. I think Whisper's Darkseer is the biggest like potential for like opening up this game for PSG Quest. If he can combine with BZM, I think it'd look very good. Once he gets to Ags on Kunkka as well as like Bloodstone, the illusions from Chaos Knight just cease to exist. Like, they don't get to participate in the fight because he needs to play around a BKB, but the illusions don't have that luxury. They're just going to be playing, you know, on the ride that is the water park. So we'll see what happens. It is game number 1 of our final series. Everyone is OG versus PSG Quest. The winner feeling pretty good as they're both kind of in the middle of their groups, but you know, blowing this one open could change it up a lot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some Chaos Knight. We have not seen this hero very much. Paired with the IO should be good in the lane. I wonder if later on you switch IO over to Dragonite so you don't reveal the real Chaos Knight, because if you don't know who the real Chaos Knight is, it's tough to get the Fiend's Grip or the Enfeeble on the right one.
That was so close on that
Yeah,
smoke. Oh
scary.
my goodness. Ari just barely staying in the fog of war from that tree. No quelling blade on TA2000, so actually was unable to cut the tree in front of him. Otherwise, you might have seen him.
Mm-hmm. Hari might have been thinking about placing a ward over in that area, but gonna immediately back out. I'll have to think of a new place to put that observer.
They're blocking a lot of camps here. Oh wait, no, they're not blocking the medium camp. Wait, what? Oh, he's just
no.
checking
That one
for a
was
ward,
just
I
they
guess.
thought they thought maybe because their smoke broke, maybe someone was here.
And that would be a common place to
Unfortunately-
put a ward and block the camp, right? If you're against an axe, that actually makes a lot of sense.
The battle begins.
That is true. Could have been a cool idea.
Nightmare coming out from Seb. Uh-oh, new blood grenade is out. Dragon Tail. He doesn't have it. He has breathe fire, so that should be first blood. They're trying to give it on over to BZM, but instead Seb will take it. And Nightmare level 1 is actually okay for his lane. Top lane, they're looking to just chase down Whisper here. TA2000 and Ducalis just doing a lot of damage, but he eventually makes it to his tier 2 tower. He's going to be just fine.
Pretty annoying for Whisper, but I guess one nice thing for him is that Ari could just creep drag. He's in position for it. I don't know if they even want to play this lane because Chaos Knight has such good damage. He can just deny through Ion Shell, and then he actually sustains really well because of the IO and his own lifesteal. Yeah, it looks like Ari's grabbing the next creep wave. Io's already got the next one too.
He's dragging. He's like, I will find you. I'm bringing in that creep wave over. You think I won't?
We're getting to some
All
fun
right, we
stuff
have
here.
our favorite lane, the jungle lane, now happening as Chaos Knight. He can't really afford to come over to this. Like, he has to meet for the next wave. So this is just going to be supports getting some XP, probably favoring Ari a little bit because getting to level 2 could mean that you get like an avalanche toss combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good for Ari, but this is really rough for Whisper.
Yeah, he's like
gonna
starved for XP.
Yeah, he's finally getting some XP, but you're gonna see Chaos Knight with 7 denies.
Okay, where are we on these other lanes? The Kunkka versus Noob. Actually, BZM just took a couple tower shots, unfortunately. Lost to aggro there in the mid lane.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Ooh, can they connect that?
Doesn't connect the wave. That's big for Whisper. He needs this.
Yeah, still not even level 2.
Does he connect it? Oh, he's trying so hard, but it comes under the tower,
under
and
tower.
that sucks. That's so unfortunate for him. So
Okay,
he'll
real
get some
quick,
XP
other
at
lanes.
least. Yeah.
Nothing
I don't think
too
mid lane we're gonna
crazy.
see much excitement there, right? Kunkka versus Dragonite, just two boys swinging swords at each other.
Yeah, these guys both almost have I mean, BZM's already at 1,000 health. Noob's pretty close. There's really not much gonna happen there. At least not till level 6 or some support rotations. Oh, maybe Ari can get a courier. Oh no, look at that. Paying attention.
He knows. Sees the creep drag coming. Surprised Ari didn't go for like earlier boots, but ends up being okay.
I mean, maybe they thought they could play this lane out, but then based off of what happened, which is that Whisper got zoned super hard prior to the first creep wave, they had to adjust.
Yeah. I mean, they've actually managed to kind of salvage this out. Whisper has 3 CS. So when I say salvage this out, I mean, you know, XP-wise, of course. Bottom lane. We're going to see them make an attempt here, potentially. No, he's fine. Thought they were going to go onto Tomato, but not level 3 yet on Malik. Oh. Dude, this top lane is actually such a disaster for OG. Oh my goodness. And this DK is doing super well in mid in terms of CS.
Yeah, as they get to, they've now got level 3 on Darkseer, so Ion Shell level is going to make this lane a little bit easier. They probably need to focus on stacking for him. I think Tiny has boots on the way. He's got to do like some Falcon level double stacking going on here.
Seb is top here on the Bane. I actually don't think you can kill TA2000. Maybe you can kill Ducalis, but he does have a healing Lotus.
Yeah, this is a very tough one.
Seb is here. They're pinging Ducalis, so like, get him! Get him, guys! But no, Seb's actually just going to take a lot of damage here. There's going to be the Nightmare out, but Shadow Demon with a TP to the top side. And now we're going to see a 6-hero fight here right behind the tower. Nice avalanche. TA2000 actually just burning down here to these Ion Shells. So there you go. The 2 Ion Shells at level 3 making a big difference as they're trying to get away here. As Whisper out of mana at the moment. Ahri, Avalanche on cooldown for a few more seconds. That ends up being a pretty big win.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd have the damage, but what do I know? Well, BZM wants to get in on the creep cutting action.
Whisper might be dead here. Yeah, there's no way he's getting out of that one. Big crit out from the Chaos Knight.
DK with more denies than Darkseer has last hits. That is very rough. Darkseer will be good later in the game. I think that's the idea behind the Darkseer pick, but I don't think this lane is going the way they thought. Like, I don't know if it really should have either. Oh, gets a courier kill. Tiny gonna come help save his life. Never mind, disruption. Just in range.
He has no way out. Like, he actually can't do anything to this. The early amount of denies that Noob has just makes this lane so hard now, because not only does he get this kill, but your Catapult is still alive. Dragon Knight can still cleave the tower. He can pop a fort here if he really wants to make sure that this Catapult survives. Oh man, this is a really rough early game for OG.
Yeah, trying to think what they can do. I think Tomato is probably okay to be left alone down here. Maybe just start doing a lot of stacks on the supports, because the cores can clear stacks really quickly. I think that could help recover the game. Ganking, I mean, I guess it did work. We didn't think it would, but they could try that more. Just feels like it's getting harder and harder to do that.
Seb would love to play for the 7-minute rune. Not going to find it, but here comes the TA2000 and Ducalis, and oh man, dude, that is now a level 6 Chaos Knight.
Wait,
this would be a huge kill, but no, they don't find it.
Big wins for Quest so far.
Yeah. BZM is bottom now. And maybe you find Omar and the Shadow Demon. They get a really deep ward placed.
Middle tower is under attack.
Gets the X into a boat. Disruption comes through. The Torrent will connect, nicely timed, as Tomato will be the one to clean up the kill. Whisper is just constantly running around top lane, just trying to not get caught. Mid lane, Noob should get the tower here eventually, right? Goes Dragon Form. Just denying every creep, actually, instead of pushing. Very interesting. 8-minute power rune
started
picked up
to
by
realize
Kunkka.
Kunkka was on the way back, so I think he decided he didn't want to risk pushing. Someone who has been making stacks is Shadow Demon here in the hard camp. Gonna help Axe. Looks like Blade Mail is gonna be his item of choice first. Doesn't even finish the phase boots, which is a little interesting. Usually you see that come out of the axes.
Oh, that is an unfortunate ward drop. He's gonna have to deny it on Ahri. And now with TA2000, the wraparound with the Phantasm, also an Orb of Corrosion. There's no escape.
This is a very scary Chaos Knight. Tomato is farming well. What's the... I don't know, like, I'm trying to decide if late game... Do you feel great about this?
you're going to hit such a strong tempo on PSG Quest here that I don't know what you can do on OG to stop it. You're like, Noob's going to have a Blink Dagger in like 2.5 minutes. BZM needs to get to like Blade Mail and Aghanim Scepter to start having enough input from this mid lane Kunkka. And I mean, what is there really to say about Whisper? The dude is sitting on mana boots, you know. It's not a great time here for an offlane Darkseer.
True. He does have his level 6 though. And maybe they can turn a fight off of stealing an illusion, because Quest is so farmed. That means your illusion's even stronger.
I see Seb like coming top. I'm like, all right, they're gonna come top for like a Fiend's Grip play, right? But I forgot they missed both Wisdom runes. He is level 4. They are gonna bring down Ducalis, so that is a nice kill. The TP canceled. They're not gonna bring DK. So maybe they can get their own tower here top, as Noob will finish off mid.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Finds himself an amplified damage rune on the Dragon Knight too. He's gonna teleport top, see if he can grab this tiny.
If TA2000 gets in range, yeah, he can easily.
Yo, that's the reality rift
drop
buff
the wall.
right there.
Yeah, that reality rift is nuts. The wall is down, and these things actually do a pretty high amount of damage. Needs to be careful, so they'll have to clean these up. Morphling coming into the top lane actually gets scouted off of a creep and has to leave.
I'll take that.
Seb is a little over 4.5. Going for a double stack here. Supports need some XP, especially this Fiend's Grip. It needs to come online.
Yeah, that's the whole reason you picked this into the Bane, right? Or into the IO, right?
Yeah, maybe Kunkka comes clear stacks, and I was gonna say you go to the lane, but actually I guess you just absorb the stacks with him, because there is no lane to go to right now since they lost their mid tower.
IO is level 6 with Relo, and they have a ward. They could actually invade with the Blink Dagger coming out from Noob right now.
Yeah, instant smoke.
Okay, they're gonna go bottom instead.
They'd like to kill Tomato if they can, and with the Blink stun on Dragon Knight, it might be possible to catch him off guard. He's at 470 HP right now.
Oh, they see him. But Ari also, oh, the Dragon Knight. Dragon Tail comes out. TA2000 closing the gap as well. Waveform tries to push back Shadow Demon, but not in time. And now they're going to try and surround him. Ari with another avalanche, trying to make space, but Tomato is super dead. Beautiful rotation out from PSG Quest, bringing all 5. And they didn't even reload for this, right? They just came through the Twin Gate. Now they can take the Tier 1 tower.
Whisper at least takes top
for
tower.
Whisper?
Yeah, he's catching back up. Past the axe. We kind of saw, like, it was a weird wall, but we did see the illusions do hit pretty hard, so... Like, one good fight, OG will feel pretty back in... Like, we've been talking that Quest has been in the lead, but net worth-wise, not, like, that bad because of the support difference in terms of early net worth.
Yeah, Omar having Demonic Purge now is pretty huge. He's looking for Whisper so he can try and prevent the surge, but he's going to get pulled back, actually up onto the high ground with everyone. That's quite funny. Noob will have to TP eventually, but he has no TP. Yeah, he'll just have to blink. Bottom lane, looks like they want to fight. I think they saw the TP in from Malik. Yeah, Ari with an avalanche. The toss in. That's a blade mail call onto your Morphling. Tomato gets out, but a nice Fiend's Grip. The boat comes through. Malik is so tanky with Ducalis as well. They've taken down the Bane. BZM tries to finish drop down to 30 HP. He will walk away. Here comes Whisper. No wall, though. There's an avalanche. They get a toss. They take down the big bad TA2000 Malik. He's got a blade mail looking maybe to come back in here, but no. 4v1 does not have that opportunity. What a turnaround. I thought this fight was a disaster for OG.
I think Quest extended a little bit too far. TA2000 was already pretty low while doing the Ancient stacks. I think just zoning him off was already good, but tried to get more. chased up, and with that, it's a pretty even game.
I mean, they just got an Ancient stack. They stole the Wisdom rune. Arguably the more important Wisdom rune now that we're heading into the mid game and it's easy, or it's even. So that's like good signs of life here for OG.
Yeah, it doesn't feel
Tomato's
like
closing in on a Lincoln's.
Doesn't feel like Quest was able to make use of some of their early game wins, especially around like the level advantage. But it's also a bit tough, right? These aren't supports that really start fights, and Axe without items is also just walking at people. So I guess I guess the laning stage wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah. All right. I mean, Whisper somehow just finding a way back into this game after what was probably one of the worst starts I've seen for a Darkseer in a while. He had like 3 CS after the first 5 waves or something. 5 or 6 waves. He had like 3 CS. So not ideal if you're playing a core hero. Malik is closing in on his Blink Dagger. We saw last fight, he gets delivered to the Morphling with an Avatos, and maybe they didn't think he would do so much damage. Tomato did obviously strength morph it, so it could have been a bait, who knows. Either way, Tomato living is massive.
Bounty. Step lively now. Your admiral is
Where are we on the big items? CK has the armlet going for the Orchid. We've seen this a couple times. Orchid's on Chaos
Radiant's
Knight.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Morphling
attack.
went for a Lincoln's, so if that's popped and you get the silence off, it's probably a Morphling kill.
Yeah.
Not that many ways for...
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Or like there are ways to pop it, but it's got to be instant, which that might be the hard part for Chaos Knight, to actually get the silence off before the Morphling starts shifting attributes.
With the double blinks on Quest, I would kind of expect them to start playing a little bit more active. Noob, though, does have level 12, so he can farm really fast on the Dragon Knight now if he wants. As they are pinging, they've got a really good ward scouting him out. Ari is close to a Blink Dagger, literally 50 gold away. He definitely does not want to die before he picks this up, as there's actually a smoke rotation in from Malik and Omar. But another smoke rotation. This is like the meme, right? Of you know, who's got who. Oh, smoke's gonna pop. They have a good ward, though, on the Dire. Thinking of going for BZM. They get him. Seb can come in with the Nightmare. Gets it off for the moment. Avalanche toss, but a nice reload in. Ducalis brings TA2000. Whisper needs to hit his vacuum, but he can't. Can you bring down the IO before the reload ends? The pullback with the X. You've got to do it. Oh, no. He gets to deliver the CK back top. Oh. That is so close to being a CK in a really bad spot. Well, that being said, they find Ari here as well on the Tiny. The Axe Blink canceled by this DK illusion. And now CK, he's going to TP back. Tomato joining the fight as well. He's going to pop the Phantasm. Nice disruption to dodge out the X. The Blink Call, it catches one. They've got on top of the Morphling. Seb with a nice Nightmare has a Fiend's Grip. Who's he going to throw it on? Looking for TA2000. Won't find it. Instead, they get Omar. Ari with the Blink reveal gets in range, and there it is. Seb from the high ground gets the full duration Fiend's Grip. A call from Malik. It's almost enough. They're going to buy back on the Shadow Demon. Quest is just crumbling here right outside this tower. OG find their like 6th kill, about to be a 7th now on Noob. Oh my god.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It was a really long fight for 18 minutes. I can't even remember how that started, but OG...
IO respawns and dies again.
Yeah, that's... Feels like Quest needed to just cut their losses. You kind of see in the replay, like, it was a pretty good opening jump, but a nice Nightmare save. Lisa, like, oh, quick, I gotta get boat out. Like, at this part, it still looked good, but I think Quest got scattered around that wall. Yeah, like, at this point, I think you just stop, right? IO for Bane, whatever. That was your relocate, CK right back to farming. But they kind of stick around, keep going. I think CK TP's down here, ends up dying.
Dude, there's 2 times in this fight, Axe goes in for a blink call, and Ahri actually avalanched at the exact same time. So he gets the blink call, which pulls everyone in, but everyone's just avalanched, and so you don't get this like huge follow-up from this Axe initiation. They're looking for TA2000. X into the boat. They even nightmared off the IO. Oh man, Ahri, he's got a toss, just isolating Ducalis. They've managed to find a big kill, and now IO's gonna go down as well. This game went from being pretty close, like a 2K gold advantage at 10 minutes for Quest, to now 10,000 for the side of OG off the back of these 2 fights.
I wonder if they feel pressured to make plays off the double blink and Orchid timing, which admittedly should have been a pretty strong timing, but the AoE from OG, Fiend's Grip onto Dragon Knight, they have so much card control, actually.
He's tanky. Omar comes in. The reload is here. The Nightmare catches them, but they're going to lose Whisper. He gets a good vacuum at the last second, but there is no wall to play around. You need to get out now. Toss in from Ahri. Has another avalanche. Another great call from the Axe. Tomatoes just shifting through it. Wait, no, that was his call. That was Tomato calling them. What? That was cool. Dude, this guy's... His Morphling is insane. Like, he's actually such a ridiculous Morphling player.
Very true. It's why they keep picking it for him, right? He always gets what he... Not that he always wins the lane, although he did this time, but like he usually gets as much as possible out of it, even if it's a rough lane. And then he's very good with making the plays on the morph swap.
And they're looking really good. They come bottom on Whisper. They're actually pinging the Tormentor, being like, guys, they're probably going to go for it, right? TA2000 should be able to finish it up, though. Pretty easy for the Chaos Knight.
The cleanse is okay.
I think so, right? This isn't too bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Ahri is going for a Conda.
I saw that. I mean, it does work with Toss now, and it is a decent chunk of damage, so maybe their idea is he's just gonna burst IO. Like, he's got his eyes set on Ducalis, and he will kill anybody else. He won't kill anybody else. They're gonna jump in, though. Do they get the vision? He's going to find the IO. He sees the tether. A nice silence out from TA2000, but the Torrent Storms managed to catch Ducalis, and the wall is down from Whisper. Pulls them right back in. Omar's trying to save him, but he's going to end up just paying the price as well. Fiend's Grip from Seb. The timing from OG is here. They are so damn strong.
I really noticed this IO cosmetic death animation. Pretty sick. Got a good view of it because he died at the Z-axis thanks to Torrent. Nice find by OG. Oh yeah, we get to see it again. Ahri just jumping in as soon as his smoke breaks. Knows to look for the IO. Gets silenced up, but doesn't really matter. At this point, he's set up the vision for the boat, the X, all that. Good vac wall here. And a Torrent Storm just doing its work.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Chaos Knight that I was so unsure about into a Kunkka is, like, he's gonna get an Ags. And at that point, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, no matter how strong you are in a CK, you still rely on Phantasm. Oh, they're gonna find the Dragon Knight, tosses him in. Ahri trying to hold Noob in place, but it's actually just a shard from Whisper. He can't get away because of just how slow he is. They're gonna look for more. Guardian Greaves are out. Nice call in from Malik. Seb tries to save him, but can't do it. And now, in a little bit of a rough spot, there's gonna be the Torrent Storm throwing Malik back into the air. Whisper continuing to chase him down. BZM just controlling up the backside. Another X will pull back TA2000. Malik with the call, but Whisper gets the kill. And now it's time for Morphling to show up. It's his turn to play the Chaos Knight game. He gets another kill. X pulls back Omar. It is just so impossible to get away from this team. Said
just trolling
nightmaring
him now.
BZM for fun. Oh my goodness, they're looking so clean now. The shard from Whisper is just actually making this game impossible for them to get away, right? Like, it is such a heavy slow.
More steal there, using the CK stuns against him.
A little bit of minus armor too, right? Like, it's great.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you do at this point. You need a really good call, but
nightmare.
The damage isn't going to come in unless Kunkka is part of that call. And Kunkka, like if you're calling Kunkka and focusing Kunkka, the tanky Kunkka with blade mail and like all that, you're setting yourself up to be like comboed by the boat and all that and the vacuum wall if you can't kill Kunkka in that time. And if you jump anyone else, then it's like the same thing. Then he's just going to land the boat and all that into the call. It's really tough. Kunkka and Darkseer have to like stand next to each other.
Yeah. They actually see the Bane rotating in on a ward, so we might see them try and make a play. They're thinking like, I'd probably put a ward up there, but no, he didn't. They're going to smoke up here on Quest. Place a sentry, almost guaranteed. Yep, we'll see nothing. And an immediate smoke here from OG. BZM actually might break this, but no, it's going to be Ahri. The Blink Dragon Tail's out. They've caught the Tiny. That's a great start. They get the good call on the backside on the Darkseer, but an immediate Fiend's Grip from Seb. They can't close the gap. And the Torrent Storm is just slowing up everyone's ability to get into this. Omar's dead. He gets a nice reload here on Ducalis, but you've lost Axe now. And guess what, baby? You get maybe out on your Dragonite, you get out on your CK, but godlike spree for Morphling, and that is the absolute correct term. Tomato is godlike on this hero. They're not done. They're looking mid lane. They immediately want to punish Noob. He's underneath a ward. Tomato will continue the chase. He's actually just going to turn himself into the Dragonite. He's got a Lincoln's. Can he find the kill? Stun number one. He's got to wait for him in a moment, but Ahri is here, just keeping that Blink Dagger on cooldown, and that is a massive find.
Do you even need Aegis? I don't know. He seem to be winning all the fights.
Dude, if BZM finds the Chaos Knight, oh my god. Okay, he's out.
He's gonna get out. He's working on Octarine on Kunkka too, realizing like this is actually good enough what I have. I don't need the Bloodstone. I don't necessarily need Refresher. Just we win the fight.
Avalanche toss, TA2000 in a pretty rough spot. He's got a BKB. They're just going to force him to use it. Tomato actually almost finishes the job. Ducalis there to save him. Yeah, you're right. I think you're correct. You don't actually really need the Bloodstone yet. Like, just having more low cooldown spell casting is sick. He'll probably still go back for a Bloodstone, but...
Yeah, but by getting Octarine, it means you can fight, like, every minute. Every, like, 45 seconds-ish, rather than having to wait for, like, say, a Refresher. You gotta get both, all that. Like, they're winning off of what they have, so let's just do it more often. $20k lead, they're not even going for Aegis, which I don't think they really have to. I think you can just X Morphling forward and just keep hitting him. There is Disruption, which is like a little scary, but...
We have Call and everything too. I mean, maybe you just, play around the X to just try and find an opening on the background, but yeah, you have to be careful of the Call from Axe, right? Like, that could be huge. Actually have a good... Oh, they see Morphling! But instead, they actually don't know if it was real or not. He does get the Blade Mail, but the Call... It's not enough damage on its own. They're trying to bring down Tiny first. They get the job done. BZM with a big vacuum pulled in from Whisper. The Torrents. Oh, it's a disaster again. Omar cannot escape. The Ion Shell's making quick work. Big call from Malik, though. Can he finish off Tomato? The Lincolns is going to save him. Oh, Malik, his BKB expires. Whisper just slowing this Dragonite to a crawl. They buy back on the Shadow Demon, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Noob trying to get out, but he's got the Enfeeble on him. He can't blink anytime soon, and more kills for the Morphling. Level 20 now, 14-1. Dude, it's just so hard to fight against this.
They've been jumping the Tiny, and the avalanches are very annoying, but Tiny's got a lot of armor from his passive, and it's just taking too long. It's giving too much time for Darkseer and Kunkka to just land the return combo when you initiate on the Tiny. And once the boat comes out, like, everyone's even tankier.
Dude, that vacuum into Torrent boat, Torrent Storm.
It was sick.
It's just so bad to deal with.
It's like over as soon as you see that. Yeah.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Well, Morphling, you know, handedly at the top of the net worth here. Gets his waveform attacks, targets down at 20. We picked up a moment ago. Top lane, we're going to see them go for Ahri here once again. Tanky boy, the reload in. Okay. They get a kill. Goes to this Chaos Knight as well. So some gold going their way, but you still have a big uphill battle. And there's still 2 wards here. That is giving OG vision.
Yeah, all of this was done without Aegis. They just didn't feel the need to do it, but I mean, now with Tiny dead, they have some time. They'll probably just walk down and go get it.
Yeah, it looks like that's the next goal here. Whisper, to add insult to injury, has finished his Shivas, and he is now looking for an Aghanim Scepter. So the normal punch, being able to grab either a DK or Chaos Knight Illusion, is going to be very strong.
I feel like top and mid lane went well for Quest, but they weren't able to really convert that into anything. And then not backing off soon enough off those early fights, especially that fight bottom that went so badly. Like, if they cut that off sooner, they might have a better chance to, like, find a more favorable fight. But after throwing that one so much, all the fights they try to take after that are just, like, way harder.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Actually find double Wisdom Rune and their Tormentor and smoke up immediately. So Tomato is now halfway to 23 with Aegis. They get the Shard for Seb, so it's nice. This game specifically, if Chaos Knight Illusions are out, he actually just heals to full because of how much bonus damage they do. Same with the DK Illusions, I guess, as well, if they're stacked up. They actually find Noob. He blinks back the other way. Okay, clean. Malik gets a TP out as well. All right, what a read. This is very smart here from Quest. And they managed to get their Tormentor at the same time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Right, Morphling is coming up. He's got Swift Blink. There's an X mark behind him. Is there any answer to this?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, amplify damage, Dragon Knight, maybe. Tomato probably doesn't seem to care all that much. Ahri going in with an avalanche, the toss back. He's going to be able to get X back. Nice nightmare from Seb. Goes in the feed script. They've caught the axe. The boat wall is there again. And Tomato deletes the Shadow Demon. Malik will make it out for now, but TA2000, he's trying to go in, finish off Ahri, but he can't. There's just no way. BZM just pops the BKB, turns it around. Seb with another aggressive blink forward. And now Ducalis, his reload puts him right back in to the worst possible spot. That's next to the Morphling. The GG comes out. And dude, what a turnaround from OG. This game looked so rough, but they just steamrolled them.
Yeah, we said Darkseer's pretty good versus these heroes. He had a terrible start, though, and we thought, okay, maybe that's a window for Quest to get more done, but it doesn't feel like they were able to. Darkseer eventually picks up a couple items, gets some good vacuum walls, and the natural counter comes back in at that point. I'm not fully sure what Quest should have done differently. I kind of need to, like, look back on the exact movements. There's definitely that one fight that they just needed to cut the losses and it would have gone better. But I feel like even earlier than that, maybe they could have... Oh, you know what? I'll give big props to Seb's rotation top that we thought was like, oh, this is kind of early. But they actually do end up killing off the Chaos Knight, who was having a phenomenal game at that point. That kind of play does change the momentum of the lane quite a lot. So
yeah, that's really true.
Pretty good rotation from him there.
Yeah, and eventually, like, we know the Morphling is going to be fine being left bottom solo, and they do try and salvage the Whisper Darkseer lane, right? They try and salvage the Kunkka lane and give these guys, like, a little bit more priority in farming. And, dude, I looked over at Whisper multiple times this game. He's just sitting on Ancient Camps farming because he can't show in lane, right? Like, going anywhere near this Chaos Knight is absolute death. It was a cool idea picking the CK here, but it doesn't play well into this Kunkka, or Darkseer for that matter. Like, they have so much illusion clear and so much team fight to just keep him locked down.
I think it was this fight here. They overextend.
I think this is the earlier one. This is the earlier one, I think. They end up getting CK here, but there's the really big... Oh, wait, is this it, actually? You might be right.
Either way, like, every time CK's dying, he's a very tempo-based hero right now. In the past, he was a little stronger, but he did step 1, which is, like, absolutely dumpster the lane. But step 2 is that you cannot lose any momentum. Otherwise, you start dropping off a lot compared to other meta carries, such as the Morphling. And I feel like that's what happened. He died several times, and you just lose so much momentum off of that.
This is where things go bad. This is like the 7 deaths fight, right? They get the Fiend's Grip onto the CK. Axe Call gets hit by a full avalanche onto 3. Shadow Demon buys back. Io dies for the second time. Like, the game was dead even in net worth before this fight, and I think they come out of this fight like 6,500 ahead once they take the tower. So it was super rough.